I, Qin Shuo, found myself transported to the twilight of the 29th millennium during the Great Unification War on Terra of Warhammer 40,000. As an infant, I was chosen by the Emperor and inducted into his elite guard. From the blood-soaked mountains of the Great Unification War to the endless stars of the Great Crusade, I followed the Emperor, slaying xenos and vanquishing demons, witnessing the most glorious yet brutal era of humanity, until that cursed Webway War. I perished in battle. Yet, the Emperor did not allow my existence to fade into oblivion. He returned my soul to my original universe, the super-divine cosmos, bestowing upon me two treasures, a mysterious ring imbued with the armaments of the elite guard and a holy sword inscribed with Emperor's fury. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself in familiar surroundings. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Webway War. In the 31st millennium, the Horus heresy erupted, and Magnus unleashed his extraordinary intellect, shattering the Emperor's webway. "Father, Horus is about to rebel. You must prepare immediately," Magnus implored. "News." The Emperor bellowed in fury. Thus began the wretched Webway War, lasting several years. The dome of the webway wailed in anguish. The fabric of reality twisted and tore, as if being crushed by an unseen hand, oozing the filth of the immaterium. Crimson energy currents thrashed like the veins of a dying beast, pulsing wildly in the void. Qin Shuo stood resolutely at the center of the shattered pathway, his once glorious golden power armor, a perfect embodiment of the Emperor's radiance, now resembled a desecrated icon. Deep gouges and singed scorch marks marred the armor. The left pauldron and its underlying adamantium frame had vanished, exposing mechanical muscles that twitched under the backlash of psychic energy, sparking with erratic electricity. Yet, his right hand, firmly grasping the sword hilt, remained steady, the bionic joints emitting a faint hum under pressure. For the Emperor, we shall not yield. In the communications channel, the anguished shouts of the Valorious brothers were drowned out by a piercing, malevolent shriek. Within the tactical display of Qin Shuo's helmet, another life signal of his elite guard brethren flickered out, akin to a candle extinguished by a tempest. 10,000 of the Emperor's personal guards, the sharpest blade beneath the golden throne, now numbered scarcely 1 in 10, fulfilling their final duty with their lives in this accursed pathway. This had once been a testament to ancient sanctity, a shortcut to the stars, but now it had devolved into a den of demons, twisted beings, unfit for existence, poured forth from the folds of space. Bloodthirsty demons howled, their rusted blades scraping against the elite guard's golden armor, producing a nauseating sound. The fetid corpses dragged themselves, their putrid stench overwhelming even the power armor's filtration systems. The most perilous were the insidious sorcerers muttering blasphemies, wielding their staves in an attempt to warp the will of the warriors. Suddenly, Qin Shuo spun, his power spear carving a cold arc through the air. The spear's energy field hummed as it cleaved a seducer demon attempting to sneak up from behind, reducing the creature to a dazzling cloud of dust. He hardly spared a glance at his kill. Raising the explosive lance, he unleashed a thunderous roar as 3 explosive rounds accurately struck the massive head of another plague-ridden corpse, purging it completely. The situation was dire. He felt the lament of the webway itself, the chaotic energies eroding the foundation of this ancient structure. Should this position fall, Terra, humanity's home, would face the onslaught of the Immaterium's wrath. Squad leader, left flank. They've breached our defenses. The young Valorious shouted over the comms, the background filled with the rapid fire of explosive rounds and the cacophony of ripping metal. Beneath Qin Shuo's helmet, his expression was as cold as ice. He activated his power armor, surging forth like a bolt of golden lightning to the left. There, 3 elite guardsmen were overwhelmed by a tide of demons, wielding spears and swords, each strike infused with the Emperor's wrath, yet the number of demons was overwhelming. Valorious, the fresh recruit who had only recently completed his training and had reverently stroked his first set of golden armor, had his helmet torn off by a massive claw covered in bronze. Qin Shuo had no time for sorrow. Anger fueled him, but calmness was his weapon. Like a rock, he plunged into the tide of demons, the Emperor's fury holy sword drawn. This blade, gifted by the Emperor himself, bore ancient runes and the sacred words Emperor's fury, now ablaze with pure golden psychic flame. The blade flashed, evaporating 3 bloodthirsty demons along with their twisted weapons. Reform the formation. For the Emperor, we shall fight to our last breath. His voice echoed through external speakers, resonating like a clarion call amidst the chaotic battlefield. Yet, the true threat had only just arrived. From deep within the pathway, space shattered like glass. and an incomprehensibly massive figure emerged, with skin of brass and enormous, curved horns ablaze with unquenchable hatred. It wielded a colossal axe capable of cleaving mountains. A bloodthirsty demon, a powerful fiend of the blood god. Insignificant golden bug, your soul shall be offered to the skull throne. The demon's roar unleashed a psychic shockwave, enough to boil the brains of mortals. Qin Shuo felt the pressure inside his helmet surge, but his will, tempered through countless trials, remained unyielding. Loyalty is your armor. Golden flames erupted, momentarily dispelling the surrounding chaotic fog. He did not wait for the demon's attack. His golden armor propelled him forward, a straight line of gold hurtling toward the enormous fiend. The guardian spear fired first, explosive rounds detonating against the demon's chest plate, erupting in bursts of flame but failing to halt its advance. At the last moment, Qin Shuo sidestepped the colossal axe that could split mountains, striking fiercely at the demon's wrist with his holy sword, fueled by the emperor's wrath. Sacred flames clashed violently with profane energies, producing a sound that pierced the eardrums. Gold and brass sparked with blinding intensity. Qin Shuo felt the servos of his power armor straining under the overload, yet his blades sliced through the demon's very essence. The bloodthirsty fiend howled in pain and rage, its other claw lunging at him with astonishing speed. Qin Shuo attempted to block, but the disparity in strength was absolute. The claw, inscribed with foul runes, shredded his chest armor as easily as tearing parchment, deeply embedding itself within his body. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves. Qin Shuo felt his vitality draining rapidly with the spurting blood. The demon lifted him off the ground, his vision blurring, the whispers of chaos slithering into his consciousness like venomous serpents. Not is this how it ends? A thought flickered through his mind. No, with his last ounce of strength, he drove the holy sword deeper into the demon's arm, golden flames surging into the creature's body through the wound. In the name of the emperor, he roared, his voice choking on blood. The bloodthirsty fiend emitted an unthinkable scream, the sacred flames consuming it from within, its massive form beginning to collapse and disintegrate. But Qin Shuo had reached his limit. He was hurled away by the fiend's final strength, crashing heavily onto the cold surface of the webway. Consciousness slipped away swiftly. He could still hear the distant sound of explosive rounds. His brothers were still fighting, but their voices grew fainter. Coldness, an infinite chill enveloped him. He felt himself plummeting into an endless abyss. Just before he succumbed completely, a warm, pure, irresistible light enveloped him. This light dispelled the cold, the pain, and the whispers of chaos, bearing a majesty he recognized yet was far grander than any memory. A figure emerged within the light, shrouded in a gentle glow, its features obscured, yet Qin Shuo's soul trembled at the presence of the emperor. There was no sound, but thoughts resonated directly within his fading consciousness. You have fulfilled your duty, my warrior. Your loyalty has been witnessed. Qin Shuo could not respond, only feeling the vastness of that will. Your journey is not yet over. Another world, your homeland, requires this sword ablaze with fury. A warm force began to mend his shattered form, not in healing, but rather in a sense of remaking. The chaotic corruption was thoroughly purified, and the wounds of his flesh closed under the radiance. Take my gift. Within the ring lies your armor, weapons, and potions. This sword shall accompany you in cleaving through the new darkness. The emperor's thoughts gradually faded, yet the light grew ever more intense. Qin Shuo felt himself being cast away from this realm of time and space. The sanguine essence of the network, the demon's howls, and the clamor of war swiftly receding. Perception returned as he lay upon a soft fabric, the faint scent of an unfamiliar sweetness lingering in his nostrils. There was no metallic tang, no scent of blood, no whiff of ozone or decay. Qin Shuo abruptly opened his eyes to behold a white ceiling adorned with a few vibrant drawings that evoked no memories. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and serene. He sat up, his movements fluid and powerful, as though the mortal wounds from the network were merely a nightmare. He gazed down at his hands. Youthful, strong, the skin smooth without the calluses born of wielding weapons or the scars of battle. He cast aside the soft fabric draping him and approached a standing mirror in the corner of the room. Reflected was a youth with black hair and eyes, seemingly around 20 years of age, his figure well-proportioned, his visage both strange and vaguely familiar. Was this he? The captain of the elite troops tempered in the Unification War of Terra, who had fought in the great expedition across the galaxy. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, finding it empty. Yet on the fourth finger of his left hand, an ancient black metal ring sat firmly, the gem within flickering with a faint golden glow. This is not a dream. Qin Shuo inhaled deeply. The air carried the delicate scent of a beverage known as Nika. He surveyed the small, cluttered room filled with unfamiliar items. He had returned to the hometown spoken of by the Emperor. Chapter 2, A False Peace. After several moments of contemplation, Qin Shuo acclimated to his current state, standing in the center of the room like a statue abruptly placed in an unfamiliar temple. The memories of battle from the elite troops surged through his veins, every muscle fiber remembering how to exert force, how to direct power precisely to his fingertips, elbows, and knees to dismantle foes with utmost efficiency. Yet the surrounding environment was suffocatingly tranquil. There was no background noise of subspace whispers, no hum of energy fields, no scent of metal or oil, and certainly no omnipresent malice to remain vigilant against. This was an incongruous serenity. For one who had endured the purges at the end of the Unification War of Terra and confronted countless alien deceptions during the Great Expedition, this tranquility itself bore a peculiarity that warranted scrutiny. His gaze swept across the room. The layout was simple, functional, devoid of aesthetic commitment, and there were no apparent defensive structures or weapon storage points. A civilian residence. The conclusion rapidly formed in his mind as he raised his left hand, his eyes falling upon the black ring on his fourth finger. It was neither gold nor stone, cool to the touch, with the gem embedded within emanating a faint golden glow that swirled like a slumbering nebula. He attempted to remove it, but the ring remained motionless, a gentle yet utterly irresistible psychic force binding it securely to his finger. The Emperor's will was unquestionable. His consciousness delved into the ring. Inside lay a stable, orderly subspace folded warehouse. The first thing he sensed was the set of Yaojin power armor that had accompanied him for centuries. The armor shimmered with brilliance, exuding a restrained majesty even in stillness. Unlike the power armor of the Space Marines, the elite troops' Yaojin armor seamlessly integrated all systems, including a miniaturized power core within its fluid classical contours, devoid of any cumbersome external apparatus, rendering its form closer to that of a demigod warrior from myth rather than a war machine. Each scratch on the armor chronicled a battle, a moment of wielding the sword for the Emperor and humanity. Beside it was the more robust Tianjin power armor, offering absolute protection like a golden fortress. The power spear Zhongqing Shizhe hovered quietly, its energy conductor glimmering with a standby glow. Several impeccably maintained explosive rifles and an abundance of ammunition were neatly arranged. The Holy Spirit shield, which had once withstood the blows of a demon lord, bore the Imperial Eagle insignia, still vivid along its edge. In a separate area, countless crystal vials containing a pale golden liquid, known as Wanling Yao, were meticulously arranged. Even in the Empire's most glorious era, this was an exceedingly precious strategic resource, yet here, it was abundant enough to sustain a prolonged campaign. The Emperor's gift was more bountiful than one could fathom. This was not merely a commendation for his past achievements, but an investment in his future mission. Qin Shuo withdrew his consciousness, his expression devoid of elation at acquiring such treasures. Only a solemn gravity remained. Resources were prepared, next came intelligence. He needed to comprehend this world, this place that the Emperor termed hometown, yet felt profoundly alien to him. He was clad in the casual attire found in the room, a fabric referred to as t-shirt and jeans, soft yet devoid of protective capabilities. Testing his limbs, the restrictions of the clothing were minimal and within acceptable limits. He pushed open the door and entered the living room, his gaze acting like the most precise scanner, swiftly assessing everything: the layout, the materials of the furniture, the lingering pheromones in the AIR.NO threats. He silently traversed the living room and opened the door leading to the outside world. Sunlight cascaded down, warm yet subtly different from the radiance of the Terra star. The air filled his lungs, mingling with the vapor from plants, unfamiliar chemical emissions from distant vehicles, and the aromas of various foods and crowds. It was noisy yet devoid of bloodshed, smoke, or psychic pollution. Descending the stairs, he melded into the street, Juxiashi. Fragments of memory hinted at this place's name. The streets were broad, vehicles flowed continuously, and pedestrians hurried along, some appearing weary, others wearing light-hearted smiles. Towering buildings of glass reflected the sunlight, flashing neon signs and screens displaying information and advertisements. Everything seemed normal, yet a barely perceptible frown creased Qin Shuo's brow. Fragile. This was his most immediate impression. The architectural structures lacked necessary reinforcements and concealed firing points. Public spaces bore no traces of defensive works, and the demeanor of the pedestrians was relaxed, utterly unguarded, with general fitness levels alarmingly low. This was a world entirely devoid of armaments, or rather, one that had never truly experienced the crucible of warfare. He walked silently along the sidewalk, his steps steady and uniform, as though patrolling a new front line. His very presence felt incongruous within this environment. It was not due to his appearance. He resembled an ordinary youth, yet it stemmed from an internal aura, a steadfastness forged through trials, coupled with a gaze that, when sweeping across the surroundings, inadvertently revealed the scrutiny of a hunter and guardian that a group of fashionable young girls brushed past him, laughing as they discussed the latest entertainment news. Qin Shuo's acute hearing captured words like star and concert, forming a starkly absurd contrast to his own notions of strategic deployment and alien movements. He observed people gathered at roadside shops, enjoying vividly colored foods, the air wafting with enticing aromas. His metabolic efficiency was remarkably high, requiring far less sustenance than the average person, yet in this moment, the sheer simplicity of indulging in such a basic pleasure felt profoundly foreign. A child's balloon slipped from his grasp, and the little one wailed, prompting the mother to quickly offer soothing words. Qin Shuo's gaze lingered for a moment on the mother and child. Protecting the weak, preserving civilization. This was one of the core tenets inscribed in the creed of the elite troops. Yet here, threats seemed distant, allowing individuals to invest such pure emotions over the loss of a mere toy that he arrived at a crossroads, halting his steps to await the traffic signal. A diverse assembly of individuals surrounded him. Office workers fixated on their handheld communication devices, students burdened by heavy backpacks, and elderly folks meandered leisurely. As the green light illuminated, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. However, Qin Shuo remained still. His gaze transcended the throng, landing on a massive digital screen on the facade of a building across the street. The screen broadcasted news, and amidst the shifting images, he discerned figures clad in uniforms unlike those of ordinary citizens, alongside some uniquely designed aerial vehicles. Super God Academy. The broadcaster's voice faintly penetrated the cacophony. The terminology was unfamiliar, yet its assembly hinted at a military or specialized institution. At that moment, a faint yet unmistakably unnatural energy fluctuation caught his keen senses. The source was distant, likely emanating from the northeastern sector of the city. Almost simultaneously, a low rumble, not from a vehicle's engine, resonated from afar, accompanied by a muffled, brief cry, diluted by distance. The throng on the street seemed oblivious, continuing their progression with unperturbed rhythm. Qin Shuo slowly lifted his head, directing his attention toward the source of the energy fluctuation. His expression remained impassive, but a flicker of sharp illumination glinted within his profound black eyes. The tranquility had been disrupted. Or rather, this tranquility had always been superficial. He cast a glance at the black ring adorning his finger. The radiant golden armor awaited, the powered spear yearned, and the Emperor's wrath silently gathered strength. He did not act immediately, standing there quietly, akin to the calmest point within the eye of a storm. He required further information to ascertain the nature and magnitude of the threat. Yet one thing was certain. The Emperor had not sent him back to indulge in this hypocritical peace. This world, both familiar and unfamiliar, necessitated a re-evaluation. And for a member of the Imperial Guard, the only means of assessment had always been close observation, followed by a decisive judgment. Chapter 3. The Fight in the Alley. Indeed, the commotion was emanating from the alley. Qin Shuo's stride remained unperturbed by the disturbances within. Brawls were commonplace in any underdeveloped human settlement. His primary objective was to evaluate the overall condition of this world, not to serve as a peacekeeper. He paused at the alley's mouth, leaning naturally against the wall shrouded in shadows, his gaze calmly penetrating the chaos within. Like a composed observer documenting a low-intensity conflict exercise, the scene unfolded distinctly before him. A group of raucous youths surrounded a modest, trembling young girl. A robust male student, Xiaoluan, exuded an air of scholarly strength as he stood protectively before her, fear evident on his face, yet he resolutely refused to retreat. The leading ruffian, Lu Chuang, brazenly shoved the male student while hurling a torrent of profanities. A quintessential display of bullying. Qin Shuo swiftly assessed the situation. The target structure was clear, and the threat level was exceedingly low. For a commander of the Imperial Guard, who had faced planetary-scale battlefields and encountered demons and alien legions, such street brawls barely registered a flicker of tension in his nerves. However, in the next moment, his gaze sharpened. The force behind Lu Chuang's shove toward Xiaoluan was somewhat abnormal. It lacked the efficiency derived from systematic training. Instead, it exhibited a more primal, brute strength that transcended the expected capabilities of his physique. Though still clumsy, the magnitude of that force surpassed that of an ordinary human. Moreover, Xiaoluan's response was even more intriguing that he endured several blows, appearing disheveled. Yet his reactions after each strike and his occasional defensive maneuvers exuded an incongruous resilience. It was as though his bodily density and bone strength far exceeded his ostensibly frail appearance. Fascinating. Qin Shuo's mind rapidly accessed the Emperor's biological technology database and various records of enhanced humans or humanoid beings encountered during the Grand Expedition. Genetic enhancement? Primitive alien forms? Or perhaps some unknown manifestation of spiritual energy? The threat level warranted reevaluation. The unknown often signified potential high risk. In the alley, Lu Chuang grew impatient, delivering a punch that sent Xiaoluan sprawling onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it," showing no gratitude. He then reached for the girl. Xiaoluan lay on the ground, seemingly dazed by the beating, yet upon witnessing the girl's impending abduction, a flicker of struggle ignited in his eyes as he attempted to rise. That was where his observation concluded. Qin Shuo stepped out from the shadows and entered the alley. His movements were unhurried, yet they possessed a peculiar rhythm, each step seemingly measured with precision, silent, yet instantaneously capturing the attention of all present. His emergence was jarringly incongruous with the chaotic ambience of the alley, that calm, untroubled visage, his fathomless gaze, and an unspoken aura of pressure that instinctively compelled one to hold their breath caused Lu Chuang and his cohorts to falter in their actions. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business," one of Lu Chuang's lackeys shouted, attempting to mask his sudden unease with bravado. Lu Chuang furrowed his brow, releasing the girl as he turned to scrutinize Qin Shuo, assessing him from head to toe. Although Qin Shuo appeared to don ordinary casual attire, and his physique, while well-proportioned, did not suggest a formidable fighter, it was the gaze that unnerved Lu Chuang. Despite years of navigating the underworld and encountering fierce individuals, he had never encountered such a tranquil demeanor. So calm it seemed as though he was regarding a collection of inanimate objects. "Hey, buddy, which gang are you with? This is none of your business. Just scram," Lu Chuang pressed, trying to gauge the boundaries of the unspoken rules of the streets. Qin Shuo disregarded their taunts. His gaze traversed past Lu Chuang, pausing for a moment on the fallen Xiaoluan to confirm his vital signs were stable, merely incapacitated for the time being. Next, he shifted his focus to the terrified girl, swiftly scanning her to ascertain that she had incurred no substantial harm, only shaken by the experience. Finally, his attention returned to Lu Chuang, like two cold searchlights illuminating the darkness. "You and him." Qin Shuo's voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, devoid of emotion, as if stating an objective fact, exhibit abnormal bodily structures that explained that it was neither an interrogation nor a threat, but rather a condescending demand for an account of the situation. Lu Chuang was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, quickly succumbing to rage. "What the hell are you blabbering about? Looking for a fight, huh?" He felt mocked, and the ire dispelled any remnants of inexplicable trepidation. He swung his fist toward Qin Shuo's face with a speed and force greater than when he struck Xiaoluan, the wind howling in its wake. In Qin Shuo's perception, the trajectory of the punch was remarkably clear, the speed pitiably slow, and the manner of execution riddled with flaws that he made no overt effort to evade or block. Instead, at the moment the fist was about to connect, he swiftly tilted his upper body to the side. The fist grazed his cheek, the gust of wind tousling a few strands of hair on his forehead. Lu Chuang stumbled forward, his body propelled by inertia. Before he could process his astonishment, he felt a steady, powerful hand seize his wrist with the grip of a vice. Qin Shuo's fingers precisely pressed against several critical tendons and nerve clusters in Lu Chuang's wrist. There was no crushing of bones. He simply applied just the right amount of pressure. Instantly, Lu Chuang was engulfed in a wave of intense pain, akin to being struck by high voltage, rendering his arm utterly powerless. He screamed and found himself involuntarily kneeling on the ground. "Boss!" The other lackeys, witnessing the scene, were filled with shock and fury, clamoring as they rushed forward. Qin Shuo cast a mere glance at them, his idle left hand gesturing. Dismissively, bang, 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 a series of muffled thuds accompanied by brief cries of pain ensued. The few underlings that had rushed forward were sent flying back with even greater speed than they had approached, crashing against the alley walls before collapsing to the ground. Momentarily incapacitated, Qin Shuo did not even resort to using his fists. He merely struck with the back of his hand in what seemed a casual manner, employing a deftness sufficient to render them unable to fight without inflicting serious harm. The entire episode unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuang, kneeling on the ground, could scarcely comprehend how his subordinates had fallen, He only felt an irresistible force upon his wrist and the chilling depth of the man. Before him, Qin Shuo lowered his gaze, observing Lu Chuang's pallid face, drained of color from pain and fear, and spoke once more, his tone remaining unruffled. Your strength, its source. At that moment, Lu Chuang dared not be arrogant. He stammered, I don't know, big brother. It's just, I was born strong. Qin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly. An innate exceptional physique. While such a possibility existed, considering the earlier performance of that male student, Xiaoluan, the odds of coincidence appeared too slim that he released his grip, and Lu Chuang, as if granted a reprieve, clutched his wrist and scrambled to retreat to the corner, gazing at him in terror. Qin Shuo paid no further attention to the thugs, turning instead toward Xiaoluan, who was just managing to sit up. Xiaoluan looked at Qin Shuo approaching him, his face still bearing the bruises of a recent beating, confusion mixing with gratitude and fear in his gaze. He had witnessed Qin Shuo effortlessly subdue Lu Chuang and his gang. Xiaoluan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Qin Shuo squatted before him, his eyes scanning his physique with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. Your physical strength is extraordinary, he stated directly. Have you experienced any unusual events recently? Encountered anomalous energy? Or undergone unknown modifications? Xiaoluan, bewildered, shook his head in confusion. No. I'm just an ordinary college student. Ordinary college student. Qin Shuo regarded Xiaoluan's eyes, which, though currently flustered, retained a clarity and an almost naive simplicity, temporarily accepting his assertion. At least, he himself appeared unaware of it. Qin Shuo rose. The intelligence gathering for now had reached its limit. Both targets exhibited certain anomalous traits, yet they seemed to exist in a state of unactivation or unawareness. There must be a systematic reason behind this. He glanced at the girl cowering in the corner, still shaken, then shifted his gaze to the groaning thugs on the ground, finally resting his eyes on Xiaoluan. Leave this place, he commanded Xiaoluan and the girl, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 4. Another anomaly. Having dealt with this trifling skirmish, Qin Shuo prepared to depart the alley. Yet, just as he was about to blend into the flow of pedestrians, a sound unlike that of civilian vehicle engines, a brake noise resonating with a distinct frequency, echoed from not far behind him that he halted, refraining from turning immediately, instead utilizing his auditory acuity to ascertain the vehicle's position, model, a light four-wheeled enforcement vehicle, and the sound of its doors opening. Two individuals, one light-footed and the other heavy, approached with a rhythmic cadence indicative of basic training. Don't move. Police, raise your hands and squat against the wall. A clear yet authoritative female voice rang out, accompanied by the faint click of a gun's safety being disengaged. Qin Shuo slowly turned. Before him stood a young policewoman clad in a deep blue uniform, gripping a standard-issue handgun with both hands, the muzzle steadily directed towards the alley's entrance. Her gaze was sharp, her body slightly leaning forward, maintaining a standard alert shooting posture. Beside her was a visibly tense male colleague, also armed and on guard. The policewoman, Qin Shuo's gaze functioned like the most precise measuring instrument, swiftly completing a preliminary scan of her. Then, his attention fixed on her hands gripping the weapon, and the remarkable steadiness of her eyes even amidst the tense atmosphere. Anomaly. Once again, her bodily coordination, reaction speed, and weapon control stability surpassed the standards expected of an ordinary female law enforcer. This anomaly differed from the two men in the alley. It did not manifest solely in raw power or resilience, but leaned more towards neural responses, sensory acuity, and a certain yet to be fully activated potential, like a blade that had been initially honed but remained unsharpened. Threat level reassessed. The number of unknown individuals increased, and their types diversified. Qin Shuo stood firm, not exhibiting the panic displayed by others, including Xiaoluan, who had just scrambled upright, or Lu Chuang's underlings cowering in the corner. He simply regarded Qilin with calm composure, as though the gun pointed at him were non-existent. His tranquility contrasted starkly with the surrounding turmoil, instantly drawing Qilin's focus toward him. Do you hear me? Hands on your head, squat against the wall. Qilin reiterated sternly, adjusting her aim slightly more directly at Qin Shuo. She instinctively sensed that this uniquely composed young man was the most unstable and unmanageable element on the scene. Qin Shuo finally responded. He did not comply with her command. Instead, he took a step forward, closing the distance to observe more clearly. Your sensory acuity and bodily stability exceed baseline by 37 to 45, he stated, his voice steady as if reciting a report. Explained the reason. Qilin was taken aback by his bewildering question, her ire igniting. Was this man insane? Or deliberately provoking her? I warn you, comply with the order immediately. Otherwise, I will take necessary measures. Qilin pressed her finger gently on the trigger, her tone becoming even more severe. Gu Xiaoluan, witnessing from the sidelines, felt a surge of dread. He wished to explain Qin Shuo's intentions, yet he was at a loss for words, stammering, "Officer. He's helping us." Lu Chuang and his subordinates were eager for the situation to escalate, hiding in the corner and watching the unfolding drama in silence. Qin Shuo paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. His gaze remained locked on Qilin, particularly her eyes and the slight tremor of the muscles in her hand gripping the gun. He was collecting data, analyzing the operational patterns of this anomaly. Your adrenaline levels are rising, yet your pupil dilation and heart rate fluctuations are maintained within reasonable limits. This is not an effect achievable through ordinary training. He continued to articulate his observations. Have you been exposed to energy radiation of a unique frequency? Or has your genetic sequence undergone unnatural selection? Qilin felt her nerves tightening. She could not comprehend the man's words, but his assured tone and seemingly penetrating gaze instilled an unsettling sensation of being thoroughly analyzed. This was not the demeanor of an ordinary street thug or a bystander stepping in to help. This is your final warning. Qilin suppressed her unease, resolving to take decisive action. She needed to regain control of the situation. Yet his expression remained unchanged, still calmly observing her. Cooperate? Not a chance, Qin Shuo replied. But I require knowledge of the prevalence of individuals like you, the anomalies, in this world. His words left Qilin and her colleague momentarily stunned. Why did this person always speak in such peculiar terms? What anomalies? Enough with the nonsense. Xiaozhang, go and cuff him. Qilin gestured to her male colleague, maintaining her armed vigilance. Officer Qilin, he accurately addressed her by name. Despite never having heard anyone refer to her so, your potential remains undeveloped. This is a waste. With that, he shifted and vanished, leaving Qilin and the others momentarily dazed. Chapter 5. Memories. After Qin Shuo departed, he sought refuge in a newsstand, closing his eyes not for rest, but to immerse his consciousness in the vast ocean of memories that belonged to a member of the Emperor's Custodian Guard, steeped in a history that transcended millennia. Time seemed to rewind to the end of the 29th millennium. He did not awaken as a warrior, but rather as a feeble, consciousness-clouded infant, lying amidst the ruins of Terra, shrouded in a veil of radioactive dust. Hunger, cold, and the omnipresent whispers sought to engulf his nascent soul. Then, a radiant light descended. It was not the sun's glow, but a more pure and majestic presence. A figure loomed, towering like a mountain, enveloped in a soft yet blinding brilliance. He felt himself lifted by an irresistible warmth, meeting eyes that seemed to harbor the rise and fall of entire galaxies. The Emperor. There were no words, yet his fragile consciousness directly comprehended the message conveyed by that immense will. He had been chosen, not for his bloodline, nor his origins, but for the unique essence of his soul, brought forth through the barriers of time and space, resonating with the qualities required by the Emperor's grand vision. The subsequent memories unfolded as a blur of prolonged agony and transformation. He endured the biological alchemy overseen by the Emperor himself, far beyond the comprehension of the technology of this era. His bones were reinforced, muscle fibers restructured, and his neural response speed elevated to a pinnacle unattainable by mortals. His genetic chain was meticulously edited, optimized, purging all potential flaws and decay factors, branded with the absolute mark of loyalty. This process was accompanied by unimaginable suffering, each instance teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet the Emperor's power acted as the sturdiest forge, refining him from mere mortal iron into a lethal blade. When he once again surveyed himself with clarity, he was no longer that weak infant, but a newly forged custodian, clad in a suit of gleaming power armor tailored for him, shimmering with a restrained golden light. He became one of the most secretive and formidable guardians of humanity as sovereign. The twilight of the Unification Wars heralded his awakening as a warrior. He followed in the Emperor's footsteps, purging the aberrant monsters, technological barbarians, and fanatical worshippers of heretical deities left in the wake of the old knight. He witnessed how the Emperor, with unparalleled strength and wisdom, reintegrated the shattered Terra, laying the foundation for the impending Great Crusade. Subsequently, the era of the Great Crusade flourished. He was not always at the forefront of the charge. More often, he served as the Emperor's envoy, overseer, or as a cleaner tasked with those perilous clandestine missions unsuitable for public scrutiny. He traversed the reclaimed human realms, bearing witness to the plight of his kin enslaved by xenos, and also to mortals who, even in despair, clung to the brilliance of humanity. He sailed on the Empire's warships, journeying through the starry seas, having glimpsed the resplendent nebulae and tread upon the silent graveyards of desolate planets. He encountered those gene primarchs, the Emperor's recovered sons, each towering like mountains, endowed with godlike strength and charisma. He observed how they led their respective legions of star warriors, spreading the glory of humanity throughout the galaxy like wildfire. He respected the valor and purity of certain primarchs, such as Saint Gilliman, while remaining wary of the dogmatism and arrogance of others, like Perturabo. As custodians, their loyalty belonged solely to the Emperor. They were the direct extension of the throne's will, transcending the conflicts of legions and primarchs, thus gaining a clearer vision and broader perspective. Amidst the tumult of battles and missions, the most profound imprint came from the Custodian commander, the stoic and formidable Constantine Valder. The clearest memory is set within the depths of the imperial palace of Terra, in a hall known as the Emperor's Eye, dedicated to the training of the Custodians. Valder stood half in shadow, the only illumination emanating from the glinting weapons displayed on the racks around him and the energy patterns on his imposing Terminator armor. Remember, Qin Shuo. Valder's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, each word striking with the weight of 1,000 forces upon the heart of the young Custodian. You are not ordinary warriors. You are the will of the Emperor, the ultimate foundation he has laid for humanity's future. Strength arises from loyalty. Skill serves the mission. Valder stepped forward, his hand clad in a finely crafted power gauntlet, seizing a training power spear, and with a casual sweep, the air reverberated with a tearing hum. Combat is not for slaughter, but for purification. Eliminate every stumbling block hindering humanity's progress, be it xenos, heretics, or potential traitors. The training was brutal. Sparring with comrades bore deadly consequences. A moment's negligence could result in broken bones, and even with the Custodian's regenerative capabilities, recovery required time. When Valder personally engaged, his seemingly simple strikes and thrusts embodied the pinnacle of control over power, angle, and timing, pushing Qin Shuo to his limits each time. Think, Qin Shuo. Never ceased to think. After an intense tactical exercise, Valder regarded the sweat-soaked yet clear-eyed Qin Shuo and, unusually, spoke more. Strength will wane, skills will become outdated. Only wisdom and loyalty remain your eternal sources of power. What the Emperor requires are blades capable of independent thought and situational judgment, not mere puppets executing commands. To discern the essence beneath appearances and to anticipate the roots of threats. This is the fundamental distinction between Custodians and Astartes. The final surge of memories flowed in, depicting the desperate and valiant end of the Webway War. Golden barriers crumbled beneath the chaotic tide. Familiar brothers fell one by one, transforming into shattered armor and dissipating souls. He wielded the Emperor's fury, golden psychic flames scorching countless demons, until that bloodthirsty fiend struck him down with irresistible force. The chilling sensation of death, the warmth of the Emperor's arrival, and the final mission and gift. Qin Shuo abruptly opened his eyes. The police car had come to a halt, revealing a brightly lit building before him, adorned with a blue and white emblem of a certain precinct in Juxia City. A millennium of warfare, the oaths before the throne, the blood and fire of brothers, the teachings of commanders, all coalesced into this moment, converging upon this strange yet familiar world, this youthful body, and the weighty black ring upon his finger. He lowered his gaze, glancing at his hand. Chapter 6. In the blink of an eye. Ashes to dust after a brief respite at the newsstand. Qin Shuo rose and wandered aimlessly through the still bustling city, his thoughts racing. The unusual distribution of street thugs, university students, police officers, and members of mysterious organizations seemed devoid of a specific pattern, yet there must be some underlying connection. He spotted the two individuals who had been released on bail outside the police station, along with the red-haired woman. He paused, observing them for a moment before turning away. He then raised his hand to hail a taxi marked with a distinctive insignia. The driver, a somewhat portly middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, mumbled, "Where to, buddy?" Qin Shuo pondered for a moment. The airport, a transportation hub, teeming with people, facilitating rapid information flow, possibly involving unconventional security or surveillance systems, perhaps allowing him to observe more. Airport Road, he stated evenly. All right then, the driver replied, starting the vehicle. The taxi merged into the traffic, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Qin Shuo leaned back in the rear seat, his gaze drifting through the window, observing everything along the way. The city lights rushed past, sketching the contours of a civilization both flourishing and fragile. He noted the heightened police presence at several intersections. The atmosphere seemed tenser than before. Yet the ordinary populace appeared oblivious. Just as the taxi was about to enter the airport expressway, an exceedingly faint tremor, a sensation far beyond what could be attributed to the vehicle's movement or structural vibrations, pervaded through the chassis and air, reaching Qin Shuo's extraordinary perception. The vibration was peculiar, imbued with a low-frequency, penetrating hum, as if some immense source of energy were pulsating erratically, akin to the unsettling friction of a heavy metallic structure. It bore a faint resemblance to the tremors of a titan's stride from his memory, yet on a far lesser scale, with energy characteristics that were more chaotic and primal. This was not an earthquake. It was not large-scale mechanical construction. It was conflict, a most extraordinary conflict. Stop the car, Qin Shuo suddenly commanded, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. The driver instinctively pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Puzzled, he turned back. Dude, we're not at the airport yet. We're still a bit away. Qin Shuo refrained from offering an explanation. His attention was wholly captivated by the increasingly distinct abnormal vibrations and the faint, unusual thuds of explosions resonating from afar. The air was permeated with a subtle scent of burnt substances and unknown chemicals. He needed to reach the epicenter immediately. He extended his hand, naturally reaching behind him, a visual blind spot, where money was extracted from the ring, his thoughts stirring as a crisp, neatly folded bill, imbued with the fragrance of ink, materialized in his grasp. The denomination far exceeded the fare for this journey. He handed the bill to the still-dazed driver. No need for change. With that, he pushed open the car door and agilely alighted, not even glancing back at the driver's expression of surprise and confusion. Standing by the roadside, Qin Shuo squinted slightly, sensing that the source of the tremors pointed directly toward the heart of the airport road. The aberrant energy fluctuations in the air became increasingly pronounced, imbued with a chilling, aggressive essence. The imperial ring on his finger radiated a faint warmth, as though the weapons within it yearned for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved, vanishing from the main road like a phantom, swiftly advancing toward the source of the vibrations and sounds at a speed far beyond human capability. Silently and rapidly infiltrating the area, Qin Shuo's figure raced through the shadows away from the main road, the scenery around him blurring into indistinct splotches of color. The unusual vibrations and distant explosion sounds served as precise beacons guiding his path. The acrid scent of gunpowder and a cold energy residue, distinctly alien in nature, intensified in the air. He was like a silent bolt of lightning, darting past abandoned factories and sparse woodlands, until he reached a section of the airport road now engulfed in chaos. Burning wreckage of vehicles belched black smoke, and behind makeshift sandbag barricades, local military personnel relied on armored vehicles and light weaponry to unleash a torrent of fire upon a target. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and frantic shouts mingled in a symphony of tension and despair. Their adversaries numbered three towering exoskeletons, each over 2 meters tall, with menacing lines and a chilling metallic sheen, starkly contrasted with any known terrestrial technology. They moved with astonishing swiftness and power, their energy weapons tearing through the military defenses with each flicker, obliterating an armored vehicle into a heap of burning scrap. The soldiers' bullets merely sparked against the impenetrable armor, failing to inflict any significant damage. One of the Tautai scouts, possibly to demoralize the defenders or purely out of arrogance, boasted in a voice crackling with electromagnetic distortion, "Weak natives, we marked this resource-rich planet 1,000 years ago. Your primitive nuclear civilization is no match for my army. In just a few months, this will be the pasture of my god." The chilling words nuclear civilization and resource-rich pasture pierced Qin Shuo's ears like icy needles. He had witnessed too many worlds subjected to such assessments, only to be ruthlessly plundered and annihilated. Humanity had never been alone in the cosmos, nor had it ever been safe. Observation complete. Threat confirmed. The alien invaders, proclaiming extermination, were slaughtering humanity. No trial needed, no warning required. The last vestige of the bystander's calm vanished from Qin Shuo's eyes, replaced by the frigid intent of the Imperial Guard. He focused his thoughts. The black ring on his finger suddenly ignited, enveloping him in a soft yet magnificent golden radiance. Without any grandiose display, as the light shifted, a splendid, imposing suit of dazzling powered armor manifested around him, seamlessly encasing his entire form. The armor, fluid and lethal, elevated him to a towering height of 3 meters. The golden finish reflected a harsh glint in the firelight, and the Imperial Eagle emblem on his chest seemed to come alive, exuding an intangible pressure. There was no cumbersome power pack. All systems were flawlessly integrated within the armor, rendering his stance akin to a golden demigod emerging from myth. In the next moment, he moved, no proclamation. As if executing a purification task he had performed countless times before, he began the eradication process with calm efficiency. The loyal spear of energy, the messenger, materialized in his hand, its energy field activating instantly with a deep, menacing hum. The ground trembled beneath him as he transformed into a golden flash, slicing through the air and plunging directly into the battlefield. The first Tautai scout had just raised its energy cannon, preparing to fire at a trapped military vehicle. Its sensors failed to detect the rapid approach, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a golden silhouette at the edge of its vision. Then, its armored chest, along with the intricate internal machinery, was instantly pierced by a spear radiating an invisible energy field, disintegrating upon impact. The immense energy overload ignited it like a bulb, flaring brightly before collapsing into a pile of smoking, disintegrating metal fragments. The second Tautai soldier reacted slightly quicker, panic-stricken as it swung its gun around, unleashing an energy beam. Yet Qin Shuo was already gone from his original position. He sidestepped with an agility defying the laws of physics, the energy beam barely grazing the surface of his dazzling armor, leaving not a single scratch. Meanwhile, his spear swept through the air, harnessing the force to slice through the second Tautai soldier's waist with precision. There was no thunderous roar, no struggle. The exoskeleton and the Tautai creature within were cleanly severed in half, the surface smooth as a mirror, before exploding into a fireball amidst the dissipating energy. The entire sequence unfolded at breakneck speed, from Qin Shuo's emergence to the destruction of 2 Tautai soldiers, all occurring in the span of a single breath. The third Tautai scout, the one that had just boasted, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Fear flickered in its cold electronic eyes for the first time. It frantically retreated, raising its arm-mounted energy gun to unleash a desperate barrage at the golden figure. The rapid-fire energy barrage enveloped Qin Shuo. He made no significant evasive maneuvers, merely adjusting the posture of his dazzling armor slightly, allowing the invisible deflection field to effortlessly repel the majority of the energy attacks, redirecting them outward, where they detonated into a series of craters on the surrounding ground and debris. The few shots that struck the armor left only the faintest traces of scorch marks. Facing the onslaught, he took a step forward, effortlessly covering dozens of meters in an instant, appearing before the last Tautai soldier as if he had teleported. The Tautai soldier gazed at this deity of slaughter, seemingly forged of gold, feeling the oppressive aura freezing its very soul, erasing all remnants of its previous bravado. It wished to beg for mercy, to flee, but it was far too late. With a casual wave of his left hand, the illusory Holy Spirit shield flickered and effortlessly swatted aside the soldier's futile attempt to block. The spear in his right hand pierced through its core energy chamber with the ease of a hot knife through butter, without any hesitation. The actions of the Tautai soldiers became rigid as they lowered their heads to gaze upon the massive wound in their chests. Energy surging forth like a deluge breaching its dam. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Qin Shuo caused the spear to tremble. Boom! The third Tautai reconnaissance soldier was obliterated in an internal explosion, disintegrating into a shower of metallic shards and biological remnants. The entire sequence, from emergence to conclusion, transpired in less than a second. The rapid response of the Imperial Guard was nothing short of remarkable. The 3 once mighty Tautai vanguard scouts, who had mercilessly crushed local military and police, had been reduced to mere heaps of smoldering scrap metal. The scene descended into a profound silence, punctuated only by the crackling of burning vehicle wreckage and the distant sound of alarms. All surviving military and police personnel stood in stunned disbelief, fixated on the resplendent golden figure that loomed in their midst. They had scarcely comprehended the events that had just unfolded. They only witnessed a flash of gold, followed by the explosive demise of the three formidable metallic monstrosities that had inflicted such suffering upon them. What was that? A robot? An alien? Or perhaps a deity? Qin Shuo paid no heed to the mixed gazes of shock, fear, and a flicker of hope for survival that surrounded him. The energy field of the powered spear in his hand gradually extinguished, and the spear tip drooped. He surveyed the remnants of the three Taoye soldiers, confirming that the threat had been thoroughly eradicated. Beneath the visor of his gleaming powered armor, Qin Shuo's gaze remained as frigid as ever. Then, he vanished from sight amidst the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 7. Impossible to discern onboard the Juxia command center. The colossal holographic projection screen relayed chaotic images from the battlefield on Airport Road in real time. Flaming vehicles, a cacophony of gunfire, and the three grotesque Taoye reconnaissance soldiers rampaging through military defenses were all displayed. Each passing second signified further casualties and the collapse of the defensive line. General Dikao furrowed his brow, his expression stern. He had just issued orders for Du Xiangwei, equipped with micro-wormhole transport technology, to depart immediately for support, aiming to contain or even capture a Taoye soldier for vital intelligence. Du Xiangwei stood poised at the designated position in the command room, encased in dark alloy armor that enveloped her athletic form, her eyes steely and ready for imminent transport. Technicians were engaged in urgent final calibrations of coordinates and energy injections. The wormhole calculations commenced, the target location was locked, and the transport activation alert sounded 3 seconds later. Suddenly, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Inside the command room, Du Xiangwei, and all personnel closely monitoring the battlefield screen experienced a collective shock, their pupils dilating and breaths momentarily suspended. On the screen, a brilliant, almost imperceptible golden streak, akin to a thunderbolt tearing through the night sky, plunged into the battlefield without warning. It was too fast, so swift that even high-speed cameras could only capture a blur. The instant the golden light appeared, the rhythm of the battlefield seemed forcibly paused, only to resume in an astonishingly different manner that left onlookers agape. The first Taoye soldier, having just raised its energy cannon, seemed to merely brush past the golden figure. In the next moment, its sturdy exoskeleton was seemingly ruptured from within by an invisible force, disintegrating into a sprawling fireball and scattering metallic fragments. The action was too swift to comprehend. Only the aftermath remained. The second Taoye soldier, sensing danger, attempted to pivot. Yet, its movements appeared frozen in time before the golden light. In a flash, as if slicing through cream with a hot knife, the upper and lower halves of the Taoye soldier were abruptly severed, unleashing a torrent of energy that triggered a violent explosion. Still, the precise sequence of events remained obscured. The third Taoye soldier, who had been boasting mere seconds ago, now exhibited palpable fear and an instinctive desire to retreat. It unleashed a frantic barrage of fire, energy projectiles raining down like droplets of rain. However, the golden figure weaved effortlessly through the onslaught. All attacks rendered futile as they either fell into empty spaces or were deflected by its barely perceptible energy field. Then, the golden light surged forth. A thrust and a swirl. Boom! The third fireball erupted on the screen, signaling the total annihilation of the three Taoye vanguards. From a moment the golden light emerged to the battle's conclusion, the entire sequence transpired in perhaps less than 3 seconds, a pace that left cognition struggling to keep up. In the command room, the silence was palpable. All eyes were fixated on the lingering flames on the screen and before them. The now slightly clearer, towering figure clad in a golden-powered armor they had never encountered in any database or intelligence reports. Standing over 3 meters tall, its fluid classical lines melded seamlessly with a chilling sense of technology amidst the smoke and fire, resembling a deity of war descended upon the mortal realm. Du Qianwei stood frozen at the transport point, the micro-wormhole activation protocol having been inexplicably interrupted. Her typically stoic visage was now marked by unprecedented shock and disbelief. She prided herself on possessing extraordinary skills, with abilities beyond the ordinary, yet the golden figure displayed a different echelon of power altogether. This was not mere technique. It was a pure, overwhelming force. A voice emerged from one of the intelligence analysts, breaking the stillness. All signals from the 3 Taoye vanguards have vanished. They have been destroyed. General Decao inhaled deeply, struggling to recover from the overwhelming astonishment. Rewind. Highest speed slow motion. Analyze every movement of that golden light. I must know what it is. His voice trembled ever so slightly. Technicians promptly complied, and the large screen began to replay the extraordinarily brief combat sequence frame by frame at an excruciatingly slow pace. Yet, even at the slowest playback, only a hazy golden trajectory could be discerned moving, pivoting, and striking in defiance of physical norms. The specific attacking motions, how the spear was thrust, how it was blocked, how force was exerted, remained an indistinct blur. The power of the attack could only be inferred through the manner in which the Taoye soldiers' armor shattered and the points of explosion. Complete analysis is not possible. General, the deputy reported with difficulty. The target's speed is too rapid. The energy response instruments cannot accurately capture it, beyond known limits. Its powered armor design is not recorded in any civilizational archives. General Decao's gaze remained fixated on the frame captured on the screen, the close-up of the golden figure. The visor completely obscured any expression, emanating a profound and unsettling calm. This was neither a super soldier from the Xiong Binglian, nor a remnant technology from the Denua star system, nor did it resemble the style of demons or angels. A novel, formidable entity capable of instantaneously annihilating the initial 3 Taoye vanguard soldiers had appeared on Earth. In Juxia City, Decao felt an immense weight descend upon him. The threat of the Taoye had not fully unfolded, and a more mysterious, powerful variable had boldly emerged. Halt all direct actions in this area, Decao swiftly commanded, his voice regaining its customary steadiness, though the gravity in his eyes remained unshakable. Highest confidentiality level. Mobilize all resources. I want every piece of information on this armored figure. Before it reappears, we must discern its true nature. Du Qianwei gazed at the golden figure on the screen, instinctively clenching her fists. It was a visceral reverence born from confronting absolute power. The scene was a wreck, thick smoke mingling with the acrid scent of charred remains. The remnants of burning vehicles crackled ominously, twisted metallic fragments and shell casings littering the ground, intermingled with dark, viscous fluids that did not belong to humanity, remnants of the obliterated Taoye soldiers. The clamor of rescue operations replaced the earlier sounds of gunfire. Medical personnel and the remaining soldiers raced through the chaos, retrieving the wounded from behind cover and from overturned vehicles, hastily placing them on stretchers and loading them into wailing ambulances. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and the muffled groans and cries of the afflicted. The golden figure vanished before anyone could react, disappearing as swiftly as it had appeared, blending into the distant darkness without leaving a trace. All that remained were the remnants of a chaotic feast, silently attesting to the brief, yet earth-shattering intervention. In the crowd, Qilin felt as though she had been struck in the chest by a colossal hammer. The impact momentarily blinded her, draining her of all strength. She barely registered what had struck her, only recalling a flash of light from a stray bullet or an energy splash as she assisted in evacuating the crowd, followed by searing pain and an inescapable darkness. She collapsed, her sidearm slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. A colleague nearby called her name in terror, frantically assisting the medical personnel in lifting her onto a stretcher. The ambulance doors slammed shut, and the flashing red and blue lights sliced through the night as it sped towards the city center. In her unconscious state, Qilin's mind did not fully succumb to oblivion. Rather, she found herself ensnared in a deeper, peculiar vortex. She felt as if her body was being disassembled and reassembled, myriad fine, searing currents coursing through her veins and nerves, cleansing every cell within her. Fragments of indistinct memories, foreign to her, flickered across the vastness of the starry sky, strange symbols and the whispers of a cold, immense will. This was not a dream. It was the painful clarity of being forcefully awakened from slumber. Her body was undergoing a fundamental transformation. All her sensory thresholds, sight, hearing, touch, were being violently elevated and expanded. The world around her became unprecedentedly vivid and overwhelmingly cacophonous. She could hear the subtle variations in the ignition of every engine cylinder in the ambulance, feel the jolting of the wheels as they rolled over each small stone, even distinguish the minute differences in blood flow and adrenaline levels among the various individuals within the vehicle. An innate power, long buried, surged through her genetic code, striving to merge with her existing consciousness. The legacy of Shunhe civilization was activated amidst an abrupt assault and the brink of death. Qin Shuo stood at the edge of a rooftop several kilometers away from the airport road, his radiant golden power armor retracted into a ring, reverting to his ordinary attire. The night breeze swept past, carrying the distant sounds of sirens and ambulances. He coldly gazed in that direction. The cleansing mission was complete. 3 alien reconnaissance units had been thoroughly eradicated, while the armed forces of this world demonstrated a commendable response time. Their equipment and individual strength appeared woefully inadequate in the face of genuine extraterrestrial threats. He remembered the female police officer, Qilin. He had noted her extraordinary potential during the previous conflict. Just before the evacuation, he caught a glimpse of her being knocked down by the energy shockwave, and sensed the dormant genetic sequence within her stirring to life, awakened by this trauma and near-death experience. Another extraordinary individual had been activated. Qin Shuo's expression remained impassive, devoid of pity or elation. This was merely an observed phenomenon, a data point to be recorded. The anomalies in this world seemed intrinsically linked to impending crises. In the next moment, he turned and silently disappeared into the shadows of the stairwell, as if he had never been there at all. Only in the distant hospital, where Qilin had just been wheeled into the emergency room, was her body undergoing a profound transformation, and within the command center of the Juxia, General Dikao found himself engulfed in immense confusion and pressure, staring at a screen filled with static and residual images. Chapter 8. Developments from all sides within the command center of the Juxia. General Dikao stood before a massive star chart, his expression graver than ever. The recent airport road incident, marked by the formidable and enigmatic golden armored giant, had left a lingering shock that had yet to subside. Just then, a new, even more catastrophic alarm was transmitted to his command desk via the Dino 3 monitoring system. General, spoke Lianfeng, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible dryness. Dino 3 has detected an abnormal energy spike near the orbit of Pluto. The energy signature matches that of the Tautai-S Advanced Reconnaissance Unit activating the interstellar navigation anchor point. On the star chart, a glaring red representing Pluto's orbit blinked incessantly, magnifying as if the universe had opened a malicious eye. Based on the energy readings and the activation model of the Dazhong Bridge, Lianfeng continued her report, each word laden with gravity. The main fleet of the Tautai is expected to reach the outer solar system within a year and launch a full-scale assault on Earth. A year. The weight of that word struck every heart in the command center like a hammer. The technological prowess and military might displayed by the 3 Tautai reconnaissance units had already rendered Earth's conventional forces nearly helpless. Now, they would confront a complete invasion fleet traversing interstellar distances. Dikao closed his eyes, fully aware of what a civilization capable of interstellar travel meant for Earth, still entrenched in its pre-nuclear age. When he opened his eyes again, all hesitation and shock were suppressed, leaving only the resolve of a soldier facing dire straits. There was no time for further indecision. Ducao's voice echoed through the command center via the loudspeaker, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. Initiate the highest contingency plan for the Black Great Wall project. The Xiong Binglian plan is to commence immediately. With the order given, the entire Juxia, along with multiple associated secret bases, began to operate with the precision of a finely tuned war machine. Confidential documents that had long been prepared were retrieved, and names of individuals under close observation were entered into the call-up list. Gu Xiaoluan, Power of the Galaxy; Lu Chuang, War God of Nuashing; Cheng Yaowen, Heart of the Earth; Du Qiangwei, Space-Time Rose; Zhao Exin, Spear of Duxing; and Qilin, Shinhe Sniper. These young individuals scattered throughout society, harboring dormant supergenes, were about to be gathered together to face a fate beyond their wildest imaginings. As for Reyna, the sunlight, she would need to contact Panjin. In Tianhe City, at the Angel International Building, the atmosphere in the luxurious top-floor conference room was solemn, yet somewhat stifling. The impeccably dressed board members were engaged in discussions regarding the company's global strategy and the upcoming quarterly financial report. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire building. The large floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room shattered, sending shards of glass flying inward like a torrential downpour, causing the elite attendees to scream in terror and seek cover beneath the tables. A fierce wind swept in, carrying dust into the conference room. As the dust settled, the attendees cautiously raised their heads to find that the long conference table had been replaced by a colossal, intricately carved metal throne. Seated upon the throne was a woman clad in silver armor, her snowy wings unfurled behind her. She possessed a breathtakingly stunning visage, her golden hair cascading casually. Her legs crossed as she surveyed the disheveled mortals before her with a glint of amusement and disdain in her eyes. It was the left-wing guardian of the Divine Kaiser, the Thunder Battle Angel Yin. The female head of Angel International, a composed middle-aged woman, suppressed her inner shock, pushed aside the bodyguard blocking her path, straightened her disheveled collar, and stepped forward. She recognized the insignia, recognized the wings. The company's ancient precepts and top-secret documents clearly detailed the origins of these angels. I am the head of Angel International. Her voice trembled slightly, but she endeavored to maintain her composure. May I inquire who you are? Angel Yin tilted her head slightly, a smile alluring enough to render any man spellbound gracing her lips, but her words were as cold as steel. Earth? Quite a charming little planet. Her voice possessed a unique magnetism, yet was imbued with an air of condescension. Alas, calamity loomed on the horizon. The female leader felt a tightening in her chest. Calamity? Are you referring to Taoya? Qin Shuo uttered those two words as if discussing a trivial matter, a civilization of astronautical caliber from the Mingi star system, devoted to the perverse deity Kar. Their advance party had already surveyed the route, had they not? Her gaze seemed capable of penetrating walls, envisioning the distant fleet en route, poised to arrive within a year. She paused, observing the sudden pallor of the female leader's face, and continued in a tone that was both indifferent yet piercing. With your current level of technology, you wouldn't even be able to fill their gaps. Facing true interstellar warfare, the outcome is unequivocal. She did not elaborate further, yet the scornful chuckle that accompanied her words conveyed everything. What shall we do? The female leader's voice was dry, tinged with despair. Qin Shuo rose gracefully from her seat, striding to the shattered window, gazing down at the bustling city below, still ensconced in a facade of peace. What shall we do? She chuckled lightly. That is your own affair. We angels fight solely for justice. As for your world, well, it is quite complex. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds, landing towards the distant direction of Juxia City, where a faint yet unique dark energy was coalescing, Xiong Binglian. It also subtly swept across the direction of the airport road, where remnants of an astonishingly pure and potent energy lingered. Qin Shuo, prepare well, mortals. Qin Shuo left this remark, unfurling her wings, a powerful gust sweeping through the conference room, the footsteps of war drawing ever closer. Before her words faded, she transformed into a beam of white light, soaring into the skies, leaving behind a disheveled room and a group of awestruck mortals, their hearts filled with overwhelming dread. In a quiet house somewhere in Juxia City, Qin Shuo sat cross-legged on the floor of the living room, eyes gently closed, breathing deeply. He was not asleep, for the body modified by the Jin Juan. Profound meditation served as a superior means of rest and energy restoration. The Jin Juan lacked spiritual energy, needing to collaborate with the Silent Sisters. Here, the spiritual energy was bestowed by the old man Huang. His spiritual perception spread like an invisible web, emanating gently from his center, capturing the energy flows and information fragments within the city and beyond. He sensed the faint echoes of space being forcibly torn from the direction of Pluto. These were the residual waves from the activation of the Dachong Bridge. He felt the sudden surge of dark energy activity and the tense atmosphere within the Juxia vessel and several secret bases. These were signs of war mobilization and the awakening of super soldiers. He also perceived from the direction of Tianhe City a fleeting, powerful energy entity imbued with a divine and haughty aura, an angel's descent. All the information fragments swiftly pieced together in his mind. honed by millennia of warfare and the rigorous training of Wardwa. The Taoye main force was imminent, a countdown of 1 year. The domestic super soldier initiative was set in motion, named Xiong Binglian. The intervention of a higher extraterrestrial civilization, angels, was observed, their stance ambiguous. The situation was clarifying at an astonishing pace, deteriorating equally swiftly. Qin Shuo gradually opened his eyes, his profound gaze revealing no turbulence, only a chilling clarity. The Emperor had returned him to this juncture not by chance. The anomalies in this world were precisely to confront the impending interstellar war that would determine the fate of civilizations. However, for an imperial Qin Shuo, he would never entrust the survival of his race solely to a handful of untested super soldiers. Chapter 9. Perhaps we should engage in battle first. After processing the information, Qin Shuo found himself lost in memories of a colleague, Delicexian, who was also a Qin Shuo. He recalled a moment when he stood beside Delicexian. No. Delicexian stepped forward indignantly. It cannot be like this. No. Then what is your plan, Delicexian? To use your loyalty, anger, and spear to wrench the cycle of fate from its course? We can kill Helusi. Delicexian fixed his gaze on the Emperor, his face bathed in the soft glow of the illumination sphere. After the war, we can start anew, purifying the network and rebuilding all that was lost. Even if it takes hundreds of years, defeating Helusi, then I will confront Helusi, the Emperor interjected, interrupting his thoughts. But someone will always take his place. I have foreseen this. Such is the nature of the world. When one enemy falls, another will rise, learning from Helusi's experiences and returning with vengeance. Which sharp-headed warlord are you referring to, my lord? The Emperor shook his head. I cannot know, and it is not important now. But heed this, in this conflict, it is not only we who learn. The enemy will also become more cunning. Delicexian refused to concede. You are the master of humanity. Nothing can stand against us. After the war, we will rebuild the empire under your leadership. The Emperor regarded the Qin Shuo. After a long silence, he posed a question that was not a question, an inquiry without an answer. What if I am no longer here, Delicexian? Delicexian fell silent. Deep thunder rolled overhead. From the cave's apex, small stones pattered down to the ground. My lord, what shall we do? What will happen next? The Emperor's silhouette had long since vanished into the darkness. Far below, storms shook the entire dead city. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a phrase never before heard by the Qin Shuo wafted through the wind. Only heaven knows. Qin Shuo slowly closed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold ring. Like Delicexian, he had once firmly believed that the Emperor's will was the solitary beacon illuminating humanity's path forward, and the Qin Shuo were the sharpest extension of that will, tasked with following the guidance to purify all foes. In the network wars, he fought to the last breath, never doubting that ultimate victory would belong to the Emperor and humanity. Yet, in the face of the original body's incomprehension and rebellion, would the Emperor truly lead humanity to another sweeping victory as before? Thoughts quickly coalesced from the palace of your back to the shores of reality. The fleeting reminiscence and heaviness in Qin Shuo's gaze vanished, replaced by an unfathomable serenity. His perception, akin to the most precise radar, detected a powerful energy in the air, imbued with a divine yet aloof quality, swiftly approaching his abode in a manner transcending conventional physics. He remained still, not even glancing towards the door, simply awaiting. Moments later, a knock resonated, neither too light nor too heavy, carrying an unhurried rhythm. Qin Shuo approached the door and opened it. Outside stood a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman, clad in simple modern attire. She could not conceal an innate sense of nobility and pressure. Golden hair, a playful glint in her eyes, and a core of energy burning fiercely beneath her seemingly ordinary exterior. This was Tianshi Yin, the left-wing guardian who had recently descended to Earth. Won't you invite me in for a while? Tianshi Yin's lips curled slightly, her gaze sharp as a scalpel, scanning Qin Shuo from top to bottom, as if seeking to see through him entirely. Qin Shuo stepped aside, allowing passage. Please. Tianshi Yin glided into the modest rental room, her eyes casually surveying the furnishings, the scrutiny in her gaze intensifying. This place was far too ordinary, so mundane that it clashed with the contained, dormant volcanic energy emanating from the man before her. She seated herself on the only relatively clean chair in the room, crossing her legs and gazing at Qin Shuo, who stood resolute in the center. akin to a golden statue. So, are you not going to introduce yourself, Mr. Mysterious Golden Armor? Tian Shi Yin directly unveiled Qin Shuo's identity, and the airport incident clearly could not escape the scrutiny of her perception. Qin Shuo refrained from answering her question, and instead countered with a calm inquiry. Devoid of any discernible emotion, Yurun, what is your purpose? Yarin? Tian Shi Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the term, then chuckled lightly. We angels consider ourselves the kings of gods, the messengers of the divine Kaisha. As for my purpose, it is to observe this world on the brink of interstellar war and, incidentally, to see what variables are worth noting. Her gaze fell back on Qin Shuo. Her intentions unmistakable. Variables? Qin Shuo echoed, neither affirming nor denying. Indeed, Tian Shi Yin leaned slightly forward, a pure white stream of data shimmering in her eyes. Allow me to discover your true nature. Insight, I activate. An invisible wave of dark information scanning enveloped Qin Shuo in an instant. Tian Shi Yin endeavored to read his genetic sequence, the information from the dark dimension, and all past experiences that constituted his foundational data. However, in the next moment, a barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes. What she beheld was an impenetrable golden mist. Within the mist, only the most rudimentary surface information faintly emerged. Name, Qin Shuo. Approximate age, around 20 Earth years. Physical strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Deeper elements, such as the source of his power, his past, and the technical principles behind his golden armor, were all obstructed by a force she had never encountered, one imbued with absolute order and authority. She could decipher less than 30 bits of information, each trivial and inconsequential. Tian Shi Yin retracted the white light from her gaze, and the playful smile on her face faded slightly, replaced by genuine interest and gravity. Fascinating, she remarked, observing Qin Shuo as if appraising a rare treasure. Your means of concealment, to put it accurately, are not particularly sophisticated. For the Super God Academy and those elusive Denu survivors, it is only natural they would not detect you. However, she paused, her tone imbued with the unique arrogance and confidence of angels. For us angels, there are very few secrets in the known universe that can completely evade the inside eye. You're one of them. This disguise may deceive others, but it is insufficient against the gaze of an angel. Qin Shuo did not respond to Tian Shi Yin's judgment. Disguise? He had never intentionally concealed himself. The Emperor's gift transcended the conventional detection methods of this universe. He merely observed Tian Shi Yin calmly, sensing the surging, seemingly energy-like dark energy within her. A long-dormant desire to test his strength against the current environment and to engage with true power awakened quietly in his battle instincts, which had been silent for millennia. After the War of the Web Path, he had not encountered an evenly matched opponent. This Yurin before him seemed to possess that qualification. Thus he spoke, his voice still steady but laced with an undeniable resolve. Words are feeble. Perhaps we should find a place to spar. He raised his gaze, his eyes heavy with the cold battle intent of a top-tier hunter, causing the surrounding air to feel as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. I have not fought freely in a long time. Tian Shi Yin was taken aback. She had anticipated many potential reactions: wariness, denial, negotiation, or even a sudden attack. Yet, she never expected that upon having his identity exposed and being partially scrutinized by angelic technology, his first request would be to engage in battle. So direct, so pure. She gazed into Qin Shuo's eyes, which were devoid of tumult, yet seemed to harbor the essence of a battlefield's lethal energy, and suddenly smiled. Not the previous mocking or scrutinizing smile, but one genuinely sparked by interest. Fight! Tian Shi Yin rose, her height nearly matching Qin Shuo's, and a faint electric arc began to envelop her, the air crackling softly. Are you certain? With me? Certain. Qin Shuo's response was concise and powerful. Very well. Tian Shi Yin's smile widened, tinged with excitement. I too wish to ascertain the extent of your capabilities, the variable that even the insight I cannot penetrate. You choose the location? Follow me. Qin Shuo uttered no more words, turning to exit. Tian Shi Yin followed without hesitation. The two departed the rented room, their figures swiftly vanishing at the stairwell, leaving behind an empty room and a lingering tension and anticipation in the air. Chapter 10. One-sided domination. The location was quickly determined. Qin Shuo chose a site deep within the northern mountainous region, far from the bustling city of Juxia. Here, the mountains stretched endlessly, unfrequented by human presence, with only rugged stones and dense primitive forests, perfectly suited for testing one's strength. The two stood in a relatively flat valley strewn with gravel. The night wind whistled through the mountains, producing a mournful sound. Tian Yin leisurely stretched her body, her joints cracking lightly, observing Qin Shuo, who remained clad in casual attire, with a hint of mockery. "Aren't you going to don your splendid golden armor? Or do you intend to fight me like this?" Qin Shuo did not respond. He slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the Emperor's ring upon his finger. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. There was no deafening roar, no massive energy discharge, only a sense of ancient, absolute authority that instantaneously enveloped the entire valley. The light swirled and coalesced, covering Qin Shuo entirely, outlining an exquisitely precise silhouette that embodied both power and classical beauty. In a flash, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, replaced the seemingly ordinary young man. The resplendent golden power armor enveloped him flawlessly, its plates shimmering with brilliance, reflecting a cold yet sacred glow under the dim moonlight. The smooth muscle contours melded seamlessly with the heavy protection, and the imperial eagle emblem on his chest appeared almost alive, exuding an invisible pressure. Lacking the cumbersome power packs typical of interstellar warriors, all systems were perfectly embedded, rendering his stance reminiscent of a demigod warrior from myth, embodying elegance and lethal violence. In his hand, the power spear, taller than a man, appeared as the loyal emissary, its energy field yet to be activated, yet already emanating a chilling aura. The mocking smile on Tian Yan's face froze instantly. She had seen towering armors before. Angelic civilizations' combat armaments could also alter size. However, this golden armor before her was not merely grand. It contained an indescribable weight and authority that transcended her complete understanding. It embodied an existential presence that surpassed mere technological constructs. "Now we can commence." The calm and unruffled voice of Qin Shuo emerged from beneath the mask, drawing Tian Yin back from her momentary daze. Tian Yan's eyes sharpened, dismissing all condescension. Her snow-white wings unfurled dramatically, divine energy radiating forth, illuminating her as if she were a war god descending upon the mortal realm. As light coalesced in her hand, a blazing sword of flames formed instantaneously. "Then let me see just how resilient your golden armor truly is." No sooner had her words left her lips than Tian Yan's wings flapped, her form transforming into a white streak of lightning, moving at supersonic speed, wielding the flaming sword as she aimed a piercing strike at Qin Shuo's face. This blow was swift, precise, and ruthless, imbued with enough heat and kinetic energy to effortlessly slice through the hardest alloys of Earth. Yet in that very moment she moved, Qin Shuo also sprang into action. He did not evade, nor did he block. Instead, he charged forward. The golden power armor propelled his towering figure, unleashing a speed entirely incongruent with his size. The ground beneath him exploded into a shallow pit, and he shot forth like a golden cannonball, arriving ahead of her. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the valley, resonating endlessly. The shaft of the power spear collided violently with the blade of the flaming sword. A terrifying energy shockwave radiated outward in a circular motion, instantly clearing away debris and dust within several dozen meters of the two, reducing them to mere powder. The intense airflow caused the distant trees in the forest to sway violently. Tian Yin felt an irresistible, utterly pure physical force surging violently along the blade of her sword. Her arm holding the sword went numb in an instant, and her palm split open, crimson blood seeping forth. How is this possible? A sense of horror gripped her heart, as the opponent's strength exceeded all her expectations. Before she could adjust, Qin Shuo's onslaught came crashing down like a torrential storm. With a flick of his wrist, the powered spear slithered up the blade of the fiery sword like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Tian Yan's wrist with a peculiar angle and astonishing speed. Tian Yin hurriedly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously flapping her left wing, sending several pristine feathers like sharp flying knives, infused with dark energy, towards the joints of Qin Shuo. He didn't even glance at the feathers, merely adjusting the trajectory of the spear slightly. The feathers, capable of piercing tank armor, struck the surface of his radiant golden armor but left not even a scratch, deflected and shattered by an invisible force field and the armor's formidable defense. Meanwhile, his spear remained a relentless shadow, forcing Qin Shuo to retreat continuously. Relying solely on her high-speed movement and the brief flickering of micro-wormholes to narrowly avoid the deadly spear tip. It was too fast. His movements bore no warning. Qin Shuo's heart sank further with each encounter. The opponent's combat style was stripped down to its essence, devoid of any superfluous motions. Each thrust, sweep, slash, and smash targeted her vital points with terrifying efficiency. His strength, speed, and defense utterly overwhelmed her. Bang! One moment of failure to evade, and the spear shaft struck heavily against Qin Shuo's side. Even with the protection of her dark energy shield and silver armor, she felt as if a high-speed train had collided with her, her body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing into a rock wall, buried beneath the rubble. Qin Shuo stood firm, spear in hand, not pursuing. The golden visor coldly surveyed the ruins. Boom! Rocks exploded, and Qin Shuo emerged somewhat disheveled, her silver armor coated in dust. A trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The ease she once felt had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming gravity and a flicker of rage. Very well. She wiped the blood from her mouth, her gaze sharpening like a blade. You have successfully provoked me. She no longer held back, fully channeling the dark energy within her, while simultaneously connecting to the sacred repository of knowledge in Mei Luo Tianting. A vast stream of data surged into Qin Shuo's mind like a celestial river. The surrounding environment, air currents, energy distribution, gravitational parameters, even the minutiae of Qin Shuo's every muscle movement and the trajectory of his spear. All information was instantaneously collected, analyzed, and computed. Her gaze momentarily became vacant, then quickly regained clarity, yet it seemed as if countless lines of code were racing through her mind. Analyzing target combat patterns, assessing energy composition, calculating optimal attack paths. Whoosh! Qin Shuo moved again. Her speed surged once more, her actions becoming increasingly precise and efficient. Each evasion was executed with perfection, and each attack sought out the minuscule flaws theoretically present in Qin Shuo's assault. She no longer relied on brute force, but sought to outsmart him, utilizing the computational power of the sacred repository to overcome strength with strategy. In an instant, the valley was illuminated by a white silhouette darting around the golden giant, attacking and maneuvering. The fiery sword traced countless scorching trajectories, piercing towards Qin Shuo's joints, optics, energy core, and other potential vulnerabilities from unimaginable angles. Yet clang, clang, thud. The relentless sound of impacts echoed. No matter how cunning or swift Qin Shuo's attacks were, Qin Shuo's spear consistently met them with the simplest and most effective trajectories, deflecting, parrying, and even directly shattering her strikes. His movements seemed unperturbed by her connection to the repository of knowledge. They remained steady, efficient, and impeccable. The sacred repository could calculate trajectories, analyze energy, and predict movements. It could not account for the absolute combat intuition forged through millennia of blood and fire. Instinct intertwined with the soul. Each of Qin Shuo's responses stemmed not from computation, but from countless life and death struggles that had honed an almost instinctual reaction. Sometimes, this reaction even surpassed thought and transcended the limits of data deduction. Impossible. The computational power of the repository could not fully suppress him. Qin Shuo felt an unparalleled shock. After connecting to the repository, she had believed she could turn the tide or at least hold her ground. Yet the reality was that she remained at an absolute disadvantage. The opponent's combat skills seemed to have transcended into an art form, a principle entirely unbound by conventional computational models. Your calculations are utterly meaningless. From beneath the visor, Qin Shuo's cold voice emerged. The first time he had spoken during the battle. The moment his words fell, the energy field of the spear in his hand roared to life. The deep hum turned sharp and piercing. No longer passively blocking, he launched a fierce, powerful thrust. This thrust, seemingly simple, sealed off all of Qin Shuo's escape routes calculated by the repository, forcing her to confront it head-on. Qin Shuo, Yin gritted her teeth, channeling dark energy to its utmost, the fiery sword erupting with unprecedented brilliance as she positioned it to block. Boom! An explosion tenfold more violent than before erupted. The white energy field and sacred energy clashed violently, annihilating everything. The ground was blasted into a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter. The terrifying shockwave uprooted trees within hundreds of meters, tearing them apart. For the first time, cracks appeared on the fiery sword in Qin Shuo's hand. Her body was thrown back like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from her mouth, tracing a tragic white arc through the air. The wings on her back dimmed, feathers disheveled. She crashed heavily to the ground, struggling a few times, unable to rise. Qin Shuo stood in place, the energy field of the spear gradually extinguishing. Aside from a bit of dust, his radiant golden armor remained pristine. He looked down from above at Qin Shuo, who lay on the ground, his golden visor betraying no emotion. What exactly are you? Qin Shuo struggled to lift her head, gazing at the giant, seemingly cast in gold, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep trepidation. Qin Shuo did not answer. He simply turned calmly and walked away, the golden armor dissipating into shimmering motes of light, revealing his ordinary attire once more. He approached Qin Shuo, glanced down at her, and spoke in a flat tone. Your power is commendable, but you are overly reliant on external calculations. With that, he turned and stepped toward the valley's exit, his figure quickly vanishing into the thick night and forest, leaving behind the injured Qin Shuo lying among the rubble, gazing at the direction he had disappeared, her mind echoing with the brief yet profoundly transformative battle and his cold appraisal. Relying on external calculations. She, the left-wing guardian of Sheng Kai Sha, connected to the sacred repository of knowledge, had been utterly defeated by an enigmatic golden-armored warrior through the purest force and skill on this obscure planet. This information must be reported to Queen Kai Sha immediately. Chapter 11. Yan's Ruthlessness. Amidst the rubble, Qin Shuo stirred. She propped herself up, feeling as if her entire body had been shattered, particularly her side, which throbbed painfully from the heavy blow. She glanced down at the cracks and dust on her silver armor, then touched the dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Since becoming a third-generation super soldier and upgrading to a left-wing guardian, she had never felt so humiliated. The guy truly fought ruthlessly. She bared her teeth, attempting to summon dark energy to mend her wounds. The regenerative abilities of the third-generation super warriors are indeed formidable. The damaged tissues and fractured bones rapidly healed under the nourishing energy. Although complete recovery would require some time, at the very least, she could move without hindrance. She suppressed the tumultuous emotions of humiliation, shock, and a twinge of fear swirling within her, forcing herself to regain her composure. Battles may be lost, yet the intelligence must be conveyed. She closed her eyes, her consciousness sinking into the dark dimension, connecting to the dark communication channel far away in Melua Tianting. Queen Kaisa. Her voice resonated through the dark communication, tinged with a barely perceptible edge. Almost instantaneously, a majestic and calm presence, seemingly eternal, responded to her. Yes, I have seen everything. Queen Kaisa's voice echoed directly in Qin Shuo's mind, devoid of reproach or surprise, only a profound sense of understanding. Qin Shuo's heart tightened, then relaxed. Indeed, having connected to the repository of divine knowledge, the battle data had likely synchronized with the Queen in real time. Your Majesty, I, Qin Shuo, wish to explain and seek forgiveness. No need for further words, Kaisa interrupted, her tone remaining steady. His martial prowess is pure and efficient, stripped of all unnecessary embellishments. A skill born solely for slaughter and destruction. His strength is peculiar, imbued with an ancient sense of order, diverging from the dark energy manipulation we are accustomed to, and closer to a fundamental application of power. It is not unjust that you were defeated by him. Such a commendation from Queen Kaisa. Qin Shuo felt a chill run down her spine. She understood that the Queen seldom praised a mere mortal lightly. Your Majesty, his origins. The eye of insight cannot penetrate. Kaisa's voice carried a hint of subtle inquiry. Within the known universe's database, there were no records that completely matched his power system. The technology of that golden armor surpassed even that of Dinua and the River Styx, let alone our Angel's conventional technological framework. A genuine unknown factor. his attitude towards its angels. Qin Yin recalled Qin Shuo's cold gaze and the words about the subhuman. Currently, he did not appear to be overtly hostile, yet there was no goodwill either. Kaisa assessed, stating that he resembled an observer, or perhaps a guardian. The object of his guardianship seemed to be the humans of this planet. As long as his bottom line is not crossed, he need not be classified as an enemy for the time being. Continue monitoring Yin. His existence may alter the course of this war on Earth, potentially affecting even broader matters. Yes, Your Majesty, Qin Yin responded respectfully. First, tend to your wounds. On the Earth side, Morgana should soon make her move, and Taotia is about to descend upon the city. Chaos is imminent. We require more information to discern the true role of this variable. The communication ended. Qin Yin slowly opened her eyes. Her injuries had largely healed under the flow of dark energy, yet the turmoil in her heart remained. The existence that even Queen Kaisa could not fully comprehend. This pre-nuclear civilization on Earth was indeed profoundly complex. She rose, brushing the dust off her silver armor, gazing in the direction Qin Shuo had departed. Her expression a mixture of contemplation. Where did this silent, ruthless golden-armored figure emerge from? Meanwhile, aboard the Juxia in the command center, a shrill alarm abruptly pierced the tranquility of the night. General, Denua 3 has detected a high-intensity, short-duration anomalous energy surge in the northern mountainous region of Juxia City. A monitoring officer reported loudly, his voice tinged with urgency. General Decao immediately approached the main screen, which displayed the coordinates of the energy surge and preliminary analysis data. The energy peak far exceeds normal levels. The type cannot be fully identified. It is mixed with high-intensity dark energy and an unknown golden energy reaction. Lianfeng's voice came through the communication channel, laden with incredulity. The duration of the explosion was extremely brief, yet the total energy released instantaneously rivaled that of a small tactical nuclear strike. The screen shifted, amplifying the blurry images captured by satellites and remote sensors. All that could be seen was a valley area engulfed in blinding light, followed by a dispersing shockwave and a massive cloud of dust. Can we ascertain the cause? Decao inquired solemnly, his brow furrowed. Another anomalous energy surge. First, the golden-armored individual on Airport Road, and now an unidentified energy explosion in the mountains. In recent times, Earth has seemingly become a stage frequently visited by unknown forces. The specific cause cannot be determined. General, the monitoring officer, shook his head. The energy residue characteristics do not match any known super warriors, demons, or even Taotia technology. Furthermore, in the core area of the energy explosion, it appears there are residual traces of angelic energy. Angels? Decao felt a jolt in his heart. The angels had just descended, and now they were involved in a conflict near Juxia City. Who was their opponent? A golden figure flashed through his mind. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team to the area. Prioritize safety, focusing on collecting energy remnants and environmental samples, avoiding contact with any unknown targets. Decao commanded swiftly. He moved to the viewport, gazing out at the pitch-black sea, his mood heavy with foreboding. The golden-armored individual, angels, and the unexplained energy surges. These successive, unknown factors rendered the already tense situation, exacerbated by the approach of Taotia, even more enigmatic and perilous. In the city, at a 24-hour noodle shop, Qin Shuo sat in a corner, a steaming bowl of beef noodles before him. He ate slowly, each movement meticulous as if engaged in some ritual. The brief yet intense battle with Qin Yin felt to him like brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust, barely causing his heartbeat to quicken. Indeed, he had not experienced an exhilarating fight in quite some time. The strength of that subhuman was adequate. Having accessed the so-called repository of knowledge, their skills were commendable, yet that was the extent of it, compared to the chaotic demons that twisted time and corrupted reality. Such an opponent could only be regarded as a moderately satisfactory warm-up. What he was more concerned about was the commotion triggered by the battle. The energy collision in the valley, though he had deliberately controlled the range, must have already attracted the attention of this planet's monitoring systems. Sure enough, the small communicator, cell phone, he had placed on the table, just extracted from his ring, lit up, displaying a local news push. Rare geological activity suspected in the northern mountainous region, accompanied by bright lights and loud noises. Experts are en route to investigate. Geological activity? A barely perceptible smile tugged at Qin Shuo's lips. The official response of this civilization to unknown events bore a resemblance to the approaches of certain imperial worlds from his memories. He was not worried about being discovered. The energy signatures of his Yaojin power armor and power spear were starkly different from the mainstream systems of this universe, making it difficult for them to pinpoint his location. Even if they did, he would not care. His purpose was simple: to understand the threats, assess the power, and eliminate threats if necessary. As for how the official institutions of this world reacted, that was not within the scope of his immediate concerns. Finishing the last bite of noodles and slurping the broth clean, Qin Shuo set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, his movements precise as if from a textbook. He paid, stood up, and exited the noodle shop. The night had deepened, and the streets were sparsely populated. He walked alone on the path back to his rental, his stride still steady, his silhouette elongated beneath the streetlights. Chapter 12. The Xiong Lian Plan. Not long after the incident in the northern mountainous region of Jusha City, another meeting commenced. On one side of the long conference table sat the military officials and senior members of the Super God Academy, led by Ducao, all with furrowed brows. On the other side was a newcomer, a stylishly dressed young woman with a tall stature, her long ponytail swaying, exuding an aura of confidence and assertiveness. She was Lena, the sun god of Liang, who had just arrived on Earth and was one of the key figures in addressing the crisis. Ducao projected the battle footage from the airport road, along with the analytical data regarding the remnants of the 3 instantly destroyed Tau Tia reconnaissance units captured by Denois 3, onto the main screen. The gravity of the situation was evident to all present. Ducao's voice was low and serious as he stated, "The attackers hail from the Tau Tia civilization of the Mingi star system, a purely aerospace civilization that venerates death and slaughter. According to the audacious statements of their reconnaissance units and the monitoring by Denois 3, their main fleet will traverse the Great Worm Bridge near Pluto and reach the solar system within a year at most." He switched the display to showcase some blurred images of the Tau Tia legions, vast cross-shaped warships, numerous small aircraft, and infantry units equipped with various lethal weapons, all sourced from the legacy database of the Denois civilization. Their objective was unmistakably clear: Earth. Given our current conventional military strength, our chances of direct confrontation are exceedingly slim. Ducao did not sugarcoat the severity of the situation. At that moment, Reina tapped her fingers on the table to capture everyone's attention. Rising from her seat, she approached the screen and pointed at the images of the Tau Tia, her tone imbued with divine certainty and a hint of barely concealed excitement. For her, this might be a splendid opportunity to escape the monotony of life on Liang Star. Tau Tia? I know them. They're the rabid dogs of the perverse death god Carl, known only for their brutality and lack of sophistication. She then shifted her focus to another list displayed on the screen, which included names like Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and Qi Lin, alongside preliminary capability assessments. However, mere insults will not deter them. Our greatest asset now lies with those who harbor the dormant treasures within them. She used the playful term treasures, yet her gaze turned earnest. The super genes within them possess powers that transcend this era. Activating and training them, uniting them as one, is the key to our fighting chance. She looked at Ducao and directly proposed, "I suggest we immediately launch the Heisa Chongqing plan. We can no longer afford to hide. Time waits for no one." Ducao nodded in agreement, recognizing the alignment of her suggestion with his own decision-making. He surveyed the room and announced, "The Heisa Chongqing plan is already underway. I hereby designate a Jia to coordinate its advancement." A Jia, a robust man in a black suit who had been silently recording notes in the corner, stood up and replied solemnly, "Understood, General." Ducao's gaze returned to Reina. "Reina, your mission is to assemble and train the Xiong Company. Transform these scattered super soldiers into a lethal sword that can pierce the heart of our enemies." "No problem. Leave it to me," Reina responded promptly, her face breaking into a radiant smile. As for locating and contacting those with the activated Shenhe genes, Ducao turned to his daughter, Du Qiangwei, and a few operatives responsible for fieldwork. "I will personally lead this effort. Qiangwei, you will assist. Ensure that they are brought to the Super God Academy as swiftly as possible." The meeting drew to a close in a tense yet efficient atmosphere, with tasks swiftly allocated. Just as everyone prepared to depart, a knock echoed on the conference room door. A staff member entered and whispered a few words into Dikeo's ear. Dikeo's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded, "Please let her in." The door opened once more, revealing a tall, graceful figure, with golden hair and a stunning visage. She wore a half-smile that hinted at mischief. It was the returning Angel Yan. Her presence instantly altered the atmosphere of the conference room, making it more delicate and tense. Du Qiangwei's expression sharpened with vigilance, while Reina crossed her arms, curiously scrutinizing the renowned left-wing guardian. Angel Yan casually surveyed the room before her gaze settled on Dikeo. She addressed him directly, her tone imbued with the distinct arrogance typical of angels, as if stating an undeniable fact. "It appears you are already aware of the situation. The Tao Tia are set to invade, and Earth will be drawn into an interstellar war. Our angelic civilization must ensure that Earth remains under the banner of the just order." Just order, Dikeo thought, frowning internally but maintaining a composed exterior. He refrained from directly responding to Angel Yan's assertion about order and instead shifted his gaze sharply toward her. "Miss Yan, just moments ago, a severe energy surge was detected in the northern mountainous region. The energy signatures partially align with angelic characteristics, while another portion matches the golden armored giant reported on Airport Road. This matter, I presume, is related to you?" He pointedly referenced the alarm raised by Denoa 3. To everyone's surprise, Angel Yan showed no signs of denial or concealment. She even languidly stretched her neck, as if alleviating some discomfort, and then candidly admitted, "Indeed, it was me. I engaged in a battle with that golden armored giant." Pausing briefly, she casually revealed a shocking truth that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "And I lost. Quite thoroughly, I might add. He had me pinned to the ground, nearly preventing my escape." The left-wing guardian of Kaisha, who had access to the sacred knowledge repository, openly acknowledged her defeat. The room fell into a deafening silence. Even Reina's typical nonchalance evaporated. The dark energy surging within Angel Yan was undoubtedly superior to her own. If she had been defeated, just how formidable was that golden giant? Suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, Dikeo pressed further. "What else do you know about that golden giant?" Angel Yan offered a knowing smile, her gaze flicking to the impassive Du Qiangwei before returning to Dikeo, as if sharing a delightful secret. "I don't know much more, but I will offer you a hint. The golden giant you seek appeared quite ordinary before his transformation, resembling a rather unremarkable handsome young man. Moreover, a few days ago, he fought alongside Xiaowen and Lu Chuang, the very names on your current list." She shrugged, her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? The mysterious powerhouse you have been searching for has been right under your noses, yet you failed to notice." With that, she disregarded the myriad expressions of disbelief on the faces around her, and her snow-white wings unfurled slightly. "The message has been delivered, and my task is complete. The future of Earth now rests in your hands. However, do not forget the just order." Leaving behind a tinkling laugh, Angel Yan vanished into the ripples of the micro-wormhole. The conference room was engulfed in silence for a prolonged moment. Dikeo slowly returned to his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. The golden giant Qin Shuo, alongside Xiaowen and Lu Chuang, had effortlessly defeated Angel Yan, an entity of terrifying prowess, shrouded in mystery, seemingly devoid of direct malice toward humanity, at least for now, and perhaps even residing among ordinary individuals. He raised his head, meeting the contemplative gazes of Reina and the sharp-eyed Du Qiangwei, and issued a solemn command. "The formation of the Xiongbing Company must be expedited. We face not only the Tao Chia, but also the need to investigate that individual named Qin Shuo. I want to see his profile." Chapter 13. What will you fight with? The plan has been initiated. Gu Xiaowen and Zhao Xian were huddled together in front of a computer, the screen displaying some indescribably intense battle footage that captivated their full attention, punctuated by occasional low chuckles. "Wow, that stance is incredible." Zhao Xin et Gulim, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Sure, keep it down." Gu Xiaowen nervously glanced toward the dormitory door, fearful of being caught by a passing supervisor. Just as their scholarly discussion reached a critical juncture, the door burst open with a loud bang, the force slamming it against the wall. Gu Xiaowen and Zhao Xian jumped in fright, frantically attempting to shut down the computer, their minds racing with a singular thought: "We're done for. Caught red-handed." However, The intruders were not the dormitory supervisor or a counselor, but rather several imposing men clad in black suits, wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of cold severity. At the forefront stood the one tasked with the mission, a Jie. His gaze swept over the panicked Xiao Luan and Zhao Xan, ultimately resting on the computer screen, still displaying video footage, his lips twitching imperceptibly. The National Security Bureau. A Jie produced an identification badge emblazoned with the national emblem. Flashing it before the two, his voice devoid of any emotion. Gu Shaolin, Zhao Hexen, accompany us for a moment. The mention of the National Security Bureau sent a jolt through Gu Shaolin's mind, turning his face pale. It was merely an action film. How could it warrant the attention of national security? His legs trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Hexen, equally bewildered and frightened, stammered, "Big brother, there must be some mistake. We were just trying to learn about physiology." A Jie paid no heed to their protests, exchanging a glance with his associates. Two men in black suits stepped forward, unceremoniously assisting Gu Shaolin, who was still attempting to shut down the computer, and the feeble Zhao Xin, and led them away. "Hey, my computer!" Gu Shaolin struggled in vain, dragged out of the dormitory, leaving behind a flickering screen and an empty doorway. In a certain billiard hall, Lu Chuang, bare-chested and showcasing his muscular physique, was engaged in a game with a few associates, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of bravado. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a group in black suits surged in, their commanding presence silencing the raucous room. Lu Chuang, a Jie, stood at the entrance, his eyes fixed on him. Lu Chuang slammed his cue stick down, furrowing his brow, his tone aggressive. "Who the hell are you?" "National Security Bureau." A Jie repeated his earlier stance and produced his credentials. "Please cooperate with our investigation." "Investigation? What for? I haven't done anything wrong lately," Lu Chuang retorted defiantly. Yet a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes, acknowledging his past misdeeds. A Jie, disinterested in further dialogue, waved his hand. Two men in black approached to apprehend him. Lu Chuang instinctively attempted to resist, throwing a punch at the nearest individual. The agent, evidently well-trained, sidestepped effortlessly, executing a precise maneuver that seized Lu Chuang's wrist and twisted his arm behind his back, pressing a knee into his lower back. "Ouch! Be gentle." Lu Chuang grimaced in pain, instantly losing his will to fight. "Take him away." A Jie's expression remained impassive. Lu Chuang was led out of the billiard hall like a chicken by the neck, leaving his stunned companions behind. In a hospital room, Qi Lin lay in bed, her complexion still pale. The incident on Airport Road and the subsequent awakening of her genes had left her physically drained, and she was under observation. Gazing at the ceiling, her mind replayed the sudden assault and the golden figure that descended like a deity. The door to her room creaked open, and Lian Feng entered with others. "Comrade Qi Lin." Lian Feng's tone was significantly gentler. "How are you feeling?" Qi Lin struggled to sit up. "I'm fine. Who are you?" "National Security Bureau." The assistant presented identification. "Regarding the incident on Airport Road and certain unique circumstances pertaining to you, we require your cooperation in further inquiries." Qi Lin met the unwavering gaze of the suited man and glanced at his capable companions, understanding the gravity of the situation. She nodded. "I will cooperate." In a restaurant kitchen, Rui Mengmeng, donned in an apron, clumsily scrubbed a mountain of dishes. She was petite and sweet-looking, yet her eyes held a hint of timidity. She had come to work here to earn tuition fees. The kitchen door flapped open, and a Jie and his team entered, starkly contrasting the greasy surroundings. "Hui Mingme." A Jie compared her to a photograph. Startled, she nearly dropped the plate in her hands, timidly nodding, "Yes, that's me." "Is there something wrong?" "National Security Bureau." A Jie succinctly stated, "Please accompany us." "Huh? Have I done something illegal?" Rui Mengmeng's face turned ashen, her voice trembling. "I'm just a worker. Do not be alarmed. We merely wish to understand the situation." A Jie endeavored to soften his tone, but for an ordinary girl, the oppressive presence of the black suits was overwhelming. Ultimately, Rui Mengmeng was half led, half carried from the restaurant, her apron still tied around her waist. In a village field, Sheng Yao was engaged in farming. His skin was dark, and his physique robust, silent and reserved. When the villagers led Du Ka Ao and his entourage to him, he was wiping sweat and taking a break. Sheng Yao, Du Ka Ao Anquayod. Sheng Yao lifted his head, surveying the unexpected visitors with calm eyes, seemingly unfazed. He nodded. "I am General Du Ka Ao, Please cooperate with our work. Cheng Yao when asked no further questions. He silently set down his hoe and willingly approached Du Ka Ao's group, boarding the helicopter. His compliance took Du Ka Ao by surprise. As night fell, several black sedans traversed the city from various corners, all heading toward the same destination, the Super Divine Academy nestled amidst the mountains. Inside the vehicles, Ge Shaolin and Zhao Xan remained anxious, speculating about their supposed transgressions. Lu Chuang, exhausted from swearing, leaned back in his seat, breathing heavily, his expression dark. Qi Lin gazed out at the swiftly retreating night scenery, her emotions complex. Rui Mingming wept softly, bewildered. Cheng Yao maintained his silence, resembling a stone statue. Ajie sat in the passenger seat of the lead car, observing the pitch-black road ahead. He pressed his earpiece and reported quietly, "General, the first batch of individuals on the list, Ge Shaolin, Zhao Xan, Lu Chuang, Qi Lin, Rui Mingming, Cheng Yao 1, have all been located and are being transported back to the base." A steady response from Du Ka Ao came through the earpiece. "Excellent. Ensure their emotions are calmed, especially that Rui Mingming. Additionally, remain vigilant for any other abnormal movements." Ajie understood the General's reference. The enigmatic target known as the Golden Armored Man, whose true identity was Qin Shuo. Understood. After concluding the communication with Ajie, Du Ka Ao stood before the command platform of the giant canyon, silent for a long time. On the star map, the glaring red representing the thread of the Tao Dai was still prominent, while the marker denoting the unknown factor, Qin Shuo, lurked like a shadow in the city of Giant Canyon. Chang Wei. He turned to his daughter, who was on standby nearby. "Prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit in person." Du Chang Wei's strikingly beautiful face flickered with surprise, but quickly regained composure as she nodded. "Yes." The father and daughter duo departed without any attendants, traveling in an inconspicuous black sedan, quietly leaving the giant canyon and heading toward the city. Du Ka Ao was at the wheel, while Du Chang Wei sat in the passenger seat, the atmosphere between them heavy with silence. The vehicle came to a halt beneath the old residential building where Qin Shuo resided. Du Ka Ao adjusted his military uniform, while Du Chang Wei remained in her sharp black leather jacket. They ascended the stairs, one after the other, standing before an unremarkable security door. Du Ka Ao inhaled deeply and knocked. Moments later, the door opened. Qin Shuo stood behind it, clad in simple casual wear, his expression calm, as if their arrival was not unexpected. "Mr. Qin Shuo," Du Ka Ao initiated, his tone bearing the steadiness of a soldier intertwined with a subtle gravity. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Du Ka Ao, and this is my daughter, Du Changwei. We represent the Super Divine Academy and Earth Defense, and we wish to discuss something with you." Qin Shuo's gaze lingered for a moment on the stars on Du Ka Ao's shoulder before sweeping over Du Changwei's evidently enhanced physique and her cold demeanor. He did not step aside, but coldly inquired, "Discuss what?" Du Ka Ao did not beat around the bush, directly stating their purpose. "We have learned of your extraordinary abilities. The events on Airport Road and your interactions with Tianshi Yin have confirmed this. As you are aware, Earth is on the brink of invasion by the Tao Dai civilization. This is a war that concerns the survival of human civilization. We earnestly request that you emerge from your seclusion and join us to protect this world together." His tone was sincere, infused with the earnestness of an old general seeking assistance in dire times. Du Changwei interjected, "Your strength is of paramount importance to Earth. The Xiong Lian is being formed, but they require time to grow. We need formidable individuals like you to serve as our anchor." Qin Shuo listened without displaying any emotion. He neither rejected nor accepted the proposition outright. Instead, he posed a question that seemed somewhat tangential to the current discourse, yet struck at its core. This planet is still divided into over 200 nations. His voice was steady, as if stating a commonplace fact. Both Du Cao and Du Changwei were taken aback by a sudden shift in topic. Qin Shuo continued, his gaze seemingly penetrating through walls to perceive the global landscape. Countless virtual boundaries, known as national borders, delineate spheres of influence among one another. Resources are scattered, technological barriers exist, and the command structure is fragmented. His words bore no trace of derision. They were merely a cold observation grounded in reality. The prospect of establishing a comprehensive planetary defense system was nearly non-existent. He then turned his gaze back to Du Cao. his profound eyes reflecting 1,000 years of warfare and an acute understanding of the essence of conflict, and said, "Tell me, General." He paused slightly before asking the most crucial and brutal question. "What do you have to fight with?" Du Cao fell silent. Behind him, Du Chongwei moved her lips as if to speak, yet any justification before such an inquiry rooted in absolute logical reality seemed futile. Qin Shuo's question was akin to a cold scalpel, slicing through all impassioned slogans and political rhetoric, directly addressing the most fatal weakness of Earth's civilization: disunity and lack of coordination. How could a civilization that is yet to integrate internally confront a highly centralized, goal-oriented, technologically superior interstellar invader? Du Cao took a deep breath, recognizing that any embellishments before a person like Qin Shuo would be futile. He had to be candid. "You are correct." His voice bore the weight of reality. "The current state of Earth is indeed unsatisfactory. The barriers between nations and the dispersion of resources pose immense challenges. The Heisa Changchang plan aims to mend these rifts and unify all forces we can." He raised his head to meet Qin Shuo's gaze. "This is precisely why we need you. Your strength and insight may help us dismantle these barriers more swiftly. At the very least, it would grant us more time to establish a sturdier defense before the Qiao arrives." Qin Shuo listened quietly, maintaining an impassive expression. "A defense?" He repeated in a flat tone. "A defense built on shifting sands will inevitably collapse." He glanced at Du Cao and then at Du Chongwei, who appeared somewhat indignant, and slowly articulated, "War is no trivial matter. It cannot be won merely through the valor and fervor of a select few super soldiers. It tests the organizational coherence of an entire civilization, its resource allocation capabilities, and unified will. You have yet to even forge the most fundamental unified will." He concluded. After that, he ceased to speak further, stepping back to prepare to close the door. "Wait." Du Chongwei could not restrain herself from stepping forward, her tone urgent. "Are we to abandon resistance simply because it is difficult? Are we to stand idly by as our world is destroyed?" Qin Shuo halted his motion to close the door, gazing into Du Chongwei's eyes filled with defiance and reluctance, and calmly responded, "Resistance is your affair. I will only act when the Emperor's will needs to be manifested, or when I deem the time ripe for intervention. Currently, the moment has not yet arrived." With a heavy thud, the door closed, isolating Du Cao and Du Chongwei, along with their fervent hopes from the outside world. In the corridor, silence reigned. Du Cao stood motionless, Qin Shuo's chilling words echoing in his mind. Du Chongwei stared at the firmly shut door, her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning pale. This invitation had failed. Chapter 14. Il God Su'udan. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Egypt, the relentless sun scorched the golden sands, distorting the ancient pyramids in the heat, resembling the tombs of slumbering giants. Several menacing vessels, unmistakably of the Mingwa star system design, silently descended near the grand Khufu pyramid. The hatch opened, and a contingent of soldiers clad in heavy metal exoskeletons emerged, led by a figure draped in a dark hooded robe, exuding a chilling presence: Snow, the emissary of the Reaper Carl. Snow raised his gaze towards the towering pyramid, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth beneath the hood. He held an energy device radiating a ghostly blue glow, proceeding directly towards a concealed entrance at the pyramid's base. The soldiers followed silently, their energy weapons vigilantly aimed at their surroundings. The interior of the pyramid was not entirely solid. Under Snow's guidance, they traversed a labyrinth of corridors, ultimately arriving at a vast underground chamber adorned with ancient murals. In the center of the chamber stood not a pharaoh's sarcophagus, but rather a confinement field composed of intricate energy runes, emitting a faint white light. Within the field, a massive, grotesque figure lay dormant. Was that an alligator? Yet its size far exceeded any known alligator, its body enveloped in thick, metallic-hued dark green scales, muscles coiling, exuding a menacing aura even in slumber. This was the Il God Su'udan, the third-generation beastly super soldier crafted by the Reaper Carl, possessing formidable physical strength and defensive capabilities. Its sole distinguishing feature was its lack of intellect and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. Over a millennium ago, it had been sealed here after being pursued by patrolling angels due to its excessive activity. "Release it," Snow commanded the technicians behind him, his voice raspy as if sandpaper were scraping against itself. The technicians promptly advanced, connecting the energy device brought by Snow to the energy nodes of the confinement field. The ghostly blue energy rapidly corroded the sacred runes left by the angels like a virus, causing the white light to flicker violently. With a dull roar, the confinement field shattered like broken glass. A powerful energy shockwave sent several nearby soldiers flying. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the chamber. The slumbering giant crocodile abruptly opened its crimson eyes, filled only with the most primal hunger and a desire for destruction. Its colossal form rose upright, towering nearly 3 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence, while its massive tail swept through, shattering nearby stone columns. I, Suodan, have returned. So hungry. Suodan opened its cavernous maw, revealing dagger-like teeth. Drool dripping from its jaws, scorching the ground below. At that moment, a singular thought consumed its simple mind. Eat. Eat kunlas humans. Snow observed the awakening Suodan, a satisfied expression flickering beneath his hood. He stepped forward, speaking in a tone laced with temptation. Suodan, come with me. I will take you to a place filled with abundant food. Food? Suodan's attention was immediately captured, its massive head tilting as its crimson eyes fixated on Snow. Where? Take me there quickly. Follow me. Snow turned to lead the way. Suodan eagerly followed, its heavy footsteps causing the entire chamber to tremble. However, just as it stepped outside the pyramid, exposed to the scorching African sun, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Perhaps the 1,000-year seal had destabilized the energy, or remnants of the angel's seal were triggered, or Suodan itself, just awakening, could not control its power. Suddenly, chaotic energy surged forth from beneath Suodan's feet. Suodan barely had time to emit a brief gasp before his massive, cumbersome body was propelled through the air by the sudden, bizarrely directed energy turbulence. Akin to a slingshot, he transformed into a green meteor, hurtling across the sky at an exaggerated speed, vanishing instantaneously on the eastern horizon. Sinua and a group of Tiao soldiers stood dumbfounded, staring vacantly at the empty expanse ahead, momentarily at a loss for words. Chase! Quick, chase after it! Sinua shouted in exasperation. We cannot allow it to escape. This is Lord Ka-Air's significant creation. Several Tiao landing ships hurriedly ascended, pursuing the direction in which Suodan had vanished at full speed. Their tracking devices locked onto the unique beastly energy signal emanating from within Suodan. In the ordinary afternoon of Ju Xia City, Qin Shuo stood in front of a newsstand at a street corner, casually picking up a copy of the day's newspaper. His interest was not genuinely piqued by the news printed on its pages. Rather, he was observing the methods of information dissemination in this era and sensing the pulse of society through the lines. The newspaper was rife with entertainment gossip, economic trends, and inconsequential international news, while reports on geological activity in the northern mountainous regions were relegated to an inconspicuous corner. He read swiftly, almost skimming, his gaze tranquil and undisturbed. The newsstand owner, a balding middle-aged man, was reclining in a chair, listening to opera on the radio, paying little heed to this uniquely composed customer. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated from several blocks away, accompanied by distant cries and the blaring of car alarms. Qin Shuo paused, his hand holding the newspaper momentarily faltering. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as radar, instantly directed toward the source of the sound. His psychic perception spread like mercury, capturing a chaotic, savage, and feral surge of powerful energy fluctuations, along with several cold energy signals characteristic of the Ming-He star system in hot pursuit. Tiao, and another unfamiliar, formidable biological response. Almost simultaneously, a greater commotion erupted at the far end of the street. A colossal, dark green figure, akin to an out-of-control heavy truck, thundered around the corner. It was a gigantic crocodile standing upright. It seemed a bit dazed from the fall, shaking its massive head. Its crimson eyes scanning the unfamiliar environment filled with towering buildings and the terrified humans who screamed and fled upon sighting it. What is this place? Suodan's needed. The aroma of food wafting through the air instantly invigorating it. Saliva dripping profusely. So much delicious food. It extended its scaly claw. ready to snatch at the nearest paralyzed pedestrian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blue energy beams descended from the sky, striking the ground around Shuo Dun with precision, creating small craters and causing the cement debris to rattle against its scales. 3 small Tiao flying vessels skimmed low overhead, their hatches opening as several Tiao soldiers aimed energy guns at Shuo Dun, attempting to intimidate it. "Come back with us," shouted one soldier in a static-laden universal tongue. "Back? Why should I go back? There is so much delicious food here." Shuo Dun roared in displeasure, disregarding their command, its attention wholly captured by the vibrant edibles around it. With a swipe, it sent a car blocking its path flying, continuing its charge toward the densely packed crowd. The soldiers' attacks struck its thick scales with little effect, only serving to further incite its fury. Chaos swiftly spread through the block. Qin Shuo gradually lowered the newspaper in his hand. His gaze transcended the panicking crowd and the futile assaults of the Tiao soldiers, fixating firmly on the gigantic crocodile that was wreaking havoc, an alien entity, possessing formidable physical strength and harboring a clear animosity and predatory desire towards humanity. Throughout his millennia-long career of warfare, he had encountered countless beings of similar nature. Their very existence was a desecration and a threat to human civilization. As for the Tiao soldiers, they were mere ancillary minions. The newsstand owner had long since cowered beneath the counter, trembling. Qin Shuo remained still, not immediately taking action. He was evaluating the situation. The energy level of this crocodilian alien was considerable, its physicality robust, yet it appeared to possess limited intelligence, acting without a coherent strategy. The Tiao soldiers were attempting to contain it, but evidently their efforts fell short. This was a densely populated urban area. If left unchecked, casualties would inevitably escalate. The Empress could not tolerate such filth rampaging through the realm of humanity. In the next moment, Qin Shuo's figure vanished from in front of the newsstand. It was not a mere mirage created by rapid movement, but a genuine disappearance, as if he melded into the fabric of space itself. Only the newspaper he had set down gently drifted to the ground. Almost simultaneously with Qin Shuo's disappearance, a radiant golden light erupted at the center of the chaotic street, dispelling the shroud of panic. As the brilliance receded, a towering figure clad in resplendent golden power armor, standing at 3 meters 2, emerged like a golden war god from myth, standing resolutely between Shuo Dun and the pursuing Tiao soldiers. The armor shimmered with vibrant hues, the imperial eagle insignia on his chest exuding solemnity and authority. Indeed, it was Qin Shuo. His sudden appearance was so jarring, his presence so imposing, that even Shuo Dun, who had just swatted away a car and was consumed by thoughts of food, halted momentarily in its tracks. The Tiao soldiers piloting the small flying vessels, hovering low, felt their sensors blaring with piercing alarms, a primal fear seizing their core processors. "Lock onto the unknown high-energy target. Priority, eliminate," barked the squad leader, suppressing his terror and swiftly redirecting the energy guns from Shuo Dun to the golden giant below. However, just as they were about to pull the trigger in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Qin Shuo moved. He did not glance at the bewildered crocodile nor heed the surrounding panicking crowd. His first target was the alien pursuers emanating the foul energy of the Ming He star system. A low, deadly hum resonated as the energy field of his spear, the loyal messenger, activated. Without making any overt throwing or thrusting motions, he simply swept his arm, holding the spear at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, toward the 3 small flying vessels above. Whoosh! Bang! The first flying vessel was struck as if by an invisible hammer, exploding mid-air along with the Tiao soldiers within, transforming into a brilliant yet fleeting fireball. Clang! The second vessel attempted to ascend to evade, but the spearhead seemed to transcend spatial distance, precisely striking its engine core. There was no explosion, only the shrill sound of metal being forcibly torn apart, as the entire structure of the vessel collapsed instantaneously, billowing black smoke as it spiraled downwards. The soldiers inside could not even let out a scream. Thud! The soldiers aboard the third vessel had just glimpsed the fate of their comrades when terror drove them to fire wildly. Several energy beams shot forth, yet the golden giant merely traced a perfect arc with the spear before him. Bang! 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 All the energy beams collided against the spear shaft and the invisible deflection field, like a cow into the sea, failing to create even a ripple before being entirely deflected, with one beam ricocheting back, grazing the hatch of the vessel and sending the soldiers inside into a panic. At some point, Qin Shuo had appeared above the side of the last flying vessel. He did not employ the spear, but instead, with his left fist encased in radiant golden armor, he struck forth like a battering ram unleashed. Boom! The final Tiao flying vessel, along with the two terrified soldiers inside, was obliterated by the sheer kinetic energy of that singular punch. Fragments and debris scattered like raindrops. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a second. All three Tiao pursuit vessels were annihilated. The skies still lingered with the acrid smoke of the explosion and scattered sparks, while the ground lay strewn with burning debris. The neighborhood had succumbed to an eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant wails of sirens and the muffled sobs of the distraught. Qin Shuo descended slowly from the sky, his heavy golden boots thudding against the ground littered with fragments, producing a dull sound. The power spear in his hand pointed diagonally towards the earth, its energy field gradually extinguishing. The golden visor turned towards the recently revived, seemingly startled reptilian creature, Suodun. Purification had achieved its initial phase. Now it was time to address this savage aberration. Chapter 15. Chaos. The remnants of 3 Taodai spacecraft crackled and burned in the aftermath. After dispatching these minor foes, Qin Shuo's gaze, akin to 2 frigid searchlights, fixated on the towering figure of Suodun, now standing upright. Suodun shook its massive head, its scarlet eyes shifting from the fiery explosion to Qin Shuo. Its simplistic neural pathways appear to have finally processed the recent events. This dazzling figure had eliminated the noisy iron cans, Taotai, that sought to take it away. Moreover, it seemed remarkably formidable. Were you also here to snatch my meal? Suodun tilted its head, drool uncontrollably flowing, yet instinctively sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the golden figure, refraining from lunging forward as it had before. Qin Shuo remained silent. There was no need for words with such a barbaric creature that feasted on humanity. Only purification was required. With a subtle motion of his wrist, the power spear, a loyal emissary, emitted a low, menacing hum, its tip aimed at Suodun, just as he prepared to charge forward and eradicate this filth once and for all. A shadowy figure emerged, ghost-like, not far behind Suodun. It was Sinuo, the one who had orchestrated Suodun's release. He had employed some means to arrive ahead of schedule, and now he stood at the scene. Sinuo's face, obscured by his hood, bore an ominous expression. He had not anticipated Suodun being unexpectedly propelled away, nor had he foreseen the sudden emergence of this unexpectedly powerful golden-armored warrior, who had swiftly dealt with his dispatched pursuers. Your Excellency, this is a matter pertaining to our Mingi system. Sinuo's voice was hoarse and chilling, carrying an air of condescension as he attempted to invoke the name of the Grim Reaper, Karl, to assert dominance. This reptile is a creation of Lord Karl. I kindly ask for your leniency. Qin Shuo's gaze shifted from Suodun to Sinuo. This hooded individual exuded a far more refined and peculiar energy fluctuation than the Taotai soldiers, radiating a potent, nauseating aura of death and the void. Heretic, Mingi system, Kal. Qin Shuo echoed these 2 terms without any hint of emotion. In my perception, there are only aberrations that require purification and heretics like you. He was utterly indifferent to the origins or beliefs of his opponent. For the Forbidden Army, those who are not of our kind possess inherently different hearts, especially beings that emanate the scent of decay and death, which must be prioritized for eradication. Before his words had fully escaped, Qin Shuo moved, without a trace of hesitation. He included Sinuo on his list for elimination. The golden power armor propelled his towering figure, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through space, directly aimed at Sinuo. Captured the leader first. This hooded man was evidently the orchestrator. Eliminating him would render the foolish reptile inconsequential. Seeking death, Sinuo had not anticipated such decisiveness, nor that even the name of the Grim Reaper, Karl, would fail to intimidate. He snorted coldly, a flicker of ghostly light flashing beneath his hood as his form became indistinct, merging with the shadows, retreating swiftly to the side while simultaneously forming rapid hand seals. A shadow arrow, imbued with a chilling and corrosive energy, shot forth towards Qin Shuo like a venomous serpent. Qin Shuo did not flinch or evade, nor did he raise his spear to block. The deflection field upon his golden armor shimmered slightly as the shadow arrow, capable of piercing tank armor, struck against it, producing a soft hissing sound akin to a droplet landing on a hot iron, and was instantaneously purified and evaporated by the pure and regal psychic barrier. What? Sinuo's pupils constricted. His attack had failed to breach his opponent's defenses? Meanwhile, Qin Shuo had already advanced to his forefront. The power spear let out a shrill wail as it lunged towards Sinuo's chest. The energy field at the spear's tip activated to full power, emanating a heart-stopping wave of destruction. Sinuo, a third-generation divine body, possessed ample combat experience. In a moment of peril, his body twisted in a manner that defied the laws of physics, narrowly evading a fatal strike to his heart, while a blade exuding ominous darkness slipped from his sleeve to parry the spear. Clang! Sparks flew. The collision of dark energy and the shattering force field was intense. Sinuo felt an indescribable force surge through him. The blade nearly slipped from his grasp, as though struck by a high-speed train, sending him careening backward, a metallic taste of blood filling his throat. He was horrified to discover that a fine crack had appeared where his blade had clashed with the spear. The golden energy, possessing an absolute order attribute, exerted a powerful restraining effect against his own affinity for the void and death. Roar! Just as Qin Shuo pursued Sinuo, the previously overlooked Suo Dun seized the opportunity. Although not particularly intelligent, it had a strong battle instinct. Seeing Qin Shuo with his back turned, it let out a roar, its massive form erupting with an incongruous speed. Its thick, scaled tail lashed out like a steel whip, propelled by a fierce wind, aiming directly at Qin Shuo's back. This strike bore immense force, capable of demolishing a small building. Qin Shuo appeared to have eyes at the back of his head. At the very moment the tail was about to connect, he executed a swift spin. The power spear transitioned from a thrust to a sweeping motion, unleashing the full force of the shattering field. Buzz! The air around the spear seemed to warp and tear apart. This time, it was no mere physical collision or energy deflection. The force field contained within the spear harbored a terrifying power, capable of dismantling matter at the molecular level. With a soft sound, there was no thunderous impact, only an unsettling noise akin to the tearing of material as it was forcibly shredded. The tail of Suo Dun, which had been impervious to Taotai energy weapons, disintegrated upon contact with the power spear's tip, transforming into a swirling cloud of fine red powder and blood mist. How? Suo Dun emitted a deafening wail, the agony of its severed tail driving it nearly to madness, its colossal body staggering backward in pain and imbalance, its scarlet eyes filled with suffering and disbelief. Qin Shuo, having severely wounded Suo Dun, showed no signs of hesitation. The spear pivoted, its tip once again locking on his Sinuo, who had just regained his footing. Startled and enraged, Sinuo knew he could not afford to hold back any longer. He slammed his hands against the ground. Confinement. Instantly, the ground around him turned pitch black, resembling an unfathomable quagmire, as countless arms formed from dark energy reached out, grasping for Qin Shuo's legs, a powerful suction attempting to ensnare him completely. Simultaneously, Sinuo transformed into dozens of indistinguishable phantoms, launching simultaneous attacks from all directions, each phantom infused with deadly, dark energy. Faced with this bizarre scene, Qin Shuo remained composed, the leg field of his golden power armor fully activated, and the shadowy arms that grasped at him melted away like ice before the blazing sun. He ignored the distracting phantoms, as beneath the golden visor, his psychic perception functioned like the most precise radar, instantly locking onto Sinuo's one true form. The power spear in his hand was no longer merely a melee weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The concealed micro-explosive launchers flanking the spearhead were instantly activated. Two fist-sized explosives, containing high explosive, armor-piercing energy, trailed flames as they shot towards Sinuo's true position at supersonic speed with pinpoint accuracy. Sinuo was taken aback, blindsided by the revelation that his adversary possessed such a ranged attack method and could instantly discern his illusions. He hurriedly conjured multiple layers of shadow shields before him. Boom! Boom! The explosive impact struck the shield, unleashing a violent explosion. The shadowy barrier quivered violently, shattering in layers. The shockwave from the blast left Qin Shuo reeling, his vitality surging chaotically. Just as the fiery aftermath lingered in the air, the core of the power spear unleashed a concentrated, finger-thick, blazing white ray, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, shooting forth silently. This ray contained an intensely focused amalgamation of melting and disintegration energy, moving at an unparalleled speed. Having barely withstood the explosive impact, Qin Shuo found himself drained of old strength and yet to acquire new vigor, rendering him incapable of effective evasion. A soft sound marked the moment. The blazing white ray effortlessly pierced through his hastily assembled shadow shield, transgressing into his chest. A gaping, bull-sized, charred cavity with molten edges manifested before Qin Shuo, penetrating from his chest to his back. The energy core within him, along with vital organs, was instantaneously vaporized and obliterated by that singular strike. Stunned, Qin Shuo lowered his gaze, incredulously staring at the hollow in his chest. As his hood slipped away, it revealed a pale, contorted visage, eyes brimming with horror and resentment. Lord Carl, he rasped, his body collapsing as if all bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground as his breath rapidly faded. The third-generation divine body succumbed to the precise and lethal onslaught of Qin Shuo. The remaining two, capable of revival, posed the greatest annoyance to Qin Shuo. His gaze shifted once more towards the crocodile Sun, writhing in agony as it struggled to rise with its severed tail. Without uttering a word or expressing any pity, Qin Shuo stepped forward, traversing several dozen meters in an instant to stand before Custodian. Terrified, Custodian gazed at this golden harbinger of death, attempting to snap its jaws, only to be effortlessly restrained by the shaft of the power spear. Then, with lightning speed, Qin Shuo's empty left hand shot forth, securing a firm grip around Custodian's thick neck. The immense strength rendered Custodian's biting motion paralyzed, only allowing it to emit suffocating gasps. With his right hand raised high, the power spear surged with energy, emanating a deathly hum. "Repent for your sins," came the cold decree. The spear descended, the blade, shimmering with destructive radiance, severed Custodian's massive head cleanly, as if a hot knife slicing through fat. The grotesque crocodile head tumbled away, its crimson eyes still reflecting the last vestiges of fear and confusion. The decapitated body thrashed violently before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck like a torrent, staining the ground black. The battle seemed to have concluded, yet Qin Shuo's actions did not cease. The Emperor's purification demanded thoroughness, especially regarding these so-called gods, possessing traits of immortality. He could not allow any chance of revival. He raised the power spear once more, aiming at Custodian's severed head and headless body. Swish, swish, swish. The explosive projectile launcher unleashed its remaining high-explosive rounds, striking precisely at the head and torso. The blazing white thermal ray activated once again, slicing through the severely damaged remnants, incinerating them. The explosions resounded continuously, with flames and heat wreaking havoc. Under the relentless bombardment of explosives and the persistent searing of the thermal ray, Custodian's resilient scales, robust muscles, and sturdy bones, every tissue, were utterly annihilated, decomposed, and vaporized. In mere moments, all that remained was a sizzling puddle, mingled with charred flesh and metallic remnants, exuding a foul stench. There was no hope of revival. Not a single intact cellular structure could possibly remain. Slowly, Qin Shuo lowered the power spear, extinguishing the energy field at its tip. He surveyed his surroundings, the burning remnants of the gluttonous beast, Qin Shuo's cold corpse, and the charred fragments of Custodian. The threat had been thoroughly eradicated. He lingered no longer. The radiant golden power armor dispersed into flecks of golden light, merging seamlessly into the shadows of the nearby structures, vanishing from sight. In the distance, the wailing of sirens approached, tardily arriving. Chapter 16. A great upheaval after dispatching his foes, Qin Shuo swiftly departed. However, the eerie silence of the block did not endure for long. In the distance, the cacophony of police sirens, fire trucks, and ambulances crescendoed, cautiously encroaching upon the area that had just witnessed an inhuman battle. The flashing red and blue lights pierced the encroaching twilight, illuminating the twisted metal, cracked ground, and the two particularly glaring remnants. One was Qin Shuo, the hooded reaper, with a bowl-sized charred cavity in his chest, its edges glowing a dark red from the molten sheen. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face frozen in horror and resentment, his life force long extinguished. The other was the remains of the crocodile, god Custodian. No longer a body, it resembled a heap of flesh and ash ruthlessly ravaged by heat and explosions. The head had been severed, the torso shattered by explosive blasts, and then meticulously seared by the thermal ray, ensuring no piece of tissue remained larger than a fist. Blood soaked into the earth, mingling with the charred remnants, exuding an indescribable stench. The arriving rescue personnel and police, witnessing the scene before them, turned pale, their stomachs churning. This was no ordinary battlefield. It resembled an industrial slaughterhouse or an extreme, thorough destruction operation. My God, what on earth did this? A young officer gasped, covering his mouth, his voice trembling. No one could provide an answer. The commanding officer, suppressing his discomfort, directed personnel to establish a perimeter, evacuating any potential survivors, while swiftly reporting the situation. This clearly exceeded their capacity to handle. At the Dead Song Academy, Carl, donned in a deep blue scholar's robe, stood silently beneath the vast star map. His handsome, yet pallid face bore no expression. The loss of a capable third-generation divine body subordinate and a significant biological weapon was merely the removal of two pawns from the chessboard. Before him hovered an energy screen, rapidly replaying and analyzing the brief skirmish that had unfolded in the streets of the great canyon city. Qin Shuo's golden figure, the trajectory of the power spear slicing through the air, the thunder of the explosives, the lethal strike of the thermal ray, and the final, brutally thorough purification process were all vividly recorded and dissected. Qin Shuo was instantaneously pierced, Custodian beheaded and incinerated. Carl's gaze was profound, as if encompassing an entire void. Indeed, no form of dark energy was utilized. He murmured, his voice echoing through the vast hall, laced with a hint of curiosity. A blend of unknown, pure, and domineering biological energy with a certain technological stance. It embodies absolute order and purification characteristics, possessing a degree of restraint against void energy. He sighed softly, the sound revealing little regret, more akin to confirmation. The deaths of Qin Shuo and Custodian were anticipated, even a deliberate probe instigated by him. Through Qin Shuo's dark plane communicator and the biological monitoring unit within Custodian, he had captured the vast majority of energy reactions and attack patterns from Qin Shuo's combat. The losses were acceptable, Carl contemplated calmly, as long as the dark plane data backup was intact. Reviving Qin Shuo and Custodian would be but a simple gesture, requiring minimal resources. Yet, at this cost, he had gained a preliminary assessment of the sudden variable that was this golden colossus, which was exceedingly worthwhile. His gaze returned to the cold, merciless golden visor of Qin Shuo, entirely outside the known cosmic pantheon. An angel? Unlikely. A demon? Even less so. A blazing sun? Then, well, is there truly no such embodiment of pure style? A relentless killing machine existing solely for the annihilation of the alien? Indeed, Earth has become increasingly intriguing. Carl's fingers glided gently across the luminous screen, isolating Qin Shuo's data for individual archiving, marking it as a high-priority observation target. He was not in haste to exact revenge. The acquisition of knowledge requires patience. The emergence of this golden warrior may introduce unforeseen variables into the void era he has long sought. At the command center of the ship Zhu Xia, General Du Cao stood before a vast electronic sand table, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in concentration. The sand table displayed a three-dimensional projection of the district in Zhu Xia City, which had recently fallen into chaos, the shocking marks of destruction clearly delineated. Lian Feng spoke rapidly in her report. Target confirmed, under the command of the Harbinger of Death Carl from the Ming He star system. The third-generation divine warrior Snow and the creature crocodile god Sotan have both been eliminated. The executor of this eradication was Qin Shuo. She paused, retrieving hazy images captured by satellites and nearby surveillance cameras that had miraculously avoided destruction. The golden figure, akin to a deity of war, annihilated the two formidable alien targets with an incomprehensible speed and power. Energy readings indicated that Qin Shuo employed high-intensity kinetic weapons, unknown energy field weapons, and what appeared to be molecular disintegration weapons and ultra-high-energy thermal beams. The duration of the battle was exceedingly brief, lasting no more than 2 minutes, yet highly efficient. Highly efficient? Du Cao abruptly turned, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Lian Feng, do you call this efficiency? Look at the scene. Observe that district. This is still in the city center. Although it is not the most prosperous area, residents have not been fully evacuated. He pointed at the devastation projected before them, along with the red-marked civilian structures that had suffered damage. Yes, he eliminated 2 significant threats. Sotan, that fiend, even preyed upon humans, and his demise is no great loss. I concede that, but his methods, did he consider the repercussions? Did he contemplate the public's perception? Did he reflect upon the panic this would incite in Xia City and across Earth? Du Cao's voice echoed throughout the command room, falling into an enveloping silence. The others understood the general's wrath. This was not a remote wilderness, nor a specialized military base. This transpired within a densely populated city. Such a brutal, unabashed, even sadistic approach to combat, if the public were to learn the details, would incite chaos and fear of unimaginable proportions. This fundamentally contravened the image of control and protection that the Super God Academy and the military had long strived to establish. Where is he now? Du Cao inquired in a low voice. He vanished, Lian Feng replied helplessly. After the battle concluded, his energy signature disappeared instantaneously, and none of our detection methods could lock onto him. He must possess some form of spatial cloaking or movement technology beyond our comprehension. Du Cao approached the viewport, gazing out at the vast ocean. Find him. We must have another conversation. If today he could obliterate half a street to eliminate Sotan, what might he do tomorrow to eliminate another target? Would he dare to create a gaping hole in Xia City? He sighed. I shall go in person. Meanwhile, the individual at the center of this uproar, Qin Shuo, sat quietly atop a high-rise apartment several kilometers from the battlefield. The radiant golden power armor had long been retracted, and he now donned ordinary dark attire, resembling a pedestrian just returning from work. The evening breeze tousled his dark hair as his penetrating gaze rested upon the distant area, still flickering with police and rescue lights, his expression devoid of emotion. The city's clamor faintly reached his ears, starkly contrasting with the profound tranquility within him. Impact? Consequences? Within his core logic, these concepts held minimal priority. The emperors will surpass all. Purging the aliens and eliminating threats to the existence of humanity was the sacred duty of the elite forces. As for whether the battle occurred in the city, whether it would result in property damage or public panic, those were merely acceptable collateral damages. When humanity confronts the threat of the alien, only iron and blood can secure a slim chance of survival. Any hesitation, compromise, or concern for the so-called impact is a betrayal of the emperor and humanity itself. The buildings affected by the battle are insignificant compared to the survival of human civilization. He sensed the planet's lethargy and impotence. Those so-called police and military forces appeared feeble in the face of genuine threats. They could not even effectively evacuate the populace, let alone contend with entities like Taotai and Sotan. Chapter 17. Morgana's attention in the daytime uproar prompted Du Cao to decide upon another personal visit. As anticipated, Du Cao stood outside the door. Qin Shuo, Du Cao feigned a smile, directly addressing the matter at hand. What you did in the city center today was commendable, but the impact was somewhat adverse. Du Cao feared provoking his ire. Qin Shuo regarded him silently, perceiving the facade of Du Cao's smile until he finished speaking. Slowly, he began to speak, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling metallic quality, each word striking Du Cao's heart like a hammer. Are you finished? He stepped slightly forward, towering over Du Cao, yet the intangible pressure radiating from him rendered Du Cao and the guards behind him breathless. You imply efficiency? A faint, cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Shuo's lips, almost mocking. Your efficiency is woefully inadequate. His gaze, sharp as a blade, grazed the insignia upon Du Cao's shoulder. And your notion of impact entails allowing aliens to rampage and hunt within human cities, only for your soldiers to engage in a futile hunt with outdated weaponry, destined for heavy casualties? Cowardice. Qin Shuo enunciated the word clearly and coldly, using the so-called impact to veil your own impotence and that of the forces behind you. In the face of a manifestly overwhelming destructive threat, your immediate consideration was not to obliterate it with absolute force, but to cower and ponder trivial concerns. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes seemingly ablaze with golden flames in the dim light. Moments later, the suffocating aura of killing intent emanating from Qin Shuo receded like a tide. He returned to his composed demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. The discussion has concluded, General. He turned his back to Du Cao and approached the window, issuing his dismissal. How to engage the aliens is my prerogative. You may focus on the logistics and reassurance within your capabilities. With that, he pivoted sharply, leaving behind 2 guards, pale and shaken, as he slammed the door behind him. The heavy door echoed shut. On the other side of North America, in a neon-lit bar district, a markedly different encounter was taking place. Morgana, or at this moment, under the alias Liang Bing, sat gracefully in a relatively quiet booth of a lounge, clad in a well-tailored black leather jacket, her legs crossed. A slender cigarette dangled from her fingertips, and amidst the swirling smoke, she observed the middle-aged politician across from her, who was animatedly gesticulating, his rotund figure gleaming with perspiration. Miss Liang Bing, I must say, ideals and futures, they're all mere illusions. The politician sipped his expensive whiskey, his face glistening. The crux lies here. Resources. Funds. With money, what public opinion cannot be swayed? What votes cannot be secured? Your so-called theory of decadent freedom sounds exhilarating, but can it be monetized? Can it attract investment? If not, it is all but empty talk. A semblance of a smile danced upon Liang Bing's lips, yet her eyes concealed an icy boredom. She had been on Earth for some time, engaging with a plethora of humans in various guises. From cunning politicians wielding power to fabulously wealthy businessmen. From striving corporate professionals to aspiring artists, and down to street vendors struggling for their daily bread, she had traversed the depths of society. She passionately espouses her philosophy concerning the liberation from constraints, the embrace of one's innermost desires, and the pursuit of ultimate freedom, even if such freedom may appear as depravity to others. However, the responses she receives are uniformly disappointing. Politicians are consumed by thoughts of wealth and power. Businessmen are fixated on maximizing profits. White-collar workers yearn for promotions and raises. Artists seek fame. Vendors dread the arrival of city inspectors the following day. And thugs contemplate how to extract more protection money. Money is merely money. Liang Bing gently exhales a smoke ring, her voice laced with an imperceptible mockery. Are you truly bound so tightly by these pieces of paper inscribed with numbers? For it, are you willing to sell your soul, forsake thought, and endure all manner of injustice and constraint? One cannot speak so. The politician waves his hand dismissively. This is reality. Without money, one cannot move an inch. Your notions of freedom and depravity sound appealing, but can they sustain you? Liang Bing, uninterested in further discourse, elegantly extinguishes her cigarette, rises, and gazes down at the politician who continues to prattle on about reality. It seems we have no common language. This round is on me. Having spoken, she disregards the politician's astonished expression, picks up her handbag, and turns to leave the booth, her high heels clicking crisply and forlornly against the floor. Upon exiting the bar, the cool night air invigorates her slightly. She wanders aimlessly along the brightly lit street, observing the hurried throngs of people hustling for their livelihoods. A sense of indescribable restlessness and disappointment swelling within her. This planet, this civilization, is shrouded in a shallow yet potent material desire. Her theory of liberating depravity seems to find no fertile ground here. The souls of these humans are either tightly bound by so-called morals and responsibilities or have sunk directly into the depths of carnal desires. Devoid of the awakening she had anticipated, those daring enough to challenge all and embrace true void and freedom. A flock of domesticated sheep, she scoffs quietly, tinged with a hint of resentment. Just then, her phone in her pocket vibrates lightly. She retrieves it, swiping the screen to find trending posts on the network platform of Jusha City, discussing the mysterious explosion and strange phenomena that occurred in the city that evening. Although official sources strive to suppress and obscure the details, attributing it merely to a gas pipeline leak that caused an explosion accompanied by peculiar optical phenomena. There are always fearless eyewitnesses who captured blurry fragments and photographs with their phones. In the shaky footage, there's a fleeting golden figure, the fiery glow of the explosion, and what appears to be a bright beam of energy alongside a massive, distorted silhouette that is certainly not human. The comments below are a cacophony of reactions. Wow. I saw it. A golden giant, over 3 meters tall, stabbed a monster through with a spear. Is this a joke? Special effects? No way. I was just down the street. It felt like an earthquake, and the monster's roar was terrifying. Will the officials come out and explain? Can a gas explosion cause such effects? Is your gas nuclear-powered? Are aliens attacking? Is the apocalypse upon us? Liang Bing peruses this information and the blurry images, her initially indifferent gaze gradually sharpening into focus, culminating in a vivid interest and playful intrigue blooming on her alluring face. Oh, she enlarges a relatively clear photo, capturing the profile of that golden figure. Though still vague, the unique, powerful, and sacred contours of its armor, along with its imposing demeanor, elicit an unprecedented sensation within her. The golden behemoth swiftly dispatched that fool Snow and Sutton as the queen of demons. She possesses her own channels of intelligence and quickly verifies the identities of the combatants. Snow, one of Karl's subordinates, is a third-generation divine body. Though not particularly formidable in her eyes, he is not someone who could be easily slain. And Sutton, despite his dim-wittedness, is tough-skinned and a third-generation beast warrior, whose combat prowess is not to be underestimated, yet he was beheaded on the spot, his corpse incinerated to prevent resurrection. Such ruthless efficiency, devoid of mercy, is imbued with a certain distasteful air of order and purification. Yet paradoxically, it does not align with any known power system from her familiar divine river civilizations. The angels, those little harlots, may be holy, but they lack such domineering and industrialized tendencies. The Liang star employs stellar propulsion, and the Dannonian descendants engage in genetic engineering, neither of which follows this path. How intriguing, utterly captivating. The disappointment and irritation on Morgana's face dissipate, replaced by the exhilaration of discovering a new toy. This wretched place, Earth, unexpectedly harbors such a reckless newcomer, unconcerned with consequences, boldly wreaking havoc in the city center. She recalls how timid and hesitant humans appeared when she encountered them, contrasting sharply with the brazen golden figure, which she finds much more agreeable. Now, this is getting interesting. Compared to those fools obsessed solely with money, this individual possesses a commendable level of initiative. She licks her lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous curiosity. Regardless of where you hail from, young man, you have successfully captured the queen's attention. She swiftly manipulates her communicator, harnessing the computational power of Demon Number 1, attempting to glean more information about this golden warrior from the network and hidden channels. Those Decao fellows must be hopping mad right now, she muses with a malicious glee. The emergence of such an uncontrollable violent element in their territory will surely give them a headache. Gazing at the blurry golden figure on the screen, a thought crystallizes in her mind. Perhaps this golden giant could serve as a favorable breakthrough or a potentially valuable ally. After all, the more one clings to a rigid order and sense of justice, the more astonishing the energy unleashed when their beliefs collapse, leading them to embrace freedom and depravity. Morgana's lips curl into a smile that could beguile the masses yet send shivers down their spines. The waters of Earth, stirred by the sudden appearance of this golden warrior, seem to be growing truly fascinating. She decides to temporarily disregard the mundane humans. She intends to engage meaningfully with this enigmatic golden deity. Chapter 18, Lessons Juxia City. Super God Academy Base. In the training ground, the first batch of elite soldiers, centered around Ge Xiaolin, Qiangwei, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xian, and Qilin, have completed several weeks of intense, extraordinary training. Each bears the marks of battle, yet the childishness and confusion in their eyes have faded, replaced by a warrior's resolve and the tension of the impending mission. Captain Reyna stands before the ranks, not clad in her signature black armor, but instead dressed in a practical combat uniform, her red hair tied back, exuding an air of spirited confidence, though a subtle gravity lingers in her expression. Listen up, rookies. Reyna's voice rings clear, imbued with undeniable authority. Basic training has concluded. The next phase is practical assessment. Your mission location is Liangshan. Liangshan? Yexolun instinctively repats, in behoning dense primordial forests. Precisely, Liangshan. Reyna surveys the group, her gaze lingering particularly on Lu Chuang and Ge Xiaolin. Your objective is to locate and persuade a deity stationed there. Persuade? Zhao Xian blinks, Sister Na. What do you mean by persuade? With words or with this? He gestures with the long spear in his hand. Do as you will. Reyna waves her hand with a hint of mischief in her smile. As long as you can gain his recognition of your strength, you will pass. I must warn you, this deity may have a rather foul temper and is exceedingly formidable. Formidable? Just how formidable? Can he rival you, Sister Na? Lu Chuang grinned widely, his confidence surging as the genes of the Nuo Xing war god within him were activated through training. Reyna cast him a meaningful glance, saying, "You will understand soon enough. Remember, this is not a drill. There will be genuine dangers. Disperse and board the aircraft immediately." As she observed the soldiers of the Xiong Bing Lian boarding the transport helicopter with a mix of excitement, anxiety, and eagerness, Reyna's smile gradually faded. She turned and strode purposefully towards a highly classified conference room deep within the base. Upon entering the conference room, she found two guests already waiting. One was the chief guardian of the angel civilization, the left-wing guardian Angel Yin, who lounged casually in a chair with his golden short hair, perfect features, and a hint of playful disdain. The other, a tall and composed figure with meticulously styled golden hair and a stern demeanor, was the high-ranking Angel Jie. Light of the sun, have you finished your tasks? Yin inquired first, his voice carrying a unique magnetism, though his tone lacked courtesy. Have you sent your, potential candidates off to take a beating? Reyna took her seat at the head of the table and shot Yin an annoyed glance. Mind your language, Angel Yin. That is necessary combat training. But what about you? Why have you left the Meluo Celestial Palace to come to Earth? Looking to experience being ground into the dirt again? Her words struck a nerve with Yin, causing her playful smile to falter slightly, her gaze sharpening. The last encounter with the mysterious golden-armored warrior, Qin Shuo, had been one of her rare and humiliating defeats since becoming a high-ranking guardian angel. The overwhelming force and chilling intent of that encounter lingered vividly in her memory. Yin scoffed, adjusting her posture. That was merely an accident. We are still analyzing data regarding that unknown entity. It seems you on Earth are quite willing to welcome such uncontrollable threats. Threats? Reyna scoffed. At least he eliminated Sutton and Snow, solving our significant problems at the time. Unlike some so-called righteous civilizations that merely observe from their lofty perches or meddle ineffectually. The stern Angel Jie, standing by the window, interjected coldly, "Reyna, please be mindful of your words. The order of angelic justice is not to be desecrated. Our concern for Earth stems from the potential crisis that could affect the known universe, including that golden-armored warrior. His mere existence is a significant uncertainty." Enough. Reyna waved her hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in going in circles. What do you want this time? Surely, it isn't just to remind me how formidable that deity of Liangshan is? Yin resumed her lazy demeanor, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. We have come to reaffirm the stance of Earth, or rather, the Liang civilization you represent, regarding the impending interstellar war and entities such as the Grim Reaper Carl, the Demon Morgana, and that golden-armored warrior. She leaned forward, her expression turning serious. The cosmic landscape is shifting, and Earth is at the eye of the storm. Will you embrace the justice of the angels, follow your own path as claimed by the Super God Academy, or be seduced and devoured by other forces? We need a clear answer. The future of Earth will be determined by its people, Reyna stated firmly. We, the Super God Academy, along with the Liang civilization I represent, will offer assistance, but will not make choices for them. Regarding that Qin Shuo, she paused. We have attempted contact, but his ideology starkly contrasts with ours and even yours, angels. He is a double-edged sword, currently aimed primarily at the extraterrestrials. Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. Yin raised a brow, recalling Qin Shuo's cold words, an ancient and extreme philosophy. Such extremity often leads to uncontrollable outcomes. Reyna, keep a close watch on your team and this sword. Do not let it harm you in the end. In the conference room, the dialogue between the representatives of the two factions continued amid a subtle yet tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Xiong Lian had embarked on their journey of trials. In Liangshan, deep within the primordial jungle, the thunderous roar of the helicopter shattered the tranquility of the forest. After delivering Xiaoluan and his comrades to the designated area, it swiftly ascended, leaving the young warriors in an unfamiliar environment. Wow, this place is eerie, Zhao Xian remarked, gun in hand, scanning the surroundings warily. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and the ground was blanketed with thick fallen leaves, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying matter. According to their intelligence, the target was active in this area. Stay alert and advance in formation, commanded Chang Wei, the tactical core of the group, who possessed micro-wormhole transport technology, making her the most agile in the team. Gu Xiaolun took a deep breath, gripping his great sword tightly. Lu Chuang, wielding his black cutter axe, boldly strode ahead, muttering, "What deity? Enough with the theatrics. Watch as I drag him out." Cheng Yaowen quietly sensed the vibrations underfoot, while Qilin sought a vantage point, her keen eyes scanning the jungle through her sniper scope. However, all their movements were already under the scrutiny of an unseen presence. Deep within the dense forest, atop a massive tower, a figure sat quietly, with a rugged face and clad in golden chainmail, wearing a phoenix wing crown and lotus silk shoes. It was none other than the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong. His fiery eyes pierced through layers of foliage, observing every action and expression of the Xiong Binglian soldiers, even detecting the restless super gene energy awakening within them. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown their fur, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, a hint of weariness in his voice. Old Duan trusts Earth's future to them. His gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Chuang, where he perceived the formidable destructive energy belonging to the Nuo Xing war god, yet also sensed Lu Chuang's lingering rebellious tendencies and aggression. An impure heart leads to calamity. Sun Wukong shook his head. At that moment, Lu Chuang seemed to sense something. Perhaps his instincts as a warrior alerted him to the distant gaze. He abruptly looked up towards Sun Wukong's direction. Though he could see nothing, he bellowed, "Who's there? Show yourself." This roar instantly propelled the entire Xiong Binglian into a state of combat readiness. "Did you spot something?" Chang Wei promptly inquired. "Not sure, but I feel like something is watching us." Lu Chuang pointed towards Sun Wukong's direction. A smirk appeared on Sun Wukong's lips. "Your perception is quite impressive. Very well. Let me measure your worth." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a specter from the rock. The next moment above, Qilin's voice rang out in alarm. A golden figure descended like a meteor, exuding an unmatched momentum, wielding a dark golden staff that radiated immense power, aimed directly at the heads of Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. "Whoa!" Gu Xiaolun barely had time to exclaim, instinctively raising his great sword to block. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. Gu Xiaolun felt as if struck by a mountain, his hands shattered, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a large tree, sending leaves raining down. Lu Chuang reacted slightly faster, roaring as he swung his black cutter axe to meet the attack. "Take this!" Fuang Yi. Clang! The axe met the staff, sparks flying. Lu Chuang felt an irresistible force surge through him, his arms instantly numb. The black cutter nearly slipped from his grasp as he staggered back, landing heavily on the ground, his face a mask of shock. In just one encounter, the two primary melee forces of the team had been utterly defeated. "Xiaolun, Chuangzi," Zhao Exen shouted, his spear like a dragon, lunging toward the golden figure that had just landed. However, with a casual swing of his golden staff, Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected Zhao Exion's powerful blow, following through with a swift kick to Zhao Exion's chest, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing through several small trees. As he assessed the situation, Sun Wukong noticed the sudden appearance of Chang Wei, who lunged at him with a dagger. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, yet his movements remained unfaltering. The golden staff swept back as if possessed by a life of its own, moving with unparalleled speed. Chang Wei barely managed to evade half the distance through a micro-wormhole, only to be struck by the wind generated by the staff, resulting in a painful gasp as she tumbled to the ground. Boom! From a distant vantage point, Qilin pulled the trigger. The specially designed Godslayer No. 1 armor-piercing round shot towards Sun Wukong's occiput at several times the speed of sound. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Sun Wukong did not turn, merely tilting his head casually, allowing the bullet, capable of penetrating tank armor, to graze his hair before embedding itself deep into a tree trunk behind him. A sniper? Intriguing, but far too slow, Sun Wukong remarked, his form flickering once more as he appeared before Cheng Yaowen. Just as Cheng Yaowen activated his ability, the ground rose to ensnare Sun Wukong, only to be effortlessly shattered by the golden staff, which then struck Cheng Yaowen, following in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. The battle was a complete one-sided rout. The assault from the Xiong Lian appeared juvenile and powerless before Sun Wukong. His speed, strength, and combat experience far exceeded the imagination of these fledgling soldiers. Is this all you can do? Sun Wukong mused, shouldering his golden staff as he surveyed the fallen Xiong Lian warriors scattered across the ground, disappointment lacing his tone. They could not even provide him with a decent warm-up. Gu Xiaoluan struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he shouted defiantly. I won't let you harm my teammates. A commendable display of courage, Sun Wukong commented, effortlessly swatting him aside once more. Lu Chuang also stood up, panting heavily. His eyes reddened, a fierce determination igniting within him. Damn it, I'll fight you. Ignoring the odds, he swung his axe once again. This time, Sun Wukong did not simply send him flying. Instead, he flickered like a tease, appearing beside Lu Chuang, the golden staff raining down upon him like a deluge. These were not fatal blows, but each strike landed with bone-crushing force, eliciting a chorus of painful cries from Lu Chuang, who found himself utterly defenseless. Bang, ugh, clang. With such disposition, do you dare call yourself a warrior? Sun Wukong chided as he struck, his voice cold and disdainful. Bullying ordinary people with a modicum of strength? The god of the Nox star? Bah, I see nothing but a street thug. What this earth requires is a guardian, not a ruffian. Each reprimand was accompanied by a heavy blow, not only impacting Lu Chuang's body, but also striking at his very spirit. Initially, Lu Chuang retaliated with furious curses, but soon he was reduced to nothing but pained groans and a profound sense of humiliation. He reflected on his past actions, which appeared utterly ridiculous and pitiful in the face of true power and responsibility. Ultimately, Sun Wukong delivered a final blow, sending Lu Chuang crashing down beside Gu Xiaoluan. Battered and unable to move, Sun Wukong stood amidst the fallen soldiers, the golden staff held firmly, surveying the Xiong Lian warriors who lay unconscious, struggling, or wearing expressions of despair. With a sigh, he concluded that they lacked in temperament, strength, and coordination. You have a long way to go. With that said, he paid no further heed to the young soldiers, his form transforming into a golden light, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of demoralized recruits. The first lesson in Liangshan ended in a complete and undeniable defeat. Meanwhile, in an apartment far away in Zhu, Xia City, Qin Shuo gazed towards Liangshan with an inexplicable sense of awareness. He sensed a formidable wave of energy in a brief yet intense battle. Internal conflict? Or training? He dismissively averted his gaze. The internal strife of local forces held no concern for him. Chapter 19. Huang Tzu and Qin Shuo sat cross-legged in the center of his room, his eyes gently closed, breathing long and rhythmic. He had just finished sensing the energy fluctuations from the Liangshan battle when suddenly, an extremely subtle yet inherently sinister and tainted energy wave rippled through his perception field, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Qin Shuo's eyes snapped open. Within those eyes was no haze of awakening, but a crystalline sharpness of vigilance. He instantly pinpointed the source of the energy wave, located in a remote village known as Huangsuan on the outskirts. This energy bore a strong, non-human aura. It did not possess the cold, technological feel of a Tao Tai, nor did it carry the wild, natural might of Sun Wukong. Instead, it emanated a sense of corruption and desire, a threatening type he had never encountered before. In an instant, Qin Shuo made his judgment. The nature of this tainted energy instinctively filled him with disgust, as if he were witnessing a plague that needed to be eradicated. Without a moment's hesitation, the radiant gold power armor enveloped his form, the imposing and frigid golden figure reappearing within the apartment. Rather than opting for the front door, he approached the window, casting a fleeting glance at the bustling streets below, before vanishing in a flash, melding into the seams of light and shadow, moving at a speed beyond ordinary perception towards Huangsuan. Any potential threat must be thoroughly purified before it could inflict greater harm. Meanwhile, in Huangsuan, a quiet and harmonious farming village, an eerie and unrecognizable atmosphere enveloped the area. At the village entrance, several villagers chatted idly, their topics revolving around mundane matters such as family and harvest. A striking woman clad in a fashionable black leather jacket, her smoky makeup accentuating her fiery figure, stood nearby, seemingly interested in their conversation. This was Morgana, disguised as Liangbing, though she appeared casually present. The invisible aura of seduction belonging to the demon queen silently influenced the minds of the surrounding villagers like an intoxicating fragrance. What is the point of living? One villager pondered, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, lamenting the toil of a lifetime merely to scrape by. Morgana, Liangbing, chuckled softly, her voice laced with an unusual charm. What is the point? It's about seeking pleasure, about freedom. Do whatever you desire, take what you want. Live long and enjoy all the beauties of the world. Isn't that wonderful? The villagers were captivated by her words, their gazes filled with a mixture of confusion and yearning. At that moment, Morgana seemed to sense something, stepping aside as an invisible communication interface unfolded before her. Opposite her was Carl from the Dead Song Academy, shrouded in darkness. Morgana, your actions seem to have attracted some unwarranted attention. The Super God Academy and that unknown Golden Warrior may interfere with your plans. Carl's voice remained calm and unyielding. Damn it. You think I need your permission to do as I please? Morgana shot back, unceremoniously. The Super God Academy? A bunch of kids. As for that golden giant, I was just looking for a little fun. Now, leave me be to handle my affairs. With a flick of her hand, she terminated the communication, a hint of disdain crossing her features. That perverse Carl was always lurking in the shadows, scheming. She turned her gaze back to the villagers, ultimately resting on a seemingly honest young man named Yu Shengbao. A cruel yet excited smile crept upon her lips. Ah, Atuo, long time no see. I'm not Atuo. Emyku Shengbao. He protested, but she paid him no mind, extending a hand adorned with black nail polish, gently pointing at him. A visible, dark purple energy, filled with ominous and destructive vibes, burrowed into Yu Shengbao's body like a living entity. Ah! Yu Shengbao emitted a scream that was anything but human, his body convulsing violently as it began to swell. His skin transformed into a deep crimson, muscles bulging and contorting as great demonic wings violently tore from his back. Curved horns sprouted from his forehead, and his eyes became a furious scarlet, brimming with violence. In the blink of an eye, a simple farmer morphed into the towering figure of a demon swordsman, a Tak, standing over 3 meters tall and exuding an aura of terror. My queen, we have failed again. He lamented. Let's be more cautious next time. Morgana gazed at the fearsome attack with satisfaction. This horrifying spectacle left the surrounding villagers paralyzed, stunned into silence, forgetting even to scream. At that moment, a village policeman patrolling on a motorcycle happened to pass by. Upon witnessing this dreadful scene, he instinctively halted, drew his weapon, and trembled as he aimed it at Morgana and attack. What are you? He stammered. Stop. Do not move. Morgana cast a dismissive glance at him, as if regarding an insignificant insect. Oh, a minor character maintaining order? How touching your loyalty is, she mocked with a smile, raising her hand once more. A surge of dark energy shot forth, striking the officer. He too emitted a cry of anguish as his body began to mutate, although not as dramatic as Atak's transformation. He swiftly morphed into a low-tier demon with a green face and sharp fangs, a robust physique, and eyes filled only with a thirst for destruction and slaughter. Go now, little one, familiarize yourself with your newfound power, Morgana waved dismissively. The newly formed demon let out a roar and lunged at a nearby, parked agricultural tricycle, effortlessly overturning and shredding it. At last, the villagers snapped out of their stupor, unleashing terrified screams as they fled in all directions. Why the panic? Morgana's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every fleeing villager, imbued with an uncanny soothing and seductive quality. Look at them. They have acquired such formidable power. No longer weak, no longer bullied, they can live freely. She pointed at the old village chief, who had rushed over, trembling with trepidation. You come here. The old chief's legs quaked. Yet under Morgana's invisible pressure, he found himself compelled to approach. She loomed over him, resembling a queen surveying her subjects. Follow me, Queen Morgana. Embrace decadence and freedom. I grant you eternal life, at least 1,000 years. No more toiling in the dirt. No more worries about aging or death. What do you think? Tempting, isn't it? Her voice was laced with temptation, akin to a pitch for an exquisite product. The field of dark energy's allure intensified, attempting to warp the villagers' will, enticing them to willingly surrender to the embrace of darkness. The old chief opened his mouth, gazing at the alluring yet terrifying woman before him, and then at the roaring demon, his mind in disarray, fear intertwining with an absurd desire. The entire Huang village was being inexorably dragged toward the abyss of depravity. Just then, at this critical juncture, an explosive sound reverberated. A golden streak of light, akin to sunlight tearing through dark clouds, descended with astonishing speed, crashing into the village square. The ground was dented, and the dust from the shockwave spread outward. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, clad in radiant powered armor, wielding a loyal spear in hand. Its tip lowered, yet emanating a disquieting energy. Qin Shuo, reporting for duty. His icy gaze swept across the scene. The 2 mutated demons, the scattered, terrified villagers, and the woman enveloped in dark, purple energy, radiating the strongest aura of corruption. High concentration of aberrant contamination energy detected, along with multiple mutated life forms. Beneath his visor, Qin Shuo's voice was devoid of emotion, akin to a mechanical decree, as he confirmed the threat level. High. Commence purification protocole. His arrival, along with the palpable intent to kill and divine authority, instantly shattered the seductive atmosphere Morgana had cultivated. Morgana stared at the suddenly descended golden behemoth, momentarily taken aback, before her face lit up with a deeper, almost frenzied interest. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Rather than feeling fear, she took 2 steps forward, studying Qin Shuo with keen interest. At last, we meet, Golden Giant. Care to switch sides? Life here under my reign is far more entertaining than your rigid order. Qin Shuo paid no heed to her frivolous words. In his understanding, the existence radiating such intense corruption was itself a source of mental pollution. His gaze locked onto the nearest low-tier demon, the former police officer, who was rampaging and destroying vehicles. Purification commencing. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Qin Shuo was in motion. The golden figure flickered like a specter, instantly crossing dozens of meters to appear before the low-tier demon. The powered spear, accompanied by a piercing shriek through the air, pierced through the demon's chest as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The spear's energy field activated instantaneously. With a splutter, the low-tier demon barely had time to scream before its body began to disintegrate from the point of penetration, akin to an ice cube tossed in a strong acid, rapidly vaporizing into a dissipating cloud of dark purple smoke and fine ash. Instant kill, clean and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Qin Shuo withdrew his spear, casting not a glance at the vanishing remnants, his cold gaze like 2 swords aimed directly at Atak, who stood bewildered beside Morgana, and at Morgana herself, whose smile had frozen on her face. Next, Chapter 20. A severe blow to Morgana. Qin Shuo's unanticipated, lightning-fast strike not only purified the low-tier demon, but also left Atak, who was struggling to comprehend the situation, utterly astonished. In Atak's recently reshaped consciousness, only overwhelming loyalty to Queen Morgana and the imminent threat remained. His scarlet eyes widened in shock as the nascent dark energy surged within him, muscles tensing as he roared, swinging the newly formed dark blade towards Qin Shuo's back in a fierce attack. This strike, fueled by rage, sliced through the air with a chilling shriek, a fearsome display. However, within Qin Shuo's enhanced dynamic vision and combat anticipation, Atak's desperate strike appeared to move as slowly as a snail, the trajectory as clear as if drawn on paper. He didn't even turn around. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he raised the tail end of the spear, striking precisely against the spine of Atak's descending blade. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. Atak felt an incomprehensible force surging from the blade, overwhelming him like a massive wave. His colossal demonic form felt weightless against this power, and the arm wielding the blade emitted a sickening crack as he was propelled backward uncontrollably, akin to being struck by a speeding truck. Blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air. Only then did Qin Shuo slowly turn to face the flying Atak, adjusting the direction of his powered spear, locking onto the target once more. The low, ominous hum seemed to count down to death. With a mere advance of his arm, this freshly revived swordsman would meet the same fate as the low-tier demon, utterly disintegrated and purified. Atak! Morgana's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and fury. She and T anticipated that this golden armor giant was so formidable. Even though Atak had just been resurrected, his power not fully restored, he was still one of her top warriors. Yet he couldn't withstand a single blow. As Atak teetered on the brink of annihilation, Morgana reacted swiftly, her delicate hand thrusting forward. A colossal claw, forged from dark alloy and entwined with dark purple energy, materialized in an instant, interposing itself between the flying Atak and Qin Shuo's powered spear. Bang! The thunderous explosion resonated throughout the entire Huang village, as if two metallic mountain peaks were fiercely colliding. The tip of the power spear, capable of decomposing molecular structures, plunged violently into the palm of the demon's claw. A frenzied energy shockwave erupted in a circular explosion, shattering the surrounding dust, debris, and even the windows of distant villagers. Several nearby villagers were directly knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their ears and noses. The terrifying defense of the demon's claw, capable of crushing the third generation of divine bodies, withstood Qin Shuo's lethal strike. However, at the point of contact between the claw and the spear tip, the dark alloy exhibited subtle distortions, as if scorched by high temperatures and compressed by immense force. The dark energy attached to it was dispersed and purified by the overwhelming purity of spiritual energy. Morgana felt a slight heaviness in her arm, a flicker of disbelief flashing in her eyes. This being's strength and that peculiar energy attribute could indeed exert a substantial influence on her demon's claw. Yet, Qin Shuo's assaults surged like a relentless tide. One wave had not yet receded before another arose. At the moment the spear was blocked by the demon's claw, he showed no signs of retracting his attack, as if he had anticipated this very scene. The concealed micro-explosive launchers on either side of the spearhead activated once more. With a swift whoosh, this time, instead of high-explosive projectiles, two finely honed beams of incinerating light, no thicker than a finger but radiating terrifying heat, shot forth. These beams, akin to living serpents, traced intricate arcs in the air, perfectly bypassing the massive demon's claw, striking with unparalleled precision against the chest of Otto, who had just stabilized himself. Still reeling from shock and injury, the impact was not marked by a deafening explosion, but rather a sizzling sound, akin to a heated iron searing into butter. Otto emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His robust, demonic scales and resilient muscles vaporized instantly under the extreme temperature and penetrating force of the beams, creating two large, charred cavities resembling melted glass, through which one could glimpse the panicked sky behind him. The terrifying burning energy rampaged within him, further destroying his vitality. Otto's massive form seemed to be drained of all strength, the crimson glow in his eyes rapidly dimming as he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His fate uncertain. Otto. Morgana's eyes widened in fury, her astonishment swiftly transforming into an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Initially, she had merely been intrigued by this golden warrior, contemplating whether she could subdue or utilize him. However, now, before her, he had nearly obliterated Otto, and even after her intervention, he had inflicted such a grievous blow. This was a blatant affront to her as the Demon Queen. Bitch, you have successfully enraged the Queen. Morgana completely retracted her previously nonchalant demeanor. Her enchanting visage now etched with frost, the terrifying pressure of the fourth-generation divine body emanating without reservation, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. With waves of dark energy surging like a boiling ocean, she abandoned any thoughts of persuasion or playfulness. At this moment, she harbored but one intention: to subdue this audacious golden giant, to dismantle him, to study his peculiar armor and energy, to force him to kneel at her feet in repentance. I had merely wished to toy with you, but you insisted on courting death. Morgana shouted fiercely, thrusting her hands forward. Suddenly, another demon's claw materialized, coordinating with the one that had previously blocked the spear, launching a simultaneous assault from two different directions towards the center where Qin Shuo stood, exuding an overwhelming force capable of crushing everything. The speed was astonishing, sealing off all avenues of escape. Simultaneously, her eyes flickered with dark data streams as she began to harness the computational power of Demon Number 1, analyzing Qin Shuo's energy composition, defensive weaknesses, and preparing to unleash even more formidable dark forbidden techniques. Faced with two demon claws capable of crushing mountains and the full wrath of an enraged fourth-generation divine body, Qin Shuo remained emotionally unperturbed beneath his cold helmet. He flicked his wrist, and the power spear, loyal messenger, emitted a more fervent hum, its energy field fully activated, releasing a pulse of annihilation that sent chills down the spine. The brightness of the deflection field on his radiant golden armor intensified, and the golden spiritual light blazed upon the armor as if it were tangible flames. Heretical sovereign, your power is utterly vile. His deep voice resonated through the helmet, imbued with an unmistakable sense of judgment. Today, in the name of the Emperor, I shall grant purification. As his words fell, Qin Shuo advanced rather than retreated, charging toward the two colossal demon claws, transforming into a golden thunderbolt that tore through everything, propelling the battle into a fevered climax. The golden figure collided fiercely with the dark purple demon claws. Energy shockwaves radiated outward like a tsunami, plowing the ground at the entrance of Huang Village repeatedly, causing nearby houses to collapse as if made of paper. The power spear, loyal messenger, danced like a dragon in Qin Shuo's hands, emitting a piercing shriek as it engaged in a frenzied clash with the two demon claws manipulated by Morgana. Clang, clang, bang. Each collision erupted with deafening roars and blinding flashes of energy. Qin Shuo's combat skills reached their zenith, pushing the imperial military arts to their limits. At times, he moved like a serpent emerging from its lair, thrusting the spear at the energy nodes of the demon claws from unexpected angles. At other times, he descended like a mountain, delivering heavy strikes imbued with the momentum to shatter everything. Shatter force field full power. After a masterful parry, Qin Shuo seized a fleeting opportunity. The power spear lunging forth like a venomous dragon, its shattering force field buzzing to its utmost as it plunged into the wrist joint of one demon claw. The sound of metal tearing and energy annihilation echoed with a disconcerting crunch. The dark alloy wrist, capable of withstanding naval cannon fire, was severed and decomposed before the unstoppable shattering force field. The severed claw fell to the ground like a lifeless thing, raising a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, Qin Shuo twisted his body in an uncanny move, evading the grasp of the other demon claw as the spear whirled, propelled by the full force of his body and the thrusters, delivering another exquisitely precise thrust. The palm of the second demon claw was pierced as well, the dreadful, decomposing force field spreading from the breach, instantly destroying its structure, rendering it dull and temporarily inactive. In an instant, one demon claw lay severed while the other was rendered useless. However, beneath Qin Shuo's helmet, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Morgana let out a cold laugh. From the severed demon claw's stump, dark energy surged, rapidly growing and reshaping itself as if it were alive, restoring it to its original state in mere moments. The damaged claw, too, regained its power after a swirl of dark purple light. Feudal bitch, Morgana's voice dripped with mockery, the fourth-generation divine body of my queen, combined with the dark Suine and dark alloy technology, cannot be easily destroyed by brute force such as yours. Let's see how long you can endure. She waved her hands in rapid succession, hastening the assault of the two demon claws, while her eyes flashed with frantic data streams, preparing to employ even more insidious tactics. Dark forbidden technique, spatial strangulation. The space surrounding Qin Shuo suddenly became viscous and distorted. Invisible pressure squeezing from all directions as if it sought to crush him along with his power armor. This was a direct attack on space, exceedingly difficult to defend against. The deflection field of the radiant golden armor flickered, the spiritual energy clashing violently against the strangling force of space, producing a resonating hum. Qin Shuo's movements momentarily slowed. Wormhole sniping. In the next instant, Morgana raised her hand, and several micro-wormholes opened instantaneously around Qin Shuo's body, unleashing shadow arrows infused with destructive energy, aimed directly at the vulnerable joints and sensors of his power armor. Qin Shuo wielded his spear, transforming it into a shimmering golden barrier that deflected most of the shadow arrows. However, a couple still struck his armor, failing to penetrate but causing a ripple in the deflective force field. How tough is that shell? Morgana exclaimed, her assault unyielding. Taste this. Dark energy tide. She pressed her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged towards Qin Shuo like a flood, aimed at eroding his energy defenses and disrupting his movements. Caught in the tide of dark energy, Qin Shuo felt as though he were sinking into a mire, his actions growing increasingly sluggish. The radiant glow of his golden armor dimmed amidst the dark purple waves, unable to swiftly dismantle its core creation. The energy properties could not suppress its conventional form, rendering his efforts inefficient. Qin Shuo assessed the battlefield with calm determination. The power of this heretical dominator exceeded his initial estimations, with its peculiar energy and rapid recovery capabilities proving exceedingly troublesome. He hesitated no longer. Authorization, Emperor's Wrath. Armament unlock, Sky Eagle Terminator mode. A silent command resonated through Qin Shuo's neural link. Suddenly, his golden armor erupted with blinding brilliance, morphing like liquid, reconfiguring and thickening. He was enveloped in heavier, more oppressive armor plates, with his shoulder guards becoming more majestic, resembling a soaring eagle. The armor on his back swelled, integrating multiple heavy explosive launchers and a plasma cannon radiating an eerie blue light. Launchers for explosive projectiles and thermal cutters extended from his gauntlets. In an instant, a towering, imposing figure akin to a mobile fortress, the Sky Eagle Terminator, replaced the previous golden armor, standing resolutely on the battlefield. In his hand, the spear of the loyal envoy was exchanged for the infernal fire spear. Most strikingly, a translucent energy shield, shimmering with faint starlight, enveloped Qin Shuo in all directions. The dark energy tide crashed against the void shield, akin to waves battering rocks, creating ripples but failing to penetrate even a fraction. What? Morgana's pupils constricted, sensing an unprecedented threat from this new form. The quality and intensity of the energy had undergone a seismic transformation. Heretic, prepare for ultimate purification. A cold yet weighty voice emanated from beneath the faceplate of Qin Shuo. He moved. The heavy explosive launchers on his back roared first. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of fist-sized, tailing high explosive projectiles cascaded forth like a storm of metal, raining down upon Morgana and her two demonic claws. The explosions engulfed her in a blaze of fire and shockwaves. Simultaneously, the Gauntlet S launchers fired with precision, intercepting Morgana's attempts to attack through the wormhole. Morgana hastily maneuvered her demonic claws to defend, layering defenses before her. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy explosives struck the demonic claws, erupting into massive fireballs. Though they did not destroy them outright, the tremendous impact caused Morgana's blood to surge and her control momentarily falter. Now, the plasma cannon's barrel behind him glowed with a chilling blue light, condensing to its utmost. Buzz, a torrent of plasma, as thick as a barrel and emitting destructive heat, surged forth like a roaring dragon, instantly traversing the distance between them to strike Morgana directly. This is bad. Morgana sensed a lethal threat. The power of this strike far surpassed all previous attacks. She quickly stacked her two demonic claws before her, channeling all her strength into her dark energy defenses. Boom! A cataclysmique explosion érupted. The plasma torrent collided with the demonic claws in a fierce clash. The blinding blue-white light illuminated the heavens and earth. The terrifying heat and energy released melted the ground into a massive pit. Ugh! Morgana let out a muffled groan as the stacked demonic claws were shattered by the plasma torrent, shards of dark alloy scattering everywhere. Though, thanks to the formidable resilience of her fourth-generation divine body and the sacrifice of the demonic claws, she was not directly hit. The released heat and shockwaves left her disheveled, draining her divine energy significantly. Just as she regained her stance, Qin Shuo, enveloped in a void shield, had already appeared before her, as if teleporting. The infernal fire spear, imbued with purifying white flames, was brought down upon her. The speed was unparalleled. The force was unmatched. Morgana hurriedly gathered her dark energy long sword to block. Clash! The dark energy sword crumbled and dissipated upon contact with the infernal fire spear, as if ice met the blazing sun. The spearhead continued its descent without obstruction. Splat! The infernal fire singed Morgana's shoulder, her formidable fourth-generation divine body easily torn open, creating a charred, gaping wound. sending a wave of excruciating pain and a purifying energy's corrosive force coursing through her, paling her complexion. She finally realized that after the golden giant shifted forms, his power had undergone a qualitative leap. She was utterly suppressed. Bai Qi, Morgana, both astonished and furious, was about to unleash her stronger trump cards, such as summoning her demonic wings or invoking the ultimate curse. However, in that moment, a brilliant light pierced through the darkened skies. Two beams of pure white radiance descending like swords, bearing an incomparably pure and potent divine aura, arriving at the battlefield's edge. As the light dissipated, two stunning female angels adorned in silver armor and bearing snow-white wings revealed themselves, Qin Shuo and Qin Shuo. They sensed the exceptionally powerful energy fluctuations, particularly the intensely corrupted aura and another unfamiliar, yet formidable divine presence, prompting their immediate arrival. Qin Shuo's gaze quickly locked onto the Golden War god, Qin Shuo, and the beleaguered Morgana, who bore wounds on her shoulder. A flicker of astonishment and complexity crossed her eyes. This golden-armored giant could actually suppress Morgana. Seeing the angels descend, Morgana's expression darkened further. One golden-armored giant had already caused her to falter, and now with the addition of two high-ranking angels, especially the one who irked her greatly, Qin Shuo, today would surely not end well for her. Damn it, they just won't quit. She cursed vehemently and made a swift decision. With a sudden wave of her hand, a thick mist of dark energy erupted, instantly enveloping the area within hundreds of meters, obscuring everyone's vision and perception. Simultaneously, she flickered and appeared beside the gravely injured Otto, seizing him and directly opening a miniature wormhole. The golden behemoth and the angelic nuisances. This matter is far from over. I will remember you. With this fierce proclamation, Morgana and Otto vanished into the wormhole, leaving behind the dissipating dark energy mist. The battlefield fell silent, strewn with debris and burning ruins, alongside the imposing golden Terminator and the two newly arrived, solemnly beautiful angels. He turned, his icy gaze landing on Qin Shuo and Qin Shuo. Their second encounter bore an atmosphere even more intricate and complex than the first. Chapter 21. Confrontation. Morgana had escaped through the wormhole with her subordinate Otto. The two angels descended, landing a mere 10 meters away from Qin Shuo. Dust still hung in the air, accentuating the brilliance of their silver armor and wings. Qin Shuo remained clad in his heavy sky eagle Terminator armor, still gripping the infernal fire spear, exuding an overwhelming presence. As his faceplate turned, his cold gaze scanned Qin Shuo and Qin Shuo, assessing them with the precision of a scanning device. Before the angel Yin could utter her standard opening remarks on justice, Qin Shuo's voice, resonant with a metallic timbre, interrupted her brusquely. What brings you two here? He lifted the tip of his spear, gesturing towards the air where Morgana had vanished, his tone laced with clear irritation. If you hadn't suddenly appeared and scared off that heretical woman, I could have at least inflicted serious damage on her, if not outright killed her. He paused, his gaze growing colder, and directly demanded, Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? This accusatory stance left Angel Jie momentarily speechless. She furrowed her brow, feeling that this individual was rather rude. After all, they had come to offer assistance, albeit ineffectively. What was with his attitude? However, Angel Yin, having learned from their last encounter where she was swiftly defeated, was somewhat prepared for Qin Shuo's demeanor. Instead of taking offense, she crossed her arms and tilted her head, responding with her uniquely teasing and magnetic voice. Oh my, how imposing you are. We traveled a great distance only to sense an overwhelming stench of demons in the air. Concerned about potential calamities, and decided to come and take a look. Did we disrupt your noble purification efforts? She emphasized the word purification with a hint of mockery. Then, her gaze swept over the chaotic surroundings, resembling a battlefield ravaged by meteor strikes, particularly fixating on the villagers who were still trembling in fear, hiding not far away. Her tone became slightly more serious. But on another note, you were remarkably swift in your actions. Morgana, the demon we just encountered, clearly did not arrive here with good intentions. You confronted her and drove her away, which is, well, a commendable deed. Qin Shuo snorted coldly. Dismissing her half-hearted praise, eliminating aberrations and heretics is my duty. Your judgment on right and wrong is unnecessary. He shifted his focus back to Angel Yin. You have yet to answer my question. You angels frequently appear in this world. What is your true purpose? I do not believe you are merely here for observation. Remembering their last encounter, where this woman attempted to pry into his thoughts under the guise of justice, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Before Angel Yin could respond, Angel Jie, who had maintained a stern expression, stepped forward, her voice cold and serious. Mind your tone. We are angels under the command of the sacred Kaisha, tasked with upholding the order of justice in the known universe. Earth is currently at the forefront of an interstellar war, with Morgana, Tao Tai, and entities like you emerging consecutively. We bear the responsibility to monitor the situation and prevent potential crises from escalating. Monitor? Qin Shuo seized upon this term, his eyes growing colder beneath his mask. So, in your view, this world, including myself, is merely an object to be monitored, equated with those aberrations? Not entirely equivalent, yet your existence itself poses a significant uncertainty. Angel Jue retorted without backing down. You possess immense power, but your behavioral patterns and ideologies starkly deviate from the norms of any known cosmic civilization. You recklessly employ massive destructive means in densely populated areas, disregarding the panic and cascading repercussions that may ensue. This alone constitutes a danger. Danger? Qin Shuo scoffed, as if he had heard a joke. He pointed towards the villagers, allowing that heretical woman to manipulate their hearts, twisting a mortal into a demon, transforming a guardian of order into a monster, propagating her depraved ideology. Was that not dangerous? By your sluggish justice process, by the time you claim to have irrefutable evidence and take action, these people's souls and bodies would have long been irreversibly tainted and destroyed. Taking a step forward, the formidable presence of his Tianyin Terminator form radiated a palpable pressure. My methods may appear brutish to you. However, the result is that tangible threats are eradicated, and potential sources of contamination are expelled. Efficiency is the greatest mercy one can offer to the weak. You're cautious. Procedural justice is merely a flimsy facade of weakness in the face of true evil. You, Angel Jue seethed, her chest rising and falling in agitation as she gripped the hilt of her sword. She had never encountered someone so unreasonably obstinate, who justified their barbarism with such audacity. Jue, Angel Yin interjected, placing a hand on Jue's arm, signaling her to calm down. She looked at Qin Shuo, her gaze shifting from mockery to one of inquiry and seriousness. Hey, Golden Giant, she adopted a more earnest tone. You claim that eliminating aberrations is your duty. Tell me, what do you consider an aberration? Aside from Morgana's demon and Tao Tai, who else falls under that category? Are we angels included? This question was crucial, directly impacting how angelic civilization would ultimately perceive Qin Shuo. Qin Shuo answered without a hint of hesitation, his tone cold and resolute. Those who are not of the human race harbor divergent intentions and must be eradicated. Any race that threatens the survival and purity of humanity is considered an aberration and falls within the scope of purification. His gaze swept over the wings of Angel Yin and Angel Jie behind them, the implication unmistakable. Angel Jue's expression darkened significantly. This was no longer a mere matter of attitude. It was a blatant declaration of hostility. Angel Yan's heart sank, but she maintained her composure on the surface, even managing a slight smirk. Oh, such a broad definition? So, in your eyes, we angels are no different from Morgana's demons? All aberrations? Currently, you have not exhibited any direct aggressiveness towards humanity or engaged in large-scale contamination. Your response remained mechanical and cold, as if reciting a preordained protocol. However, your existence, along with the ideologies you attempt to propagate, could potentially disrupt the independent trajectory of human civilization in this world. For now, you're classified as subjects of observation. Should you overstep, purification will follow. What an observation subject. Yin chuckled lightly, her tone inscrutable. You truly are fair and just. She finally understood, discussing cosmic trends. Civilizational coexistence, or ideals of justice with this golden entity, was akin to playing the lute to a cow. His mindset was singular, human or non-human. If non-human, it depended on whether one caused trouble or not. If one did, they were eliminated, and if they did not, they were left alone, but fundamentally, they were all potential threats. Such an extreme and nearly primitive exclusionary thought process was quite bizarre among the advanced civilizations of the known universe. Yet, this individual possessed an absurdly powerful strength to implement such extreme ideologies. Very well, we have experienced your philosophy firsthand. Angel Yin waved her hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in further debate. However, I must remind you of one thing. Morgana, whom you just drove away, is one of the greatest evils in the known universe, and she is vengeful. Having suffered a setback today, she will not let it go easily. Next time, she may not come alone. That would be welcome. Qin Shuo replied succinctly, preferring to catch them all in one fell swoop rather than searching individually. Angel Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was this fellow genuinely dense or merely pretending to be tough? Additionally, Qin Shuo suddenly spoke up, his gaze sharp as he looked towards Angel Yin. You angels seem to be quite concerned about this place. What do you know about the Reaper Carl and his Tao Tai Legion? He was not seeking collaboration. He merely wished to gather intelligence. Understanding the enemy's information was the prerequisite for effective purification. Angel Yin and Angel Zhue exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that he would inquire about this. Ayapakal, the deity of the underworld river system, is a phantom passionate about researching the void and death, Yin succinctly explained. This is not classified information. Tao Tai is a spacefaring civilization under his command, worshipping death. Their combat prowess is average, primarily relying on their numbers, but their technological level is relatively decent among spacefaring civilizations. Their main force is currently en route to the solar system. Phantom? Void? Qin Shuo seized upon these two unfamiliar terms. The explanation is rather complex. Yin shrugged, which can be interpreted as a rather bizarre state of existence, one that is difficult to eradicate by conventional means. As for the void, it remains the ultimate subject of fear, one that even Queen Kaisa is still studying. You need only to understand that Carl is troublesome, exceedingly so. He may even pose a greater threat than Morgana. Qin Shuo fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. Then, he nodded. The intelligence is valuable. In exchange, I can inform you that the heretical woman has resurrected a demon named Otto here, and I have severely injured it just moments ago. In the short term, she should remain quiet. This marks a rare display of what could hardly be called goodwill from him, at least a gesture of information sharing. The angel Yin appeared contemplative. Sword Demon Otto, Morgana's loyal hound. Resurrecting him suggests she intends to begin reconstructing her demon army. This indeed is significant news. The two parties fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere, while not particularly friendly, was at least no longer tense. Angel Zhe observed Qin Shuo, ultimately unable to restrain herself, reiterating, regardless, I hope you will act with caution in the future. Earth is fragile and cannot withstand the whims of a being of your caliber. Qin Shuo merely cast a fleeting glance at her, too apathetic to respond. Caution? In the face of the grand endeavor to purify the aberrations, such concerns are trifles. He raised his eyes to the sky. The battle had concluded and the exchange of information was complete, leaving him with no reason to linger. If there is nothing further, then I shall take my leave. He issued an unequivocal dismissal, for the humanity of this world requires the tempering of blood and fire. Rather than seeking illusory refuge beneath the wings of so-called advanced civilizations. With that, he disregarded the two angels, and the eagle Terminator transformed into shimmering golden light, disappearing like a specter, vanishing into the shadows of the ruins and the forest with astonishing speed. Watching him depart with such decisiveness, Angel Zhue stamped her foot in frustration. Yin, look at him. He is simply unreasonable. Angel Yin, however, gazed in the direction Qin Shuo had vanished, her eyes glimmering as she stroked her chin, murmuring to herself, those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. Truly, he is a stubborn golden corn. However, a meaningful smile suddenly crept onto her lips. Compared to the power-hungry politicians or the immature children of the Super God Academy, this single-minded fellow might actually be easier to deal with. At least he knows what he wants, and he is sufficiently strong and ruthless. Yin, what do you mean by that? Zhue inquired, puzzled. It is nothing. Yin withdrew her gaze, unfurled her pristine wings, and said, let us report the situation here and the latest developments regarding that golden nugget to Queen Kaisa. His existence is becoming increasingly intriguing. The two angels transformed into streams of light, soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. He, too, returned to his modest apartment, softly repeating the names of the Grim Reaper Carl and the Gluttonous Legion. Chapter 22. The Numerical Monster following the conclusion of the Huang Village incident. Angel Yin and Zhui returned to the Angel Nebula. In the throne hall, the divine Kaisa reclined languidly upon her throne, her slender fingers gently tapping the armrest as she listened to Angel Yin, who knelt before her, reporting on the task. Her breathtaking visage bore a hint of the habitual indifference and languor, as if comprehending all. Yet her profound eyes concealed a wisdom and authority capable of instilling tremors throughout the known universe. Angel Yin meticulously recounted her observations in Huang Village on Earth, Morgana's appearance, her seduction of the villagers, the resurrection and severe wounding of Sword Demon Otto, and, most critically, her renewed encounter and brief conflict with the enigmatic golden-armored giant, Qin Shuo. When Yin described how Qin Shuo employed thunderous methods to cleanse the demons, how he shifted into a more powerful form to suppress Morgana, and his unyielding inquiries coupled with his extreme ideology, even Kaisa's gaze flickered with a subtle wave of emotion. That is the gist of it, Your Majesty. Yin concluded her report, bowing her head slightly. Kaisa did not immediately comment on the aspects concerning Qin Shuo and Morgana. She seemed more intrigued by another detail. She straightened her posture slightly, her gaze fixed on Yin, imbued with a barely perceptible playfulness. Yin, you seem to have mentioned that being of galactic power, Gu Xiaoluan, rather sparingly? Yin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the queen to inquire about this. A fleeting image of Gu Xiaoluan's youthful and timid face flashed through her mind, along with Reyna's teasing remark about him being her future idol at the Super God Academy. A faint blush, so subtle that she might not have even noticed, crept on her fair cheeks, but she quickly concealed it. Your Majesty, he is still an unrefined child in terms of both mindset and strength, far from mature. At this stage, his value and influence on the situation are not as direct or significant as those of Morgana and that golden-armored warrior. Yin endeavored to maintain an objective and calm tone. Kaisa keenly observed the fleeting reaction from Yin, a knowing smile gracing her lips, yet she chose not to address it. She leaned back into her throne, her tone returning to its usual anger, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Yin, the galactic power within him harbors the future of the angels. He will be the idol you must face storms with in the long years to come. Guide him well and support him. This is both your responsibility and your opportunity. Yes, Your Majesty. I will closely monitor his growth. Yin lowered her head in acquiescence, though an inexplicable restlessness stirred within her. Can that underachiever truly become an idol worthy of an angel? Gently moving past this brief interlude, Kaisa's gaze deepened as she reverted to the main topic. Now, please elaborate once more on that troublesome golden-armored giant you and Zhui encountered. Kaisa's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. From your description, he possesses formidable physical destructive capability, a peculiar energy attribute, and the ability to instantaneously switch forms to enhance his combat power, all while harboring extreme hostility towards non-human entities? Indeed, Your Majesty. Yin raised her head, her expression returning to one of solemnity. His power system is quite peculiar, not driven by dark energy, nor is there any detectable interface with dark dimensions. It resembles a fusion of a purely biological energy with some unknown technological stance. It is highly aggressive, and, she paused, seemingly weighing her words, ultimately stating with a hint of indignation. Furthermore, this individual is utterly unreasonable, acting with impunity, whether in the city center or in densely populated villages. He dares to deploy weapons of mass destruction capable of evaporating entire blocks, completely disregarding the potential civilian casualties and panic. In his eyes, it seems that only the purification of aberrations matters, while everything else, including basic order in life, can be sacrificed for this goal. Yin recalled Qin Shuo's icy gaze, his unflinching tone, and his utter indifference to the warnings directed at her and Zhui, feeling a wave of frustration. As a high-ranking angel dedicated to upholding justice and order, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Kaisa, seated upon the throne, listened attentively to Yan's emotionally charged account, her expression revealing little surprise. She remained silent for a moment, as if retrieving and analyzing deeper information before softly articulating a few words, imbued with an ineffable significance. It sounds like a numerical anomaly and an operational anomaly without a dark dimension. Numerical anomaly? Operational anomaly? Both Yin and the standing Angel Jue were taken aback, as these terms, uttered from the lips of the divine Kaisa, seemed particularly jarring and down-to-earth. Kaisa, sensing their confusion, took the rare opportunity to explain, her tone still flat. It means he may not comprehend the underlying universal rules governing power, such as dark dimensions, genetic engines, divine coding, and void matter, among others. He relies solely on his extraordinarily high foundational attributes, which include an enigmatic biological energy and brute force derived from technology, as well as his formidable defense, speed, and unparalleled skills honed through countless battles. She paused and added, akin to a person who comprehends only basic arithmetic, yet possesses infinite computational power, resolving all dilemmas through rudimentary calculations. This method, while simplistic and aggressive, proves effective in certain situations. Yin and Jue exchanged glances. The queen's metaphor, albeit peculiar, surprisingly held a degree of accuracy upon reflection. Was not Qin Shuo's combat style, characterized by a straightforward approach, relying on sheer strength and terrifyingly precise techniques to overwhelm his foes? Concepts like wormhole calculations and energy analysis seemed entirely foreign to him, or perhaps he simply deemed them beneath his consideration. Yet, the queen, Jue, could not help but interject. If he truly lacks understanding of the dark dimension technology, how does he manage to instantaneously switch to such formidable armaments and sustain such high energy consumption? This contradicts the law of energy conservation. Hence, he is referred to as an unknown entity. Kaisha's gaze drifted into the distance, as if penetrating endless space. Envisioning the blue planet located in the Qi Wu star system, the source of his power, from which his imperial and purifying ideologies emanated, originating from a realm beyond our knowledge system. This may pertain to dimensions or rules beyond the observable universe that we have yet to explore. For the first time, a subtle hint of intrigue colored Kaisha's tone. A creature that is purely and extremely reliant on absolute values and actions. It is no wonder Morgana would suffer at his hands. Her elaborate techniques, based on dark energy and conceptual strikes, were indeed easily countered by such a brute force approach that could crush 10 with one. How then should we approach him? Yin inquired, for his ideology is rife with hostility towards angels, equating us with demons and other aberrations. Moreover, his actions are entirely uncontrollable, posing a potential threat to Earth stability. Kaisha pondered for a moment before slowly responding. For now, maintain observation. His primary target is Morgana and the forces of the underworld star system, which presents a temporary alignment of interests with us. As long as he does not direct his aggression towards the angels or inflict irrevocable large-scale harm upon humanity, we need not engage him directly. She turned to Yin, her tone becoming serious. However, Yin, you must remain vigilant. The existence of this value anomaly itself is a significant variable. He may accelerate certain processes or trigger unforeseen chain reactions. While you harness the power of the galaxy, you must account for his influence. Yes, your majesty, Yin replied solemnly. As for his rhetoric about other races being inherently different, a faint smirk graced Kaisha's lips. Recognizing it as merely a narrow perception born out of primitive civilizations facing the unknown due to survival instincts. When he truly encounters the vastness and complexity of the universe, perhaps his views will shift, although a greater possibility looms that he may stubbornly persist on his path, ultimately leading to his own demise. Very well, you may leave. Kaisha waved her hand, resuming her monitoring of the Earth situation, particularly focusing on Morgana's movements and the next steps of our numerical anomaly acquaintance. As commanded, Your Majesty. Yin and Jue bowed in deference before unfurling their wings, transforming into two streaks of light as they departed the Grand Hall. Chapter 23. Qin Shuo's molecular-level weapons are no longer sufficient. An upgrade is imperative. After resolving the Huangzuan incident, Qin Shuo returned to his abode like a specter, shedding his dazzling golden power armor to don a simple, form-fitting combat suit. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, mentally reviewing his tactics. His mind was far from tranquil. Although his confrontation with Morgana concluded in suppression and forced retreat, the ordeal proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The woman's bizarre spatial techniques, the troublesome and rapidly regenerating claws of the demon, particularly her formidable body known as the fourth-generation divine body, left an indelible impression on him. Molecular-level disintegration weapons might no longer suffice. Morgana's mocking words echoed in his mind. Although uttered in jest, they highlighted a certain truth. Faced with higher-tier divine bodies, more peculiar energy forms, and yet to appear, but referred to as the Phantom by angels, the Reaper Carl. The destructive depth of his existing shattering force fields and purgatory flames may indeed have reached a bottleneck. He required a more devastating, fundamental level of striking power. With a thought, a layer of faint golden, barely perceivable psychic energy shield expanded from him, enveloping the entire room. This shield not only isolated all energy and information exchanges from within and without, but also distorted spatial perception, ensuring he would remain undisturbed in his forthcoming endeavors. Preparations complete, Qin Shuo plunged his consciousness deep into the recesses of his black ring space. There, it was not the void of darkness, but rather a seemingly unremarkable black metal ring suspended in the air. This ring, along with the holy sword inscribed with the Emperor's fury, was a gift from the Emperor, a relic he brought back to this world, and a legacy accessible to him as the captain of the Emperor's Guard, derived from the pinnacle of humanity's dark technological era, a portable, space-tech, and real-universe rule-integrated micro-workshop. His consciousness acted as a key, touching the ring. In the next moment, Qin Shuo's perspective transformed. He found himself in an infinitely vast space, filled with intricate mechanical structures and shimmering energy flows. Here, concepts of up and down, left and right ceased to exist, replaced by countless floating workbenches, glowing forges, writhing pools of liquid metal, and unknown materials and components exuding a dangerous aura, quietly displayed within energy fields. The air was thick with the sense of machine oil, ozone, and some peculiar high-dimensional energy. The flow of time here differed from the outside world, granting him ample opportunity for the most complex forging and upgrades. His objective was clear: to upgrade his weapons. The projections of the Loyal Messenger Power Spear and the Purgatory Fire Spear hovered above the main workbench. Countless data streams cascaded beside them, revealing their current structures, energy circuits, status of the field generators, and the burdens and limits experienced in the previous battle. Conventional matter is composed of molecules. By breaking molecular bonds, one can achieve shattering and disintegration. Qin Shuo's consciousness functioned like the most sophisticated scanner, analyzing the situation. But higher-level defenses might involve strong interactions at the atomic nucleus level or even more fundamental particle layers. His gaze shifted towards the depths of the workshop, to areas marked as remnants of the Old Knight Federation and forbidden technologies. The knowledge and materials sealed there largely stemmed from humanity's historical period of technological explosion, which almost led to self-destruction. Some of these technologies even touched upon the underlying rules of the real universe, with both immense power and risk. To achieve atomic-level disintegration, Qin Shuo's consciousness locked onto several technological blueprints glowing with dangerous red light. One was the strong nuclear force interference field. The stability of conventional matter relies on the strong nuclear force, which binds protons and neutrons within atomic nuclei, the strongest force in the universe. The purpose of this technology is to briefly and locally interfere with, or even shut off this force. Once the strong nuclear force fails, the atomic nucleus will instantaneously disintegrate due to the electromagnetic repulsion between protons, leading to the complete breakdown of matter at its most fundamental level. This is far more thorough and terrifying than merely severing molecular bonds. The second was the quantum vacuum annihilation catalyst. This technology is even more radical and perilous. It does not directly assault matter. Rather, it generates a temporary and extreme energy condition within the target area, akin to casting a fiery meteor into a vacuum, provoking uncontrolled quantum fluctuations in the local space. This leads to the continuous emergence and annihilation of particle-antiparticle pairs from nothingness, thereby unleashing immense energy and erasing the existence of the target material from the most microscopic level. This already bears the ominous shadow of a regulated weapon. Whichever form it takes, it necessitates an unfathomable precision in energy control alongside exceedingly rare and perilous materials to serve as carriers and catalysts. Qin Shuo's consciousness traverses the workshop, mobilizing the reserved resources. The Jimmy Tai Su, refined through subspace storms from the depths of the core of the world of death, is cast into a cerulean furnace. Its attributes encompass unparalleled energy conductivity and stability, making it an ideal substrate for bearing the strong nuclear force interference field. Several particles of virtual dust, ejected during a supernova explosion and reduced to a critical state, are meticulously encapsulated within specially designed force field containers. These unstable catalysts can effectively lower the energy threshold, triggering quantum vacuum annihilation. Additionally, some liquid metal phase memory entropy alloys, shimmering with peculiar hues and constantly shifting forms, shall serve as the core components of the upgraded force field generator, ensuring that the newly enhanced destructive energy can adhere to the spearhead in the most stable and controllable manner. On the workbench, countless tiny mechanical arms dance as if alive, energy chisels glimmering with dazzling brilliance, etching new energy circuits within the spear's body that are 1,000,000 times finer than a strand of hair. The new force field generator is disassembled, restructured, and integrated with new materials and technologies. The process is far from smooth. While attempting to embed the virtual particle dust into the core of the Infernal Fire Spear, a slight energy fluctuation spiraled out of control, nearly triggering a localized vacuum decay that could have reduced a corner of the workshop to nothingness. Relying on his psychic energy and absolute command over the workshop, Qin Shuo forcibly suppressed the incident. During the upgrade of the strong nuclear force interference field, the violent energy, striving to harness the universe's most fundamental forces, nearly obliterated the newly constructed energy circuits multiple times, rebounding against itself. Qin Shuo was compelled to repeatedly adjust parameters, reinforce structures, and even employ his psychic energy as a buffer and guide. Time accelerated rapidly in this extraordinary space. It is uncertain how long has transpired, perhaps a moment, perhaps several days and nights. On the workbench, 2 spears have been completely rejuvenated. The appearance of the loyal messenger power spear remains largely unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, a layer of exceedingly faint, almost wave-like cerulean luster seems to have emerged on the dark golden spearhead. Approaching it, one can faintly sense a disquieting sensation that sends shivers through the soul. The energy core within the spear shaft resembles a slumbering beast, emitting a deep, resonant hum that far surpasses its previous state. The Infernal Fire Spear has become even more menacing. The once blindingly white flames now harbor a minuscule, yet seemingly light-absorbing black spot at their core. This is a highly compressed quantum annihilation catalyst. An ominous aura envelopes the entire spear, as if it could incinerate even space itself, returning it to nothingness. Qin Shuo's consciousness withdraws from the black ring, returning to his corporeal form. He slowly opens his eyes. Within them lies the unchanging chill of eternity, yet deep inside, a newfound confidence in his absolute command over his weaponry glimmers. He raises his hand, and the golden power armor envelopes him in an instant. Subsequently, the upgraded loyal messenger power spear materializes in his grasp. There is no need for testing. He possesses unwavering faith in his craftsmanship and the fusion of imperial technology with the legacy of the old knight. He lightly caresses the cold spear body, sensing the new power within, one capable of reducing all to atomic essence. Molecular disintegration is now a thing of the past. Atomic annihilation is the present. Chapter 24. Morgana must retrieve done at Demon Number 1. Morgana's lair. The atmosphere is far from delightful. After a skirmish with that golden brat in Huangxiyuan, not only did she fail to gain any advantage, but she also suffered a burning pain on her shoulder from being grazed by the flaming spearhead. To add insult to injury, her recently revived subordinate, Otto, nearly met his demise once again. Now he lies in the repair pod, breathing shallowly, and it will require considerable resources and time to revive him fully. Curse that golden bastard, that muscle-headed fool, damn madman. Morgana, or rather Liangbing, paces back and forth in her dark Gothic-style throne room, hands on her hips, her mouth spewing expletives without a pause. Her exquisite smoky makeup is almost ruined by her fury, and her black leather attire is dusted with remnants from the earlier battle, rendering her somewhat disheveled. How could I, the queen who has traversed the cosmos for millennia, endure such indignity? A nobody emerging from some crevice, daring to challenge me, the queen. And purification? I shall purify his ancestors. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes, and with a swift kick, she sends a seemingly expensive, skull-decorated instrument crashing down. Sparks flying. And that little angel Yin, why did you have to show up right then? Is she laughing at me? Had it not been for their interference, I would have. She suddenly chokes on her words. Would have what? In that situation, even if the angel hadn't arrived. It seems she might have struggled against that golden armored giant in its transformed state. That fellow's strength and attacks afterward were disturbingly formidable, as if he had become a different person altogether. The thought of possibly being outmatched only fuels her fury further. Damn it, this is infuriating. She anxiously runs her fingers through her hair, strides to the nearby liquor cabinet, grabs a bottle of dark red liquid that appears to be quite potent, and takes several large gulps straight from the bottle. The fiery liquid burns down her throat, slightly tempering her inner rage, but the feeling of frustration remains unabated. Cursing has grown exhausting, and fighting seems momentarily futile. Morgana, panting, crashes back onto her exaggerated throne, feeling utterly despondent. Why is this wretched place, Earth, so cursed? First, there are the likes of the Super God Academy and those relics of the past from Denua. Then there's that stubborn son Wukong, and now this impenetrable golden killing machine emerges. She finds herself in need of assistance, requiring more demon warriors, or rather, more cannon fodder. As the thought of cannon fodder crosses her mind, a flash of inspiration strikes her regarding a certain individual who enjoys lurking in the Dead Song Academy conducting research. Although she finds his incessant mumbling and scheming rather annoying, he might be the only one who can swiftly provide her with some immediate combat power. Morgana scowls as she activates dark communications, linking to the familiar channel steeped in the essence of death and void. Kal, where the hell have you been? The moment the communication connects, Morgana bellows irritably, her tone fierce enough to fell a bull. On the other end, at the Dead Song Academy, Carl appears perpetually calm and unruffled, accustomed to Morgana's foul language. His gentle yet lifeless voice echoes. Liang Bing, it seems you have encountered some minor troubles on Earth? Call me Queen Morgana. Very well, Liang Bing. Minor troubles? You call that golden fiend, capable of reducing your snow to dust and wounding me, a minor trouble? Morgana's voice rises further. Do you have any idea how formidable that bastard is? He is utterly deranged. Regarding that unknown entity, I have gleaned some information through Snow and Suot Dun. Carl's tone remains steady. His power system is indeed unique and worthy of in-depth study. Study my foot. What I need now is capable subordinates. Morgana impatiently interrupts. Otto has just been revived and nearly lost his life again. What happened to that foolish crocodile, Sun? You sent out? Did he also fall to his demise? Upon mentioning Saw Dun, Ka Air fell silent for a moment, before slowly replying. Indeed, Suo Dun was destroyed by him, along with Si Nua. However, as you are aware, as long as the dark information backup remains intact, resurrection is not a difficult task. Morgana's eyes brightened, and her tone softened slightly. Oh, have you brought him back to life? Where is he? Considering the complex situation on Earth and the activity of that golden armored warrior, I have temporarily placed the resurrected So Dun in the Mars base for observation and preliminary control. Ka-Air replied. His data is somewhat unstable, yet his fundamental combat instincts and appetite have been preserved quite well. Muffs? Excellent. Better than nothing. Morgana exclaimed, slapping the armrest of her throne. Send me the data and coordinates of that foolish crocodile. I shall personally retrieve him, although Dun may not be the brightest. His combat prowess is undeniable, being tough-skinned and strong, making him an excellent vanguard or source of chaos. He will perfectly fill the void left by a 2-0 severe injuries. The data package and coordinates have been sent to you, Morgana. Kair was indeed efficient in his tasks. However, I must remind you that the resurrection of Suo Dun consumed some resources, and his presence may further exacerbate the conflict between you and that golden armored warrior, as well as the Super God Academy. Kair's family is vast and abundant, and resources can withstand some extravagance. Conflict? Ha ha ha. Morgana laughed derisively, as if she had heard something amusing. Have I not had enough conflict with them? What does one more Suo Dun matter? That golden nugget enjoys purification, does he not? I shall thrust these things right under his nose. Let us see how much he can purify. A vindictive smile graced her face. If I can't defeat you, I can certainly annoy you. Do as you please, Liang Bing. Ka-Air seemed disinterested in interfering with her decision. I only hope your actions do not impede my exploration of the Void era. Got it, got it. You worry too much. Morgana waved her hand impatiently. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have to go to Mars to fetch that glutton. With that, she cut off the communication without waiting for Ka-Air's response. The hall fell silent once more, but Morgana's mood had undeniably improved. She gazed at the data package sent by Ka-Air, which contained surveillance footage of Shuo done, lively, and searching for food in the Mars base. You golden giant. Just wait. Morgana licked her lips, a glint of danger flashing in her eyes. Once I retrieve the crocodile and heal Ata, we shall have ample time to play. She stood, stretching her slightly aching shoulder, and began to mobilize the computing power of Demon 1 to plan the route to Mars. After confirming the coordinates en route, Morgana, accompanied by several demon soldiers, boarded a small, ominous-looking demon aircraft and silently pierced through Mars' thin atmosphere, landing precisely at the entrance of the outpost base. The hatch opened, and Morgana, clad in black leather and having refreshed her makeup, exuded her alluring queenly aura as she descended, flanked by several fully armed, fierce-looking elite demon soldiers. At the base entrance, a group of soldiers clad in white bone armor and helmets had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Morgana, the leading squad captain quickly stepped forward, his tone respectful yet subtly tense. Queen Morgana, you have arrived. The target, Shuo Dun, is confined in the deepest containment area of the base. Morgana nonchalantly acknowledged with a hum, her gaze sweeping over the desolate scene. Curling her lip, that perverted Ka-Air has quite the taste for locations. How is that crocodile? Did it destroy your pathetic base? The Chow Chow squad captain's voice trembled slightly as he replied. Report to the Queen, Shuo Dun is extremely volatile and immensely powerful. Following Lord Ka-Air's instructions, we have only provided the minimum energy necessary to maintain containment, not daring to provoke it excessively. Even so, it has nearly broken free from the energy restraints several times. Please, exercise caution when you make contact. Caution? Morgana scoffed, patting the Chow Chow squad captain on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. Do I need to be cautious with a foolish crocodile who only thinks about muscles and food? Lead the way. The group traversed the cold metallic corridor, arriving in a relatively spacious, circular arena deep within the base. Surrounding the area were energy barriers and surveillance devices. In the central zone, a tall and burly figure, covered in dark green scales, was restlessly pacing, its thick tail sweeping the ground and kicking up clouds of red dust. It was none other than the crocodile god, Shuo Dun. As if sensing an approach, it suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Morgana, who was leading the way. Its nose twitched as it seemed to detect a fresh scent different from that of the Tiao, instantly piquing its interest. Drool uncontrollably spilling from the corners of its mouth. Food. New food. Shuo Dun tilted its large head, fixated on Morgana, producing a gurgling sound from its throat. Morgana crossed her arms, sizing up Shuo Dun and nodding. Quite the size. You look tough enough. Hey, big crocodile, I have a proposition for you. Shuo Dun bowed, seemingly not quite comprehending what proposition meant, yet it caught the keyword. Proposition? Is there meat? Morgana was amused by its naive demeanor. Meat? Stick with me, Queen Morgana, and you can have all the meat you desire. Delicacies galore. What do you say? Will you join me? Shuo Dun's simple brain began to churn. Following this woman, I can have meat? Sounds good. However, its primal instincts and the combative nature embedded in its essence prevented it from agreeing immediately. It shook its head, its crimson eyes fixed on Morgana, presenting what it believed to be the most direct and effective method of negotiation. Join you? Sure, but you must first defeat me. It bared its teeth, revealing gleaming white fangs, a fierce aura emanating from it. It cared not who the opponent was. In its perception, the one with the mightiest fist was the leader, the one deserving of meat. The nearby Tiao soldiers and demon soldiers instinctively took a step back, anxiously eyeing Morgana. Upon hearing this, Morgana was not angered. Rather, she burst into hearty laughter, her body shaking. Ha ha ha! Defeat you? Good. Straightforward. I love your forthrightness. She had been holding back a torrent of frustration from her earlier encounter with Qin Shuo, and this tough-skinned, foolish crocodile was perfect for releasing her pent-up energy while also gaining a subordinate. All right, let us do it your way. Before her words had fully left her lips, her expression suddenly hardened. She even found it beneath her to personally engage. Instead, she elegantly raised both hands. Buzz, buzz, too enormous. Dark, energy-infused demon claws materialized out of thin air, resembling two small mountains, one on each side, exuding an overwhelming pressure as they lunged towards Shuo Dun in the center of the arena. The speed was far beyond Shuo Dun's ability to react. Though Shuo Dun was not the brightest, its combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. Sensing a lethal threat, it roared, its muscles tensing as its powerful, scaled arms shot up to block, attempting to withstand the demon claws. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Shuo Dun's strength, capable of toppling tanks, felt utterly powerless before the demon claws. It felt as if two meteorites had struck it simultaneously, the arm it raised to block emitting a bone-crushing crack, and its massive body could not withstand the overwhelming force, sending it hurtling backward like a tattered sack. With a resounding crash, it slammed into the sturdy energy containment wall behind it, causing the wall, strong enough to withstand naval artillery, to flicker violently, nearly collapsing. It then crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shuo Dun lay on the ground, feeling as though its bones were about to shatter. Dazzling stars danced before its eyes, and a mouthful of metallic-tasting blood surged up its throat, only to be forcibly swallowed back down. It struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain and the terrifying impact rendered it immobile for the time being. Ma Gan manipulated the demonic claws, hovering above Shuo Dun like a cat toying with a mouse. She sauntered over to Shuo Dun, looking down at it from her elevated position, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "What do you think, Great Crocodile? Have you surrendered?" Shuo Dun lifted its massive head, observing Ma Gan's relaxed demeanor, and felt the presence of the two claws hovering above, capable of reducing it to a mere pulp at any moment. Its simple mind finally reached a clear conclusion. It was utterly outmatched, completely defenseless. This woman was not much different from the previous golden figure. "I yield," Shuo Dun bellowed, its voice deep and resonant. Although still somewhat reluctant, the awe for the strong and the craving for flesh led it to submit. "I'll follow you, as long as there's meat to eat." Ma Gan chuckled with satisfaction, snapping her fingers, causing the demonic claws to dissipate instantly. "Now that is more like it. Wouldn't it have been better to concede sooner and avoid this beating?" She waved her hand, instructing the demon soldiers behind her administer energy supplements to help it recover. "From now on, it shall be your new comrade, codenamed Shuo Dun." The demon soldiers promptly approached, utilizing instruments to treat the incapacitated Shuo Dun and complete its onboarding process. Watching Shuo Dun recover, Ma Gan felt considerably better. Though merely a not-so-bright brute, it was still a valuable high-end combat force, filling the gap left by Ata. Chapter 25. Undercurrents following the subjugation of the crocodile god Shuo Dun, Ma Gan wasted no time in embarking on her next plan. One high-end brute was insufficient. She required more distinctive troops capable of creating chaos and drawing fire. In a remote town in North America, within an aged-looking church, a priest, whose faith had long since eroded and who had been seduced by Ma Gan's fallen ideals, trembled as he led a distinguished guest toward the church's underground crypt. "My lady, it is just below." The priest's voice quivered, unable to meet the gaze of the woman in the black leather coat, who exuded deadly allure and danger. Ma Gan Liang Bing surveyed the grim, damp crypt with keen interest, the air thick with decay and a suppressed, violent energy. She could sense that deep beneath her feet lay a slumbering ancient demon, filled with resentment and power. "Well done, priest," Ma Gan said, patting him on the shoulder, startling him. "Fear not. Once I finish my business, you shall reap the benefits, perhaps even experience true freedom." She smiled meaningfully and disregarded the soul consumed by desire. Striding directly toward the deepest part of the crypt, there a massive stone coffin, etched with obscure sealing runes, pulsated slightly, as if the entity inside were on the verge of breaking free. Bulin, a poor soul trapped by tedious legends and fragile seals. Ma Gan extended her hand, muttering several incantations, as dark energy coiled around the seal like tendrils. The ancient runes quickly dimmed and disintegrated under the onslaught of dark energy. With a thunderous roar, the seal was shattered by an immense force from within. A towering, dark red-skinned demon, Bulin, with two horns and a ferocious visage, erupted forth with a roar. It had been sealed for too long, its eyes filled with rage and the desire for destruction. Who has freed me?" Bulin's voice rasped like sandpaper. scanning its surroundings before locking onto Ma Gan-na. Ma Gan-na crossed her arms, observing it with calm confidence. It is I, Queen Ma Gan-na. From this day forth, you shall be my warrior. As Da Buoluan sensed the profound darkness emanating from Ma Gan-na, coupled with a purer and nobler demonic essence, its simple mind instantly grasped the disparity between them. It knelt on one knee, lowering its fearsome head. Thank you for my release, Your Majesty. Da Buoluan, at your service. Excellent. Ma Gan-na nodded in satisfaction, having acquired yet another formidable brute. With the successful subjugation of both Suaduan and Da Buoluan, Ma Gan-na's demonic legion began to take shape. Yet she remained grounded, not allowing her temporary success to cloud her judgment. The incident in Huang Suan, where the intervention of the golden-armored giant and the angels had exposed her too early, had taught her a lesson. This time, she was wiser. Intelligence. She needed more information on her enemies, particularly on the Super God Academy and that golden-armored giant. A few days later, aboard the aircraft carrier Qin Shuo, this floating steel fortress served as the headquarters of the Xiongbing Lian, heavily fortified. Yet, a wave of dark energy, nearly undetectable by conventional means, silently infiltrated the vessel. Ma Gan-na employed exceptionally sophisticated camouflage and infiltration techniques. She transformed into an ordinary-looking nurse clad in white, utilizing the computational power of Demon No, one to interfere with some surveillance and identification systems. Under the cover of dark energy, she confidently strode into the internal passages of Qin Shuo. Her objective was the command room of Duka Ao and the data center of the Super God Academy. With the exquisite control of energy afforded by the fourth-generation divine body and the remote support of Demon Number 1, she ghosted past patrolling soldiers and layers of security checks. In the corridor outside the command room, she even brushed past Xiao Luan, Liu Chuang, and Zhao Xin, who had just finished training, their foreheads glistening with sweat. The trio was engaged in an animated discussion about where to find something to eat, with Zhao Xin complaining about the exhausting training. Suddenly, they all paused simultaneously, turning to glance at the slender figure of the nurse they had just passed. Hiss! Liu Chuang inhaled sharply, a lewd yet puzzled expression crossing his face. That nurse looked quite enticing. Doesn't she seem a bit different? Xiao Luan scratched his head, uncertainly saying, "Why do I feel a bit uneasy?" As if something ominous just passed by. Zhao Xin squinted, striving to sense the atmosphere, then slapped his thigh and lowered his voice, speaking in an exaggerated tone. "Goodness, brothers, did you feel that? There's truly an overwhelming evil aura." By the time they attempted to take a closer look, the nurse had already turned the corner and disappeared from sight. "Just an illusion, I suppose," Xiao Luan muttered. "Perhaps we're just tired from training and seeing things." Liu Chuang shrugged. The three of them paid it little mind, continuing their discussion about dinner, completely unaware that a breach of confidentiality was occurring right under their noses. Ma Gan-na successfully infiltrated the target area, using a specialized information collector to swiftly scan and replicate vast amounts of confidential data stored on the servers, including preliminary ability data of Xiongbing Lian members, training plans, portions of Denu civilization technology files, and limited observational reports on the golden-armored giant Qin Shuo. After securing the information, she vanished from Qin Shuo like a ghost, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Qin Shuo, who had triggered the evil sensation in Xiao Luan and his companions, remained blissfully unaware of the minor incident aboard the carrier. He was still engrossed in his miniature workshop, meticulously fine-tuning his two main battle spears. The atomic-level disintegration field required energy configurations and stability far exceeding previous standards. He needed to ensure that this power could be wielded effortlessly in future high-intensity battles, without endangering himself. As night fell over Qin Shuo, the sea breeze carried a salty tang. Xiao Luan sat alone on the edge of the deck, gazing at the distant, pitch-black sea, feeling somewhat downcast. Earlier in training, he had embarrassed himself in front of Qiang Wei, and that yearning to draw closer, yet being separated by an invisible distance, left him feeling quite dejected. Unbeknownst to him, Qiang Wei had approached from behind, observing his forlorn silhouette. After a moment of silence, she walked over. "Hey, Xiao Luan." Startled, Xiao Luan quickly stood up. "Qiang Wei?" Roses did not gaze at him. Instead, she looked up at the starry sky and spoke in a placid tone. "Do you know why you cannot soar?" Xiao Luan shook his head honestly. "It is because your heart is cluttered with too many distractions, lacking in purity." Roses turned her head to face him, declaring that angelic wings require faith and the drive of the soul, rather than sheer brute force. The original script of this scene was overly melodramatic, hence it was modified. She extended her hand and gently tapped Gu Xiaoluan's forehead. A cool energy, imbued with a slight wormhole fluctuation and a sacred aura, gradually flowed into Gu Xiaoluan's body. Close your eyes and feel it. Forget all distractions and focus solely on flying. Following her guidance, Gu Xiaoluan shut his eyes, striving to cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, concentrating all his attention on the unawakened genetic sequence of the wings behind him. Gradually, he felt a surge of fiery power erupting from deep within his spine, flowing to the area of his shoulder blades. A tingling, prickling sensation coursed through him, as if something were yearning to break free. Buzz, a pair of enormous wings, cloaked in jet-black feathers, suddenly unfurled from Gu Xiaoluan's back. In the night, these dark wings appeared strikingly prominent, even possessing a hint of enigmatic beauty. Have I succeeded? Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed in delight, turning to behold the black wings behind him, nearly leaping with joy. He could finally fly. Roses observed the dark wings with a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. Angelic wings are typically pure white. Gu Xiaoluan's black wings seemed to herald an extraordinary path ahead. Try to take flight, Roses urged. Gu Xiaoluan took a deep breath, focusing intently, and forcefully flapped the wings behind him. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept up the dust from the deck, and Gu Xiaoluan wobbled unsteadily, resembling a newborn learning to walk, as he ascended a few meters into the air. I am flying. I am truly flying. Gu Xiaoluan shouted with exhilaration, and despite his awkward posture, the sensation of breaking free from the shackles of gravity made him forget all his woes. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ducao and Lianfeng, who stood atop the ship's island, observed the scene quietly. The black wings drew a slight furrow on Ducao's brow. Lianfeng nodded, indeed. Moreover, based on the internal system self-check report we just received, there appear to be signs of unauthorized access, suggesting a significant data breach has occurred. Coupled with the unusual perceptions reported by Xiaoluan and the others today, we may have unwelcome guests. Ducao's expression darkened. What a troublesome time. Before long, Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, Zhao Exant, Roses, Qi Lin, Cheng Yaowen, and others arrive at the battle armor room upon notification. Their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as they examined their new suits of armor. To their surprise, the mighty Sun Wukong, the victorious Buddha, was also present. He still bore his signature rugged visage, yet his golden chainmail armor seemed to carry some subtle traces of battle. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his fiery eyes surveyed the young warriors and their new equipment. His gaze softened, revealing an almost imperceptible sense of anticipation. General Ducao stood before the group, his demeanor serious. The battle at Liangshan has exposed many of your shortcomings, yet has also demonstrated your potential. These Shenhe battle armors are the crystallization of Dinnu civilization's technology, capable of maximizing the power of the super genes within you, providing formidable defensive and auxiliary combat abilities. From this day forth, they shall become a part of your being, your partners in safeguarding the earth. His gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, his tone filled with reverence. Great sage, the armor you wear has fought alongside you for many years, achieving remarkable feats. However, times are changing, and so are our enemies. We have specially crafted a new suit of armor for you, based on your combat data and physical characteristics, hoping to aid you in battle. As Ducao spoke, a special display platform gradually rose, revealing a completely new suit of armor suspended above it. Retaining the iconic golden and chainmail elements associated with Sun Wukong, the design was sharper and more intricate, with aerodynamic microarc designs added to the shoulder and leg armor. The overall style seamlessly blended classical divine weaponry with cutting-edge technology, especially the brand-new Fengqi Zijin crown. The wings on either side seemingly composed of flowing energy, shimmering brightly. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to touch the cool surface of the new armor. He could sense the immense energy and superior protective capabilities contained within. Old Ducao, you've outdone yourself. Sun Wukong smiled broadly, evidently pleased with the new attire. It's about time. I felt the previous set was lagging behind. With this new gear, I'll be better equipped to deal with those blind little brats next time. As his words fell, Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and the others instinctively recoiled, recalling the terror they had experienced at Liangshan. Takeo chuckled softly. As long as the great sage is satisfied. Familiarize yourself with the new armor's capabilities quickly. True combat may not be far off. Just as the soldiers of the Xiongбing Lian were invigorated by their new equipment, and Sun Wukong prepared to don his new guise. At the distant edge of the solar system, near Pluto's orbit, a disquieting transformation was unfolding in the once quiet cosmic void. An immense, swirling azure energy conduit, the Pluto Worm Bridge, was stabilizing in its open state, like a locust swarm or a shadow of death. A colossal and menacing interstellar fleet was ominously emerging from the Worm Bridge. At the forefront was a flagship of extraordinary size, its design resembling a fusion of a skull and a cross. Its black armor was emblazoned with the iconic skull insignia of the Taotai Legion, and its massive cannons and missile silos emanated a chilling glow. Following it were dozens of warships, varying in size, yet equally exuding an aggressive aura, forming a daunting death fleet. This was the advanced fleet of the Taotai Legion invading the Qi Wu stellar system. Within the flagship's command room, the Taotai Qin Shuo sat imperiously upon his throne forged from bones and metal. Clad in heavy white bone armor, his electronic eyes glowed with a cold red light. Before him, a vast tactical star map vividly displayed the panorama of the solar system, with a blue planet Earth marked as his target. The power granted to us by my god Karl to traverse the stars is meant to spread the gospel of death to every corner. Shuo's voice resonated through the speakers within his bone armor, laced with a metallic rasp and fervor. The Taotai commanders stood in reverent formation on either side, their eyes filled with a fervent worship of death and a thirst for conquest. Based on our preliminary reconnaissance and the information provided by Queen Morgana, Shuo's electronic eyes locked onto a city on the star map, the Super God Academy of Earth and their Xiongбing Lian, primarily concentrated in the Grand Canyon City and maritime platforms. Other cities exhibited relatively weak defenses. His skeletal finger heavily pointed at a city highlighted on the star map. Here, Tianhe City, with a population exceeding 10 million, it is a vital economic hub for Earth. Yet their military forces and so-called super warriors have yet to establish effective defenses here. The red light in Shuo's electronic eyes flared intensely as he issued a ruthless command. We shall orchestrate a grand massacre here. Through destruction and terror, we will demonstrate to these insignificant earthlings that resistance is futile. Let the whales of Tianhe City be the first tribute we offer to the god of death, Karl. For death. For my god, Karl. Within the command room, all Taotai commanders roared in unison, their bloodlust palpable. The massive Taotai fleet began to realign its formation, engines emitting azure flames as they surged towards the inner solar system, targeting that beautiful blue planet, heading straight for the unsuspecting Tianhe City with ruthless intent. The divine being of the Langxing had also taken notice and immediately reported the situation to Thinar aboard the Jirshaohao. Meanwhile, Gai Xiaolun, who had just fitted some new armor components and was savoring their power, felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky outside, sensing an ominous presence drawing near. Simultaneously, Du Kao and Lanfeng received urgent alerts from the monitoring system of Duono Sanhao, detecting a massive interstellar fleet traversing the Bingwangxing Dachongqiao and entering the solar system, with a trajectory aimed directly at Earth. The inevitable had finally arrived. Du Kao took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with intensity, and notified all units to prepare for the highest state of combat readiness. Xiongбing Lian, prepare for battle. The facade of peace was utterly shattered. An interstellar war unfurled its bloody curtain in the most brutal manner. Chapter 26. Arrival on the battlefield when the vanguard of the Daltidintan launched an assault on Tinkershur. Qin Shuo had finally completed his weapon upgrades. After an indeterminate period, 2 spears imbued with the dark technology of the old Knight Federation and the purifying will of the Emperor were reborn. The core field generators within the Loyal Messenger and the Purgatory Fire Spear no longer stirred molecular disintegration forces, but unleashed atomic annihilation power, capable of shaking the very foundations of material existence. He approached an old television set and casually pressed the power button. Instead of the usual entertainment programs or news broadcasts, a hellish scene unfolded before him. The image shook violently, accompanied by deafening explosions, the thunderous collapse of buildings, and the terrified screams of civilians. The backdrop was a smoke-filled city skyline. Once bustling skyscrapers now engulfed in flames or severed in half. The reporter's voice, hoarse and tearful, intermittently conveyed the chaos. This is Qin Shuo. We are under fierce attack from unidentified extraterrestrial forces. A massive cruciform battleship has appeared over the city, and the enemy's infantry aircraft are heavily armed. Our 8th Army Group is engaged in combat, but casualties are heavy. We request support. Repeat, Qin Shuo requests support. On the screen, the tanks of the Custodians fought valiantly in the streets, their shells splashing against the energy shields of the Daute, Shaoxing Feixing Qi, without inflicting significant damage. Conversely, the energy weapons wielded by the Daute soldiers effortlessly tore through the tank's armor, reducing brave soldiers to charred remains. The city streets lay in ruins, civilians fleeing in despair, their cries echoing relentlessly. Chaos, death, and destruction reigned as the alien forces wantonly trampled the human city and slaughtered human lives. Qin Shuo observed quietly, his face beneath the helmet betraying no emotion, yet the cold, killing intent in his deep-set eyes surged like an undercurrent beneath a millennia-old glacier. There was no need for words or furious roars. Purification was the sole response. Target confirmed. Qin Shuo. Threat level, extremely high. Execute purification protocol. In the next moment, a tremendous energy erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. No longer was it the previous golden-powered armor, but the heavier Ding Zhongzheja-powered armor. Layer upon layer of thick armor plates enveloped him. The Ding emblem on his shoulder appeared poised to take flight, while the heavy explosive launchers and plasma cannons on his back radiated a chilling, deathly sheen. The explosive launchers and thermal cutters at his wrists were primed for action. The dual shield generators hummed softly, enveloping him in a translucent energy shield that shimmered like starlight. The loyal messenger spear manifested in his hand, its tip enveloped in a ghostly blue atomic annihilation field that radiated an aura capable of distorting space itself. Transformed into the golden giant Qin Shuo, he did not pass through the doors or windows. Instead, he merely raised his heavily armored right fist toward the wall before him. With a resounding thud, the impact was not an explosion, but a pure sonic boom generated by the sheer force compressing the air. The apartment wall buckled inward as if struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing and revealing a massive hole. Debris hurtled outward like cannon fire. Qin Shuo stepped forward, emerging from the gaping hole of the several-story-high building, momentarily pausing in midair. Boom! The sonic explosion erupted behind him. He transformed into a streak of golden meteor, defying gravity and hurtling toward the burning city of Qin with a speed far surpassing any terrestrial aircraft. The clouds along his path were effortlessly torn apart. The shrill sound of his high-speed flight echoed like the death knell across the sky. Qin Shuo had descended into hell. The flagship of the Taotier loomed like a massive coffin suspended above the city, casting a shadow of death. Countless small aircraft darted like locusts, unleashing energy beams like raindrops, igniting and destroying building after building. The Taote soldiers, clad in mechanical exoskeletons, advanced on the ground, cold and efficient, their energy weapons harvesting lives indiscriminately, whether soldiers resisting or unarmed civilians. The soldiers of the 8th Army Group of the Custodians displayed remarkable courage and spirit of sacrifice. They took refuge behind crumbling walls, valiantly resisting the invaders with rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, and even their own bodies. The artillery fire of tanks and the trajectories of anti-air missiles interwove into a tragic elegy throughout the city. Yet, the technological disparity was disheartening. Their attacks struggled to penetrate the energy shields of the Daote, while any counterstrike from the enemy could result in devastating casualties. On a main thoroughfare, a squad of soldiers held their ground behind hastily constructed sandbag fortifications, firing heavy machine guns and the last 2 rocket launchers at the sky, attempting to intercept the low-flying Taotea patrol boats preparing to strike at an entrance to an underground shelter crowded with refugees. Stop them. We cannot let them harm the civilians. The squad leader shouted hoarsely, blood trickling down his face from a shard of shrapnel. But the energy cannons of the Taotea patrol boats began to charge, a ghostly blue glow coalescing at their muzzles, a deathly aura enveloping the entire street. Despair flickered in the soldiers' eyes, yet they did not retreat an inch. In that critical moment, whoosh boom, a golden figure descended like a deity, hurtling down from the sky at a speed surpassing all reactions, slamming into the center of the formation of Haute patrol boats. There were no fancy techniques, only the purest, most savage collision. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted. The patrol boats, like toys struck by a battering ram, had their energy shields shattered like soap bubbles, their structures twisting and deforming under the tremendous kinetic energy before bursting apart, transforming into flaming metal fireballs falling from the sky. The shockwave from the explosions sent the sandbag fortifications flying, and the soldiers were jostled. But they stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the golden giant who slowly rose from the midst of the explosive flames. Qin Shuo had arrived on the battlefield. Ignoring the sporadic explosions and flying debris around him, the void shield shimmered slightly, isolating all threats. He slowly raised the loyal messenger in his hand, its tip aimed at several other Tautea patrol boats that were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. The pilots of those patrol boats quickly recovered, redirecting their cannons, and several energy beams shot toward Qin Shuo like venomous snakes. Qin Shuo did not flinch or evade, nor did he raise an arm to block. The energy beams struck the void shield, creating ripples like pebbles thrown into a deep pond, vanishing without a trace, failing to even make Qin Shuo flinch. Detected low-intensity energy attack. Threat level, negligible. A cold electronic voice sounded beneath the helmet. In the next moment, Qin Shuo moved. The heavy explosive launcher on his back let out a deep roar. Boom, 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 boom. A cascade of heavy explosives descended like a tempest of metal, precisely enveloping the patrol boats. This time, it was not a mere collision, but a cataclysmic assault infused with high-explosive armor-piercing energy. The air erupted with thunderous blasts, the patrol boats devoid of any chance to struggle, obliterated mid-air, and reduced to scattered debris. The soldiers on the ground stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle. What was this? Our secret weapon? A divine being descended upon us? Qin Shuo paid no heed to the astonished soldiers. His combat logic was clear and efficient. After neutralizing the nearby aerial threats, his gaze swiftly fixated on the other end of the street, where a squad of Tautai ground soldiers advanced. The Tautai soldiers, having discovered the golden giant that had suddenly annihilated their patrol boats, immediately raised their energy weapons, seeking cover while firing frantically. Dense beams of energy cascaded like raindrops, striking against the void shield with crackling sounds, yet failing to stir it in the slightest. With the loyal messenger in hand, Qin Shuo took heavy strides toward the Tautai squad, each footfall creating spiderweb-like cracks in the asphalt, akin to the beating of war drums. His pace quickened from walking to running, ultimately transforming into a golden streak racing along the ground. The energy beams unleashed by the Tautai squad appeared sluggish and futile before his ghostly speed and anticipation. In an instant, Qin Shuo had penetrated the formation of the Tautai squad. He employed no intricate gunplay, instead executing strikes, sweeps, and thrusts that were stripped down to their essence, yet contained terrifying power. The loyal messenger hummed ominously as the eerie blue atomic annihilation field activated. The first Tautai soldier attempting to block with an energy blade was instantaneously disintegrated upon contact with the spear tip, as if cast into an invisible grinder. His body and armor silently decomposing into a fine, glimmering atomic dust, not even a scream escaping his lips. The second Tautai soldier was swept away by the spear, his upper body vanishing entirely while his lower half continued to run a few steps before collapsing in despair. The third and fourth soldiers met similar fates as Qin Shuo moved through them like a tiger among sheep, where he passed. Tautai soldiers were either vaporized instantly or torn to shreds by overwhelming force. Their energy weapons and exoskeletal armor appeared as fragile as paper before the atomic annihilation field. In merely a few seconds, an entire squad of Tautai soldiers, along with their cover, was utterly erased from the physical realm, leaving behind only charred remnants and an odd stench of ozone. Qin Shuo halted, shaking off the non-existent grime from the spear tip, his cold gaze sweeping over the now-cleared street, before lifting his eyes toward the city center, where the largest Tautai flagship loomed like a skeletal cross. Chapter 27. The display of divine might. Upon reaching the battlefield of Tianhe City, Qin Shuo unleashed a roar that reverberated across the smoke-filled expanse, penetrating various monitoring devices and reaching the ears of all factions observing the conflict. Xenomorphs, your adversary is I. You and your false god. Cal, your doom has arrived. This proclamation, steeped in absolute disdain and a will to annihilate, sounded the clarion call for the ensuing massacre. Before his words faded, the towering figure of Qin Shuo, standing at 4 meters and 8 centimeters, transformed into a whirlwind of death, charging toward the densely clustered Taotai ground forces without restraint, amplifying the upgraded combat efficiency to its zenith. The power spear in his grasp seemed to come alive, with micro-explosive launchers on either side of the spear tip unleashing fiery tongues at an astonishing rate. Boom, boom, boom. Each fist-sized explosive found its mark. Whether targeting Taotai soldiers concealed behind cover, low-flying patrol boats, or slightly larger assault vessels, the high-explosive armor-piercing projectiles easily shredded energy shields, turning targets and their companions into burning fragments. But that was merely the beginning. From the spear's core, explosive beams, akin to the gaze of death, intermittently shot forth. There were no deafening explosions, only the spine-chilling sound of energy searing through matter. Wherever the beams passed, whether through sturdy armored vehicles or the bone armor of Taotai soldiers, they were instantaneously melted, vaporized, leaving behind glowing, red-hot cavities. The extreme heat ignited surrounding air and flammable materials, creating small infernos. This was no mere weapon. It was a mobile, precision-guided artillery platform, and this was just the firepower of his personal armament. The heavily armed platform, resembling iron wings behind him, was the true center of heavy firepower. Multiple heavy explosive launchers continuously unleashed their thunderous roars, saturating vast areas with steel and flames, suppressing the Taotai soldiers to the point they could not raise their heads, their formation shattered into disarray. Even more terrifying was the plasma cannon. The cannon's azure glow pulsed like a breath, discharging torrents of plasma, as thick as a barrel after each brief charge. Boom! Any Taotai unit touched by this torrent, whether soldier, vehicle, or small structure, was instantly vaporized, disintegrated, with no remnants to be found. It left behind trenches that glimmered like glass, horrifically melted into the ground. Qin Shuo was akin to an unyielding, indefatigable fortress, rampaging through the ranks of Taotai. Where he passed, only ruins, burning debris, and unsettling voids remained, areas completely erased by the atomic annihilation field. The resistance of the Taotai soldiers appeared futile and powerless. Their energy weapon fire merely rippled across the translucent double-layered void shield, having no effect whatsoever. They attempted to engage in close combat, yet could not even come close to Qin Shuo. They were either shredded by explosive blasts, vaporized by the spear, or kicked into a multitude of flying parts. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, highly efficient, industrial-scale slaughter. Within the command room of the Taotai flagship, Commander Xiong Lu and Feng Lei observed the tactical screen, where a golden point representing Qin Shuo moved rapidly through their formation, causing extensive data loss. Their electronic eyes brimmed with disbelief and rage. What kind of monster is this? Feng Lei's voice trembled, revealing a fear he was unaware of. They had estimated Earth's resistance forces, including the super warriors of the Super God Academy, but never anticipated the emergence of such an entity beyond their calculations. You must not continue this rampage. Xiong Lu slammed the control panel, roaring, "All units, I command you, concentrate fire. Bring that golden target down to dust." The order was swiftly relayed. In an instant, the battlefield dynamics shifted once more. Almost every Taotai unit capable of attacking Qin Shuo, whether aerial firepower ships, patrol boats, assault vessels, or ground mecha soldiers and heavy fire platforms, redirected their weapons, abandoning their previous targets, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy beams, missiles, and shells toward that golden figure. In that moment, the area surrounding Qin Shuo was completely engulfed in dazzling energy beams and explosive flames. The shockwaves generated by the explosions converged, forming visible circular air waves that violently spread outward, scouring the distant ruins once more. But that was not enough. Activate the god-slaying weapon. Lock onto the target. Fire. The Xiong Lu issued a final command with a roar. Several snipers concealed within the flagship and large assault boats immediately unleashed a barrage of supersonic projectiles. These were the god-slaying weapons that the Taotai Legion took immense pride in, specifically designed to target divine entities. They could penetrate formidable energy defenses and inflict grievous, irreparable harm upon divine bodies. A concentrated assault utilizing the god-slaying weapons represented the most formidable firepower at the disposal of the Taotai vanguard. They were convinced that even the so-called gods would be reduced to ashes under such an onslaught. However, as the explosive flames and swirling smoke began to dissipate, those observing the scene through their devices collectively gasped, falling into a profound silence. There stood Qin Shuo, unwavering and resolute, with scarcely any change in his stance. The semi-transparent double-layered shield surrounding him had withstood the onslaught of violent attacks. Although it flickered brilliantly and rippled as if boiling, it remained resilient, showing no signs of shattering. The energy beams capable of tearing apart third-generation divine bodies, the missiles potent enough to level mountains, and even the lethal god-slaying weapons, upon colliding with the void shield, were rendered ineffective, as if they had plunged into the ocean, dissipating into nothingness except for a slight depletion of the shield's energy. The god-slaying weapons failed to penetrate even the outermost layer of defense, being deflected or obliterated by the barrier imbued with spatial distortion. Impossible. Xiong Lu and Feng Lei were on the verge of madness, their comprehension utterly shattered. Those were god-slaying weapons, artifacts that even beings like Sun Wukong must approach with caution. Yet they could not breach the opponent's defenses. Qin Shuo slowly raised his weapon, the loyal messenger, once more aiming at a large assault vessel in the distance that was reloading its god-slaying weapon. A cold voice emerged from beneath his helm. The alien's futile struggle is in vain. In the distance, high above the clouds, 3 enchanting angels hovered gracefully, their snow-white wings gently fluttering to maintain balance. Angel Yan, Angel Jie, and Angel Mo, 3 elite guardian angels, were visibly struck with profound astonishment. He actually, Angel Jue murmured, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The intensity of that concentrated fire, combined with the god-slaying weapons, would require even their utmost efforts in evasion and defense with the wormhole and the sword of flames. They would never dare to withstand it like Qin Shuo did. Angel Yan's previously playful smile had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, tinged with a hint of dread. She fixated on the golden figure below, alongside the seemingly fragile yet indomitable void shield. The dual-layered shield and its entirely unknown energy properties were being calculated frantically by Yan's dark dimension computer, yet yielded no effective analytical results. This individual was nothing short of a glitch. Where on earth did that fool Carl summon such a monstrosity? On the bridge of the Great Canyon, Du Cao, Lianfeng, and the assembled members of the heroic squad, including Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, Qiang Wei, Zhao Xian, Qilin, Cheng Yaowen, Rumingming, and the newly armored, imposing Sun Wukong, all witnessed the suffocating scene of the Tianhe city battlefield through satellite imagery and frontline video feeds. The command center was enveloped in heavy silence. Lu Chuang's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit inside. My goodness, this guy is too formidable. The firepower of those alien brats is like firecrackers during the new year, and he's completely unscathed. Gu Xiaoluan swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat beneath his black armor. What is that glowing membrane? It's incredibly sturdy. Zhao Xian's eyes shone with excitement. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is simply a humanoid, self-propelled artillery platform combined with an invincible fortress. If I could possess even half, no, a tenth of that power, it would be worth it. Qiang Wei pressed her lips together, her gaze filled with complexity. She understood what such a density of firepower signified and could fully appreciate the terror and unscientific nature of the power displayed by Qin Shuo. Sun Wukong, gripping his golden staff, narrowed his fiery eyes into a slit devoid of his usual jest, revealing only a profound caution and a burgeoning battle intent. This golden fellow is even stronger than when we faced off in the city and Huangsuan. My new armor is going to need another test of its limits. Du Cao and Lianfeng exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and concern reflected in each other's eyes. Qin Shuo's strength surpassed all expectations. While this was advantageous for resisting Taotai, having such an uncontrollable, ideologically extreme ally posed an uncertain future, Whether it would be a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. In the throne hall of Demon Number 1, Morgana abruptly spewed forth the red wine she had just sipped, coughing violently as she pointed at the projection of Qin Shuo, trembling with rage. What the hell? Is he cheating? What on earth is that turtle shell? If I had known he possessed such a defense, would I have been forced into such a predicament by him and that angelic harlot? Previously, she believed Qin Shuo merely possessed formidable offensive prowess. But now she realized that his defensive capabilities were outrageously absurd. Against such concentrated fire, she mused that even if she could endure it, she would never do so with the ease displayed by Qin Shuo. Even a fourth-generation divine body would suffer grievous wounds. That idiot Carl. Are all his Tao Tai minions worthless? They can't even scratch him. Watching Qin Shuo mow down the Tao Tai forces on the battlefield like grass, she felt a mix of vindication. After all, Tao Tai was a rival, but also a sense of frustration and an indescribable jealousy. At the center of the battlefield, having withstood the initial round of frenzied fire without a scratch, Qin Shuo was determined not to grant Tao Tai a second chance. The plasma cannon behind him roared once more, this time targeting the large assault vessel that had just launched its god-slaying weapon. A deep blue torrent of plasma surged across the sky, striking its target with precision. There was no explosion, only an extreme temperature and annihilation. The massive assault vessel, along with the Tao Tai soldiers and weapon systems aboard, disintegrated under the onslaught of plasma, melting and vaporizing like ice under the sun, disappearing without a trace within mere seconds. Next, Qin Shuo turned his gaze toward the conspicuous, towering mech soldiers among the Tao Tai ground forces. He moved, his golden figure transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly at the nearest mech soldier. The mech raised its colossal mechanical arm, the energy cannon glowing ominously, attempting to retaliate. But it was too slow. Qin Shuo's loyal messenger, infused with a deep blue atomic annihilation field, pierced directly into the mech's energy core. A strange sound erupted as the mech's heavy armor and intricate internal structure began to disassemble from the point of penetration, rapidly spreading throughout its entirety. In the gaze of the terrified Tao Tai soldiers, the massive mech was reduced to a cloud of shimmering metallic dust, slowly dispersing. One strike, just a single strike, a formidable Tao Tai mech soldier was utterly evaporated. Qin Shuo did not linger, lunging toward the next target. The slaughter had entered an even more efficient and terrifying phase. The Tao Tai commanders, Xiong Lu and Feng Lei, watched in horror as the tactical screen displayed a rapidly diminishing count of units, alongside the relentless golden harbinger of death. A chilling dread surged from within their mechanical cores for the first time. Qin Shuo's ultimate target remained the flagship of the Tao Tai, hovering ominously above the city, the very source of their malevolence. Chapter 28. He is nothing short of Superman. In the command center of the Great Canyon, the vast tactical screen continued to depict the chilling scene of Qin Shuo's one-sided massacre of the Tao Tai forces, enveloping the room in a suffocating silence. The image displayed the Golden Giant, an unyielding killing machine, efficiently eliminating the Tao Tai units in Tiana City. The thunder of explosions, the roar of plasma cannons, and the unsettling hissing sound of Tao Tai units being disintegrated by the atomic annihilation field reverberated through the air, as if hammering directly into the hearts of everyone present. Gu Xiaoluan instinctively touched the pristine black armor adorning his body, then glanced at the screen showcasing Qin Shuo, who resembled a moving arsenal in his tiny Terminator armor. An indescribable sense of powerlessness surged within him. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his newfound ability to soar and his upgraded equipment. Yet now, in the presence of that golden figure, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Lu Chuang grinned, eager to lighten the mood with some witty remark, only to find his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. He had once prided himself on his strength, considering himself a warrior of the Nuo Xing. But now he comprehended that his might was utterly trivial in the face of true prowess. Zhao Xian's initial excitement waned, replaced by a flicker of fear and confusion. What were they supposed to do now? Were they merely to cheer for their elder brother? Xiang Wei clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly embedded into her palms. The tactics she had long upheld, revolving around micro-wormhole warfare and coordinated maneuvers, appeared utterly futile against such overwhelming force and defense. The disparity was not one that skill could bridge. it was a dimensional obliteration. Even Sun Wukong, who typically feared nothing, now held his golden staff tightly, his brow furrowed, the gravity in his fiery eyes palpable. He acknowledged that the golden figure was even harder and fiercer than he had imagined. At that moment, Duca Ao's gray voice resonated through the communication channel to every member of the Xiong Lian. Attention, all units. The previously scheduled combat order to support Tianhe City has been rescinded. The command was succinct yet imbued with an inexplicable complexity. Cancelled? Rui Mingming looked at the others, bewildered. Cheng Yaowen sighed softly and remarked, "It seems the command center believes our presence would be of no consequence. That place has become a battlefield for him alone." Qilin silently slung her sniper rifle over her shoulder. As a sharpshooter, she felt the profound frustration of remote attacks rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power. Would her Godslayer bullet be able to penetrate that shield? Doubt not at her. The first real combat sortie of the Xiong Lian had not even commenced before it was declared over. Not due to the enemy's strength, but because their ally was so overwhelmingly formidable that they had no chance to step onto the stage. The sensation of being excluded from the battlefield was more stifling and humiliating than defeat itself. Duca Ao gazed at the invincible golden figure on screen, his heart a tumult of emotions. Qin Shuo's existence was akin to a double-edged sword, currently wreaking havoc on the invaders, safeguarding the city, albeit in a brutal manner. But what of the future? Who could restrain him? Monitor Tianhe City's energy responses closely, particularly the movements of Qin Shuo and the Taotai flagship. I fear that if Taotai is pushed to its limits, it may become desperate. In the Taotai flagship's command room, Commander Xiong Lu fixed his gaze on the relentless golden that wreaking havoc on the screen, the electronic eyes flickering wildly. The warning sirens of the overloaded computational core faintly audible. Damage report. I want the latest damage report. He rasped. The voice of the adjutant trembled as he replied, "Commander, ground forces have suffered losses exceeding 70%. Aerial patrol boats and assault vessels have lost more than half. The mech units are all unresponsive. Godslayer attacks are ineffective. Repeat, ineffective. Useless. A bunch of useless fools." Xiong Lu slammed his fist onto the control panel, the clash of bone armor against metal producing a piercing sound. The previously silent Feng Lei slowly raised his head. His visage, a blend of mechanical and biological elements, revealed little emotion, yet a resolute light flickered in his electronic eyes. "Xiong Lu," Feng Lei's voice was chillingly calm, starkly contrasting with the chaos in the command room. "We cannot allow him to continue this slaughter. Our vanguard forces will be annihilated by him alone." Xiong Lu suddenly turned to him. "What do you propose? Even the Godslayer cannot contend with him." Feng Lei lifted his massive mechanical arm, covered in bone armor, flexing his finger joints with a cracking sound. "I will confront him, perhaps in close combat. We can uncover a weakness in his impenetrable shell." "Have you lost your mind?" Xiong Lu exclaimed in anger. "Even the Godslayer cannot breach his defenses. You would be walking to your death." "This is an order of my final wish, Xiong Lu." Feng Lei interrupted, his electronic eyes fixed intently on the figure of Qin Shuo on the screen. "As a commander, I cannot stand idly by while my comrades are slaughtered. That would be a disgrace." He paused, solemnly detailing his final arrangements. "Listen, Xiong Lu. If I fail or perish," he emphasized the last few words, "do not hesitate. Immediately activate the Fury Tide." The phrase Fury Tide struck Xiong Lu like a heavy hammer, causing his electronic eyes to flicker violently. Fury Tide? That was one of the Taotai Legion's most devastating weapons, designed for wide-ranging, indiscriminate surface-clearing attacks, capable of erasing Tianhe City from the map entirely. Deploying Fury Tide would mean their vanguard mission had utterly failed and would wreak immeasurable destruction and dire consequences on Earth, potentially incurring the wrath of the Grim Reaper Karl. Yet, if even an elite force like Feng Lei fell here, if they allowed that golden giant to continue his slaughter, their vanguard fleet could indeed face total annihilation. "I understand." Xiong Lu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding heavily. "I will prepare accordingly." Feng Lei spoke no further. He took one last look at the tactical screen, and then turned sharply, striding purposefully towards the command room exit. As he walked, he activated all his weapon systems, energy surging through his mechanical body. He was determined to face the monster they had privately dubbed a superhero, for the glory of the Legion and in search of that almost non-existent chance of victory. Xiong Lu watched Feng Lei's departing figure and issued a command to his adjutant. relay orders. All remaining units, provide fire support for Commander Feng Lei. Simultaneously, initiate the Fury Tide launch protocol and stand by. Target area locked on Tianhe City Center. With the command given, an even more despairing and destructive atmosphere began to permeate the flagship. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, having just reduced the last of the Taotai mecha warriors resisting to atomic dust, Qin Shuo seemed to sense something. He slowly lifted his head, his faceplate turning towards the direction of the Taotai flagship. He felt a surge of energy, far stronger than the previous rabble, detaching from the flagship, approaching him with clear hostility. Finally, has someone of substance arrived? Qin Shuo's loyal messenger subtly shifted, the azure atomic annihilation field at the spear tip seemingly growing more vibrant. Yearning for a stronger offering, he stood firm, awaiting the next wave of confrontation. Chapter 29. One man pierces through a fleet after finalizing his last wishes, Feng Lei. Accompanied by a meticulously selected team of elite guardians from the Taotai Legion, leapt from the flagship's deployment hatch, charging towards the golden giant, Qin Shuo, amidst the ruins. These elite guardians wore heavier armor than ordinary soldiers and wielded specially designed long-handled energy axes or heavy pulse guns with stronger energy fluctuations. Their movements were swift and their coordination impeccable, evidently seasoned veterans of countless bloody battles. Feng Lei himself exuded an imposing presence, his colossal body, a combination of mechanical and biological elements, radiated strength. With each step he took, leaving deep cracks in the ground. For the glory of my God, Carl, attack! Feng Lei roared in an electronic synthesized voice, leading the charge. The massive sword springing forth from his mechanical arm emitted a piercing hum as it swung down towards Qin Shuo's head. The elite guardians behind him simultaneously launched a ferocious assault from various angles, the energy axes light blades and the pulse guns beams intertwining to form a net of death, sealing off all avenues of escape for Qin Shuo. The recent assault, in terms of speed, force, and coordination, far surpasses the previous onslaughts of mere foot soldiers, capable of annihilating even the most elite special forces of Earth in an instant. Yet, they are confronted by Qin Shuo, donning the formidable Tuning Terminator armor and wielding the atomic annihilation weapon of the Imperial Forbidden Army. In the face of this seemingly thunderous combined attack, Qin Shuo remained utterly unmoved, his icy visage merely turning slightly to survey the approaching foes, as if observing moths drawn to a flame. Their bravery, commendable yet ultimately futile. Just as the colossal sword of Feng Lei was about to strike his head, Qin Shuo made his move. His action transcended the capture limits of Feng Lei's electronic eye, a mere flick of his wrist sending the spear soaring upwards, striking first. There was no cacophony of collision, no shower of sparks. Only a barely perceptible, almost negligible sound, akin to a heated iron searing into the finest butter. The tip of the loyal messenger, imbued with an ethereal blue atomic annihilation field, effortlessly pierced through Feng Lei's armor, designed to withstand artillery fire, traversing his intricate internal machinery and emerging from his back. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Feng Lei's momentum came to an abrupt halt, his massive form suspended in midair, the red light in his electronic eye flickering wildly, filled with sheer horror, bewilderment, and disbelief. He lowered his gaze to behold the golden spear protruding from his chest, experiencing a terror born from the collapse of his very existence. There was no excruciating pain, for his body had been mechanized. The matter was disintegrated at the atomic level the instant it met the spear's tip, annihilated. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only gasps escaped, akin to a deflating balloon. In the next moment, the ethereal blue force field exploded outward from the spear's tip, engulfing Feng Lei entirely. Under the terrified gaze of his elite guardians, their commander, the formidable Feng Lei, whose body was a fusion of cutting-edge Mingyi technology and biological modification, disintegrated rapidly from head to toe, transforming into a shimmering cloud of atomic fragments, finer than dust, scattering with the wind. In a single stroke, it couldn't even be labeled as a move, merely a swift and precise thrust. One of the commanders of the Tiao vanguard, Feng Lei, was vanquished. Not a trace of cellular residue remained. This spectacle not only stunned the advancing elite guardians, but was also transmitted back to the Tiao flagship command room through the still active communication channels, landing squarely before the eyes of Xiong Lu. Feng Lei. Xiong Lu let out a heart-wrenching electronic roar, filled with despair and madness. His last hope, his comrade in arms, could not withstand even a single blow from the enemy. This was not combat. It was the desperate plight of ants facing a dragon. Yet, following the instantaneous demise of Feng Lei, Qin Shuo's movements did not falter. With a flick of his wrist, the spear retracted and swept horizontally. The ethereal blue force field arced through the air. Those few elite guardians, still reeling from shock and fear, had no chance to react. Their bodies, weapons, and armor succumbed to the atomic annihilation field, meeting the same fate as Feng Lei, vanishing in an instant, having cleared the pest before him. Qin Shuo's gaze traversed the distance once more, coldly locking onto the floating Tiao flagship. Within the vessel, an immense, destructive energy was wildly coalescing. The adversary's trump card was imminent. Almost simultaneously with Qin Shuo's annihilation of Feng Lei, Xiong Lu, now frenzied, his eyes bloodshot, hesitated no longer and with all his might, slammed down the button that signified ultimate destruction. Unleash the flood. Destroy him. Destroy this city. An overwhelming surge of terrifying energy erupted from the belly of the Tiao flagship. The entire hull glowed crimson from the excessive energy accumulation, and in the next moment, a colossal torrent of dark red energy, composed entirely of annihilation, surged forth from the flagship's base. This torrent, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, ionized the air and distorted space as it advanced, bringing with it the essence of obliteration, mercilessly cascading toward Qin Shuo's position, toward the heart of Tianna City. The flood, one of the Qiao Legion's ultimate weapons, its power sufficient to evaporate an entire city from the map in an instant. On board the Juxia, Du Kao watched in horror as the satellite imagery captured the cataclysmic dark red beam, his complexion turning ashen. He had no time to mourn for the citizens who had not fully evacuated. Qin Shuo, Gu Xiaoluan, and the others gasped in astonishment. Despite being awed and even intimidated by Qin Shuo's power, they could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. After all, he was fighting for humanity, battling the invaders. Tian Shiyan's pupils constricted, gripping her flame sword tightly, questioning herself. Even she, faced with such a scale of attack, could see no possibility of enduring it other than fleeing through a wormhole. Morgana also abandoned her playful demeanor. How bold of the Tiao madmen. They truly dared to unleash the flood. Everyone believed that in the face of this calamity, the golden giant would either evade or be utterly obliterated along with the city. Yet, Qin Shuo's choice once again exceeded all expectations. In the face of that world-ending dark red energy torrent, Qin Shuo not only did not evade but executed a move that left all astounded. He suddenly thrust his left arm, and an ancient-looking shield, adorned with the sacred Tianning emblem and set with a massive golden gem, materialized in his grasp. The shield activated instantaneously, a thick, radiant golden aura enveloping it as the holy barrier expanded before him. Simultaneously, the semi-transparent dual-layered shield surrounding him illuminated to its zenith, a piercing hum resonating as its energy output surged to its peak. Layers of spatial distortion rippled violently across the shield's surface. But this was not sufficient. A torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted from within him, wrapping around his entire being like tangible flames, creating a third, closest barrier of spiritual energy. This triad of protection formed the most formidable bulwark he could muster at that moment. Behind him, the plasma cannon's muzzle glowed an ethereal blue, condensing at an unprecedented speed. The energy reaction so intense that it caused the surrounding air to crackle with electric arcs. The cannon itself, faintly reddened from overload, clearly pushed to maximum power. Imperial protection, purifying all filth. Qin Shuo let out a deep, resolute battle cry, bending his legs slightly before launching himself. Boom! The ground buckled beneath him, propelling him skyward like a golden rocket defying the current, boldly confronting the cataclysmic light of the flood. He intended to withstand the flood head-on. Under the gaze of all, frozen in astonishment, disbelief, and shock, the golden figure collided with the annihilating dark red torrent in mid-air. Buzz! An indescribable roar engulfed the entirety of heaven and earth. It was not an explosion, but rather the lament of space itself, overwhelmed by the clash of two extreme energies. The dark red annihilation energy collided violently with the golden triple shield, the point of contact erupting with a brilliance 1,000,000 times more blinding than the sun, instantly blinding all who observed through their instruments. The terrifying shockwave erupted in a spherical form, wildly expanding in all directions, utterly shredding the clouds in the sky and leveling every structure within several kilometers into dust. The Holy Spirit shield flickered intensely, bearing unimaginable pressure. The shield rippled violently, and the spiritual barrier was rapidly depleting. Yet it held firm. The ferocious tide that could evaporate a city was truly repelled. The dark red torrent of energy collided with an invisible barrier, forced to divert to the sides and upwards, splashing but unable to cross the threshold of the lightning pool to harm the golden figure behind the shield. It was blocked. He had halted the onslaught. On the ship Juxia, someone broke the heavy silence with a shout. All present gazed in awe at the miraculous scene before them, as if in a dream. How could this be possible? Tian Shi Yin murmured, feeling her worldview shaken to its core. Morgana leapt from her throne, her eyes nearly bulging. What in the world is this shield? What kind of protection is this? Even my fourth-generation divine body wouldn't dare to play like this. In the command room of the flagship Taoya, the stag gazed upon the golden figure standing resolutely against the tide of destruction, alongside the golden shield akin to a wall of size. His internal computation core overloaded with despair, releasing a plume of black smoke, and the light in his electronic eye dimmed instantly. He crumbled completely. In the eye of the storm, Qin Shuo felt the terrifying pressure from the shield and the rapid depletion of spiritual and void energy. Yet his gaze remained as cold as iron beneath his mask. Now is the moment. Just as the energy output of the tide peaked and showed the faintest signs of decline, the plasma cannon behind Qin Shuo, fully charged and at maximum power, unleashed its long-anticipated, furious roar. A blast of plasma, thicker than any before and nearly pure white, erupted from the cannon's mouth. It did not target the tide, but shot against its energy flow, striking directly and precisely at the abdomen of the Taoya flagship, right where it had just unleashed the tide. The flagship's pride, its light energy barrier, could not withstand the overwhelming force of the maximum power plasma torrent for even a second before shattering under the strain. Without the protection of the energy barrier, the torrent of pure plasma surged unimpeded into the flagship's interior. The extreme heat and raging energy wreaked havoc within the confined space of the ship, culminating in an explosion. No! This was the last desperate cry of the stag before consciousness faded. In the next moment, a colossal, blindingly bright white sphere of light erupted violently at the center of the Taoya flagship. Following this was a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed everything. The Taoya flagship was violently torn asunder in the massive blast. Countless metal fragments, components, and the remains of Taoya soldiers were flung into the surrounding cosmos. The severed halves of the ship, ablaze and billowing thick smoke, plummeted towards the wilderness and distant mountains beyond Terra City. The beam of the tide ceased with the explosion of the flagship, rapidly dissipating into the air. The sky regained its color, although still shrouded in smoke. The suffocating destructive energy had vanished. On the battlefield, only the golden giant, still suspended in midair, surrounded by the fading glow of energy, held a spear and shield, standing guard over the battered city, its core saved from ruin. A deathly silence enveloped all who had witnessed this spectacle. Whether soldiers of the Xiong angels, demons, or the Taoya forces lurking on the far side of Pluto Bridge, all were left speechless by this unparalleled display of might that had first blocked the tide and then shattered the flagship. The Battle of Terra City came to a close with the destruction of the Taoya flagship, the death of Commander Feng Lei and the Stag, and the thwarting of the tide. Chapter 30. Aftermath over the skies of Terra City, the remnants of the Taoya flagship, now in two pieces and still ablaze, trailed long plumes of black smoke as if a giant had been felled, crashing heavily into the mountains and wilderness on the city's outskirts, igniting secondary explosions and persistent wildfires. The sporadic fighting within the city quickly subsided with the flagship's destruction and the collapse of the command system. Remaining Taoya soldiers were either eradicated by the Shinjo army or fled in panic from the urban area. The golden giant, Qin Shuo, confirmed there were no remaining alien threats worthy of his intervention, and, without casting a single glance at the city he had salvaged from the brink of annihilation. Transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished beyond the horizon. He did not engage with anyone nor accept any form of gratitude or inquiry. What remained were the scars of the city, the survivors shaken from their ordeal, and the myriad factions around the world, having witnessed or heard of this battle, plunged into profound shock and complex emotions. On board the Juxia, the command center fell into a long silence, finally broken by Dekao's complex sigh. Rubbing his brow, he felt an unprecedented weariness, not of the body, but of the mind. Lien Feng, have the casualty and loss statistics been compiled? His voice was hoarse. Preliminary figures are in, General, Lien Feng replied, looking at the datapad with a heavy tone. The 8th Army has suffered significant losses. The exact numbers are still being verified. Civilian casualties in Tiana City are substantial, primarily due to the indiscriminate attacks by Taoye and building collapses. Fortunately, the tide was halted. Otherwise, she did not need to finish, as everyone understood the implication. City infrastructure was damaged over 60%, and the reconstruction efforts would require unimaginable resources. Dekao nodded, his gaze fixed on the image of Qin Shuo, shield in hand, standing defiantly against the tide. What are your thoughts? He inquired of the senior advisors in the command center, as well as the Xiong Bing Lian soldiers who had just canceled their sortie, each standing aside with varied emotions. An elder advisor adjusted his glasses, incredulous. It's unbelievable that an individual can possess such power. It has completely overturned the concept of modern warfare. He alone is equivalent to an invincible fleet. Another advisor chimed in, worried. The problem is we know nothing about him, his source of power, his motives, his limits. Today he protected Tianhe City from Taoye. Tomorrow, if he perceives us as heretics, or if our actions offend him, this sentiment resonated deeply with everyone. The power Qin Shuo exhibited was one of guardianship, yet his absolute coldness, viewing all non-human entities as mere weeds, sent chills down their spines. Gu Xiaolun could not help but speak up. Didn't he say that as long as we don't become heretics, he wouldn't act against us? Even he spoke with uncertainty. Lu Chuang clicked his tongue. Regardless, I think this big guy is incredible. It doesn't matter. He is currently fighting aliens. And that is on our side. Chang Wei shot Lu Chuang a cold glance. You have a simplistic mind. His allegiance is temporary, and his standards are set by himself. If we cannot meet his standards, or if he changes them, Zhao Xi and scratch his head. So what do? We can't overpower him, nor can we persuade him. Sun Wukong, clutching his golden staff, scoffed. What is there to fear? He is strong, but I'm no pushover. Besides, as long as we're strong enough, who cares about whatever monsters come our way? We'll knock them down with a single blow. Dekao raised his hand, halting the discussion. Enough. The inquiries of Qin Shuo shall be temporarily set aside. The immediate priority lies in disaster relief and the reconstruction of Tianhe City, alongside preparations to counter the retribution from the main forces of the Tao Dai. Having suffered the loss of a vanguard fleet, they will not relent easily. He gazed solemnly at the members of the Xiangbing Lian, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. You have witnessed firsthand what true interstellar warfare entails. The enemy will not grant you the luxury of time to gradually strengthen. Seize every fleeting moment to enhance your capabilities. Otherwise, next time, you may not even qualify to observe the battlefield from sidelines. In the throne hall of Demon Number 1, Morgana reclined with her legs crossed. Multiple holographic screens hovering before her, replaying various angles of Qin Shuo's combat, particularly the scenes of him confronting the fierce tide and obliterating the flagship. She shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, this wretched fellow has indeed met his match against the formidable Taotai forces led by Carl, and not just any match, but one that has left them scorched. An elite demon cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, shall we proceed with our original plan to propagate the doctrine of fallen freedom on Earth? With this individual present, is it wise? Without hesitation, Morgana retorted, Of course we shall continue. He may be formidable, but he is but one man. How can he control the thoughts of billions across the globe? Moreover, the more he imposes order and purification, the more oppressive it becomes, inciting rebellion. This is the very soil from which our demons thrive. She stroked her chin, her eyes glinting with cunning. However, we must adapt our strategy. For now, let us refrain from provoking that golden figure. We shall distance ourselves from him. Instead, let us develop our followers elsewhere and accumulate strength. Once my demon legion is fully formed, We shall engage him in a game of our own. Switching to another holographic display, a real-time image of North America emerged. A twisted smile curling her lips. And look, there are others on Earth capable of combat, not just him. In the clouds, at the Angel's temporary stronghold, Angel Zhuai and Angel Yin remained entranced by their earlier shock. Yin inquired, is he truly relying solely on numerical values and skill? The shield technology and that last shot have clearly transcended the realm of mere stats, haven't they? Angel Yin crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. Her previous assessments of Qin Shuo as merely a numbers and skill anomaly now seemed thin and absurd after witnessing the fierce tide being blocked and the flagship's destruction. Perhaps we have underestimated the technological prowess he embodies. Yin spoke slowly. It is not merely a matter of great energy. That shield and that plasma weapon encompass rules that extend beyond our understanding of matter and energy. The Grim Reaper Karl seeks the void, while this Qin Shuo may wield a different form of tangible truth. This speculation sent a chill down her spine. What should our stance be towards him? Angel Moe asked. For now, it remains unchanged. We shall continue to observe, but elevate his threat level to maximum. Yin decided firmly, and additionally, we must meticulously record and send the data of his combat prowess and defense capabilities exhibited today to Queen Kaisha. The depths of Earth's waters exceed our wildest imaginations. His growth in the power of the galaxy must accelerate. At the Death Song Academy, amidst an eternal silence and gloom, Karl quietly observed the final images transmitted from a Tautai reconnaissance drone that had narrowly escaped. The golden figure, the shield that withstood the fierce tide, and the moment of the flagship's explosion. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if the loss of a vanguard fleet and two commanders were nothing more than the brushing off of dust from his sleeves. What an intriguing creation, he murmured, his finger gliding over the holographic image of Qin Shuo, whose methods of propulsion were entirely distinct from those of dark energy, yet could unleash such astonishing power. Even the fierce tide could be met head-on. It seems that a mere test of brute force holds little significance now. He deactivated the hologram and turned towards the depths of the academy, where more research data and models concerning the void awaited. In North America, above New York City, as the battle for Tianhe City concluded, another confrontation against the Tautai vanguard fleet intensified. Contrary to the solitary and overwhelming style of combat employed by Qin Shuo in Tianhe City, the battle in New York unfolded with greater liveliness and chaos. Enormous Qin-style aircraft darted through the skies, evading the energy beams of Tautai patrol vessels. Captain America wielded his vibranium shield, soaring between skyscrapers, expertly blocking and even ricocheting attacks. Iron Man donned his latest armor, dazzling with agility and concentrated firepower, engaging in combat with Tautai small aircraft as his palm cannon and miniature missiles erupted in relentless fire. Thor swung Mjolnir, summoning lightning that struck the Tautai ships like divine retribution, igniting bursts of electric sparks. The Hulk, in his typical brutal fashion, leaped onto a Tautai assault craft, tearing it apart with sheer strength or hurling cars at airborne foes. Black Widow and Hawkeye, on the ground, utilized their remarkable agility and precise marksmanship to dispatch isolated Tautai soldiers. This was the Avengers assembled by Tony Stark Iron Man. Their combat styles varied, and their coordination was hardly intricate. Yet through their formidable individual abilities and commendable synergy, they managed to disorient the invading Tautai vanguard fleet, inflicting considerable losses. Several assault craft were shot down, and numerous Tautai soldiers were annihilated. Ultimately, Iron Man detonated a nuclear bomb to obliterate the Tautai flagship. Upon realizing they could not swiftly seize the city and that their losses were mounting, the remnants of the Tautai fleet opted for a temporary retreat, disengaging from the fight. The citizens of New York erupted in jubilant cheers, hailing the Avengers as the heroes of the city. Well done, team. Iron Man landed atop Stark Tower, his helmet retracting to reveal Tony Stark's face, marked by a hint of exhaustion but predominantly pride, as he mused that perhaps the extraterrestrial threat was not as formidable as it seemed. Captain America approached, his brow furrowed. Tony, do not underestimate them. They have merely retreated for now, and according to S.H.I.L.D. intelligence, they are facing even graver challenges in Asia. They soon received a brief report about the Tianhe City battle, when they learned that a golden giant had single-handedly destroyed the Tautai flagship and even withstood the devastating weapon known as the Fierce Tide. The expressions of all the Avengers grew grave. "Wow," Tony whistled, his tone reflecting a mix of awe and concern. "It appears we have a remarkable new neighbor on this blue planet." JARVIS conduct a comprehensive analysis of all data regarding that golden giant. Qin Shuo, meanwhile, had returned to his modest apartment in Juxia City. He shed the tunning Terminator armor, reverting to what appeared to be an ordinary young man. Unfazed by the external commotion and discourse, he sat quietly, eyes closed, reconnecting his consciousness to the micro-workshop within the Black Ring. The recent battle, particularly the confrontation with the fierce tide, had placed immense strain on his equipment, especially the Holy Spirit Shield and the Shield Generator, necessitating inspection and maintenance. Chapter 31. Tactical Review. After the conclusion of the Tianhe City battle, Qin Shuo returned once more to his residence. He did not immediately rest, nor did he dwell on the euphoria of his overwhelming victory. For a royal guard, victory is a norm. The essence lies in analysis and enhancement. His consciousness descended into the micro-workshop, not for the purpose of weapon upgrades, but to retrieve all data record from the recently concluded Tianhe City battle. From his arrival on the battlefield, through the confrontation with the fierce tide, to the final strike that annihilated the flagship, every detail, every performance from both sides, energy reactions, and tactical executions were meticulously recorded and presented before him. First, regarding the enemy, the Taodai Vanguard, their individual combat quality was subpar, relying on exoskeletons and energy weapons. They lacked close combat capabilities and adaptability. Their fighting spirit was decent, yet they crumbled easily when faced with incomprehensible strikes. Their squad tactics were crude, depending heavily on equipment advantages for firepower suppression, with coordination lacking. Once their formation was disrupted, they fell into disarray. Their command structure was rigid. The commander possesses an abundance of courage but lacks wisdom. When confronted with unforeseen, formidable adversaries, he falters in his response, ultimately resorting to the desperate measure of mutual destruction. The technological level, by the standards of this universe, is moderately advanced. Energy shields, individual flight devices, god-slaying weaponry, and the complete system of ferocious tide technology exist. Yet, genuine cutting-edge breakthroughs and innovations are sorely lacking, with comprehension of energy and matter remaining superficial. The standard infantry poses a threat. While their numbers may exert some pressure, their inferior quality fails to present a substantial challenge to true powerhouses. Efficiency is paramount in eliminating such targets. Qin Shuo's gaze shifted to the images within the records depicting the valiant struggle of the Shenzhou army against the Taotai. The soldiers exhibited commendable bravery. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage in equipment and individual strength, they steadfastly held their positions, fulfilling their military duties with fearless sacrifice. Tactical execution was commendable. Even under the potential for communication disruption and immense pressure on the command structure, they maintained the functionality of basic combat units. However, individual strength is minuscule. Without genetic enhancement, their mortal bodies face a dismal survival rate against the interstellar civilization's individual equipment. The level of their gear is primitive. Gunpowder weapons have negligible impact on energy shields, and tank armor is as fragile as paper against energy weaponry, lacking effective anti-air and anti-heavy armor measures. Logistics and support are sluggish. With the enemy holding air superiority and high mobility, ground support and casualty evacuation face myriad difficulties. The indigenous planetary army, in terms of overall combat capability, equipment standards, soldier quality, and logistical support, falls far short of even the most basic planetary defense forces of the Empire. They may delay the footsteps of inefficient invaders like the Taotai through courage and a spirit of sacrifice, but they stand no chance of independently winning a genuine interstellar war. The losses would be catastrophic, and the outcome is destined for failure. A chilling conclusion formed within Qin Shuo's core logic. The local defensive forces of this world are alarmingly feeble, relying on their slow technological ascent and the cultivation of super soldiers. They are ill-prepared to confront the impending, more ferocious storm. The phase of waiting and observing has ended. Qin Shuo's consciousness whispered in the workshop. Initially, he intended to act more discreetly, but the Battle of Tianhe City had thrust him into the limelight. His singular victory had showcased a power beyond their comprehension, resolving a crisis they could not confront. Qin Shuo calmly reflected, "Thus, it is only natural that someone will come to seek him out, laden with their confusion, fear, expectations, or schemes. Qin Shuo was indifferent to who it might be. He only cared whether they could provide the platform and authority he required to execute his purification mission more efficiently. At the North Star, the Supreme Command Center, an emergency meeting of utmost gravity was convened, attended by figures of great import who wielded the fate of the nation. In the center of the vast circular conference table, a holographic projection repeatedly displayed critical segments of the Tianhe City battle, Qin Shuo's arrival, the slaughter of the Taotai, the confrontation with the ferocious tide, and the destruction of a battleship. With each replay, the meeting room descended into a brief, oppressive silence. Such is the reality. An elderly man bearing 3 stars, also the commander of the 8th Group Army, hoarsely reported that, according to the final data relayed from the front lines and the results of on-site investigations, it could be confirmed that this self-proclaimed Qin Shuo, a colossal figure clad in golden armor, had almost single-handedly turned the tide of battle in Tianhe City, averting the worst-case scenario. Another official responsible for intelligence interjected. Our investigations into him have reached a deadlock. His past bears no distinction from that of an ordinary individual. Yet his power appears to have materialized from thin air. The technology and energy systems he employs are entirely absent from our databases and even transcend the technological framework provided by the Denu relics. What insights does General Decao have? An imposing elder seated at the center inquired. He was the highest decision-maker, Huang Lao. Decao's image materialized beside the conference table, his expression equally grave. Sir, the Super God Academy has had 2 encounters with Qin Shuo, both of which were highly unpleasant. This individual harbors extreme beliefs, holding that any intelligence not of his kind must be purified, viewing all non-human sentient beings as necessary monstrosities. He possesses formidable strength and unfathomable technological knowledge. Yet his behavioral patterns are entirely uncontrollable, refusing any form of persuasion or cooperative framework. He paused, adding the most crucial point. According to our top analytical team as assessment, the combat strength he has exhibited, particularly his capacity to destroy the Taotai flagship and withstand the ferocious tide, has reached a level akin to a natural disaster. Conventional forces, including the Xiongbing Lian, are currently incapable of exerting any effective restraint upon him. Natural disaster level. Huang Lao repeated this term, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping across every attendee, signifying that we cannot restrain him, nor can we effectively communicate with him. Yet he possesses the ability to effortlessly obliterate our cities and even alter the strategic balance. Silence enveloped the meeting room. This was a truth everyone understood, but was reluctant to admit. Yet this time, he stood by our side, protecting Tianhe City, another general slowly articulated, which at least suggests that, regarding the issue of alien invasion, our positions are temporarily aligned. This temporary alignment of positions does not mitigate the inherent uncertainty and risk. Dissent arose. Who can guarantee that his next move will not, for some unfathomable reason, turn against us? But do we have a choice? Another voice countered. The main forces of the Taodai are still lurking outside. A mere advance party has already inflicted heavy losses. It was only through his intervention that we barely held our ground. Without him, how will we resist the next invasion? Shall we rely on those still in training? The young soldiers of Xiongbing Lian who have yet to see the battlefield? The debate grew heated. Ultimately, it was Huang Lao, seated at the center, who raised his hand to quell the dispute. I understand everyone's concerns. An uncontrollable, powerful entity is, in itself, the greatest source of instability. However, he shifted his focus to the image frozen in the holographic projection, depicting Qin Shuo wielding a shield against the ferocious tide. Yet the survival crisis we currently face is imminent. The alien invaders pose a tangible threat, and Qin Shuo, at least objectively, has aided us in repelling this menace. We cannot forego potential assistance out of fear of risk, especially given our severe lack of strength. That would be foolish. He surveyed the room, rendering a final decision. We need to engage him in dialogue, not from a position of superiority, nor from a posture of supplication, but with an equal, cooperative approach. We must understand his needs, his bottom line, and whether we can find a means of coexistence, or even collaboration, in the face of a common enemy. Who shall be sent? Someone inquired. Huang Lao paused for a moment before naming an individual that surprised everyone. I shall go personally. Commander, that is too dangerous. Immediate protests arose. Precisely because it is dangerous, we must demonstrate our sincerity and seriousness. Huang Lao waved his hand, his resolve unwavering. Any semblance of indifference or probing could provoke unpredictable consequences. Moreover, I believe that someone with such power, if he truly wished us harm, would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. He rose, adjusted his collar, his gaze resolute. Arrange this immediately with the highest standards, but ensure it remains discreet and confidential. I must meet with this Mr. Qin Shuo at the earliest opportunity. The order was swiftly disseminated. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Jusha City, Qin Shuo, lost in thought, sensed something and slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. They have come. Chapter 32. Qin Shuo, your planetary army is exceedingly weak. A few days later, a seemingly tranquil afternoon unfolded. In the city of Jusha, several black sedans, bearing unremarkable license plates, arrived beneath a rather ordinary residential building. However, the individuals who emerged possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Leading the group was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a modest Zhongshan suit. His kindly face belied a profound wisdom, and his steady gait radiated an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. He was none other than the venerable Huang Lao, a member of the highest decision-making body. Accompanying him were two seemingly ordinary aides, their sharp gazes reminiscent of hawks. Without disturbing any residents, they made their way directly to the floor where Qin Shuo resided. Huang Lao gestured for his companions to wait at the staircase entrance and approached the slightly worn security door alone. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door creaked open soundlessly from within. Standing inside was not the usual casually dressed, inconspicuous youth, but Qin Shuo, adorned in a suit made entirely of pure golden energy, a manifestation of potent spiritual essence rather than mere fabric. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Lao's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure, his countenance warming into a gentle smile, undeterred by the young man's unusual attire. Mr. Qin Shuo, I apologize for the intrusion. Huang Lao spoke with a calm yet powerful voice, imbued with sincerity. Qin Shuo slightly inclined his body to allow entry, responding succinctly, "Please come in." He offered no pleasantries. Huang Lao entered the sparsely furnished apartment, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the bare walls devoid of any signs of life, and he felt a profound sense of solemnity. This was not pretentiousness, but rather a true detachment from worldly desires, or perhaps a yearning for something far beyond material possessions. Qin Shuo eschewed any formalities and walked directly to the center of the room, turning to face Huang Lao with eyes that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. He stated plainly, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable gravity, "Your planetary military is woefully inadequate." His words struck like a frigid blade, cutting straight to the core without any preamble. Huang Lao's smile faltered slightly, yet he refrained from contradiction, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, we acknowledge that our conventional military capabilities exhibit a significant gap when compared to an interstellar civilization like Tao Tai. This is precisely why we seek collaboration with the Super God Academy to establish a formidable military unit." Formidable unit? Qin Shuo's tone remained unperturbed, as if merely presenting an objective fact. A collection of yet-to-mature, genetically modified individuals, lacking systematic combat training and a steadfast ideological core. They may possess potential, but growth necessitates time, and the adversary will not grant you that luxury. He gestured toward the window, as if pointing to the distant cosmos. A trivial vanguard nearly obliterated your city, forcing the enemy to deploy their ultimate destructive weapon. Had I not intervened, Terra City would now be a wasteland, with millions reduced to ashes. His words were stark and unyielding, devoid of any softening. Huang Lao's expression grew grave as he comprehended the implications of Qin Shuo's statements. This was not a boast, but a declaration of a fact. Without his intervention, the outcome would have been dire. Mr. Qin is entirely correct, Huang Lao conceded. We urgently need to enhance our defensive capabilities. This is why I have come, representing our nation and its people, to seek a profound dialogue with you. We wish to understand if there is a possibility for cooperation in countering our shared extraterrestrial threats. What must we sacrifice, and what assistance can we expect in return? He bypassed any circumlocution, laying bare his intentions and the limits of their negotiation, expressing a willingness to pay the necessary price. Qin Shuo regarded Huang Lao, and in his cold eyes, a data stream seemed to flicker momentarily. He evaluated the sincerity of the elder before him, as well as the resolve of this civilization's leadership. Collaboration is possible, Qin Shuo finally affirmed, albeit under stringent conditions. But it must be according to my terms. First, I require the highest level of authority, not merely nominal but actual. The mobilization of resources, the integration of forces, and the implementation of new training and equipment standards must be unimpeded. Second, the transformation and enhancement of planetary defense forces will be under my direction. The existing framework is inefficient and must undergo a comprehensive overhaul and upgrade. The process will be arduous and may encroach upon many vested interests, but it is an indispensable cost. Third, we must establish clear objectives. My aim is to purify all extraterrestrial entities that pose a threat to human civilization. Your military's future role will be that of purification support and maintaining order in occupied territories. They need not comprehend my ideology. They merely need to obey orders and execute efficiently. He paused, delivering a timeline that left Huang Lao astounded. Grant me 3 months. Within this period, I will enable your feeble planetary military to possess the capability to effectively confront and vanquish invasions on the scale of the Tautai Vanguard in direct combat. No longer will you be forced to sacrifice lives in a futile delay, nor threaten mutual destruction. 3 months. To transform a military that had barely emerged victorious from interstellar conflict, reliant on external salvation, into a force capable of repelling alien invaders? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. Huang Lao inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. He understood that this was not a negotiation. Qin Shuo was articulating a plan he deemed feasible. Mr. Qin, your conditions are of monumental importance. Huang Lao articulated carefully. The highest authority touches the core of our nation. Military reform is a delicate matter. I must return to confer with my colleagues. However, I can assure you, on behalf of myself and the will I represent, that we possess the utmost sincerity. For the survival of our nation and the safety of our people, we are willing to incur substantial costs, including breaking down certain entrenched barriers. While he did not provide immediate agreement, he expressed a proactive stance and acknowledged the real difficulties ahead. Qin Shuo seemed to have anticipated this response, remaining unhurried. Very well. You have 3 days to deliberate. He set a deadline. In 3 days, should you acquiesce, I shall commence my work. If you refuse, I shall continue my purification efforts. But I will do so independently, without further entanglement with your systems. His message was unmistakable. Cooperation must adhere to my regulations. I can expedite your strengthening. Refusal will result in my solitary endeavors, leaving your fate to chance. Huang Lao nodded solemnly, agreed. Within 3 days, we shall provide you with a definitive response. With no further words exchanged, Huang Lao respectfully acknowledged Qin Shuo and turned to exit the modest yet potent apartment that held the potential to alter the course of the world. Once the door closed, the golden suit of energy dissipated, and he reverted to the appearance of an ordinary youth. He approached the window, observing the black sedans as they quietly departed. The opportunity has been presented, he silently mused. Whether to seize it rests upon your own resolve. In Chapter 33, the narrative unfolds further as Huang Lao returns to Beijing, where meetings spanned 3 consecutive days. In the small conference room of the highest command, the 3-day deadline had arrived, and decisions concerning the fate of civilization were at hand. Huang Lao, now appearing even more fatigued than 3 days prior, yet with unwavering determination in his eyes, surveyed the few but pivotal figures present. He began, for 3 days, we have deliberated, analyzed, and assessed all potential risks and benefits. The conclusion is he paused, raising his voice slightly. We have no better options. Survival transcends all other concerns. He looked around the room, those in favor of granting Mr. Qin Shuo special authority as the chief advisor for planetary defense, responsible for leading the overhaul and upgrade of our military's defensive system. Please raise your hands. After a few moments of silence, one hand, then another, and eventually all present raised their hands. Despite some faces bearing deep-seated worries, they understood that in the face of overwhelming power disparity and existential threat, entrenched rules and apprehensions must yield. The resolution passed unanimously. Huang Lao took a deep breath. I shall personally inform him. The decision was reached with utmost efficiency. In a swift turn of events, an office and residence with exceptionally high security and independent authority, located in the core area of Beiji Xing, was rapidly prepared. Huang Lao personally called Qin Shuo, informing him of the upper management's decision and inviting him to head north immediately. Qin Shuo's response was succinct, a mere affirmation. Good. He carried no luggage and donned his usual simple attire, as if merely taking a stroll, and boarded the private jet that had come to collect him. A few hours later, he stood in the dwelling prepared for him by Beiji Xing. His arrival stirred considerable commotion within the innermost circles of Beiji Xing, curious, scrutinizing, expectant, and anxious gazes converge upon him. The day after settling in, a special meeting convened at the top-secret National High-Energy Physics Laboratory. Attendees included the nation's leading experts in energy, physics, and materials, many of whom expressed confusion and dissatisfaction regarding the upper management's seemingly frivolous decision to appoint an enigmatic young man as the chief advisor. Accompanied by Huang Lao and several high-ranking generals, Qin Shuo entered the conference room. He remained in his ordinary attire, starkly contrasting with the distinguished, gray-haired scholars around him. There were no pleasantries exchanged, no introductions made. Qin Shuo walked directly to the vacant presentation area at the front of the room, his gaze calmly sweeping over each expert present. His demeanor bore no hint of youthful trepidation nor feigned arrogance, but rather an air of tranquility, as if evaluating the adequacy of tools. An elderly nuclear physicist, known for his brusque demeanor, could not suppress his urge to speak first, his tone tinged with subtle skepticism. Mr. Qin, Huang Lao has informed us that you'll be leading our defense upgrades in the future, especially regarding energy and power. With all due respect, controlled nuclear fusion is a challenge that has eluded us, and indeed the entire world, for decades. May I ask for your insights on this matter? The inquiry was relatively courteous, yet the underlying implication was unmistakable. What makes you, a young man, qualified? Without responding to him, Qin Shuo turned towards a large electronic whiteboard. He did not employ any electronic pen. Instead, he raised his right index finger. In the next instant, an astonishing sight unfolded. A faint golden glow emanated from his fingertip. He began inscribing on the pristine whiteboard with his finger, as if it were a pen, lines of formulas, intricate yet imbued with an extraordinary aesthetic, symbols, and parameters flowed forth effortlessly, as if they had long been etched in his mind. This was not any known model of nuclear fusion theory on Earth, such as tokamak or inertial confinement, but rather an entirely unfamiliar, logically coherent, and groundbreaking system that delved into the essence of energy. He wrote with remarkable speed, yet his handwriting remained impeccably clear. The subjects he covered extended far beyond mere nuclear physics, encompassing plasma control, intricate magnetic field configurations, novel constraint material theories, and mechanisms for direct energy conversion, among others. Initially, the seasoned expert who posed the question frowned, scrutinizing him with a critical gaze. However, as he continued to observe, his brow furrowed deeper, his body instinctively leaning forward, breath quickening. The other experts in the same field began to exhibit expressions of sheer disbelief. How could this magnetic field topology possibly be stable? Wait, this method of calculating energy dissipation completely contradicts existing theories. My goodness. He has directly bypassed the intermediate heating process and pointed straight to the final energy extraction. The conference room erupted with suppressed gasps and hushed discussions. These scholars, perched atop the pinnacle of human scientific achievement, felt as if they were encountering calculus for the first time, overwhelmed by the profound knowledge system before them that transcended their understanding. Qin Shuo paid no heed to their astonishment and continued to write. He not only presented the theory, but also indicated the material ratios, process requirements for critical nodes, and an unfamiliar method utilizing a special energy field for catalysis and stabilization. Within a mere 15 minutes, the entire surface of the whiteboard was densely filled with his annotations. He paused, turning to face the now silent audience, his tone as unassuming as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. The theory is presented. Now, I require a standard high-energy physics laboratory, as well as the materials and equipment listed. He enumerated a series of devices and materials, some of which left the attending experts bewildered. Huang Lao, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, immediately ordered, provide full cooperation, prepare everything at once. Whatever is needed, supply it. The entire apparatus of a nation sprang into efficient action at Qin Shuo's behest. The required equipment and materials were swiftly allocated to the designated top-secret laboratory. Subsequently, with Huang Lao, several corps generals, and a nearly spellbound top experts as witnesses, Qin Shuo entered the laboratory equipped with the finest technological apparatus of Shenzhou. He did not consult any blueprints, engage in complex calculations, nor utilize most of the precise control instruments. Instead, he operated the equipment and processed the materials with the finesse of a seasoned craftsman. His movements were precise, stable, and efficient, infused with an inexplicable sense of rhythm. The steps that appeared perilous and required meticulous handling in the eyes of the experts seemed effortless in his hands. Utilizing the laboratory's industrial-grade 3D printer and specialized smelting equipment, he rapidly fabricated uniquely structured metallic components. He personally mixed a special catalytic solution before the astonished eyes of the observers. He employed an incomprehensible golden energy, lightning, to treat and engrave some core components. In just a few hours, a prototype core component, significantly smaller than traditional tokamak devices and with a markedly different structure, materialized in his hands. This prototype appeared somewhat rudimentary. The core was roughly the size of a double-door refrigerator connected to various energy input and output interfaces alongside a complex cooling system. "Is this a nuclear fusion device?" an expert asked, his voice trembling, struggling to reconcile the iron object before him with the vast and intricate fusion reactor he had envisioned. Qin Shuo did not respond, instead proceeding with the final assembly and wiring connections. After confirming everything was correct, he approached a control panel that was not the laboratory's original master control panel, but rather a makeshift interface he had cobbled together from several modules. "Initiate primary energy injection," he commanded. The staff looked to Huang Lao, who took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Follow his instructions." Energy input commenced, and the numbers on the dashboard began to fluctuate. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew palpably tense, with everyone holding their breath, fearing that the next moment might herald a catastrophic explosion. Yet, nothing occurred. The device operated quietly, with only the cooling system emitting a faint hum. "Increase injection power to 70% of the critical point," Qin Shuo ordered again. Power was elevated, still steady, 90%, 100%, achieving theoretical critical point. As the power reached the threshold set in Qin Shuo's theory, a miracle unfolded. Within the core component, previously dim and unilluminated, a brilliant blue light akin to that of a miniature star suddenly ignited. Then, the glow stabilized, radiating a soft and pure brilliance. Simultaneously, the energy monitoring instruments connected to the output surged to the highest scale, emitting a continuous beep that signified stable energy output. Is it successful? Has it truly succeeded? There was no deafening roar, no cataclysmic explosion, only the quietly operating device and the heart-stopping energy output readings on the dashboard. Duration of sustained operation, 30 minutes. Output power, stabilized at the preset value. Preliminary estimation of energy conversion efficiency, exceeding 95%. A young researcher responsible for monitoring the data shouted the results with a voice nearly breaking. 95%. The elderly expert, who had previously expressed the most vehement skepticism, weakened at the knees and nearly collapsed onto the ground, only to be swiftly supported by those beside him. He pointed at the device emanating a cerulean glow, his lips trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he was rendered speechless. This was not merely a disruption. It was a miracle, a scene that existed only in the realm of science fiction. Huang Lao and several generals were utterly astonished, though they lacked technical expertise. The stable output of energy, far surpassing any existing technology, coupled with the experts' expressions akin to witnessing divinity, conveyed everything. Qin Shuo deactivated the energy input, and the blue luminescence of the device's core gradually faded. He turned to face the still-shocked crowd, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. The miniaturized, high-efficiency nuclear fusion technology has been validated. Based on this, the energy bottleneck for the planetary defense system can be resolved. The next step involves upgrading the powered armor for individual soldiers and the energy weapons aboard vessels. Is there still anyone questioning my qualifications and capabilities? The laboratory fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the residual sound of cooling instruments. All confusion, skepticism, and concern in that moment. before the prototype that had quietly operated and released nearly limitless energy were crushed to dust. Huang Lao gazed at Qin Shuo, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. They had not merely invited an individual. They had summoned a technological deity walking among mortals. Chapter 34. New weaponry after demonstrating the handcrafted nuclear fusion device. All present experts fell into silence. The suffocating quietude of the laboratory was ultimately shattered by a series of suppressed gasps. The elderly expert, who had nearly fainted, fixed his gaze on the now dormant prototype, still seemingly radiating warmth, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible. This is impossible, but the data does not lie." Other experts gradually emerged from their stupor, their eyes now reflecting a complete transformation in attitude towards Qin Shuo. The previous skepticism, confusion, and even a hint of disdain had morphed into a profound sense of reverence. This was neither a charlatan nor a suddenly enlightened genius. It was a dimensional strike. With knowledge utterly beyond their comprehension, he had effortlessly resolved the ultimate energy dilemma that had plagued human civilization for decades. Huang Lao took several deep breaths, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within. He approached Qin Shuo, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity, even betraying a hint of respect he himself had not realized. "Mr. Qin, we, representing the nation and the people, express our sincerest gratitude." Qin Shuo merely cast a faint glance at him, as if he were not the one who had just demonstrated the handcrafted fusion technology. His thoughts had already leapt to the next phase. Energy was merely the foundation. The subsequent focus was on armament. He succinctly informed the relevant experts at the Armaments Research Institute to assemble immediately. The command was executed rapidly. In less than half an hour, another group of personnel clad in military uniforms or research attire, exuding a more robust or competent aura, arrived at a larger conference room equipped with more tangible demonstration devices, harboring some confusion and curiosity. They had heard snippets about this new chief advisor and nuclear fusion, yet most remained skeptical. Qin Shuo wasted no time on pleasantries. He approached a vast electronic whiteboard, his index finger glowing faintly. This time, he did not sketch formulas, but rather blueprints. A series of clearly structured, meticulously labeled designs for weaponry and protective gear, distinct in style from any existing individual equipment on Earth, flowed onto the whiteboard like a printed page. First, he presented a lightweight yet compact full-body armor. The shell armor, Qin Shuo calmly introduced, is a basic individual protection gear. It employs a multi-layer structure of composite ceramics and specialized polymers, with lightweight alloy plates embedded in critical areas. The weight is controlled within standard soldier load limits, while its protective capabilities surpass your best heavy ballistic vests, effectively resisting conventional kinetic projectiles and low-intensity energy weapon direct hits, while providing basic protection against chemical, biological, and nuclear threats. It is equipped with built-in communications, a simple life support system, and a power-assisted framework, enhancing a soldier's battlefield survivability and sustained combat capability. The eyes of a colonel responsible for individual equipment widened in astonishment. If the protective specifications of this design could truly be realized, it would be a dream come true for infantry. Next, he introduced a weapon resembling a long gun with an ancient yet precise aesthetic. The marked laser gun, Qin Shuo continued, sketching its internal structure, is the standard weapon for individual soldiers. It operates using a compact, efficient battery pack that can be charged by fusion energy, exciting solid-state crystals to produce a high-energy, focused laser beam. Its advantages include minimal recoil, rapid fire rate, high precision, virtually limitless ammunition, simple maintenance, and exceptional environmental adaptability. Its power is sufficient to penetrate most existing light armor targets and energy shields. Limitless ammunition, an arms expert exclaimed, this completely appending the logistics concept of modern warfare. Following this, he sketched a multifunctional small drone, the intelligent controlled servo-skeletal simplified version, also known as the intelligent control drone. Qin Shuo delineated a spherical unit approximately the size of a helmet, equipped with anti-gravity propulsion and various sensors, capable of autonomous patrol, reconnaissance, targeting, attacking, material delivery, and basic fortification construction. It can coordinate at a tactical level via soldier helmets or unit command nodes. This revelation had the experts responsible for unmanned equipment breathing rapidly. Finally, Qin Shuo depicted a small device worn on the arm. The personal plasma ion shield. He pointed out its core components, generating a small, continuously energy-consuming directional energy barrier capable of deflecting or weakening incoming kinetic projectiles and energy rays. While it cannot withstand heavy fire for extended periods, it can offer soldiers a critical chance for survival in dire moments, significantly reducing battlefield casualties. Once again, the conference room fell into silence. Yet this time, it was a different kind of silence, one struck by visions of future warfare, rendering them speechless. The shell armor, laser gun, intelligent control drone, and personal shield. Each of these innovations alone could transform the nature of modern warfare. And now, they were presented as a cohesive system before them. Huang Lao's voice was somewhat hoarse, questioning whether these technologies could indeed be realized, much like nuclear fusion. The technological blueprints have been provided. Qin Shuo retracted his finger, stating that all key challenges in materials science, energy transmission, and miniaturization had corresponding solutions within the provided documentation. 70% of the materials and processes could be achieved with your existing industrial base after a brief technological upgrade. The remaining 30% involves specialized synthetic materials or energy processing techniques, for which I will provide core preparation methods or alternative solutions. He turned to the head of the Armaments Research Institute and several core experts. Your task is to thoroughly comprehend these technologies and immediately commence drafting plans for production line modifications and mass production. I need to see the first production line for the shell armor and laser gun operational within a month, and within 3 months, the first batch of units should be equipped and complete basic training. A month. Mass production. The head nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. This speed was utterly insane. Wartime regulations, Qin Shuo uttered, the 4 words carrying an irrefutable weight. All resources must be prioritized towards this. Eliminate outdated production capacities. Integrate the existing military-industrial system and modify it according to the new standards. Should there be any resistance? Huang Lao immediately interjected, no problem. The highest authority has been granted. Relevant factories and research institutes nationwide will cooperate unconditionally. Anyone who dares to feign compliance and impede this critical matter will face military law. With the unwavering support from the highest echelons and Qin Shuo's remarkably detailed, yet feasible technological blueprints, the entire military-industrial system of Shenzhou was invigorated as if injected with the most potent stimulant, then thrust into a rapidly whirring turbine engine, commencing an unprecedented pace and efficiency. The miniaturization and standardized production of nuclear fusion devices have commenced in several top-secret bases. Within the vast factory, engineers and workers diligently labor day and night, adhering to the blueprints provided by Qin Shuo, although they cannot replicate his handiwork. The concentration of the nation's finest craftsmen and advanced machinery has enabled the creation of the first standardized small fusion reactor in an astonishingly brief period, culminating in a successful ignition. This reactor begins to deliver a steady, powerful, and nearly limitless energy output. Consequently, the military factory's production line underwent significant transformation. The assembly line for ammunition was dismantled, repurposed to manufacture precision crystals and energy circuits for laser guns. Workshops producing traditional armor began to adjust new sintering furnaces for composite ceramics. Drone factories began to explore anti-gravity propulsion systems and miniature laser weapons. And electronics factories focused intently on developing generators for personal ion shields. The entire nation, akin to a long-dormant war machine, has been infused with a new, transcendent spirit and structure, emitting a deep and powerful roar. Qin Shuo remained actively engaged, traversing critical research institutes and factories, personally resolving challenges that baffled technicians and engineers, employing his extraordinary psychic abilities to manipulate vital materials or directly adjusting seemingly trivial yet crucial process parameters. Under his guidance, progress was astoundingly swift. Within a month, the first automated production line for the armored exoskeleton was successfully established in a major military factory in the northern frontier. When the initial set of matte green exoskeletons, gleaming with metallic and ceramic luster and exuding a futuristic allure, rolled off the assembly line, all present, including engineers and military representatives, were moved to tears. In the same month, the first batch of Type 1 laser guns also successfully came off the line. During target range tests, the silent yet remarkably precise beams that instantaneously melted through steel plates left the observing veteran generals exhilarated, vigorously applauding. The prototype of the intelligent drone has begun intensive flight and tactical testing, and the laboratory samples of personal ion shields successfully withstood continuous rifle fire. While the news was strictly confidential, an unprecedented sense of confidence and excitement began to spread among the highest echelons and core research teams. They witnessed and actively participated in a technological miracle. Standing in a command tower overlooking the vast military factory, Qin Shuo gazed down at the brightly lit, round-the-clock production workshops, observing the exoskeletons and laser guns taking shape on the assembly line. His expression remained impassive. The foundational equipment has been preliminarily addressed, he silently contemplated. The next step is to select personnel and form the first standard-compliant auxiliary army of mortals, followed by a grand baptism of these new weapons with the blood of otherworldly beings. Chapter 35. The fortress plan, the technological tempest brought forth by Qin Shuo, has swept through the upper echelons of the military and research systems of the entire Shenzhou, akin to a tsunami. Nuclear fusion energy, personal exoskeletons, laser guns, intelligent drones, and ion shields, equipments that once resided solely within the realm of science fiction, are now transitioning from blueprint to reality at an unprecedented pace, beginning to be deployed in small batches to the most elite experimental forces. However, this is merely the inception. Following the resolution of individual soldier and basic energy issues, Qin Shuo's gaze shifted to a broader, planetary defense perspective. He once again convened experts from various relevant fields, this time encompassing communications, energy transmission, heavy weaponry, and urban defense engineering. The first item he presented was an entirely new blueprint for communication technology. Your current electromagnetic wave communication is too fragile and outdated for interstellar warfare. Qin Shuo illustrated a simplified model of complex quantum entanglement and spatial fluctuation principles on the demonstration board. This novel communication network, based on quantum encryption technology, possesses superluminal local capabilities that cannot be intercepted or disrupted by conventional means, along with an exceptionally high bandwidth characteristic, serving as the neural core of future integrated defense command systems. The communication experts gazed at the entirely unfamiliar theoretical model, once again experiencing the dizzying sensation of being overwhelmed by knowledge. If this system can be established, it would mean that Shenzhou would possess absolute confidentiality and instantaneous response command capabilities across the globe and even within lunar space. Following this was the design diagram for ground-based heavy laser cannon arrays. The massive, rotating turrets are centered around an enlarged fusion energy core, a complex lens focusing system. Deployed at strategic locations, along coastal defense lines, and the peripheries of major cities, they would utilize fusion energy reactors to launch high-energy laser beams, delivering precise strikes against enemy large units within the atmosphere and near-Earth orbit. Their range, power, and firing rate would far exceed any existing air defense systems. A general responsible for homeland air defense, upon reviewing the terrifying parameters indicated on the design plans, trembled with excitement. If these were to blanket the borders, it would be akin to draping the nation's skies in an iron curtain. Then came the truly astonishing technology, large-scale plasma shields. In critical urban areas, significant military bases, and even the peripheries of gigantic cities, regional plasma energy shields would be constructed. Qin Shuo showcased the distribution maps and energy coverage models of the shield generators, stating that once activated, they could form a continuous energy barrier capable of withstanding kinetic impacts, energy bombardments, and to a certain extent, even divine-level strikes. This would serve as the ultimate bulwark for protecting population centers and strategic locations. Urban energy shields. It's as if scenes from a science fiction film have materialized into reality. The final step for Qin Shuo was to integrate these technologies. With large cities as the core, particularly Beijing, Jiuxia City, and Tianhe City, supersized hubs, he envisioned constructing fortified defense nodes. He called up the overall urban transformation schematic. Underground, deep shelters would be excavated, housing fusion reactors, command centers, military factories, and material reserves. Above ground, a three-dimensional firepower network would be established with building clusters, deploying heavy laser turrets and missile silos. The skies would be enveloped by large plasma shields, complementing intelligent drone swarms and fighter jets for patrol and defense. Communications would be connected through the new quantum network, forming a unified command and mutually supportive defense system. He surveyed the assembly. Currently, this plan is limited to implementation within Shenzhou. We need to construct at least 10 such solid fortifications before the enemy's main force arrives, ensuring that any daring invaders will crash against our ironclad defenses. The grand, breathtaking planetary fortress plan stirred profound excitement among all present. The manpower, resources, and finances required for this endeavor would demand an almost national effort. Nevertheless, after a brief yet intense discussion, the highest echelons once again extended unwavering support to Qin Shuo. "Let us do it. We will tighten our belts to get it done," exclaimed a veteran general known for his iron-fisted approach, pounding the table. "Previously, we lacked technology and were powerless. Now that technology is at hand, shall we sit idly by, fearing hardship and fatigue, while we wait for aliens to come and butcher us like livestock? Mr. Qin, rest assured, all resources of Shenzhou are at your disposal." The highest directive was issued. The nation would enter a quasi-war state, with all resources prioritized for the planetary defense plan. However, such a large-scale, high-priority resource allocation inevitably stirred the interests of other sectors. Among them, the most vociferous opposition came from the Super God Academy. In the office of the Juxia, Duca Ao slammed a resource allocation list on the table, his face pale with rage, confronting Huang Lao, who represented the highest command. "Sir, look at this. The latest resource allocation shows that our Super God Academy, particularly the training resources for the Xiong Lian and the computational support for Dinu 3, have been slashed by nearly 40%, all diverted to that Qin Shuo's so-called fortress plan." Duca Ao's voice brimmed with uncontainable fury. The Xiong Lian is the core force of Earth's future resistance against alien invasion. Their development requires resources. This situation is stifling our future. Huang Laosai, attempting to placate, Xiao Du, I comprehend your sentiments. However, the technology offered by Mr. Qin, as you have witnessed, possesses the potential to instantaneously enhance our overall defensive capabilities. The Xiong Lian harbors immense potential, yet growth necessitates time, and what we currently lack most is precisely that, time. We must first ensure our survival before we can contemplate the future. Survival? To place all our hopes on an enigmatic outsider with extreme ideologies? Du Cao's voice rose in indignation. Do you not perceive the peril in his purification theory? He is currently dealing with the Tao Tai, but what of the future? What if he deems certain members of the Chaoshin Academy or Xiong Lian as heretics? Who will restrain him then? He gestured toward the window. Look at what he is doing now, transforming the city into a fortress? This represents an excessively conservative and passive defensive mindset. What we require is a force capable of proactive strikes, cutting through the starry seas, rather than a group of soldiers hiding within their shells. Xiao Du, Huang Lao's tone sharpened. Mind your words. Mr. Qin is our appointed advisor, and he is employing tangible technology and actions to safeguard this nation. As for the Xiong Lian, their significance is indisputable. The reduction of resources is merely temporary. Once the defensive system is initially established, resources will certainly be redirected towards them. For now, we must prioritize the greater good. The greater good? I see it as drinking poison to quench thirst. Du Cao retorted angrily. He has tethered all industrial output and research capabilities to his war chariot, producing advanced equipment that follows an entirely alien technological trajectory. This will thoroughly disrupt our self-reliant research system based on Shunhe technology. It undermines the very foundation of civilization. The debate between the two ended on an unharmonious note. Qin Shuo was well aware of the discontent harbored by the Chaoshin Academy, yet he remained unfazed. In his view, the path of the Chaoshin Academy was inefficient and fraught with uncertainty. Investing resources into a group of super warriors with lengthy growth cycles and significant individual variances was exceedingly imprudent in the face of impending calamity. The path he chose aimed to enhance the overall combat strength and survival capability of human civilization in the shortest possible time. As for Du Cao's concerns and doubts, he deemed them foolish short-sightedness and futile vigilance. Chapter 36. Yin has yet to locate Morgana's whereabouts in the celestial realm of Mello. Angel Yin concluded another round of routine monitoring of the Qi Wu star system, primarily Earth. Folding her snow-white wings, she descended upon the grand corridor leading to the sacred palace of Queen Kaisha. Exquisite stone columns towered on either side of the corridor, and soft light cascaded from the dome, illuminating her contemplative visage. Her observations of the galaxy's power, Gu Xiao Luan, continued unabated. Yan Ye, a melodious voice rang out. Yin looked up to see the young Angel Jixin, who, possessing golden hair yet exuding a more serene and serious demeanor, approached her. Xin. Yin halted, a faint smile of camaraderie gracing her features. What is the situation on the Freya side? Xin, an elite guard of Queen Kaisha and heir to the repository of knowledge, was often dispatched to execute significant missions across various civilizations. The Freya civilization held special significance for the angels. Aenid has successfully unified the southern nations of Freya, Xin reported with steady cadence. Her gaze resolute after completing her task, showcasing her emerging leadership skills and sense of justice. My mission is to ensure her safety and assist her growth until she can become a qualified, new generation angel queen, taking up the banner of Queen Kaisha. Yin nodded, not surprised by the progress in Freya. Aenid was one of the heirs chosen by Queen Kaisha, and her development bore implications for the future of angel civilization. Thank you for your hard work, Xin. Protecting her is tantamount to safeguarding our future as angels. Following their brief exchange, the two parted ways. Yin continued toward Kaisha's palace, her thoughts inevitably contrasting the orderly succession in Freya with the chaotic upheaval on Earth. As she entered the solemn, yet somewhat spacious main hall of the palace, the languid Queen Kaisha reclined upon her throne, her all-seeing gaze already fixed upon Yin. Yin, report the situation. Kaisha's voice was calm and composed, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Yin knelt on one knee to pay her respects, then rose to address the queen with utmost solemnity. Your Majesty, there has been no significant progress in tracking the demon King Morgana. Her movements on Earth have become exceedingly clandestine, and our monitoring network has failed to capture her precise location. However, I have left Angel Yin on Earth to continue surveillance, and should Morgana make any large-scale maneuvers, we will be the first to know. Kaisha appeared unsurprised. If Morgana could be so easily located, she would not be the demon king who had entangled with her for millennia. She nodded slightly, indicating for Yin to continue. Yin inhaled deeply, projecting the latest monitoring data concerning Earth, especially the Shenzhou region. Her expression grew grave. Your Majesty, what warrants further attention is the movement of Qin Shuo. He is no longer content merely as a solitary military presence, but is directly intervening and taking the lead in the development of that nuclear preceding civilization. She displayed a series of clear images and data in the air. He has introduced a plethora of technologies surpassing Earth's current technological level. First, there was the stable, miniaturized nuclear fusion energy, which has resolved their future energy bottleneck. Next, a complete set of individual combat systems. The scene shifted to show dark green armored suits, sleek laser guns, hovering intelligent drones, and close-ups of arm shield generators. The technological level of these equipment far exceeds that of a nuclear preceding civilization, and in some aspects, rivals our angelic standard equipment. Kaisha's gaze swept over the blueprints and data of those armaments, a flicker of subtle turbulence passing through her golden eyes. But that is not all. Yan's tone bore unprecedented seriousness, according to intelligence relayed by Yin and our own monitoring. Qin Shuo is executing a grand planetary fortification plan within Shenzhou. The projected image morphed into a map of Shenzhou, clearly marking several ultra-large city nodes under intense construction, such as Beijing, Juxia City, and the rebuilding Tianhe City. He is constructing vast fortress strongholds centered around these mega-cities to prepare for interstellar warfare. Yin pointed to the images of massive underground excavation sites, the ground-based laser artillery bases being established, and the arrays of shield generators already beginning to lay energy pipelines. These include deep underground bunkers and command centers equipped with independent fusion energy, ground-based heavy laser artillery arrays for regional air defense and orbital strikes, large-scale plasma energy shield systems aimed at covering entire urban areas, anticipated to withstand assault akin to the Taotai as catastrophic tide, and a brand new quantum communication network to ensure command communication remains absolutely unimpeded and immune to interference. Yin concluded, Your Majesty, he is employing incomprehensible technologies and efficiencies to arm Shenzhou, and potentially the entire Earth in the future, into a colossal, spiked war fortress. His defensive philosophy is exceedingly rigid, entirely forsaking mobility in pursuit of absolute regional control and defensive strength. The hall fell into a brief silence, broken only by the subtle sound of Kaisha's fingertips gently tapping the armrest of her throne. After a moment, Kaisha slowly spoke, her voice remaining steady, yet imbued with a hint of inquiry. Such extensive technological output and engineering construction, has the local forces on Earth accepted it without reservation? According to intelligence, the higher echelons of Shenzhou have granted Qin Shuo the highest authority and mobilized national resources to cooperate, Yin replied. Resources are being unconditionally allocated. However, this has sparked internal conflicts, particularly among the forces of the Chaoshan Academy, represented by Du Cao, who believe that Qin Shuo's actions disrupt the growth rhythm of the Xiongbing Lian and that his technological trajectory and extreme ideology pose significant risks. Risk, Kaisha reiterated the term, her gaze once again cast upon the blueprints of those fortress bastions. She forcibly elevated a pre-nuclear civilization to a defensive level approaching that of an astronautic civilization, even surpassing it in certain aspects. This intervention was indeed unprecedented. She turned to Yin, inquiring about his thoughts on his ultimate objective. Yin pondered for a moment, considering the previous actions and words of Qin Shuo. Before rendering his judgment, it seemed he was actualizing his ideology of purifying the aberrants, yet no longer in solitude. He aspired to forge a force, or rather, to arm a civilization capable of following him into a purifying war. Earth, or rather, Shenzhou, now resembled his armaments factory and source of troops. He regarded the human armies there as his mortal auxiliary forces for future purification endeavors. The mortal auxiliary forces armaments factory sparked a glimmer of understanding in Kaisha's eyes. It appeared he was contending with more than just the immediate threats of Tao Dai and Morgana. His gaze perhaps had already turned toward the more distant void, such as the Grim Reaper Carl of the Mingi star system. She rose and walked to the center of the Grand Hall, observing the vast star map. A representative of a human empire that wielded unfathomable technology, adhered to an extreme purification ideology, and began to construct war machines. Kaisha spoke with an ineffable tone. Yin, continue to closely monitor Earth, particularly the movements of Qin Shuo. I need to ascertain the true source of his technologies and the nature of his so-called emperor. Furthermore, she added, intensify the training of Gu Xiaoluan from the Galactic Force. The future of Earth cannot rest solely in the hands of Qin Shuo. We need to ensure that even outside of Qin Shuo's trajectory, Earth's civilization retains alternative possibilities. Yes, Your Majesty, Yin responded solemnly. As for Morgana, a cold smile graced Kaisha's lips. She would not be able to evade for long. When Qin Shuo fortified this planet to resemble an ironclad fortress, she would either be forced to reveal herself or would have to retreat from Earth in disgrace. In either case, it would present an opportunity for us. Meanwhile, deep within the command center beneath the North Star, Qin Shuo observed as the light representing the first fortress transformation of the North Star defense node shifted from yellow to green on the holographic sand table. His expression remained impassive, with only his mechanical-like precision of thought at work. Du Cao, a mere alien general, dares to dictate terms. According to the enemy's deployment, you are also among the foremost targets to be eliminated. Very well, I shall allow you to linger a while longer. Those Nuwa survivors you brought will serve as excellent cannon fodder. Chapter 37 Kaisha arrives in the Meluo Heavenly Court. Kaisha's demeanor turned slightly frigid during her conversation with the angel Yin. Recently, she had intercepted some fragmented dark communication signals. Although their encryption level was exceedingly high and fleeting, the energy signatures pointed distinctly to connections between Morgana and that perverse figure from the Death Song Academy. Kaisha's tone was laced with disdain and understanding. Carl, that phantasm, spends his days lurking in the shadows, studying his void. Morgana's meddling with him could only spell trouble. She stood, exuding a natural regal authority. I shall pay a visit to the Death Song Academy and inquire with Carl personally. Yin, accompany me. Additionally, send word to assemble a team of high-ranking angelic guardians led by Jixin. Yes, your majesty. The divine Qin Shuo personally led her angelic legion, not deploying the entire force, but rather her core guardians, descending directly upon the Death Song Academy in the Mingi star system. The eternal silence and darkness were momentarily dispelled by the pure light of the angels. Carl remained clad in scholarly robes, his handsome yet pallid face betraying no emotional fluctuations. He seemed unperturbed by Qin Shuo's sudden visit. The divine Qin Shuo graced us with her presence. What wisdom do you impart? Carl's voice was calm, as if merely receiving an ordinary visitor. Qin Shuo, disinterested in pleasantries, cut to the chase. Carl, where is Morgana? Were you conspiring together? Carl shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with an unpleasant sincerity. Queen Qin Shuo, I have been diligently researching the void at the Death Song Academy and have not engaged in any form of collaboration with Morgana. You know of my disinterest in her pure chaos and depravity. His denial was crisp and decisive, his gaze steady and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Qin Shuo regarded him coldly. She knew Carl was lying, yet lacked irrefutable evidence and could not directly impose force upon Phantasm. She scoffed. It is best for you to uphold that. Carl, remember, any attempt to disrupt the known cosmic order shall face the judgment of the angels. She turned, instructing her companion Jixin. Jixin, you remain here. Keep a close watch on Carl. Do not let him feel too lonely. This serves both as surveillance and a form of intimidation. Yes, your majesty, Jixin responded solemnly, standing stoically with the flame sword in hand. Qin Shuo paid no further attention to Carl, leading Yin and the other angels as they transformed into streaks of light, departing the Death Song Academy. Her next destination was Earth. Above the city of Juxia, colossal Tianren series battleships loomed like suspended mountains, exuding an oppressive aura. The divine Qin Shuo languidly sat upon her throne, gazing down upon the Juxia and the city below. Dukeo's figure appeared on the deck of the Juxia, his voice carrying tension and anger through the loudspeaker. Qin Shuo, what do you angels intend to do? This is Earth, not your Meluo heavenly court. Do you seek war? Qin Shuo barely lifted her eyelids, responding nonchalantly. You overestimate yourself. Allow me to access Earth as history. After a moment, I understood why the Grim Reaper Carl is interested in Earth. For thousands of years, it has been nothing but war. I should have realized it was you, warmonger. After a millennium, you have not changed at all. Naturally, we seek Morgana. Additionally, I wish to observe your accelerated civilization. At that moment, Gu Xiaolun requested a dialogue with Dukeo. Hey, you, the woman lounging in the sky. What do you want? Qin Shuo's gaze finally landed on Gu Xiaolun, tinged with a sense of amusement and barely concealed disappointment. Is this the galactic force? Unable to even stabilize your flight. Her tone revealed no trace of joy or anger. Just as Qin Shuo finished speaking, Yin detected Morgana's presence. In the skies above the city center of Juxia, the space distorted, and Morgana's alluring yet arrogant figure, accompanied by a dense aura of dark energy, suddenly materialized. Oh, Qin Shuo, you wicked one. You've come to Earth to wreak havoc? And brought so many little wicked ones with you? Morgana stood with her hands on her hips, unabashedly berating Qin Shuo. What? Do you wish to battle me here? Are you not afraid of shattering the planet of your followers? Qin Shuo regarded Morgana with icy eyes. Morgana, you have finally deigned to show yourself. She disregarded Morgana's tirade and redirected her gaze to the visibly anxious Gu Xiaolun, presenting a weighty dilemma. Galactic force, Gu Xiaolun, you must learn to make choices. Morgana is right there. I can invoke the Tianren judgment, harness solar energy, and instantly purify her along with her surroundings. Qin Shuo's voice was calm, yet carried the chill of a death sentence. But the cost would be the lives of over 1 million innocent civilians in Juxia. She leaned slightly forward, locking her gaze onto Gu Xiaolun's eyes. Tell me, what is your choice? Will you sacrifice 1 million lives for the peace of the universe? Or will you allow Morgana to continue unchecked, creating further slaughter and depravity? This choice bore down like a mountain, rendering Gu Xiaolun's face pale and nearly stealing his breath. Sacrificing 1 million innocents? He could not do it. He became a super soldier to protect, not to sacrifice. At that moment, Dukeo received communication from the highest command. A message from Huang Lao. Little Du, regardless of whether war arrives tomorrow, the people's army will never betray the people, nor will it trade the lives of the populace. We will face the darkness together, fighting back. I do not agree. Gu Xiaolun nearly shouted. This response appeared to be within Kaisa's expectations. It also seemed to evoke a sense of disappointment within her. She gently shook her head, remarking that it was merciful but weak. Thus, Duke Ao commanded the Xiongbing Lian to prepare for aerial combat. Kaisa sighed, and Gu Xiaoluan suddenly felt a piercing pain in his back as his newly acquired black wings uncontrollably shrank and vanished. He let out a cry and fell clumsily from the sky, only to be caught in a flurry by Zhao Exine below. Your wings are now temporarily held by the angels. You are forbidden from using angelic gifts against angels. Kaisa's voice was devoid of any emotion. After dealing with Gu Xiaoluan, her gaze crossed over the ashen-faced Duke Ao and the shaken Xiongbing Lian, looking northward. Morgana, your game will continue later, Kaisa said to the fluctuating expression of Morgana below, then commanded to head towards Beiji Xing. Tu bai Xing? Angel Yin expressed some confusion. To meet that golden-armored giant, Qin Shuo, who has turned this place upside down, a glimmer of interest flashed in Kaisa's eyes. I am eager to know how this purifier will respond to the justice of the angels. The colossal Tian Ren battleship altered its course, gradually sailing towards the heart of Shenzhou, Beiji Xing, amidst a throng of angels. The immense sacred pressure shifted along with it. At this moment, deep within the underground command center of the city undergoing fortification at Beiji Xing, Qin Shuo felt a stirring within him and lifted his head. His cold gaze penetrated layers of rock and structure, as if he could perceive the energy source emanating a powerful aura of sanctity and order approaching from the southern horizon. A large-scale angelic descent was imminent, targeting Beiji Xing, on the vast, all-encompassing sand table before him. A point of light representing an extremely high energy response was clearly marked and moving rapidly. Qin Shuo slowly stood up, the Tian Ing Terminator armor instantly enveloping him. While a power spear appeared in his hand, he felt no tension or fear, only a calm assessment akin to detecting a high-value alien target approaching. Finally, something substantial has arrived. Chapter 38. Emperor Descend Kaisa and the Assembly of Angels arrived above Beiji Xing, the Tian Ren battleship hovering in the air. The divine Kaisa sat upon her throne, flanked by high-ranking angels standing at attention, their holy radiance and pressure enveloping the entire airspace, causing countless soldiers and civilians below, engaged in tense construction, to look up with hearts filled with unease. Under this sky dominated by the brilliance of angels, a golden figure appeared silently atop a massive land-based laser cannon that had just completed its main structure and had yet to install its external armor. It was Qin Shuo, clad in the Tian Ing Terminator armor, wielding the power spear. His presence did not exude an overwhelming aura, yet instantly captivated all the angels, particularly Kaisa. He stood there quietly, as if merging with the steel-structured city beneath him, becoming part of the war fortress taking shape. Kaisa's gaze immediately fell upon the menacing spear in Qin Shuo's hand. With her keen insight, she could distinctly sense the extraordinary energy field fluctuations surrounding its tip. It was a force that instinctively evoked feelings of repulsion and vigilance within her, filled with absolute destruction and finality. The annihilation at the atomic level combined with strong nuclear force interference and vacuum decay catalysts, Kaisa murmured to herself. Even she felt a chill at this violent technology that directly manipulated the fundamental rules of the universe. This weapon possessed a terrifying capacity for absolute eradication against any life form dependent on material existence, including divine beings. She raised her hand to halt any potential unrest among the angels behind her, fixing her sharp gaze upon Qin Shuo, and posed a question that had long troubled her. Qin Shuo, you repeatedly claim loyalty to the Emperor and execute his purifying will. Tell me, what manner of being is the Emperor that stands behind you? This was a formal inquiry from the angelic king, the ruler of the known gods of the universe, directed at another unknown entity, evidently possessing a vast source of power. Before Qin Shuo could respond, an anomaly occurred. The sky above Beiji Xing seemed to freeze suddenly. It was not that time had stopped, but rather a more grand, primal force had descended, causing all to hold their breath. Behind Qin Shuo, without warning, a golden sun, indescribably radiant, leapt into existence. It was not a real star, but rather a manifestation of purest, most majestic spiritual energy and will. The light of this golden sun was not blinding, yet it carried a divine essence that pierced the soul and cleansed all impurities. It rapidly condensed and contracted, its radiance not diminishing but intensifying, becoming ever more profound and weighty. Under the astonished gazes of all angels, including Kaisa and the countless military and civilians below, the golden sun ultimately coalesced into a towering figure, a magnificent being standing at a height of 4 meters and 3 centimeters, clad in ancient, resplendent golden armor that shimmered with the brilliance of humanity's entire epic history. The armor was adorned with countless inscriptions of valor and sacrifice. In his left hand, he bore the Emperor's claw, capable of rending reality and void, while his right hand gripped the Emperor's sword, symbolizing humanity's indomitable will and ultimate judgment. Upon his head rested a crown woven from eternally blooming laurel and stars, his visage shrouded in endless radiance and majesty, with only a faint sense of transcendent wisdom and an absolute will akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. The Emperor, the sovereign of humanity, protector of the sacred Terra, the guiding light of the unyielding expedition, and the beacon in the darkness of subspace. At this moment, his will's projection transcended unimaginable distances and dimensions. Descending here, in truth, it was the manifestation of the Emperor's fragment within the Black Ring. The Emperor's appearance was devoid of speech, yet it resonated with the prayers, roars, hopes, and sacrifices of countless human souls at that very moment. A grand belief, fundamentally distinct from the angel's sacred order, older, more iron-blooded, and more focused on humanity itself, swept across the entire realm. The languor upon Kaisa's throne vanished in an instant. She straightened her posture, her exquisite features revealing for the first time an unmistakable shock and gravity. From this projection, she could sense a power that was not in the least inferior to her prime, perhaps even deeper and more human in certain aspects. The high-ranking angels behind her, such as Yin, Zhui, and Moi, felt their breaths catch. The pure, exclusive pressure centered on humanity instinctively overwhelmed them with immense discomfort and oppression. The face of the Emperor, enveloped in brilliance, seemed to gaze upon Kaisa. There was neither hostility nor goodwill, only an absolute objectivity and tranquility, akin to assessing the value of civilizations among the stars. Then, a grand, calm voice resonated directly within the depths of the soul, imbued with boundless knowledge and will, echoed in the consciousness of every being that sensed his existence. I am the will of humanity, its blade and shield. You, foreign gods, survey my domain. What is your intent? There was no questioning, no threat, merely a calm declaration and inquiry, yet it carried an undeniable assertion of sovereignty. Kaisa, the divine, the known king of the gods for the first time, in the presence of an embodiment of a pre-nuclear civilization, retracted all her languor and condescension, adopting a posture of nearly equal gravity to initiate a dialogue. However, the sovereign of humanity seemed disinterested in engaging in lengthy or equal discourse. His face, shrouded in endless brilliance, glanced at Kaisa, who remained seated upon her lofty throne, still looking down from above. An indescribable fluctuation, altering the very rules of heaven and earth, silently radiated from the Emperor's center. There was no roar, no extravagant display of energy, only a profound stillness that resonated with an undeniable intent, echoing deep within the souls of Kaisa and every angel present. I do not favor looking up. Just 5 simple words. The next moment, an event transpired that sent shockwaves through the hearts of all angels. The sacred throne, symbolizing the dominion and power of the angelic king, along with Kaisa herself and the surrounding high-ranking angels, was abruptly seized by an invisible, formless hand that spanned the entire firmament, yanking them downward with ferocity. Boom! It was not mere free fall, but rather a terrifying effect resulting from a forceful distortion of spatial rules and pressure. Kaisa and her throne plummeted to the ground in a manner that entirely defied her will and control. Queen, Kaisa Queen, the high-ranking angels, such as Yin, Zhe, and Mo, were horrified, desperately attempting to steady themselves and render assistance. But that intangible force acted upon them as well. Their immense divine power and exceptional flying skills were rendered meaningless before this absolute power, as they were involuntarily drawn downward alongside Kaisa, crashing from the heights. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the very earth of the North Star. Kaisha's throne, along with her slightly disheveled form, struck the hard, specially constructed concrete of the central square with a resounding thud, creating a vast, web-like crack in the ground. Immediately following thud, 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 dozens of high-ranking angels, including Yin, Jue, and Moe, were unable to regain control and fell around Kaisha's throne, tumbling awkwardly, their pristine wings now dust-laden. Their once orderly formation and divine poise utterly shattered, appearing remarkably disheveled. Just a single phrase, not even an attack. It announced that before this human emperor, no one could claim the right to stand above him. In the sky, only the towering golden projection of the colossal divine emperor remained, accompanied by the most loyal Qin Shuo standing beside him. The emperor's radiant visage lowered slightly, gazing down upon the disheveled angels who had just been forcibly returned to the ground. In his calm gaze, there was no mockery or anger, only an absolute authority, akin to that of a parent correcting a child who failed to comprehend the rules. The entire North Star fell into an eerie silence. The Shenzhou soldiers stationed around the square, though already aware of Qin Shuo's power, were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the celestial angel queen and her formidable subordinates being so ruthlessly yanked from the heavens by the presence behind their chief advisor. Their mouths agape, their minds blank. Those in the North Star's command center, including Huang Lao and others, felt their hearts racing, their palms clammy with sweat. They had known the emperor behind Qin Shuo was powerful, but they never expected such a level of strength. It had completely surpassed their comprehension of power. Having been forcibly pressed to the ground, feeling the rush of blood and losing her composure, Kaisha, after an initial shock and fury, suddenly raised her head to gaze at the golden figure in the sky. For the first time, her exquisite face lost all semblance of composure and languor. Replaced by an icy demeanor and a hint of sternness she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Slowly rising from her throne, she brushed off non-existent dust from her armor, her movements still exuding the grace of royalty. Yet anyone could perceive the tempestuous waves of suppressed fury beneath that elegance. She fixed her gaze upon the emperor's projection, her voice as frigid as millennial-old ice. "Who are you?" This time, her tone no longer bore the previously condescending inquiry. The emperor's projection remained silent. Yet, the invisible pressure weighed heavily on every angel's heart. Qin Shuo stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping over the somewhat disheveled angels below, and spoke on behalf of his sovereign. "You need only to know, this is the Lord of humanity. In this realm, the existence of humanity is to be safeguarded by us. Regardless of whether you call yourselves angels, demons, gluttons, or even the so-called reapers, should you harbor ill intentions, you shall be subjected to purification." Now, Qin Shuo slightly raised the spear of propulsion in his hand, the spearhead's atomic annihilation field humming ominously. Directed at Kaisha, you may reorganize your words and articulate your intentions. Remember, this is the final opportunity granted for you to address our Lord. The situation had instantly reversed. Chapter 39. Kaisha became a jester the emperor's towering projection, standing an impressive 4 meters and 3 centimeters, loomed like a golden mountain above the North Star. His radiance enveloping his visage as he regarded the angels who had just regained their footing from their earlier disarray, yet had lost all semblance of composure. The invisible pressure bore down heavily on each angel's heart. The previous declaration of "I do not favor looking up," followed by the unyielding enforcement of rules, had thoroughly shattered the angels' lofty demeanor. They were no longer confronting a civilization that could be scrutinized at will, but an existence of unfathomable status and power. The emperors will descended, still grand and serene, resonating directly at the soul level, yet this time carrying a clear inquiry. "You, armed with weapons, have come here with what intent?" Without superfluous words, the query cut straight to the core. The force contained within that voice made Kaisha feel as though her sacred atoms were trembling slightly, as if any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Kaisha took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotions and a hint of humiliation within her. She retracted all the arrogance befitting the king of the gods. While her tone retained a semblance of dignity, it softened significantly, even taking on an explanatory quality. "We have come to pursue the demon King Morgana." Kaisha raised her gaze to meet the emperor's projection, which, though indistinct, seemed to pierce through all. Morgana was the greatest evil known in the universe, spreading corruption and fear. It must be eradicated. We detected her activity on Earth. Thus we descended to execute justice and bring her to trial. She no longer mentioned any scrutiny of civilizations, nor did she adopt a condescending stance to judge Earth's choices. In that moment, the capture of Morgana became her only justifiable reason. As Qin uttered Morgana's name, the Emperor's projection seemed to shift slightly, his radiant visage appearing to turn toward the direction of the southern canyon city. But it returned to its original position in an instant. One of the abominable foul beings. A hint of undisguised disdain emanated from the Emperor's thoughts, yet soon, that grand voice resounded again, imbued with a detached understanding. However, she has fled. Fled? Qin was taken aback, instinctively activating her dark dimensional perception to scan the globe, particularly the area of the southern canyon city where Morgana had just brazenly appeared. Indeed, there were only remnants of rapidly dissipating demonic energy. Morgana's essence, and that of her primary demon, had vanished without a trace. That wretched creature, a surge of anger at being toyed with flooded Qin's mind. Yet she quickly realized that Morgana's escape was far from coincidental. When had it occurred? At the very moment the Emperor descended. Qin recalled how, when that golden sun appeared out of nowhere, the moment the Emperor's projection coalesced, the overwhelming and tyrannical human had undoubtedly alerted Morgana, who possessed a keen sense of danger, to this terrifying presence far beyond her comprehension. She had not hesitated for a moment, abandoning her confrontation with the angels and her desire to spectate, decisively employing every means at her disposal to flee Earth at the swiftest possible speed. She ran with such decisiveness and swiftness that not a trace of spatial fluctuation was left behind, clearly fearful that if she lingered even for a moment, she would be effortlessly purged by that golden giant. Realizing this, Qin's emotions grew increasingly complex. They, the angels, had mobilized in full force, with her personally descending. Yet they had not even caught a glimpse of Morgana, instead enduring a humiliating setback before an even more terrifying presence. Observing Qin below, her countenance shifting and falling into silence, Qin Shuo's cold voice broke the stillness. Thus, your so-called righteous forces have not only failed in their duty to eradicate evil, but have also disturbed the imperial presence, nearly igniting a conflict in this human realm. His words struck like sharp ice picks, piercing Qin and the angels. Now Morgana has escaped. What reason do you have to linger here? The tip of the Inferno spear, its eerie blue atomic annihilation field flickering subtly, locked onto the angels below. The implication was unmistakable. Unable to accomplish the task at hand, they had instead attracted trouble. It was time to depart. Qin's expression darkened considerably. As the king of the gods, she had never been subjected to such expulsion. Yet the situation was more formidable than her pride. The power of this emperor was unfathomable, and his subordinate, Qin Shuo, was no ordinary opponent. Moreover, with Morgana having indeed fled, remaining here would serve no purpose other than to potentially incite a conflict with no hope of victory and unpredictable consequences. She cast a deep glance at the imposing golden projection in the sky, then at Qin Shuo standing resolutely with his spear. We shall depart. Ultimately, Qin managed to utter these three words through gritted teeth. She refrained from any further formalities, for words seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. She turned and resumed her seat upon the slightly damaged throne. The angels Yin, Zhui, and Moi unfurled their wings, their demeanor no longer as sacred and spirited as before. Now tinged with a hint of disarray and suppressed fury, yet they swiftly gathered behind Qin. The colossal Heaven Blade warship altered its course, its engines emitting a low rumble as it carried the angels, whose feelings were a tumultuous mix, slowly ascending, ultimately transforming into streaks of light that vanished beyond the Earth's atmosphere. They arrived with great fervor and departed in silence. The sky of a North Star returned to tranquility. Only the massive scar on the ground where the throne had struck and the lingering energy waves in the air bore witness to the brief but universe-altering confrontation. The Emperor's projection gradually retracted its vast pressure after the angels departed, the golden radiance dimming until, like its appearance, it quietly dissipated into the air. Qin Shuo sheathed the Inferno spear and removed the heavenly eagle Terminator armor, returning to the semblance of an ordinary youth. He glanced at the sky. Then, at the city below, which was hastening its transformation into steel, his gaze remaining cold. The interlude concluded, and work resumed. Mo Gunna and her demon No. One hid in an unknown corner, their hearts racing as they patted their chests. Goodness. Thankfully, I ran fast. What on earth was that golden giant? Terrifying. Chapter 40. Kaisa's spear is a major concern. Kaisa fled in a disheveled manner with her cadre of angels. Their Heaven Blade warship quickly exited the Earth's atmosphere, returning to the vastness of space. Inside the warship, the solemnity and majesty that had once prevailed were replaced by an indescribable sense of oppression and the disorientation of having narrowly escaped disaster. All the high-ranking angels who had accompanied Kaisa to Earth, including Yin, Zhui, and Moi, vividly recalled the terrifying scene. They had been like insects swatted down by an invisible giant hand, helplessly plummeting from the sky, the throne crashing to the ground. Dust covering them, a level of disgrace and humiliation they had never experienced before. Angel Yin leaned against the cold metallic wall, instinctively tightening her grip on the flame sword, her knuckles turning white from the effort. She recalled the power spear that radiated a ghostly blue light. Merely sensing its energy fluctuations caused her atoms to tremble instinctively. Angels Zhe and Moi stood silently beside her, the usual severity on their faces replaced by traces of lingering dread. They were seasoned elite guardians, yet before such a force, they felt utterly diminutive for the first time. Seated upon the throne, Kaisa had tidied her appearance, yet an unshakable frost covered her exquisite visage. She closed her eyes, seemingly attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. After a long pause, she slowly opened her eyes, her voice bearing a suppressed calmness. Yet the undercurrents of turmoil were still discernible. I, the divine Kaisa, have presided over angelic civilization for millennia, enduring countless battles, yet I have never faced such a day. She paused, seemingly searching for the right words, ultimately uttering two weighty terms: disgrace. A profound silence enveloped the command bridge. All angels bowed their heads, feeling the heat of shame on their faces. The queen's sentiments resonated with all of them. However, Kaisa's tone shifted abruptly, becoming exceedingly serious and grave. Anger and humiliation would not resolve the issue. The pressing matter was not to immediately muster an army to confront Qin Shuo or the so-called emperor behind him. Doing so would invite annihilation. Her sharp gaze swept across every angel present, finally settling on Angel Yin. Yin, you have had the most contact with Qin Shuo and experienced it most directly. Tell me your assessment of that weapon. The power spear he refers to as the messenger of loyalty. Yin stepped forward, her voice cautious yet assured. Your Majesty, that weapon is extremely dangerous. From my previous observations and the recent close-range perception, its destructive capability is not merely a matter of energy annihilation or physical destruction. It seems to directly affect the very foundation of material existence. She struggled to articulate the horror that transcended cognition. Targets struck by that spear, whether Tana's soldiers or their vehicles, would be disintegrated at the atomic level in an instant, obliterated, and may even trigger a minuscule vacuum decay. This implies that those slain by it are truly erased from existence, even the fundamental particles constituting their bodies returning to nothingness. Dark dimensional information, devoid of its physical foundation, would render any form of resurrection impossible. Yin raised her head, locking eyes with Kaisa, speaking each word with gravity. My judgment is that even you, Your Majesty, if struck directly by that spear, would likely dissipate in an instant. Not even the sacred atoms could reconstitute under such utter annihilation. The secondary biological engine technology that we angels rely on would be rendered completely ineffective before that weapon. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed within the command bridge. The tension palpable. Could even Queen Kaisa not withstand it? Nodos addiction? This surpassed their understanding of weaponry's might. Kaisa remained silent for a moment before nodding. Confirming Yan's assessment, my perception aligns with yours. It is a forbidden power that touches the fundamental laws of the universe. It does not rely on sheer energy intensity to crush, but rather denies the existence of the target in a way we cannot comprehend. She cast her gaze toward the profound, starry sky. Only beings like Cal, who have abandoned physical forms and transformed entirely into phantasms, could, to some extent, evade such direct material annihilation. Yet even phantasms, faced with a force capable of collapsing foundational rules, would likely struggle to endure multiple impacts. This is merely a preliminary judgment, based on existing information. Kaisa withdrew her gaze and looked back at her angels, issuing an extremely stern command. Listen from this moment forth. The Emperor and Qin Shuo, especially that atomic annihilation technology, are to be designated as the highest taboo of angelic civilization. Classification levels set to annihilation. Without my direct orders, no angel is to conduct any form of private research, contact, or experimentation regarding it. Violators shall be punished as traitors. Yes, Your Majesty, all angels, resolute in their duty, comprehend the significance of this command. It represents a perilous power, one that remains beyond their understanding, yet is undeniably lethal. To recklessly engage with it would yield catastrophic consequences. The angels then inquired, "Shall we return to the Meluo, Tianting?" "No," Kaisha responded, shaking her head with a glimmer of cold determination in her eyes. "We shall not return. Instead, we will find a place to conceal ourselves near Earth." "Why?" Molly questioned, perplexed. "Has Morgana not already fled?" "Morgana has indeed escaped," Kaisha replied with a frigid smile. "Yet she will never relinquish Earth so easily. This realm has become a chaotic stage teeming with the Super God Academy, the Danu relics, the enigmatic Qin Shuo, and the Emperor, along with the impending forces of Tao Ye. How could her queen, who relishes chaos and decadence, remain a coward? Her assessment stems from her understanding of an old adversary. Her prior retreat was precipitated by the Emperor's arrival, which surpassed her expectations and capacity to withstand. However, she will undoubtedly observe and await her moment. When Qin Shuo and Tao Ye, or other factions, clash and Earth descends into chaos once more, she will re-emerge like a shark drawn by the scent of blood. "We shall wait here," Kaisha asserted with unwavering resolve, anticipating her to be unable to resist the urge to surface. "Next time, devoid of the Emperor's interference, we must strike with thunderous might and vanquish her completely." The Tianbin warship adjusted its course, silently concealing itself within an asteroid belt or a spatial fold near Earth. As I began writing Chapter 23, I neglected to pay attention, but later researched related sci-fi works and found the combination of strong nuclear force interference fields and quantum vacuum annihilation catalysts to be utterly absurd. It can only be said that the Golden Age's eccentricities were rampant. Chapter 41, Request for Support. Meanwhile, in Demon Number 1, it lay hidden among the debris of a desolate star system far from the solar system. Inside the warship, Morgana sat on her throne, her expression dark as she swirled half a glass of crimson liquid, clearly in a foul mood. The terrifying pressure of the Emperor's arrival still haunted her thoughts. That wretched Kaisha, what misfortune befell her, was one matter, but almost costing me my life is intolerable. She cursed, taking a swig of her drink. Just what is that golden behemoth? So sinister. At that moment, an elite demon entered the hall, bowing to report. "Your Majesty, a Tao Ye envoy seeks an audience." "Tao Ye?" Morgana raised an eyebrow, her rage seeking an outlet. "Let them in. Let us see what that perverted subordinate of Kaisha wants." Shortly after, a commander clad in standard Tao Ye bone armor, yet adopting a very deferential demeanor, was ushered in. Upon seeing Morgana, he immediately bowed, his tone laced with unmistakable frustration and urgency. "Honorable Queen Morgana, I represent the Tao Ye Vanguard Legion to extend greetings and seek your assistance." "Assistance?" Morgana scoffed, crossing her legs. "Did you not fare well alongside Kaisha? What, have you stumbled in that nuclear civilization on Earth?" The Tao Ye envoy's face displayed embarrassment and bitterness as he steeled himself to report. "To be frank, Your Majesty, we have indeed encountered unprecedented resistance. Not only did our operations in Tianha City fail utterly, but our endeavor above New York and North America also suffered severe losses." "Oh," Morgana's interest peaked. "Do elaborate." "In Tianha City, the sudden emergence of the golden armored giant, as you are aware," the envoy recounted with trepidation, "single-handedly destroyed our flagship, the Cross, resulting in the deaths of commanders from Lei and Xionglu, leaving the advance team nearly decimated." Morgana waved her hand impatiently. "I'm aware of that. Share something novel." Yes, the envoy nodded vigorously. "In North America, we encountered a local super soldier group that calls themselves the Avengers." His expression conveyed incredulity. "Their combat style is quite chaotic, but there is one individual clad in red and gold exoskeleton armor who is exceptionally troublesome. He..." The envoy hesitated, but finally spoke. He charged into the engine's exhaust port of one of our capital ships while carrying a nuclear bomb of significant yield. And that capital ship was obliterated. Morgana nearly spat her drink, placing her cup down with a bemused expression. Charging into the engine with a nuclear bomb? Ha ha! You Taotia truly possess boundless creativity. Such a demise is utterly humiliating. The Taotia envoy's complexion shifted between green and white, yet he dared not retort, continuing to lament. Your Majesty, we gravely miscalculated Earth's firepower and resolved to resist. Although their overall technology is inferior, those super soldiers, along with their overwhelming barrage of missiles, have us severely pressed. Furthermore, he lowered his voice, laced with grievance and reluctance. My Lord Qin Shuo forbids us from using star-destroying weapons against Earth, claiming it would interfere with his research into the void. This has left us constrained, rendering many large-scale destructive means unfeasible. Thus, the envoy raised his head, his eyes pleading. We implore Queen Morgana to lend us your strength. With your prowess and the might of your demon legion, you could surely clear these obstacles, especially those troublesome super soldier factions, such as the Avengers and the Xiongbing Lian of Jiuxia City. Morgana listened, her fingers gently tapping the armrest of her throne, her face betraying a calculating demeanor. Assisting you is not out of the question, she said leisurely. The Avengers? Merely a group of mortals with some peculiar abilities. The Xiongbing Lian? A bunch of immature super soldier wannabes. Eliminating them should pose no challenge for me, the Demon Queen. Upon hearing this, the Taotia envoy's face brightened momentarily. However, Morgana abruptly shifted her tone, her expression turning grave, even tinged with warning. But heed my words. That golden-armored giant, Qin Shuo, who previously appeared in Tiana City, and the even more terrifying entity behind him, do not even think of having me confront them. She straightened in her seat, her gaze piercing into the Taotia envoy. Even Qin Shuo and I must concede before him. How many lives do you Taotia possess to expend? I wish to live a few more years. Regarding any actions he undertakes, do not come to me. I shall not partake. Do you understand? The Taotia envoy was taken aback by Morgana's sudden outburst of severity, nodding vigorously. Understood. Understood. We would never dare trouble the Queen with that golden giant. We merely seek your assistance in neutralizing other opposing forces to clear the way for our main fleet's subsequent landing. Now, that's more like it. Morgana reclined back in her throne, adopting a languid yet perilous demeanor, and we can certainly discuss a price for dealing with those lesser foes. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall. A towering figure, draped in dark red, leathery skin with enormous fleshy wings, and eyes gleaming with a savage intensity, strode in. He knelt on one knee, his voice deep and commanding. Your Majesty, a Takasi, reporting for duty. I have fully recovered and am ready to fight for you. This was the sword demon A2, who had been grievously injured by Qin Shuo in Huangtsuan. And after careful treatment and energy replenishment over this period, he had not only recovered, but even advanced in power. Morgana looked at the now fully restored and even more formidable A2, and a genuine smile finally graced her face. Excellent. A2, your return is perfectly timed. She gestured towards the Taotia envoy. Do you see? There is work to be done. On Earth, there are some naive individuals who require our education. A2 raised his head, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his crimson eyes. I shall serve the Queen unto death. Any enemy that stands before you shall be crushed beneath my sword. The Taotia envoy gazed at the fearsome A2, inwardly astonished, while simultaneously feeling relieved. With the intervention of Morgana and her legion of demons, it should pose little challenge to deal with the super warriors of Earth. Morgana rose from her seat and approached ATU, patting his robust arm. Prepare yourself, ATU. It is time for us to return to Earth. However, this time, we must avoid that golden plague god. A cold smile graced her lips as she added, let's first deliver some surprises to North America and Jiuxia City. Chapter 42. The eve of war, the perspective shifts to the side of Taotia. On the outskirts of the solar system, aboard the flagship of the Taotia fleet, the towering figure of King Shuo, clad in heavy white battle armor, advanced slowly through the metallic corridor, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing within. Beside him, an intelligence officer followed, closely, swiftly reporting the latest information from Earth. In summary, my king, the officer's voice bore a grave tone. We have severely underestimated Earth's war potential and resistance will. according to the latest reconnaissance. The combined conventional military forces of the major nations on that planet possess firepower sufficient to obliterate their own surface civilization over 10 times. Particularly concerning is their seemingly limitless missile stockpile, which poses a significant threat to our large-scale landing forces in the absence of effective interception measures. Shuo's electronic eyes flickered with a cold red light, his voice akin to metal grinding against metal. Specific numbers. Indeed, the officer affirmed, the total active and reserve military strength, based on incomplete statistics, has exceeded 10 million. This figure accounts only for conventional armed forces and does not include those super warriors with special abilities. The officer paused, his tone growing more somber. Among them, the most troublesome is Qin Shuo. Shuo's footsteps faltered slightly. The area where that golden-armored giant resides? Precisely. The officer promptly displayed reconnaissance images from the Qin Shuo region, revealing large-scale constructions in progress surrounding several major cities. The initial forms of laser cannon emplacements and underground excavation projects were evident. With Qin Shuo's direct involvement and technological assistance, Qin Shuo has undergone a leap in development. They have not only mastered stable nuclear fusion energy technology, but have also begun mass production of a type of personal armor known as Jiakijia and individual laser weaponry, far surpassing Earth's original standards. The images shifted to reveal the city peripheries of Beijing and Zhuxia City, where ground-based heavy laser cannon arrays began to rise like a forest, alongside the indistinct contours of large energy shield generators hovering above the cities. What was most alarming was their execution of a plan termed planetary fortification. The officer's voice carried a hint of disbelief, centered around major cities. They're constructing colossal fortresses equipped with independent energy sources, robust regional air defense, city-level energy shields, and superluminal communication nodes. Judging by the engineering progress, they are evidently prepared for a protracted conflict with us. Once these fortresses are completed, the cost of ground landings will be unimaginable. Shuo listened in silence, his expression hidden beneath the bone armor. Yet the slight clenching of his metallic fist betrayed his inner turmoil. A nuclear-era civilization, in such a short span of time, has aggressively moved towards the construction of porcupine-like war fortifications with the aid of an unknown entity, completely disrupting his original plan for a swift resolution. Qin Shuo. Shuo murmured the name, the red light in his electronic eyes flickering erratically. The failures of Fenglei and Xionglu, as well as the fierce tide being repelled, haunted him like a shadow. At that moment, another Taoye Communications soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee, his tone infused with excitement. Reporting to my king, we have just received news from Demon One. Queen Morgana has agreed to lend her assistance. Shuo whirled around abruptly. She has agreed? What are the terms? The communications soldier replied, Queen Morgana has consented to help us eliminate the super warrior resistance on Earth, primarily targeting the Avengers of North America and the Xiong Binglian of Zhuxia City. However, the soldier's tone became hesitant. She explicitly stated that she will not participate in any actions against that golden-armored giant Qin Shuo or his associated forces. Shuo was not surprised by this. The cunning Morgana would hardly choose to tackle the toughest adversary. Having her deal with those bothersome super warriors to clear the path of the landing forces was already a favorable outcome. Relay to Morgana that we accept her terms. Shuo stated solemnly. Let her act swiftly. We need to identify the weaknesses of those fortresses in Qin Shuo while she creates chaos or wait for them to reveal their own vulnerabilities. He redirected his gaze to the blue planet on the star map, particularly the region marked as highly dangerous. Qin Shuo. Dispatch orders. Maintain the fleet's concealment and continue approaching Earth. Deploy all reconnaissance units. I want detailed structures of every fortress in Qin Shuo, including energy nodes and defensive blind spots. Additionally, monitor global energy fluctuations, especially during Morgana's actions, and pay attention to Qin Shuo's movements. Yes, my king. On Earth, in Beijing, the underground core command center, Qin Shuo stood before a vast holographic sand table, which vividly displayed the entire map of Qin Shuo. At this moment, over 10 major cities and strategic locations on the map transitioned from flickering yellow to stable green. A military officer clad in the latest digital combat uniform of Qin Shuo stood at attention, excitement evident in his demeanor as he reporting to the chief advisor. Based on the latest engineering progress, the primary fortress structures, ground-based heavy laser cannon array foundations, large plasma shield generators, and the underground fusion energy centers and command hubs for Bizixing, Juxia City, Tianhe City, Jinmen, Hushi, Yangqing, Rongqing, Chang'an, Xinqing, Wuqing, and Zhengqing have all been essentially constructed. We are currently conducting internal equipment debugging, weapon system installations, and final shield energy calibrations. The 13 green points on the sand table served as solid cornerstones, constituting the first core defense line of Shenzhou. Qin Shuo's gaze swept over those points, his cold countenance betraying no hint of joy. Efficiency is 5% below expectations. He stated flatly, there have been 3 unnecessary delays in logistics transport, and the qualification rate of the number 17 special alloy smelting plant did not meet standards, affecting the mass production of shield generator casings. The reporting officer perspired slightly, hastily noting these precise issues. Before Qin Shuo, no flaw could escape scrutiny. Notify the heads of each node. Qin Shuo continued issuing orders, set a deadline of 3 days to complete all internal adjustments and preliminary coordination of the weapon systems. 3 days later, initiate the first phase of shield linkage testing. I want to see these 13 nodes capable of forming an initial regional energy defense network. Yes, Chief Advisor. The officer responded loudly. Additionally, Qin Shuo retrieved brief intelligence on the Xiong Binglian and the Avengers of North America, noting that Morgana's demonic forces were once again active, likely targeting them. Informed DKO and the North American side to remain vigilant. However, we shall not intervene proactively. The officer appeared puzzled. Chief Advisor, shall we not assist them? They are also a force against the alien invasion. Qin Shuo cast a glance at him, a look that rendered the officer silent. Our primary task is to ensure the Shenzhou defense line is impenetrable. The Xiong Binglian needs to grow through real combat, and the Avengers must prove their worth. Morgana is the trial they must face. Qin Shuo's voice bore no fluctuation. Only those individuals or groups that survive through blood and fire, demonstrating sufficient value, would be considered for inclusion in a broader purification sequence in the future. His logic was both clear and merciless. Resources are limited and must be allocated judiciously. The fortification of Shenzhou and the rearmament of the military are of utmost priority. As for other resistance forces, if they can endure and prove their worth, they may be useful in the future. If they cannot withstand, their elimination is merely the law of nature. The officer dared not speak further, saluting before swiftly departing to convey the orders. In the command center, only Qin Shuo remained. He gazed at the 13 verdant light spots on the sand table, as well as the secondary and tertiary nodes in the distance that were still under intense construction. His eyes pierced through the layers of earth, revealing the approaching main forces of the Taotai beyond the starlit sky, along with the demons and angels lurking in the shadows. Chapter 43. The entire planet burns. The tranquility did not endure for long. The ominous clouds of war descended with an alarming swiftness. The first to receive dire news were from North America. Within mere days, core members of the Avengers fell victim to mysterious assassins. Soon after, an unanticipated swarm of grotesque, malevolent demon soldiers appeared over New York, exuding an aura of corruption. Utilizing wormhole technology, they maneuvered stealthily through the city, instigating panic and destruction. Clashing violently with local military forces, the defensive capabilities of the entire North American continent were thrown into chaos, grappling with this sudden infiltration and decapitation operation. Almost simultaneously, a graver calamity unfolded off the coast of Juxia City. Morgana, long concealed in the shadows, exploited her 4th-generation divine body to seize control of the captain of the Xiong Binglian, the main deity of the Liang star, Reina. Under Morgana's manipulation, the entranced Reina lost her brilliance, coalescing star energy potent enough to annihilate worlds. Suspended above the Juxia aircraft carrier, she resembled a runaway miniature sun. Prior to this, DKO had been assassinated on the deck. Yuqin was abducted by the demon soldiers, and before the explosion, Rose managed to evacuate some personnel through a wormhole under Lianfeng's instructions. Cheng Yaowen attempted to shield the Juxia with a colossal stone hand, but it proved futile. In the next moment, a blinding radiance obliterated everything. The terrifying surge of energy struck the Juxia with pinpoint accuracy. This colossal battleship, embodying the hopes of the Xiong Binglian and representing the pinnacle of Earth's military technology, was instantaneously torn asunder by the might capable of powering a star. The resounding explosion reverberated across the sea and sky as the burning wreckage, laden with countless soldiers unable to escape, sank into the frigid depths. This was merely the beginning. The uncontrollable Reyna continued to unleash devastating energy, engulfing the Southern Sea Fleet surrounding the Juxia in her assault. One by one, destroyers and frigates exploded, ignited, and sank under the bombardment of stellar energy. What was once a formidable fleet swiftly transformed into a deathly sea littered with debris and oil. The Xiong was shattered. Morgana further dismantled global communications. Yet due to Xinzhou's preparedness with a new communication network, it remained unaffected. Prior to this, Lu Chuang, Qilin, and Ruiming had attempted to decapitate Morgana, but their efforts failed, leading to a helicopter emergency landing. The Xiong was forced to fight individually, scattering amidst explosions and demon assaults, their fates unknown, with communications entirely severed. Most peculiarly, just before Morgana launched her attack, Angel Yin descended upon the Juxia, claiming the need for the power of the galaxy to assist in handling matters concerning the Fei Lei Zhe, unceremoniously whisking the still bewildered Gu Xiaolun away from Earth through a worm bridge to the distant Fei Lei Zhe planet. At that moment, Gu Xiaolun remained oblivious to the imminent cataclysmic upheaval awaiting Earth. As demons ravaged internally, the Xiong crumbled, and North America descended into chaos. The main forces of the Taotai Legion, already assembled at the periphery of the solar system, finally tore away their final disguise. Thousands of warships, varying in size, but all emblazoned with skull insignias and emanating a deathly aura, surged forth, breaching the Kuiper Belt and formally commencing their full-scale assault on Earth. Their assault was not aimless. Based on prior reconnaissance and information provided by Carl, Xinzhou was identified as the core of Earth's resistance, the most formidable obstacle. Consequently, over 60% of the Taotai main fleet, alongside the vast majority of the giant Wolf Star's forces, directed their offensive toward Xinzhou. Their tactical objective was clear. At all costs, annihilate Xinzhou's fortress defenses, clearing the largest impediment for complete dominion over Earth. In Xinzhou, at the North Star, deep within the subterranean command center, the atmosphere was illuminated. A colossal holographic star map adorned one wall, densely populated with indicators of both enemy and allied units. Countless officers and strategists clad in new digital military uniforms, wearing integrated communication helmets, worked diligently at various control consoles, their voices issuing commands, interwoven with the sounds of transmissions and data refreshes, creating a tense yet efficient ambience. At the forefront of the command center stood a golden figure, towering at 3 meters 2, clad in radiant power armor, Qin Shuo. He had not activated the more imposing Eagle Terminator form, yet his mere presence exuded a chilling authority and absolute control, maintaining an unparalleled order within the command center. The main screen before him displayed real-time intelligence from global battlefields and space monitoring networks, demons ravaging North America, the Avengers in disarray, the Juxia destroyed, the Southern Sea Fleet obliterated, and the Xiong missing. Angel Yin had taken Gu Xiaolun away. The Taotai giant Wolf Star's thousands of warships had breached the outer defenses and were splitting into multiple routes toward Earth, with the main force targeting Xinzhou's key fortress nodes. Bad news continued to flood in, yet beneath his helmet, Qin Shuo exhibited no emotional fluctuations. He resembled the most precise war machine, swiftly processing all information. Initiate full-level combat readiness. All completed fortress nodes activate energy shields to maximum power. Ground-based laser artillery arrays charge and lock on a large enemy targets within range. Qin Shuo's voice resonated through the loudspeaker system, piercingly calm. Order. All fleets. Conduct maneuvering defense relying on coastal fortresses to delay enemy landing forces. If necessary, abandon vessels and withdraw personnel to fortresses. Order. All army units equipped with armor shells and laser guns proceed to designated defense plans and occupy surface and underground defensive positions. Order. All Air Force units. Prioritize the preservation of live forces, cooperate with fortress air defense systems, and refrain from engaging in direct confrontation with enemy fleets. Each command was transmitted clearly and swiftly. Under Qin Shuo's leadership, The war machine of Shinjo began to operate efficiently, akin to a clock wound tightly. The 13 completed fortress cities rose their enormous plasma shields, emanating a soft blue glow. Heavy ground-based laser artillery adjusted their angles, their barrels coalescing destructive energy. At that moment, the Space Monitoring Network issued the highest level of alert. The vanguard of the Tautai main fleet had entered low Earth orbit and commenced the first wave of orbital bombardment on multiple coastal and border fortress nodes in Shenzhou. Countless kinetic projectiles and energy beams, trailing fiery tails, rained down upon the Earth like harbingers of death. In the command center, every heart raced. Qin Shuo surveyed the main screen, where the red dots representing enemy attacks surged like a tide, juxtaposed with the flickering yet resolute green dots denoting their fortresses amidst the bombardment. He stepped forward. Instantaneously, the command center fell silent. All officers ceased their tasks, their gazes riveted upon the golden figure. Qin Shuo's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with an undeniable resolve. Relayed through the command network to every combat unit and soldier in Shenzhou, attention all troops. This is a battle for our species' survival. To retreat a single step is to become humanity's enemy. Hereby, I issue Operation Order Number 226. All units, relying on the fortresses, hold your positions, conduct maneuvering defense, and fight to the last breath. He paused momentarily, his voice imbued with a chilling intent that could freeze one's very soul. Any who shrink from battle, who fear the enemy, or who flee in the face of danger, regardless of rank, once confirmed, shall face judgment by the alien standard, immediate purification on the spot. Shenzhou stands as our final bastion. Behind us lies our homeland. Only through fierce combat can we hope to survive. Execute the orders. The commands are issued. There is no rousing call to arms. Only the coldest, most brutal of rules. To falter is to die. To retreat is to perish. Only through relentless fighting can we carve a path out of despair. War has erupted in full force. Chapter 44. The fortress defense battle. The principal forces of the alien coalition launched their assault on the two great fortresses of Beijing and Juxia City. The initial wave commenced with orbital bombardment. The skies darkened as thousands of warships from the monstrous Tao Tia and Zhulongxing arranged themselves in formation in low Earth orbit. Their frigid cannon mouths aimed at the cities below. There was no warning, no ultimatum, only the prelude to annihilation. In an instant, tens of thousands of kinetic penetrators, accelerated to their utmost limits, tore through the atmosphere, trailing fiery tails and emitting a wailing shriek like the cries of the damned, descending upon the shields of Beijing and Juxia City. Simultaneously, robust beams of energy rained down, relentlessly hammering the same sections of the shields, attempting to breach their defenses. Boom! 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 The relentless, deafening explosions reverberated above the two cities. The fiery blasts fused into a singular inferno, painting the sky a deep crimson. The immense shockwaves, even when mitigated by the shields, caused the glass of buildings within the cities to vibrate ominously, and some dilapidated structures began to crack. In the underground command center of Beijing, the energy readings representing the city's shields danced erratically, yet the overall structure remained intact. Shield energy levels surged to 25. The impact force was being evenly distributed. Signs of degradation appeared in specific areas of the shield due to sustained energy bombardment. The advisors reported the data with palpable tension, yet the orders remained clear and the responses orderly. Qin Shuo stood before the holographic display, his gaze coldly sweeping over the points of light representing enemy warships. Ground-based laser artillery arrays locked onto the sources of sustained energy bombardment, firing intermittently to disrupt their attack rhythm. Anti-air missile arrays prioritized intercepting the dense kinetic barges to reduce their overall impact energy. Shield energy output was prioritized to protect key nodes and the areas above military facilities. The commands were executed swiftly. On the ground-based laser emplacements, resembling a forest of steel, adjusted their angles, their massive barrels gathering a deep blue light before unleashing blinding beams, accurately targeting the sky. Although not every shot struck the rapidly moving warships, some energy cannons were successfully disrupted. Concurrently, vertical launch silos, reinforced for this very purpose, opened across the city. launching hundreds of new high-speed anti-air missiles that soared into the sky, weaving a dense interception net that collided with the falling kinetic munitions, resulting in massive fireballs that effectively reduced the intensity of the bombardment. The first round of orbital bombardment, though fearsome, was successfully thwarted by the well-structured defensive system of Shenzhou. The shields remained steadfast, and the integrity of the city was unharmed. Following this was the forced landing and ground slaughter. The orbital bombardment had failed to create a breach, prompting the commanders of Tao Tie and Zhulong Xing to swiftly alter their tactics. Like a swarm of locusts, countless landing ships of various sizes and low-altitude fire vessels, akin to wolves scenting blood, detached from their colossal motherships and dove towards the outer defensive perimeter of Beijing and Zhuxia City, using the chaos and smoke from the bombardment as cover. Their objective was clear: to force a landing and establish a foothold on the ground, thereby undermining the fortress defenses from within. The enemy landing forces have entered the atmosphere. Their numbers are overwhelming. Multiple landing pod signals detected, with expected landing zones in our 3rd, 5th, and 7th outer defense sectors. The alert sounded once more in the command center. Qin Shuo remained expressionless. Execute the predetermined defense plan. Let them in. We shall deal with them inside. On the ground, the Shenzhou forces were already on high alert. Dressed in dark green armored shells, the soldiers took position behind permanent fortifications constructed from high-strength alloys and specialized concrete, forming a layered crossfire network. These fortifications were not mere trenches, but robust bastions integrated with sensors, automated weapon stations, and small shield generators. Open fire. At the command of the frontline officer, the heavy laser cannons and anti-air machine guns stationed within the fortifications roared to life. Dense beams of laser and ultra-high-speed metal projectiles surged into the sky, accurately covering the landing ship's descent paths. Some of the less protected small landing craft of Zhulong Xing, under such concentrated fire, had their energy shields overloaded, their hulls riddled with holes, exploding in mid-air and raining down fiery debris. Yet, more Tao Tie landing vessels, with their thicker armor and stronger shields, pressed through the fire net, crashing down into the designated landing zones like meteorites. Boom! 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 The doors of the landing pods blew open, and Tao Tie soldiers clad in white exoskeletons, wielding energy weapons, alongside the more massive and roaring warriors of Zhulong Xing, quickly established temporary positions using the landing pods and craters, launching their assault on the defenses. For the Reaper Carl, crush these natives. The alien soldiers roared with bloodlust, unleashing energy beams at the Shenzhou positions. However, they soon realized that the situation was far from what they had anticipated. The Shenzhou soldiers, sheltered by their sturdy armor and fortifications, suffered far fewer casualties than expected. Meanwhile, their seemingly primitive weapons unleashed high-energy laser beams that proved lethally effective. They easily penetrated the relatively rudimentary armor of the Zhulong Xing soldiers and posed a significant threat even to the energy shields of the Tao Tie warriors. Moreover, the Shenzhou positions were characterized by an exceptionally intricate and dense crossfire. Every bastion, every street, and even every repurposed residential building became a point of lethal fire. Laser beams struck from unexpected angles, while the metal storm of anti-air machine gun fire blocked all major thoroughfares. Tao Tie and Zhulong Xing soldiers, upon emerging from cover, often found themselves simultaneously targeted by fire from 2 or 3 directions, instantaneously reduced to shredded remnants or vaporized by laser fire. Advancing, progress was nearly impossible. From the very outset, the battle devolved into an exceedingly brutal war of attrition and urban combat. Each step the coalition took came at a grave cost. Yet, the Shenzhou forces, leveraging their advantageous terrain, well-fortified defenses, and cutting-edge equipment, resolutely pinned the enemy to the outer defenses, their advance proceeding at a pace that was despairingly slow. The skies, too, were not at peace. The low-altitude fire vessels of Tao Tie attempted to provide close support for the ground troops. But as soon as they lowered their altitude, they were immediately met with concentrated fire from countless ground-based anti-air laser turrets and missile positions concealed within the mountains and atop buildings. Periodically, fire vessels plummeted, trailing black smoke, crashing to the ground in explosive fireballs. At a certain forward fortress in the 3rd defense zone of Beijing, a young soldier, codenamed Mountain Cat, gripped his brand-new Model I laser rifle tightly, peering through the firing slit, fixating on several Tau TS soldiers who were cautiously advancing using the wreckage as cover. His armor bore several scorch marks from energy weapons, warm to the touch but intact. Steady. Wait until they enter the crossfire zone. The squad leader's voice crackled through the helmet's communicator. Mountain Cat took a deep breath, watching as the Tau TS soldiers cautiously peeked out from behind the wreckage of a destroyed landing ship. Now, in an instant, beams from the laser machine guns of the left fortress swept across like a metal storm, suppressing the Tau TS soldiers from raising their heads. Simultaneously, the Mountain Cat and comrades from the right fortress unleashed a barrage of laser fire from their weapons. Several searing beams of high-energy laser expertly struck the target. With a sharp crack, the energy shields of two Tau TS soldiers flickered briefly before shattering, their bodies instantly pierced by the lasers, collapsing in a plume of smoke. Another soldier attempted to retaliate, raising his energy gun, only to have half his head severed by a laser that seemed to come from nowhere. The execution was swift and efficient. Such scenes unfolded continuously in every peripheral defense zone of Bei, Jixing, and Jiuxiashi. The soldiers, armed with ironclad resolve and newly upgraded weaponry, relied upon the indomitable fortress structures, dragging the numerically superior alien landing forces into a bloody and gradual quagmire of attrition. Qin Shuo, aboard his flagship, watched the nearly frozen front lines and the ever-climbing casualty figures on the tactical screen, his electronic eyes flashing red with fury. How could these Earthlings possess such formidable defenses? Those weapons could not possibly be of their own making. He roared in anger, commanding the landing forces to tear open a breach at any cost. Firepower vessels, concentrate your bombardment on their shield nodes. I refuse to believe their energy is limitless. Chapter 45. The Fortress Defense Battle 2. Personal frontline engagement on the flagship. Shuo observed the tactical screen displaying the battle lines and the continually escalating casualty rates, his electronic eyes nearly bursting with red light. The defensive strength of Bei, Jixing, and Jiuxiashi far exceeded his direst estimations. Those absurdly fortified structures, the dense and precise crossfire, along with the formidable new weaponry in the soldiers' hands, effectively kept his army at bay. The cost of a full frontal assault was exorbitant, enough to cause even this death-worshipping Tau Tie king a twinge of remorse. Contact Morgana. Shuo's voice trembled with suppressed irritation as he warned her that if she did not lend assistance soon, their prior agreement would be rendered void. If we cannot seize Xinzhou, the home she desires would merely be a castle in the air. In the throne hall of Demon Number 1, Morgana lounged, leg crossed, regarding the urgent communication from Shuo with a slight disdain. The useless are indeed useless. The dragon riders cannot even break the stalemate. She swirled her wine glass, a calculating glint in her eyes, but assisting them was not out of the question. It would be interesting to see just how far that golden corn would bend. Setting down her glass, she swiftly operated in the void, mobilizing the vast computational core of Demon Number 1. Beachy, did you think that having a turtle shell would guarantee your safety? Let this queen open a door for you. The computational power of Demon Number 1 was concentrated, launching a frantic analysis to assault the massive plasma energy shield above Bei Jixing. Morgana's aim was not to completely destroy the shield, as that would require an excessive expenditure of energy and time. Instead, she intended to briefly tear open a few passages for her forces to penetrate. In the underground command center of Bei Jixing, the blaring alarm suddenly intensified. Warning! Warning! The shield energy nodes in the eastern D7 district, southern S3 district, and western W9 district have come under attack from an unknown high-intensity algorithm. Shield integrity is declining. The energy field in localized areas is becoming unstable. Energy breaches have emerged. 3 shield points have been forcibly penetrated. The breaches are expanding. The voice of the staff was tinged with panic. The shield was one of their greatest supports, once breached. It would mean the city would be directly exposed to enemy orbital firepower and aerial assaults. Qin Shuo's gaze immediately fixated on the holographic sand table, where 3 suddenly appearing. Rapidly expanding red gaps blinked ominously. As expected, his voice remained icy, as though he had anticipated this, issuing orders, all anti-air firepower around the breaches. Focus on intercepting the enemy aerial units attempting to infiltrate. Ground forces, retract the defense line. relying on street barricades and fortifications for staggered resistance. He looked at the officers in the command center who were all gazing at him, delivering the final command. I will personally seal the breach. This you are responsible for. Before his words had fully left his lips, his radiant golden power armor enveloped his body, and a loyalty spear, exuding a dangerous bluish glow, appeared in his hand. He did not take the conventional route, but instead smashed through the fortified concrete wall of the command center with a single punch, transforming into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the nearest and largest breach in the eastern D7 district. Almost simultaneously as Qin Shuo departed, through the torn shield breach, the Tao Tia and Jiu Longxing forces, who had been waiting eagerly, surged into Beijing City like a deluge breaking through a dam. The shield is breached. Charge in. For my Shinkao, annihilate them. The landing craft no longer needed to forcefully collide with the shield. Instead, they plunged directly through the breach like sharks scenting blood, depositing soldiers onto the city streets. More individual flying devices carried soldiers, attempting to seize the high ground. In an instant, the eastern, southern, and western regions of Beijing erupted with gunfire, explosions, and battle cries. However, the invaders soon discovered that even upon entering the city, the battle was merely beginning as the brutal street fighting commenced. The defenses of Xinzhou's army were constructed according to standards provided by Qin Shuo, originating from the fortress world of the human empire. Each primary building was fortified into a bastion, windows serving as shooting holes, rooftops as anti-air positions, and sniper points, with underground passages connecting them. The streets were filled with barricades and fire points constructed of alloys and concrete, forming a three-dimensional and lethal crossfire web. As Tao Ts soldiers rushed around a street corner, they were immediately met with concentrated fire from at least 3 directions from the forward fortifications and adjacent buildings. Zhulongxing warriors attempted to brute force their way through the barricades, only to be shredded by automated turrets hidden behind or below the barricades. The battle swiftly descended into the most brutal and bloody street fighting, with every street and building becoming a death trap fiercely contested by both sides. The soldiers of Xinzhou, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, sturdy fortifications, and indomitable will, staunchly held back the enemy's advance. Yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, pouring in like a relentless tide, placing immense strain on the defensive line. In the eastern D7 district, directly beneath the shield breach, it had transformed into a hell on earth. The massive gap in the shield resembled an inverted waterfall, with countless Tao Ts small flying machines and airdrop pods surging through, raining down troops upon the ground. Although the defenders fought valiantly, their line was beginning to falter under the weight of the enemy's firepower advantage. At this critical juncture, a resounding boom, a golden figure descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing down in the heart of the battlefield. The tremendous impact obliterated several nearby Tao Ts soldiers, reducing them to mere pulp, and created a shallow crater in the ground. Qin Shuo had arrived. He rose to his feet, his towering golden form gleaming amidst the smoke. In his hand, the loyalty spear hummed with a low, ominous vibration, its bluish atomic annihilation field activated. His presence instantly captured the attention of all enemies on the battlefield. It is the golden-armored giant. He has come. Beware his spear. Some Tao Ts soldiers, having seen the intelligence, cried out in terror. Qin Shuo wasted no words, his gaze fixed on the flying machines and airdrop pods that continued to flood in. He moved. The power armor propelled his heavy form as he charged towards a Tao Tia assault craft that was hovering low, sweeping the ground positions with its autocannon. The pilot of the assault craft only saw a flash of gold rapidly expanding in view, with no time to execute any evasive maneuvers. Qin Shuo did not even use his spear to stab. He simply, brutally, slammed his heavily armored shoulder against the side of the assault craft. The sound of crumpling metal echoed. The assault boat, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, instantaneously morphed and disintegrated, erupting into a colossal fireball in midair. Debris and burning remnants plummeted downwards. What had Qin Shuo just collided with? He had assumed it was merely a speed bump, he murmured softly. Emerging unscathed from the explosion-esque blaze, Qin Shuo maintained his velocity, landing atop another transport vessel poised to deploy soldiers. With a powerful thrust of his energy spear, he struck downward. Instead of an explosion, a peculiar and faint sound resonated. The spear effortlessly pierced through the transport vessel's top armor, a ghostly blue force field rapidly emanating outward. In the next heartbeat, the entire transport ship, along with the gluttonous soldiers who had yet to leap into action, began to disintegrate from within, vanishing in mere seconds as a cloud of swiftly dispersing metallic and biological dust. This horrifying sight sent a chill surging through the ranks of surrounding gluttonous soldiers, an overwhelming realization dawning upon them. This was not combat. This was obliteration. Qin Shuo did not linger. He charged into the throngs of enemy soldiers below, showcasing the terrifying prowess of an imperial elite squad leader. His actions transcended the limits of human perception, moving at speeds that eluded the naked eye. Even the Astartes could only glimpse afterimages, let alone the mortal soldiers, who merely beheld a flickering golden silhouette weaving through the enemy ranks. The lethal energy spear in his grasp seemed to come alive, transforming from mere thrusts and sweeps into a tempest of death. The arcs traced by the spear left ephemeral blue trails in the air. A warrior from the giant wolf star roared, lifting a massive axe to cleave downwards. Qin Shuo's figure evaded like a wraith, the spear lifting at an extraordinary angle, its tip lightly grazing the warrior's robust chest plate. There was no sound of impact, no sparks. The warrior's forward momentum abruptly halted. It glanced down to find a blue incision marring its chest. Gradually, its upper body slipped away along the cut, disintegrating into the fundamental particles before it even touched the ground. Elsewhere, 3 to 4 gluttonous soldiers raised energy guns to fire at him simultaneously. Qin Shuo did not even turn around. A subtle flick of his wrist summoned a dense curtain of light from the spear behind him. All incoming energy rays struck the barrier, dissipating instantly as if swallowed by the void. At the same time, the explosive launcher on his left arm activated, releasing 3 explosive rounds in a precise, triangular formation that obliterated the 3 gluttonous soldiers in their cover. With each step he took, alien soldiers were vaporized, disintegrated, and torn apart. In his wake lay vast expanses of vacuum, and the air thick with an unusual essence and drifting particles. For the Emperor, for humanity, Qin Shuo's voice, cold yet brimming with power, resonated clearly across the chaotic battlefield. This voice seemed infused with a certain enchantment, greatly uplifting the beleaguered Shenzhou soldiers nearby. Their morale, previously dampened by the breach of their shields and the onslaught of enemies, surged dramatically upon witnessing the chief advisor descend like a divine warrior, sweeping through the foes with unmatched ferocity. The chief advisor has arrived. Let's fight. We shall contend with these alien scum. To the last breath, the soldiers roared, their laser rifles firing with renewed precision and ferocity. Taking shelter behind fortifications, they coordinated with Qin Shuo, fiercely suppressing the enemies flooding through the breach into a confined space. Qin Shuo firmly anchored himself at this pivotal gap, single-handedly turning the tide of battle, transforming a potential collapse into a brutal yet stable war of attrition. His figure wielding the spear, the intertwining images of golden afterglow and blue death rays were indelibly etched into the hearts of every Shenzhou soldier witnessing the spectacle. Relayed back to the underground command center via battlefield surveillance, allowing all anxious officers to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 46. Qin Shuo and the denouement of the remnant people as quality cannon fodder on the flagship. The gluttonous king, Shuo, stared intently at the battlefield footage being transmitted back. The golden figure efficiently slaughtered his soldiers at the breach, impervious to any unit that sought to impede its advance, rendering his initial strategy of overwhelming the defenses through sheer numbers utterly futile. Reinforcing the breach with more troops would only lead to further casualties. Order. Withdraw the forces attacking Zone D7 immediately. Break contact with the golden armored giant. Shuo spat the command through clenched teeth, rife with resentment. All units redeploy tactics. He turned to the vast interstellar strategic map. The crimson electronic eye scanning the several primary fortress nodes within Shenzhou, resembling a steel hedgehog. Since these hard targets could not be penetrated, a different approach was required. Shuo's bony fingers pointed toward those secondary cities and strategic locations with relatively weaker defenses, still under construction. Split the forces, using legions. Maneuver around the core fortresses, such as Beijing and Zhuxia City, and launch assaults on these secondary nodes. I shall see how much ground Qin Shuo can hold alone. And what about Beijing? Encircle it. Shurhai replied coldly, deploying the fleet to blockade the skies. Persistently conducting orbital harassment bombardments to deplete their shield energy and material reserves. The main force will shift to other targets. Upon receiving the order, the waves of gluttonous and giant Wolf Star troops that had surged toward the Beijing breach retreated rapidly, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with debris and chaos. The ships in the sky began to adjust their formations, most of the main force redirecting to other directions, with only a portion of the fleet maintaining pressure on the core fortresses like Beijing. At the underground command center of Beijing, a report echoed through. The enemy is conducting a large-scale withdrawal from our outer defense lines. Multiple large fleets have been detected changing course towards our secondary defense nodes 3, 7, and 11. Qin Shuo had returned to his command post, his radiant power armor untouched by a speck of dust. Observing the enemy's mass maneuver on the sand table, he immediately grasped Shurhai's intention to exploit numerical superiority to stretch their defenses and find weak points for breakthroughs. Qin Shuo's voice was devoid of discernible emotion, yet it conveyed a conventional yet effective strategy. Although Shenzhou had withstood the initial wave of attacks due to its fortifications, its overall troop strength, especially the elite units that had undergone re-equipping and rigorous training, remained at a disadvantage. Dispersing defenses would inevitably lead to immense pressure in certain areas. Order all secondary nodes to heighten vigilance and conduct defensive operations to the highest standards. Garrison troops at core fortresses are not to engage or support without direct orders. Qin Shuo first stabilized the fundamental situation. Next, he retrieved a special dossier, one that had been brought by Dukeo over 1,000 years ago, along with the remnants of the Dinu civilization that had gradually gathered at the Super God Academy. Among these remnants, aside from a few technical and managerial personnel, like Lian Feng integrated into the defense system, most able-bodied youth remained either idle or under observation. The total number of these Dinu remnants had reached several tens of millions. These outsiders represented prime cannon fodder. Mobilize these tens of millions of Dinu remnants, excluding scientists, technical personnel, and engineers, including university students in the sciences. All others, regardless of age or gender, shall be conscripted into death squads. Qin Shuo issued a chilling command, forming them into independent combat units, prioritizing the allocation of stockpiled old equipment, deploying them to the most pressured secondary nodes as frontline defense forces. A strategist hesitated momentarily and murmured, "Chief Advisor, they're not soldiers trained in our homeland. Their loyalty and fighting spirit may be questionable." Qin Shuo cast him a glance, his cold gaze silencing the strategist instantly. There was no need for them to be excessively loyal or possess remarkable fighting spirit. They merely needed to appear on the battlefield, drawing enemy fire, exhausting their ammunition and manpower. He paused and added a more critical directive. Behind them, a team of enforcers must be established, comprised of the most loyal and resolute local officers. Anyone exhibiting cowardice or retreating, regardless of their status, will be subject to immediate battlefield discipline and treated as deserters, to be dealt with ruthlessly. This was a blatant strategy to use them as cannon fodder, extracting every ounce of value from these outsiders. Their blood and lives would be sacrificed to buy time for the core local forces, minimizing their losses. The orders were executed without deviation. Soon, batches of bewildered and anxious youth from Denua, clad in a mix of outdated earth gear and basic armor, were dispatched to the front line of chaos. Behind them loomed a ruthless enforcer team, armed with heavy machine guns and laser cannons, their muzzles aimed squarely at the backs of the recruits. Having addressed the issues of troop supply and defense lines, Qin Shuo's focus returned to the incident of the shield being inexplicably breached. That attack was not merely a straightforward energy assault, but a sophisticated algorithmic breach based on dark informational layers. His consciousness plunged once more into the miniature workshop within the Black Ring. He retrieved all recorded data and information disturbances concerning the energy fluctuations during the shield's assault. In his conceptual framework, the universe comprises matter, energy, spiritual energy, and subspace. The dark dimension and dark information of this world represented an informational dimension attached to the primary material universe, a realm he had not previously explored in depth. It could record and transmit information, even influencing reality through specific coding. Morgana, or Demon Number 1. had exploited this dark dimensional algorithm to identify vulnerabilities in the shield system at the informational level, achieving precise, localized disintegration. Qin Shuo swiftly analyzed this technology based on information interference with reality. It was intriguing, but not without flaws. He began to draw upon his vast knowledge base, which encompassed the technology of the Imperial era, the dark sciences of the Old Knight Federation, and fragments of information regarding the fundamental rules of this universe that he had captured while traversing temporal barriers. He sought a convergence point between Imperial technology and the Old Knight Federation's dark dimensional techniques to devise an entirely new method of defense and counterattack. Time within the workshop raced by as numerous complex formulas, energy models, and information encoding structures were constructed, deduced, tested, and discarded. Ultimately, a brand new program blueprint, integrating spiritual encryption technology with targeted decompilation algorithms, was designed by Qin Shuo. The function of this algorithm was not to directly enhance the shield's energy intensity, but to emulate an intelligent immune system. It dynamically encrypted the shield's energy frequency and node information within the dark dimension, rendering external detection and analysis exceedingly challenging. Upon detecting anomalous information stream attacks from the dark dimension, the system would immediately activate the decompilation program, trace the source of the attack, and initiate information disruption, even implanting logical bombs in reverse. At crucial informational interfaces, a thin yet extraordinarily resilient spiritual barrier was constructed. Any unauthorized dark information probes would be repelled or purified upon contact with this barrier, akin to colliding with a firewall. It was complete. Qin Shuo exited the workshop, transmitting the core code and installation protocols of this algorithm to the technical team responsible for the shield system, who promptly loaded the program into the shield control systems across all fortress nodes for a comprehensive network upgrade. The technical team, confronted with the unfamiliar code structure and operational logic, though baffled, promptly executed the orders with utmost priority based on their absolute trust in Qin Shuo and the validation of his miraculous feats. The new defensive program was swiftly loaded and initiated. The energy shields of Beijing and all other fortresses in Shenzhou appeared unchanged externally. Yet on the intangible dark dimensional level, they had gained an additional layer of resilient informational armor. Standing in the command center, Qin Shuo gazed into the depths of the universe, toward the direction where Demon Number 1 might be concealed. Now, let me see if your dark dimensional breach can still prove effective. Chapter 47. The operation against Kaisa. Meanwhile, within Demon Number 1's Queen's chamber, Morgana, Liang Bing, languidly reclined on her extravagant, oversized bed, twirling a strand of black hair around her finger. She was in a state of repose, yet the slight furrow of her brow revealed her inner turmoil. Following the breach of the Beijing shield, Qin Shuo's formidable combat prowess had left a profound impression upon her, reinforcing her resolve to avoid direct confrontation with the golden-armored giant at all costs. At that moment, a dark communication request, imbued with the essence of death and void, connected directly to her private channel. Morgana pursed her lips, knowing precisely who it was without needing to guess. She languidly accepted the communication. "Hello, Carl. Speak quickly. The Queen is busy." Her tone remained as brusque as ever. On the other end, Carl's voice was calm, seemingly unperturbed by her impatience. "Liang Bing, the plan can commence. The angels have dispatched personnel to Fei-Lei-Zhe." A glimmer of understanding and calculation crossed Morgana's eyes as she turned over, lying on her side, and replying. "I anticipated that Kaisa would have her eyes on Fei-Lei-Zhe. Therefore, I had auto-dispatched long ago. They should be engaging in battle there by now, correct? If I'm not mistaken, the angel dispatched is that little vixen Yin?" "Indeed, it is the left-wing guardian angel Yin," Carl confirmed. "She has gone to Fei-Lei-Zhe with the power of the galaxy, prioritizing the safety of Anixi-Da." "Humph, perfect," Morgana scoffed. "Let Otto receive them well in Fei-Lei-Zhe. Even if we cannot eliminate Yin, we can stir the waters and hold Kaisa's attention." Carl continued, maintaining his monotonous tone. "More importantly, I have pinpointed the exact location of Kaisa's true form. She and her celestial blade battleship fleet have not returned to the Melu Heavenly Court, but are concealed within a certain star domain near Earth. She is still awaiting your reappearance." Morgana sat upright, a dangerous and excited smile spreading across her face. "Oh, that old hag is surprisingly patient. It seems the last time she was pinned down by that golden corn did not teach her a lesson." "Yes, and the timing is now highly advantageous for us. Carl added, Kaisa's left and right guardian angels Yin are at Fei Leize, while Xian remains at the Death Song Academy. The high-level guardian forces surrounding her are at their weakest point in millennia. This is the optimal moment to execute the Emerald Star plan. Morgana's smile grew more enchanting and frenzied. At last, that day has arrived. I have endured her for tens of thousands of years. Carl, are you prepared on your end? Do not falter at a critical moment. Everything is ready. Carl's voice radiated absolute confidence. The Grand Clock has completed its calculations for the Emerald Star. Once you guide Kaisa to the designated coordinates, we can present her with an eternal gift. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Morgana laughed heartily, her laughter infused with long-suppressed resentment and impending triumph. Rest assured, even if I have to endure a few more blows from that golden nugget, I will certainly lead Kaisa to that place. This time, she shall be turned into cosmic dust. After severing communication with Carl, Morgana excitedly paced within her chamber. The god-slaying plan, orchestrated over millennia, had finally entered its final execution phase. She approached the control console and activated the battlefield surveillance of Earth. Observing the fiercely contested secondary nodes and the besieged yet still stable core fortresses, she pouted. That waste of space, sure how, still cannot break through. Forget it. I have no time to play with them now. She switched to another screen, which displayed a piece of intelligence. The war god Lu Chuang of Noxing has been spotted in the southwestern mountainous region of Huaxia, currently engaged in a firefight with our reconnaissance unit. After pondering for a moment, Morgana connected to Sotan's communication channel. On the screen, the crocodile god Sotan was gnawing on a large piece of unidentifiable meat, grease dripping from his mouth. Sotan, Morgana exclaimed. Sotan looked up and grumbled. Your Majesty? Is there meat to eat? Indeed, a plethora of meat. Morgana coaxed. I have a task for you. Head to the southwestern mountains of Huaxia and locate a black-armored warrior named Lu Chuang. Give him a thorough beating. If you win, I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content. A fight? Excellent. Upon hearing of the impending battle and the promise of meat, Sotan tossed aside the unfinished meat, grasped his signature crescent-shaped blade, and stood up. I shall go at once. I guarantee to beat him so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Watching Sotan energetically depart through the wormhole, Morgana nodded in satisfaction. Sending Sotan to deal with Lu Chuang would not only continue to bleed the Xiangbing Lian, but also divert Earth's attention, providing cover for a forthcoming grand operation. The frivolity and languor vanished from her face, replaced by a resolute and cold demeanor. Kaisha, your end is nigh. She began to mobilize resources from Demon Number 1, preparing for a series of high-risk spatial jumps and baiting maneuvers. She herself must serve as bait, undoubtedly dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep could lead to capture by Kaisha or an unwelcome encounter with the golden giant she desperately wished to avoid. Yet for the ultimate goal, she was willing to take that risk. Meanwhile, across Earth, the war machine continued to roar. In a certain mountainous area of southwestern Huaxia, Lu Chuang, covered in blood, leaned against a shattered tree, gasping heavily. His black armor was riddled with scratches and charred marks, and the black cutter battle axe in his hand was stained with dark green alien blood. He and his small squad encountered the demon forces while retreating. After a fierce battle, although they severely wounded the enemy, they also suffered heavy losses, all sustaining injuries, forcing Rue Meng Meng and others to hide in a cave while he took the fight forward, rejecting Morgana's offer of surrender. Damn these alien bastards. Lu Chuang spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze fierce. Just then, the space before him twisted, and a towering creature, covered in dark green scales and wielding dual axes, appeared, decapitating the angel in front of Lu Chuang in one stroke. Hey, which one is Lu Chuang? Step forward and let me give you a beating. Sotan tilted his head, his crimson eyes scanning the battlefield until they fixed on the only remaining standing figure, Lu Chuang. It must be you. You look like a good target. Lu Chuang's pupils constricted, and he grinned menacingly as he tightened his grip on the battle axe. Another fool seeking death. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. The crocodile triggered the blood rage of Nox. On the planet of Phalais, a realm steeped in a medieval ambience, Angel Yin and Gu Shaolin descended with the mission of protecting the future angelic heir, AI Nixide, while also dealing with the lurking threat of the sword demon, Otto. Having absorbed a vast amount of mortal blood and negative emotions from Phalais, Otto's power had grown significantly, now upgraded to a third-generation divine body, brandishing the sword of command. He engaged in combat with the two. Your angelic hands reach too far. Otto's voice, raspy and filled with malice, echoed. Angel, Yin unfurled his pristine wings. The flame sword aimed at Otto, his gaze frigid. Otto, the wickedness of your demons shall ultimately face the judgment of justice. Gu Xiaoluan also summoned his courage, initiating a silent skill against Otto while running. The battle raged fiercely across the desolate plains of Phalais, the clash between Yin and Otto, two high-tier divine warriors, generating shockwaves that rippled outward. In the Dead Song Academy, Angel Xin stood like the most loyal sentinel in the vast hall, monitoring Karl's every move. Karl, seemingly unaffected, remained engrossed in his research of the void, occasionally lifting his gaze toward a certain direction, his calm eyes betraying a calculation of the impending moment. On Earth, at the North Star Command Center, Qin Shuo received sporadic reports from various battlefields. Lu Chuang faced a formidable foe. High-tier demons appeared on Phalais, and the whereabouts of the demon Queen Morgana became increasingly enigmatic. He rapidly processed this information, linking it to the ongoing attacks on the shield. The mind of the demon angel, the death god Karl, operated at high speed. They were plotting a large-scale operation targeting the Angel King. Chapter 48, Imminent Confrontation. In the main assembly hall of Demon Number 1, the atmosphere was tense and foreboding. Thousands of fully armed, fierce-eyed elite demon soldiers stood in neat rows, clad in dark alloy armor, wielding enhanced energy weapons and god-slaying armaments, their metallic wings quivering slightly as they emanated a strong aura of corruption and destruction. This was Morgana's most core, loyal, and powerful fighting force. Morgana, Liang Bing, stood on a high platform at the front of the assembly, now clad in a form-fitting, dark purple combat suit, her smoky makeup thicker than usual, exuding a determination that suggested a point of no return. Her sharp gaze swept across the loyal followers who had fought alongside her for thousands of years. Her voice amplified throughout the hall. Brothers, sisters, we have been hunted by angels for over 10,000 years. Driven from the city of angels to the far corners of the universe, like lost dogs. All of this was due to that self-righteous woman, the holy Kaisha, and her so-called righteous order. Her voice dripped with centuries of accumulated resentment, stirring the hearts of her audience. She denies our beliefs, hunts our kin, and labels us as evil. She sits high above, judging the entire universe by her standards. Today, Morgana raised her voice sharply, her arms swinging down with conviction. We shall no longer flee. We will take the initiative, and we will bring her era to an end ourselves. A roar erupted from the demon soldiers below, fervent and frenzied, brandishing their weapons, their battle spirit and murderous intent nearly breaking through the hall ceiling. Morgana gazed with satisfaction at her impassioned subordinates, raising her hand to quell the tumult. This time, we are not fighting alone. She continued, the death god Karl, lurking in the shadows, will provide us with computational support using his grand clock, helping us lock on Akaisha and create a stage sufficient to bury her. Her words heightened the excitement among the demon soldiers. The grand clock was known as the most powerful celestial computer in the universe. With its assistance, the chances of success would significantly increase. Remember your tasks. Morgana's voice turned cold and precise. At all costs, entangle the angels surrounding Kaisha. Force her toward the position I have set. Once she steps into that area, Karl can initiate the final plan. For Queen Morgana, for freedom, eliminate Kaisha. The demons roared once more. After the mobilization, Morgana returned to her private lounge. With the impending battle, even she felt an inner turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Approaching the wine cabinet, she retrieved a bottle of the strongest red wine and, without a glass, tilted the bottle to her lips, gulping down several hearty swigs. The fiery liquid scorched her throat, momentarily suppressing the subtle tension and underlying anxiety. She set the bottle down, gazing out at the cold cosmos through the porthole, her expression complex. Karl, after tens of thousands of years of camaraderie, I know your obsession lies within your void, your ultimate fear. Helping me eliminate Kaisha would indeed be advantageous for your dawn of the void. She paused, a hint of irony and bitterness curling at the corners of her mouth. However, if you believe that eliminating me would better align with your research or plans, then now is your most opportune moment. She was acutely aware that Karl, that Phantom harbored thoughts as profound as the abyss of the universe. Collaborating with him was akin to seeking shelter from a tiger, committing her core powers and those of Demon No. One to this lethal operation against Kaisa was inherently fraught with peril. Karl could easily exploit her to lure out and severely injure Kaisa, only to dispose of her afterwards to eliminate future threats. Yet, she had no choice. This was the sole opportunity to overthrow Kaisa's reign. For this objective, she was willing to wager everything, including her own life. With a huff, Morgana finally snorted disdainfully, downing the remaining red wine in the bottle and carelessly tossing the empty vessel to the ground, where it shattered with a crisp sound. She cast aside the last vestige of hesitation in her mind, her face once again adorned with the madness and confidence belonging to the Demon King. As she strode purposefully out of the lounge, in Demon No. 1's control room, all participating demons had taken their designated positions, and the wormhole jump engine began to charge. Immense energy converging within the ship's hull. Morgana sat upon her throne, connecting with the encrypted communication line to the Death Song Academy. Karl, we are ready. Locate Kaisa and provide us with the coordinates. On the other end, Karl's voice remained steady and unperturbed. Coordinates have been transmitted to Demon No. 1 via the Great Clock. Spatial parameters are stable. Kaisa and her Tianren fleet remain cloaked, but have not moved. You have 3 minutes and 27 seconds to execute the ambush and lure her. Understood. Morgana severed the communication, taking a deep breath as she issued her final command to the control panel. All units, conduct one last equipment check. Prepare for wormhole jump. Target, Holy Kaisa. Operation code, Twilight of the Gods. Jump. With Morgana's command, the immense body of Demon No. 1 was enveloped in a distorted luminescence of space, vanishing instantaneously from its original location. Thousands of demon soldiers surged forth behind their queen, charging recklessly towards the God King who had ruled the known universe for millennia. Nearby Earth, within a concealed star region, the Tianren battleships floated silently in the vacuum, resembling silent silver mountains. On the bridge, Holy Kaisa reclined languidly in her throne, though the number of angels standing beside her had noticeably diminished to merely a few dozen high-ranking guards. The left flank, Yin Yuan, was far away in Phi Li's, while the right flank, Ji Xian, remained at the Death Song Academy, marking the moment when her defensive power was weakest. Not long before, she had completed her final communication through a special encrypted channel with the celestial king He Shi, who resided in the Millennium court. He Shi, if I do not return this time, Kaisa calmly addressed He Shi regarding her final affairs. The Millennium court will be entrusted to you. On the other end, He Shi fell silent for a moment before a chilly voice responded. Don't speak foolishly. You are the God King. Kaisa smiled softly, refraining from further words as she cut off the communication. She understood He Shi and trusted her capabilities. Her gaze turned to the sky, as if awaiting something. At that moment, the battleship's detection system emitted a sharp alarm. Detected large-scale spatial jump fluctuations. Coordinates locked directly ahead. Number exceeding 1,000. Energy signature identified as demons. Before her, the cosmic expanse transformed as if ink had been spilled into clear water, swiftly darkening a vast area. Following that, thousands of black dots radiating a strong aura of corruption emerged. Morgana and her elite demon soldiers, surging forth in a swarm, rapidly spreading out to encircle the Tianren battleships. Morgana herself floated at the forefront of the formation, locking eyes with Kaisa, who sat majestically on her throne. Kaisa regarded the formidable display before her without a hint of surprise, instead revealing a faint smirk of derision. She adjusted her posture slightly and spoke, her voice resonating clearly across the Silent Star region. Ah, Liang Bing. Each time we meet, you orchestrate such a grand spectacle. Her gaze swept over the bloodthirsty demons. Which allies have you summoned this time to embolden you to confront me directly? Upon hearing her true name, Morgana's expression flickered with a barely perceptible shift before being overtaken by a deeper hatred. She flew closer and retorted sharply. Enough of your nonsense, Kaisa. We have been sisters for mere centuries, yet have battled for tens of thousands of years. There is nothing left to discuss between us. It is a matter of life and death. Kaisa remained unfazed by Morgana's fervor, even propping her chin on her hand, her tone still imbued with condescension. Indeed, there is nothing left to discuss. You have controlled the sun's Reina, a mere child. You seek to annihilate me with the power of a supernova. But Liang Bing, you must know very well that a supernova can only shatter me. My sacred atoms will disperse throughout the universe. Even if it takes 300 million years, I will resurrect. She fixed her gaze on Morgana's eyes, methodically exposing her final trump card. Therefore, you must have sought new allies capable of definitively resolving the issue of sacred atom aggregation. Kaisa's gaze fell upon the gloomy Mingi star system. Let me guess. It is Death God Karl, the phantom who revels in studying death and the void. Am I correct? Morgana's pupils constricted slightly. Kaisa's precise deduction made her heart race. Yet it was too late for her to conceal the truth. So what if it is? Morgana sneered. Karl understands the truths of this universe better than you. Today marks the end of you and your hypocritical justice. With a sudden wave of her hand, she commanded, attack. Capture her. At Morgana's order, thousands of elite demon soldiers unleashed a thunderous roar, surging like a black tide towards Kaisa and her surrounding angels. Energy weapons emitted lethal beams, and demon claws tore through the vacuum. The angels surrounding Kaisa displayed no fear, instantly unfurling their pristine wings and raising their blazing swords, transforming into silver streaks of light to confront their overwhelming demon adversaries. For justice, for Queen Kaisa, the angels and demons, eternal adversaries entangled for millennia, engage in the most brutal and direct bloodbath within this nameless star region. Chapter 49. Kaisa's in the battle erupted in full force. Angels and demons, these age-old foes, instantly clashed together. Energy beams crisscrossed, and the blazing swords collided with the claws and weapons of demons, producing dazzling sparks as fragmented wings and shattered armor scattered across the battlefield. In one corner of the battlefield, the angel Lingxi set her sights on a massive, grotesque demon named Dablin. She agilely maneuvered among the debris of war, her blazing sword carving lethal arcs as it left deep scorch marks upon Dablin's thick, armored skin. Dablin roared in fury, swinging its massive claws, yet to Lingxi, its movements appeared clumsy and slow. She easily evaded its attacks, her blazing sword striking with the precision of a viper, targeting its joints and vital points time and again. Ugly beast, prepare to face justice, Lingxi exclaimed, seizing an opening as her blazing sword gathered powerful energy, ready to deliver the final blow to Dablin. Just as she was about to strike, a shadow darted in from the side at incredible speed. A double-edged sword, glimmering with a ghostly light, clashed with her sword with a resounding clang, thwarting her decisive strike. Sparks flew. Lingxi felt a tremendous force emanating from the blade, numbing her arm and forcing her to take a few steps back to regain her balance. She focused her gaze and found herself facing a high-ranking demon, whose cold eyes radiated a murderous intent. Clutching dual blades, he exuded a far more concentrated and dangerous aura than Dablin. The high-ranking demon stood between Lingxi and Dablin, turning his back on the somewhat disheveled Dablin, and spoke in a low voice. Leave this to me. You go ahead. Dabolun let out a low growl, unwilling to defy the command, and immediately retreated in the direction away from the battlefield, dragging his heavily injured body. Lingxi felt a sudden shock. She could sense the immense power of the demon before her. Yet, gripping the flame sword tightly, she charged forward once more. However, after merely a few exchanges, Lingxi found herself at a distinct disadvantage. The high-ranking demon was seasoned in combat, his dual blades swirling like a tempest, overpowering her in speed and strength. His strikes were vicious and cunning, causing sharp pain in Lingxi's wrists with each parry, the situation precariously dire. No, I cannot win. This thought surged in Lingxi's mind, prompting an immediate desire to retreat. She feigned a strike and, with a powerful flap of her wings, attempted to disengage from the fight. Yet, the high-ranking demon seemed to have anticipated her move. A flicker of data flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, slicing open a miniature wormhole in front of him. As Lingxi hurriedly retreated, she suddenly felt the space behind her distort, a tremendous force emanating from the wormhole, as if she had collided with an invisible wall. With a gasp, she was uncontrollably hurled away, tumbling through the air several times before barely regaining her balance. Blood surged within her, and she had sustained some minor injuries. Just as she steadied herself, the high-ranking demon appeared before her like a specter. his blades gleaming with a deadly light, crossing towards her neck from both sides. The speed was so rapid that Lingxi could not mount an effective defense. Just as it seemed Lingxi was doomed, an exquisitely condensed, terrifyingly high-temperature flame sword chi pierced through the air, striking the high-ranking demon's right-hand blade with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The weapon was violently knocked from his grasp, spiraling away into the dark void of the cosmos. The assailant was none other than Angel Long. Having just dispatched a group of demon soldiers attempting to encircle her, she had caught sight of Lingxi in peril. The high-ranking demon, losing one of his weapons, momentarily hesitated. In an instant, Angel Long dashed to Lingxi's side, shielding her behind her. The flame sword pointed directly at the high-ranking demon, her gaze icy, seeking death. However, the demon's reaction was astonishingly swift. In the moment the blade left his hand, instead of retreating, he used the momentum to swing the remaining blade forward. Dark purple destructive energy coalescing on its edge, striking towards Angel Long. Angel Long raised her sword to block. Boom! The clash of energies erupted. Angel Long felt an overwhelming force far surpassing her expectations, nearly losing her grip on the flame sword. Her body sent reeling backward, a metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Sister Long, Lingxi cried out in alarm. Angel Long steadied herself, wiping the blood from her lips, her expression grave. The demon's power was far beyond that of an ordinary high-ranking demon. We must leave. Without hesitation, Angel Long resolved not to linger. Grasping Lingxi, she unleashed her wings, transforming into a silver streak, swiftly fleeing towards the outskirts of the battlefield. The high-ranking demon watched their retreating figures without pursuit, merely retrieving the blade that had been knocked away, a flicker of indifference crossing his crimson eyes. At the center of the battlefield, before the throne, Morgana finally took action against Kaisa. With a flourish of her hands, several chains forged from extremely rare and sharp dark silver appeared as if they possessed life. Ignoring the distance, instantaneously shooting towards the Angel Zhu and another guardian angel beside Kaisa at a cunning angle. Be careful. Zhu barely managed to issue a warning before the dark silver chains ensnared her and her companions' bodies like lightning. The bizarre energy contained within the chains instantly incapacitated their movement, violently dragging them away from Kaisa. Mia Trex. Kaisa did not even furrow her brow. She simply raised her hand casually. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible dark silver chains appeared to be crushed by an invisible force, breaking apart inch by inch, transforming into floating metallic debris in the cosmos. Following this, Kaisa pointed at Morgana with her finger. A silver wing, glimmering with chilling light, materialized from thin air. It was enormous, sharp, its edges swirling with destructive holy energy, descending upon Morgana with the intent to rend all. Morgana's expression changed dramatically. She sensed the terrifying power within the silver wing, capable of effortlessly slicing through her fourth-generation divine body. She dared not take it head-on and hurriedly summoned her strongest defensive weapon, the Demon Claw. An immense demon claw instantly positioned itself before Morgana, dark purple energy surging forth. Clang! The silver wing struck fiercely against the demon claw, producing an ear-splitting collision and a dazzling chaos of energy. The demon claw trembled violently, bearing a deep dent, with small fragments crumbling from its edges. Morgana was sent flying backward by the force, her internal energy thrown into disarray. My queen! Several elite demons nearby, witnessing this, were filled with rage and rushed forward recklessly to rescue Morgana. However, as they approached the designated range of Kaisa's throne, Kaisa did not even glance at them. With a mere thought, an invisible, absolutely ordered and suppressive holy domain erupted around her. The elite demons that charged forward collided with an invisible wall ablaze with holy flames, unable to utter a cry as they were vaporized in an instant under the purifying energy. This was the absolute power of the king of the gods. With a mere gesture, formidable foes were reduced to ashes. Kaisa's gaze fell once more upon Morgana, who had just regained her footing, her face pale. The silver wing adjusted its trajectory in the air, locking onto her once again. This time, a glimmer of genuine murderous intent flickered in Kaisa's eyes. Morgana gazed at the silver wing hovering overhead, poised to strike, along with Kaisa's cold glare. and for the first time, despair surged within her heart. She knew that the chasm between her and Kaisa remained vast. However, just as Kaisa was about to command the Silver Wing to utterly annihilate Morgana, her movements hesitated, imperceptibly pausing. A rare complexity flashed in her all-seeing eyes. Was it helplessness, regret, or perhaps a remnant of sisterly affection, long diminished by years of warfare? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, far away at the Death Song Academy, Carl precisely captured this ephemeral opportunity through the grand clock. Now is the moment. He activated the long-prepared final program. In the throne area where Kaisa resided, the spatial structure was forcibly rewritten and distorted by an irresistible force originating from the fundamental rules of the universe. Kaisa felt everything around her blur and elongate, the space transforming into a flowing liquid. She attempted to stabilize herself with divine atoms, but the overpowering and bizarre force acting on the entire spatial layer was far beyond her capacity to resist. In the next moment, she, along with her throne, vanished from this starry realm. Kaisa and her throne reappeared in an entirely new star domain. Directly ahead was a colossal star, the Emerald Star, which had expanded to its utmost limit, its interior highly unstable. It emitted a dying, ominous red glow, as if it were on the brink of catastrophic explosion. Not far from the Emerald Star, the main deity of the Sun Star, Reyna, hovered there, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, clearly still under control, gathering terrifying energy to guide the star towards its demise. The space trembled slightly as the projection of the Grim Reaper, Carl, silently appeared nearby, maintaining his scholar-like calm demeanor. Kaisa sat upon her throne, surveying her surroundings before her gaze finally settled on Carl, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Oh, it seems this was not a spatial transfer, but a direct modification of the spatial coordinates of my location. Quite intriguing. Carl nodded slightly, acknowledging that redefining one's position coordinates in the distant Mingi star system was not a formidable challenge for the Great Clock. Kaisa's gaze shifted toward the controlled Reyna, her tone remaining flat yet imbued with undeniable authority. Indeed, it surpasses my comprehension. But do you believe this can confine me? As long as I desire. That diminutive third-generation deity Reyna can be effortlessly dealt with, and I shall depart from this place. Carl's eyes also turned toward the star on the brink of destruction, his voice devoid of urgency, merely stating a fact. The Emerald Star has less than a minute before it explodes. You indeed have time to leave. It is not too late to go now. However, upon hearing these words, Kaisa exhibited neither tension nor any intention to act. Instead, she seemed to find amusement in the situation, even letting out a faint, ambiguous chuckle. She reclined back into her throne, her posture suggesting that she was not seated before an impending supernova, but rather enjoying a moment of repose in the gardens of the Meluo celestial court. Go! She repeated the word, then shook her head, her gaze calmly fixed on Carl, as if peering through him into the endless void and future beyond. Why should I leave? She raised her chin slightly, her tone tinged with an ineffable weariness accumulated over millennia. I have been at this for 30,000 years. I have ruled the angelic civilization, established the so-called order of justice, and witnessed the rise and fall of the known universe. I am weary. Her eyes no longer bore the absolute majesty of the King of Gods, but instead held a hint of curiosity, even a semblance of liberation. I am most intrigued, she continued, her voice resonating clearly in this space of death. I wish to witness firsthand how you, Liang Bing, and you, Carl, intend to dismantle my justice. Allow me to observe. Carl listened quietly to Kaisa's near-elegiac proclamation, his phantom visage betraying no emotional fluctuation, nor did he attempt further persuasion. He merely gazed deeply at Kaisa, as if to immortalize the final stance of the sovereign who had ruled the known universe for millennia. Then, his phantom projection rippled gently and silently dissipated, leaving no trace of words behind. The entire expanse was left with only Kaisa seated upon her throne, the controlled Reyna, and the Emerald Star, which had expanded to its limits, its internal energy completely out of control. Kaisa calmly regarded the imminent harbinger of destruction, her face devoid of fear in the face of death, only possessing a transcendent tranquility and a whisper of anticipation. In the next moment, an indescribable radiance engulfed everything. The Emerald Star, this colossal celestial body at the end of its life, erupted with a thunderous explosion. A supernova detonated. The extreme light and heat. The cataclysmic shockwave of energy swept across this star domain at unimaginable speed and power, instantly obliterating all in its path. Space itself screamed, contorted, and shattered. Kaisa's throne, her corporeal form, was utterly consumed and disassembled before the universe's most profound force of annihilation. The sacred Kaisa, ruler of the known universe for 30,000 years, fell here. The angels engaged in battle with demons lost their connection to the sacred treasury and began to plummet. Morgana, however, ordered the cessation of the pursuit. She felt no joy, only an overwhelming sense of emptiness and solitude. The dazzling radiance of the Emerald Star's destruction faintly pierced Morgana's heart. She slumped upon the empty throne that had recently belonged to Kaisa, feeling not an ounce of victorious joy, only the void and fatigue drowning her. Millennia of conflict, millennia of resentment, dissipated in that moment with Kaisa's fading presence. She triumphed. She had finally slain the sister who had loomed over her, embodying absolute order and justice. Yet why did her heart feel so hollow? She gazed at the remaining, equally bewildered demon soldiers around her. Observing the remnants of angels and demons floating in the starlit void, an ineffable sense of loneliness surged within her. "Sister," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with an unrecognized tremor and sorrow, "our era has come to an end." She wearily waved her hand, issuing a command through the communication channel. "Cease the pursuit of the angels. Let them go." Though the surviving demons were puzzled, they complied with their queen's command, halting their assault on the angels who were gathering, preparing for a desperate fight or retreat. Just as the battle temporarily paused, a calm, yet chilling voice suddenly resonated, clearly reaching the ears of Morgana and every angel and demon. "Indeed, it has ended." Everyone turned their gaze toward the source. At the edge of the battlefield, a golden figure had quietly appeared, standing at a towering height of 3 meters, adorned in imposing and frigid golden power armor, wielding the daunting spear of the loyal messenger. It was none other than Qin Shuo. He had evidently been observing for quite some time before revealing himself. His gaze first scanned the angels, who, despite their wounds, maintained their battle stance. Within his cold eyes, an unusual absence of pure murderous intent toward the alien being surfaced, replaced instead by an almost approving scrutiny. To the angels, he spoke in his distinctive electronic voice. "Subhumans, you have performed admirably, demonstrating sufficient courage and sacrifice. The forthcoming matters shall be entrusted to me. You may depart." This was not a negotiation, but a declaration. He assumed the task of cleansing the demons, acknowledging the performance and value of these subhumans in this battle. The angels, including Tian Shi and Tian Shi, regarded the golden giant with complex expressions. However, in this moment, with their queen just fallen and their forces severely diminished, they were indeed incapable of continuing the fight. Remaining here would only lead to their demise at the hands of the demons. Tian Shi gritted her teeth, ultimately making the rational decision. "All angels, assemble, retreat." The surviving angels swiftly gathered, fleeing toward the distant starry horizon. Qin Shuo did not impede their escape, merely watching them leave with cold indifference. Yet when his gaze shifted to Morgana and her legion of demons, the fleeting semblance of approval he had shown toward the angels vanished without a trace, replaced by a pure, chilling intent to kill. At the moment Qin Shuo appeared, Morgana felt her heart plunge. The void and reflections were instantly eclipsed by a profound sense of crisis. The very existence she and Kaisa dared not confront now stood before them. Intentions unmistakably clear. "BT, quickly, activate the wormhole. Maximum power. Retreat. Immediate retreat." Morgana nearly screamed her command, scarcely paying heed to the demons still on the periphery, desperate to escape this harbinger of death as swiftly as possible. The engine of demon number 1 roared to life, attempting to forcibly open a sufficiently stable wormhole. However, Qin Shuo evidently had no intention of allowing them to depart so easily. "Want to leave?" He scoffed coldly, his figure moving swiftly toward the demon soldiers who were trying to organize themselves to shield the queen's withdrawal. "For the queen," De Buluan roared, attempting to prove his worth, summoning the courage to block Qin Shuo's path, swinging his massive claws down. He could not even perceive Qin Shuo's movements. In a flash of golden afterimage, The loyal messenger's spear struck directly at his chest with a speed surpassing his reaction limit. With a soft sound, the balloon's enormous, grotesque form began to silently disintegrate from the chest outward, vanishing in an instant, transforming into a cloud of drifting dust before the terrified gaze of all the demons. Not even a scream escaped his lips. Instant kill. Meanwhile, the high-ranking demon who had previously severely injured Ling Shi and repelled Tian Shilong, brandishing dual blades, charged toward Qin Shuo from the flank with resolute determination shimmering in his eyes. His speed was astonishing. Yet to Qin Shuo, all of this appeared pitifully slow. Qin Shuo did not even change his direction. He merely made an imperceptible twitch with the arm holding the spear. The spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, arriving ahead of its time, and precisely pierced through the gap created by the dual blades in motion, its tip resting against the forehead of the high-ranking demon. The same hissing sound echoed, followed by instantaneous disintegration and annihilation. Yet another powerful high-ranking demon was obliterated in an instant. This battle, if it could even be called such, had devolved into a one-sided, highly efficient massacre. Qin Shuo's figure weaved through the horde of demons, attempting to block him or too slow to escape. With each fleeting golden afterimage, a demon soldier disintegrated. The cerulean atomic annihilation field of the spear became the most terrifying symbol of death in this star domain. Morgana watched her elite subordinates fall like wheat being harvested, her heart bleeding, yet she dared not linger, nor could she turn back to rescue them. She could only desperately urge Demon 1 to activate, and finally, an unstable wormhole barely opened before it. "Hurry, get inside," Morgana screamed. The nearby demon soldiers, along with Demon 1, rushed into the wormhole in a frenzy. As for those farther away, targeted by Qin Shuo, she could only choose to sacrifice them to delay the advance of that golden harbinger of death. After Demon 1 entered, the wormhole began to fluctuate violently, rapidly shrinking and closing. Ultimately, only Morgana and less than half of the demon soldiers managed to escape. The remaining demons were either purified by Qin Shuo on the spot, reduced to particles of dust, or abandoned in the chaos, meeting their demise. Qin Shuo halted, gazing toward the now-closed wormhole. The spear in his hand slowly fell, the cerulean field at its tip gradually extinguishing. In the command hall of Demon 1, the demon soldiers who had just endured a brutal retreat were all dejected, wounded, their eyes still reflecting the terror faced against that golden giant. On the throne, Morgana, Liang Bing, wore a terrifyingly dark expression, completely devoid of the emotion she had felt after defeating Kaisha, leaving only frustration, anger, and a trace of fear she was unwilling to acknowledge. "Assess the losses." Morgana's voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed fury. Soon, preliminary statistics emerged. Over 60% of the elite demon soldiers who had participated in the ambush against Kaisha were lost. Most critically, many of the slain were her old subordinates who had followed her for thousands of years, the backbone of the Demon Legion. Damn it! Morgana slammed her fist against the armrest of the throne. "Atai, Yuqin, activate the resurrection program immediately. Bring back all those brothers who can be revived. Resources are plentiful." She refused to believe that they could not defeat that golden corn, nor could they revive their fallen comrades. Technical Officer Atai and Yuqin did not dare delay, immediately mobilizing the resources of Demon 1 to attempt to resurrect the demon soldiers who had perished in battle. However, minutes later, Atai approached with a pale face, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Your Majesty, the resurrection program has failed." "What?" Morgana sprang to her feet. "Failed? What happened? Not enough energy? Or was the dark data corrupted?" "No," Atai swallowed hard, pointing at the data on the operating screen. "It's not corrupted. It has completely vanished. Their dark dimension information no longer exists. It's as if these individuals had never existed at all. We cannot find any underlying data for resurrection." "What the hell?" Morgana cursed vehemently. "How could the dark data completely disappear? Even if blown to bits, remnants would remain. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Your Majesty, I've double-checked 3 times." Atai was on the verge of tears. Not only those who just perished, but also the Taotai soldiers killed by Qin Shuo in Tianna City and around the North Star. Their dark dimension information cannot be retrieved. It's as if some incomprehensible force has utterly erased them from the universe's records. The command hall fell silent. All the demons who heard this news felt a chill shoot from their feet to the top of their heads. Unable to resurrect? Dark data erased? This completely overturned their understanding of death and resurrection. It meant that being slain by that golden armored giant's weapon resulted in true, eternal annihilation of both body and soul. There was no chance to even become a ghost. Morgana stood frozen, her rage transforming into utter horror. She recalled the scene after Qin Shuo's spear attack, where the target did not explode, but rather vanished as if erased by an eraser. Previously, she had thought it was merely a powerful disintegration technique. Now it appeared to be direct deletion of existence. Damn it, Morgana could no longer contain herself. A barrage of expletives erupted. What kind of monster is this? What kind of weapon is this? It can even erase dark data? What the hell is going on? Bitch, God, that sick pervert definitely knows something. She immediately connected to the emergency communication with the Death Song Academy, disregarding any tone, and shouted, "Carl, get your ass out here. What is up with that golden giant Qin Shuo and his damned spear? Why is the dark data of the units he kills gone? This doesn't belong to any known technology in the universe." On the other end of the communication, Carl seemed accustomed to Morgana's rage. His voice remained calm, but carried an exploratory tone. "Liang Bing, it seems you have also taken notice. This is precisely what I find most intriguing. His power system is indeed entirely unknown." He paused, seemingly retrieving some data, coincidentally at the moment of Kaisha's fall. "When the permissions of the Sacred Knowledge Repository experienced a brief fluctuation, I successfully infiltrated and downloaded a preliminary analysis report on Qin Shuo and the Emperor behind him, compiled by Angel He and Kaisha as a top-secret assessment. An encrypted file was transmitted to Demon 1. Morgana eagerly opened it. The beginning of the document contained various combat data and energy analyses of Qin Shuo. However, when she reached the latter half of the file, especially regarding the destructive mechanism of that power spear, as well as the conclusions drawn by He and Kaisha about its atomic annihilation and induced vacuum decay, her pupils constricted and she gasped. Atomic-level decomposition, strong nuclear force interference, vacuum decay catalyst. Morgana murmured these terms that sent shivers down her spine. This was the kind of technology only a madman would explore. Could this even be used? Was he not afraid of erasing the universe? Qin Shuo remarked, "I merely borrowed the techniques of those lunatics from the Golden Age. Blame them." At the end of the document, there was a warning personally annotated by Kaisha, classifying it as a category of annihilation-level taboo, strictly prohibiting angels from researching or coming into contact with it. Morgana felt her hands tremble slightly. She had initially thought Qin Shuo was merely a powerful numerical anomaly, but now she realized he possessed forbidden knowledge capable of fundamentally negating existence. Bitch, damn, madmen. They are all madmen. This is cheating, this is a hack. Where's the administrator? Where is he? Why hasn't he banned him? Morgana paced back and forth in front of the command platform, cursing incessantly. Exhausted from her tirade, she collapsed back onto the throne, her face now a mask of dejection and profound trepidation. She understood all too well that Earth was no longer a safe haven. With that golden corn wielding the eraser of existence, going to Earth would be tantamount to seeking death. Kaisha was dead, her greatest enemy gone. Yet a more terrifying and incomprehensible monster lingered there. Morgana's voice carried an unprecedented fatigue and decisiveness as she commanded, "Demon 1 and all surviving units, immediately evacuate the solar system. No, we cannot stray too far for now." She brought up the star map, her finger pointing to the vast asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. "Go here. Hide deep within the asteroid belt. No one is to approach Shenzhou without my orders. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The subordinates chorused in response, their spirits long since shattered by fear. Soon, the number 1 demon engine roared to life, retreating towards the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, seeking refuge. "What a predicament," she muttered under her breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration at this hollow victory. Chapter 51. The Solar Auxiliary Army. After Morgana and her legion of demons fled in disarray, Qin Shuo returned to Beijing. Without pausing for a moment, he shed his powered armor and directly proceeded to the core intelligence area. The fall of Kaisha and the retreat of the demons stirred a tempest of emotions within him, yet his focus remained steadfastly on Earth. He summoned the progress report of the construction project designated as the Solar Auxiliary Army. Since assuming the role of Chief Defense Advisor and acquiring supreme authority, Qin Shuo had been diligently promoting fortification efforts and the re-equipping of conventional forces. Simultaneously, he initiated a more pivotal endeavor, one that aligned with his imperial vision: the formation of a core strike force entirely under his command, equipped with imperial technology and devoted to the doctrine of absolute purification. He named this army the Solar Auxiliary Army, positioning it not merely as a planetary defense force, but as the primary offensive force for interstellar purification in the future. The report clearly delineated the current achievements. Total troop strength, 20,000. While this number seemed insignificant compared to the vast standing army of Shenzhou, these soldiers were the most elite, meticulously selected from both military ranks and civilian sectors. They not only possessed outstanding physical prowess and combat skills, but had also undergone loyalty and willpower tests personally devised by Qin Shuo, ensuring their unwavering faith in the emperor and the doctrine of purification. These soldiers had also received genetic enhancements. Their armaments were astonishing, leaving any military expert who perused the list utterly astounded. The heavy armored units included 200 Sun-class Lymanris super heavy tanks, the absolute core of ground assaults, with composite armor comparable to that of small warships, armed with powerful twin-mounted laser cannons or battle cannons, functioning as mobile fortresses. The Stormhammer super heavy weapon carriers numbered 100, focusing on long-range heavy fire support, equipped with devastating multiple rocket launchers or large laser emitters capable of carpet bombing. The Mikado super heavy tanks, with 150 units, prioritized command and area control, outfitted with potent communication, jamming devices, and regional defensive weapon platforms. The Medusa self-propelled siege artillery comprised 100 pieces, designed to demolish fortified structures and strongholds, launching projectiles capable of shaking mountains. The Bomber self-propelled artillery and Petrified Lizard self-propelled artillery each numbered 75, providing sustained artillery support with varying ranges and munitions. The aerial units included 200 Thunderbolt heavy fighters, featuring powerful energy shields and agility, armed with quad-mounted laser cannons and air-to-air missiles, tasked with securing air superiority. The Lightning Strike attack aircraft, totaling 400, specialized in ground assaults, equipped with heavy bombs and multi-barrel machine guns, serving as lethal instruments for cleansing ground threats. As for individual equipment, this was the aspect that most captivated Qin Shuo's attention, as it represented the fundamental distinction between the Solar Auxiliary Army and conventional re-equipped forces. The Solar-class Void Battle Armor, totaling 20,000 sets, was not merely a protective shell, but an all-encompassing combat suit provided by Qin Shuo. It offered enhanced protection, including resistance to energy weapons and a degree of psychic attacks, featuring advanced life support systems, sensors, and power assistance, with provisions for future upgrades. Adorned in a black and gold trim, the armor bore a simplified emblem of the celestial eagle on the chest. The Bluff V1 laser rifles, numbering 20,000, represented an upgraded version of the standard laser weapon, with significant enhancements in range, power, firing rate, and energy efficiency, boasting a more robust construction capable of accommodating various tactical attachments. A variety of melee weapons were also included, tailored to individual preferences and mission requirements, comprising power swords, chainsaw swords, and combat daggers, ensuring effective purification of threats at any range. Qin Shuo meticulously reviewed each data point, from the production qualification rates of tanks to flight test durations of aircraft and the adaptability training results of individual soldiers. Progress aligned with expectations. He issued an evaluation, not as praise, but merely as confirmation of facts. However, there remained room for improvement in efficiency. The integration of soldiers and equipment needed a 15 enhancement in the next phase. He accessed real-time surveillance of the training grounds in the outskirts of Beijing, within several vast valleys designated as absolute no-go zones. This force of 10,000 was rigorously engaged in training. Soldiers clad in dark gold void battle armor executed tactical maneuvers with precision, adeptly wielding the Bluff laser rifles to strike moving targets kilometers away with remarkable accuracy. Their squads displayed seamless coordination, moving, covering, and firing like finely tuned gears. On the training field, the massive bodies of Lymanris tanks crushed simulated ruins, their main cannons roaring deafeningly as they obliterated distant targets. Stormhammer rockets rained down like a deadly tempest, saturating the entire target area. In the sky, Thunderbolt fighters and lightning strike attack aircraft roared past, performing intricate dogfighting and ground assault drills. The atmosphere of the entire training ground exuded a stark contrast to Shinjo's conventional forces, more austere, more efficient, and more fervent. Each soldier's gaze was resolute, their fervent chants of loyalty to the Emperor and the purification doctrine framing the destruction of every simulated alien target as their highest mission. Qin Shuo shut off the surveillance feed. The embryonic form of this army had taken shape, yet they lacked the final and most crucial element, the baptism of blood and fire. True warriors are not born in training grounds. They are forged on the battlefield, grappling with grotesque foes at the precipice of death and emerging victorious to complete their ultimate transformation. His gaze shifted to the main screen of the command center, where the ongoing battlefield situation map of Shinjo displayed intense activity. The main forces of the Tao Tai and the Great Wolf Star continued their assault. Although the support of the demons had waned, the pressure remained immense. It was time, Qin Shuo silently resolved. He required a suitable sharpening stone to hone this nascent solar auxiliary army. The alien invaders scattered across Shinjo were undoubtedly the optimal choice. He connected to the communications of the Solar Auxiliary Army's temporary commander, issuing orders. Notify tactical groups 1 through 5 to complete final equipment checks and ammunition resupply. In 72 hours, they would be deployed into the combat zone for practical evaluation. Objective: eliminate all alien units within the designated area. Evaluation criteria: purification efficiency versus own casualties. Show me that you are worthy of the name Solar. Chapter 52. The first battle of the new army. Qin Shuo's command shattered the usual operational rhythm of the Beiji Xing Command Center. A top-secret order was directly relayed to the Solar Auxiliary Army's garrison. Order: the Solar Auxiliary Army's tactical groups 1 to 5, totaling 20,000 troops, equipped with all heavy armaments, are to immediately advance to the D8 area of the Beiji Xing perimeter. Mission: launch a fierce assault on the Tao Tai and Great Wolf Star Coalition stationed in that area, eradicate the alien presence, and assess our military's operational efficacy. The order was succinct, direct, imbued with an undeniable resolve. This was not a test, nor a mere harassment. It was a pressure test designed to evaluate steel and will. Simultaneously, aboard the flagship of the Tao Tai Legion, the Tao Tai Qin Shuo, high-precision reconnaissance vessels noted the unusual mobilization within the Shinjo defense line. A force of approximately 20,000, equipped with unprecedented dark gold armored gear, was rapidly assembling towards the D8 area on the outskirts of Beiji Xing. This army was unlike any they had seen before. The electronic eye of the Shuo locked onto the indistinct images transmitted back, revealing sharply defined, aesthetically violent tanks and aircraft, as well as soldiers clad in battle armor that diverged from the standard Shinjo military issue. This sight stirred within him an uneasy sensation. Is this a new toy devised by Qin Shuo? Are they testing the blades on us? He snorted coldly and swiftly maneuvered his bony fingers across the tactical screen. Command the 3rd Assault Legion stationed in D8 to heighten their defenses. At the same time, mobilize the 4th Heavy Brigade and 2 units of Giant Wolf Ripplers for reinforcement. Let the ground forces thoroughly assess the caliber of this army. I want detailed data on their equipment and combat capabilities. Yes, my lord. In the outer perimeter of the North Star D8 defense zone, this area, once an industrial district, has now transformed into a brutal battlefield interspersed with ruins and makeshift fortifications. The Tao Tai and Giant Wolf Star forces have established a relatively stable defensive line, relying on the wreckage of factories and constructed metal bunkers to engage in a protracted struggle with the regular Shinjo army. However, the atmosphere today is palpably different. A deep, resonant rumble echoes from the distance. Not explosions, but the simultaneous roar of countless heavy engines. The earth begins to tremble slightly. The Tao Tai soldiers entrenched in their positions nervously peered out. On the horizon, clouds of dust billowed ominously, revealing a dark golden tide of steel advancing toward their defenses with a steady and oppressive momentum. Leading the charge are a full 100 Solaris Leomanris super heavy tanks. Their massive forms, resembling mobile fortresses, are clad in thick sloped armor, with twin-mounted main cannons glinting ominously in the dust, akin to the cold gaze of a prehistoric beast awakening. Flanking the tank battalion are storm hammers, mikados, and a formidable array of medusas and petrified lizards' self-propelled artillery. Their gun barrels are raised high, resembling a forest of death. In the lower skies, Thunderbolt heavy bombers and lightning strike fighters form a protective escort, their engines wailing as they slice through the air. Accompanying the advancing tank battalion are Solaris auxiliary infantry clad in Solaris void battle armor, wielding BLAF V1 laser rifles. They follow in a standard skirmish line behind the tanks, their steps measured and movement synchronized. Fire! Stop them! The Tautai frontline commander shouted hoarsely. In an instant, the energy turrets on the Tautai positions, the heavy laser rifles in the hands of giant Wolf Star soldiers, and the large particle cannons positioned in the rear unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the advancing Solaris auxiliary army. Yet the effect was minimal. The thick frontal armor of the Leomanris tanks easily deflected the majority of the energy beams, even when struck by heavy laser cannons. They merely left scorched dents on the armor, unable to inflict fatal damage. The advance of the tank battalion showed no signs of slowing. Boom! 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 The artillery of the Solaris auxiliary army unleashed its fury. The massive shells from the medusas and petrified lizards tore through the sky with a piercing wail, crashing down upon the depths of the Tautai defenses like meteorites. Enormous explosions erupted in succession, sending the sturdy metal bunkers and energy turrets, and the soldiers within, skyward. The shockwaves swept through, clearing swathes of death zones. Simultaneously, the main cannons of the Leomanris tanks roared. The scorching beams from the twin-mounted artillery precisely targeted Tau Ie's firing positions, with each flash silencing a section of the front line. The shells from the battle cannons crashed like sledgehammers, obliterating the giant Wolf Star soldiers hiding among the debris along with their cover. The soldiers of Tautai and giant Wolf Star were horrified to find that their attacks struggled to penetrate the enemy's armor, while each retaliation from the Solaris auxiliary army bore devastating force. Infantry, advance. Clear the remaining foes. For the Emperor, purge the aberrants. The infantry commander of the Solaris auxiliary army issued commands through the helmet's built-in communicator. Soldiers clad in void battle armor sprang into action, utilizing the cover of the tanks. They began to fire precision shots with their BLAF laser rifles. High-energy laser beams easily penetrated the bone armor and energy shields of the Tautai soldiers, incinerating targets in a hollow. Fatal voids. Their shooting was exceptionally precise, coordinated in groups of 3 or 5, mutually covering each other while efficiently clearing the remnants of enemies trampled by the tanks. The giant Wolf Star Ripley units attempted to launch a countercharge, roaring as they surged forward, relying on their robust physique and mechanical claws to assault the lines of the Solaris auxiliary infantry. Steady. Prepare for close combat. The Solaris soldiers remained undaunted. The front line instantly raising their power swords, or chainsaw swords hung at their backs. The blades hummed to life as energy fields surged and serrated edges began to whirl furiously. For humanity, amidst the roars, dark golden figures collided violently with the robust warriors of the giant Wolf Star. The chainsaw swords shredded flesh and bone with a piercing noise, while the power swords sliced through mechanical claws and armor with a crisp snap, accompanied by the roars of warriors and the screams of those facing death. Echoing across the battlefield, the soldiers of the Solaris auxiliary army demonstrated astonishing close combat prowess. Their strength, augmented by the void battle armor, matched that of the giant Wolf Star warriors, while their technique and coordination surpassed it. Often, as a giant Wolf Star warrior barely deflected a power sword coming from the front, a deadly laser or chainsaw would pierce from the side or rear. The aerial combat was equally fierce. The Tautai assault boats attempted to strike the top armor of the tank battalion from above, but were immediately intercepted by the Thunderbolt fighters. Leveraging their superior maneuverability and formidable firepower, the fighters obliterated assault boats midair. The lightning strike fighters descended like harbingers of death, their cannons and bombs accurately clearing the clustered enemy units on the ground. The battle presented a one-sided scenario. Yet the coalition of Tautai and Giant Wolf Star did not collapse immediately. They were, after all, a legion seasoned by numerous interstellar wars. Following the initial shock and heavy losses, the remaining troops began to rely on the complex ruins to mount a tenacious resistance. They utilized underground tunnels and shattered buildings, launching ambushes and suicide attacks to inflict some trouble and minor casualties upon the advancing Solaris Auxiliary Army. One Solaris Auxiliary soldier, while clearing a partially collapsed building, was struck in the shoulder by a Tautai sniper using the Godslayer bullet. Though it did not fully penetrate, the immense force caused him to falter momentarily. Another Liamanris tank, charging too swiftly, had its tracks severed by a pre-placed large directional energy mine, temporarily immobilizing it and turning it into a target for enemy fire. The response from the Solaris Auxiliary Army was equally swift and effective. The injured soldier was promptly dragged to cover by comrades, and accompanying technicians quickly conducted battlefield repairs. The immobilized tank was securely guarded by other tanks and infantry, repelling the encroaching enemy soldiers while awaiting rescue. Their offensive advanced like a precision machine. Though it occasionally encountered setbacks, it steadfastly pressed forward. On the flagship, Shuo observed the real-time battlefield data and images, the red light in the electronic eye pulsating intensely. The formidable individual protection and firepower of the unexpectedly heavy armor and artillery, coupled with the effective synergy between infantry and tanks, prompted his low-tone analysis. This is certainly not the technology native to Earth. What has that Qin Shuo brought? This Solaris Auxiliary Army, numbering merely 20,000, has already displayed combat capabilities far exceeding any of his comparable legions. Should such a force be allowed to scale up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Order the troops in D8 to gradually retreat, avoiding complete annihilation. Simultaneously, deploy the orbital bombing squadron to target the enemy's rear assembly areas and artillery positions for 3 rounds of saturation fire. They must not be allowed to advance comfortably. He could not stand idly by as this new elite unit secured an easy victory. Even at a cost, he needed to ascertain the limits of their defenses. The offensive of the Solaris Auxiliary Army in the D8 battlefield remained relentless. The dark golden torrent of steel has penetrated the enemy's defensive line by several kilometers, leaving a trail of grotesque corpses in its wake, as resistant strongholds are systematically eradicated. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resonates through all command channels, signaling the detection of a high-energy reaction from orbit, an impending bombardment. All units, seek nearby sturdy shelters. Prepare anti-air firepower for interception. No sooner had the command been issued than the sky seemed to be torn apart, unleashing countless energy beams, trailing fiery wakes, crashing into the rear lines of the Sun Auxiliary Army and the artillery positions providing fire support. The deafening roar that followed was tenfold more ferocious than any previous explosion, resonating like thunder across the land. The earth trembled violently, akin to a drumhead, as enormous fireballs and plumes of smoke erupted skyward, engulfing vast areas instantaneously. This orbital strike has inevitably inflicted casualties upon the Sun Auxiliary Army. Several self-propelled artillery units, unable to find complete cover, were directly struck, transforming into burning wreckage. A small squad of infantry, in the midst of a retreat, was caught by the shockwave of the explosion. Despite the protection of their void armor, they could not escape losses. Yet, the discipline and resilience of this army shone vividly at this moment. There was no panic, no retreat. The surviving units, under the command of their officers, braved the ongoing bombardment to rescue the wounded, drag damaged equipment, and organize effective anti-air interception firepower, striving to shoot down the menacing kinetic projectiles. The attacking forces ahead adeptly adjusted their tactics, momentarily easing their offensive to focus on defense, relying on the captured enemy fortifications to avoid prolonged exposure under the enemy's orbital fire. Qin Shuo, stationed at the Beiji Underground Command Center, calmly observed all data relayed from the battlefield, including the first reports of casualties. His expression remained unchanged, as if everything unfolded according to his calculations. Record: threat level of orbital bombardment to heavy equipment and unprotected infantry, high. It is necessary to enhance mobility evasion and fixed-point anti-air capabilities. Assessment of soldiers' battlefield response, discipline, and resilience, excellent. Overall purification efficiency, achieved an expected 87%. Acceptable. What he sought was not a performance devoid of casualties, but a genuine combat scenario capable of exposing issues and testing limits. It now appeared that the initial battle of the Sun Auxiliary Army had largely met his expectations. They demonstrated formidable combat prowess, overwhelming conventional alien forces and endured the baptism of orbital bombardment, proving themselves to be a qualified elite force worthy of continued investment. As for those who sacrificed, Qin Shuo regarded it as a necessary cost on the path of purification. Their data would be recorded, and their sacrifices would fortify this army further. The battle in District D8 gradually subsided with the main forces of the Taotai coalition's strategic withdrawal and the disruption of orbital bombardment. The Sun Auxiliary Army successfully occupied and secured the area, accomplishing the operational objectives set forth by Qin Shuo. Chapter 53. Secret Descent Southward. Meanwhile, on the planet Phalis, the battlefield in the wasteland is in turmoil. With the fall of the divine Kaisha on the Emerald Star, the angel Yin, reliant on Kaisha's reservoir of knowledge, found her strength abruptly diminished, as if the very foundation had been pulled from beneath her. The once ferocious attacks she unleashed now merely left shallow wounds upon the sword demon Otto, akin to mere scratches, failing to inflict any substantial harm. In this ebb and flow, Otto grew bolder, seizing upon a moment of weakness from Yin, and with a sudden burst of power, he forcefully snatched the flame's sword from her grasp. Yin gasped in surprise, sent flying by Otto's subsequent heavy strike. Otto's crimson eyes gleamed with a cruel light as he disregarded the temporarily weaponless Yin and charged towards Ge Xiaoluan, who was still struggling to rise. At this moment, Ge Xiaoluan found himself utterly defenseless against Otto, who was fully armed with the flame sword. Without a hint of hesitation, Otto thrust the very sword that belonged to Yin downward with brutal force. The sickening sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. The flame sword impaled Ge Xiaoluan to the ground, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him as blood swiftly saturated the earth beneath him. Otto callously bent down, effortlessly claiming Ge Xiaoluan's dark alloy greatsword. At that moment, Morgana, positioned far away aboard Demon 1, intervened remotely. Utilizing the computational power of Demon 1, she forcibly hacked and temporarily seized control over Ge Xiaoluan's greatsword. "Now, taste your own weapon," Morgana sneered as she manipulated it. The dark alloy great sword trembled violently in Otto's hands, unleashing a powerful energy shockwave that accurately struck Yin, who had just begun to rise. Yin was severely injured, spitting out blood, her body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing down heavily, her breath fading to an extreme low, teetering on the brink of death. She gazed at Ge Xiaoluan, who was painfully struggling against the flame sword pinned to the ground, and felt her own life force slipping away rapidly. A flash of resolve crossing her eyes. Gathering her final strength, she supported her body and faced Ge Xiaoluan, solemnly and clearly reciting the angel's guardian oath. "I am willing to become Ge Xiaoluan's guardian angel, loving whom he loves, thinking of whom he thinks, bearing his pain. Enduring hardship, regardless of poverty or wealth, regardless of lowliness or nobility, whether in chaotic times or forsaken by the divine, I shall fight for him. Sheathe my wings for him, never depart, until eternity." The light of the oath flickered faintly before merging into Ge Xiaoluan's body. Immediately thereafter, Yin summoned all her remaining energy, forcibly opening an unstable micro-wormhole before her. The other end of the wormhole revealed a glimpse of Earth. "Go!" Yin exerted her last ounce of strength, imparting a gentle push towards Ge Xiaoluan. The flame sword, still lodged in Ge Xiaoluan, was dislodged by this force, propelled into the wormhole, vanishing from Phalis. Having completed this, Yin could no longer hold on. Her vision darkened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, her life signs nearly extinguished. She was offline. Otto watched as Ge Xiaoluan vanished and Yin collapsed, slowly approaching with the command sword in hand. He could have effortlessly ended Yan's life, or even pursued Ge Xiaoluan through the wormhole to eliminate him on Earth. Yet, the moment he recalled the giant Qin Shuo, resembling a golden nightmare in the skies above Beiji, the murderous intent that had just ignited within him was instantly doused by a chill. Otto's crimson eyes flickered with a deep-seated trepidation. He could not provoke him on Earth. Ultimately, he abandoned the pursuit, casting a cold glance at the seemingly lifeless Yin before turning away and returning through the wormhole opened by Demon 1. However, shortly after Otto departed, Yin, who had been offline, felt a hidden energy within her body activate, triggering her secondary biological engine. This was the last safeguard for angels facing the true threat of death. A powerful energy began to repair her severely damaged divine body and dark dimensional information. After some time, Yin slowly opened her eyes. Though weak, her life signs had stabilized. She had revived. She immediately attempted to connect with the known angelic network, ultimately establishing communication with the angel Xin. At that moment, Xin had already been ambushed by Karl and, under Karl's leniency, had escaped the Death Song Academy, heading towards Earth. Xin's voice was somewhat hoarse as she spoke. Queen Kaisha has fallen. The silence on the other end indicated that Xin had evidently learned of this through other channels, yet hearing the confirmation still weighed heavily on her. Yin continued. Additionally, based on Queen Kaisha's final authorization and the information from the Knowledge Repository, she has consented to betroth you to Earth's super soldier, Zhao Xin. Xin displayed little emotion, calmly accepting the command. Understood, Sister Yin. I will fulfill my mission. Somewhere in the desolate outskirts of Earth, a distortion rippled through the space, and the bloodied figure of Gu Shaoluan, deeply unconscious and clutching his dark alloy sword, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the overgrown ground. After an indeterminate period, a shadow silently emerged beside him. It was Reyna, the Radiance, who had previously been controlled by Morgana and had vanished after the destruction of the Grand Canyon. Now, it seemed Reyna had liberated herself from that control, yet her eyes were clouded with confusion, pain, and an indelible hint of resentment. She gazed at the severely injured and unconscious Gu Shaoluan, her brows furrowing slightly. Without uttering a word, she crouched down and extended her hand, radiating gentle and pure stellar energy from her palm. This energy gradually infused Gu Shaoluan's body, mending the horrifying wound inflicted by the flame sword and replenishing his nearly depleted strength. Once she had completed her task, Reyna cast a deep, complex glance at Gu Shaoluan, then stood up, her form flickering a few times before vanishing into the wilderness, as if she had never been there. In the underground command center of Beiji Xing, Qin Shuo reviewed the comprehensive operational report and data assessment from the Solar Auxiliary Army in District D8. He gained a clear understanding of this new army's performance in their initial skirmishes. Their combat capabilities were generally up to standard, and their defense and attack systems had begun to take shape. However, further practical refinement and system enhancement were necessary. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a classified order to command the 1st to 5th Tactical Regiments of the Solar Auxiliary Army to immediately disengage from the Beiji Xing front and secretly relocate to the Luoyang region for standby. Along the way, they would maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary entanglements with enemy forces. Upon arrival, they were to conduct reconnaissance of the anomalous activities around Luoyang and engage in limited elimination, as well as establish a forward base. He needed this sharp blade to operate across a broader area, and it also represented a strategic dispersion of forces to prevent the concentration of all elite units in a single location. Having concluded military matters, Qin Shuo made a decision. He felt the need to personally witness the true state of the land, to observe the ordinary areas beyond the fortifications, to ascertain the actual condition of the Solar Auxiliary Army after it departed from his direct oversight, and to seek out more potential threats or usable resources. He did not alert anyone, nor did he don the conspicuous power armor. Instead, he utilized his psychic energy to disguise his appearance and presence. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an ordinary-looking veteran, bearing the marks of time, with a gaze that suggested wisdom and hardship, clad in a simple, worn military uniform. He approached a secret garage on the outskirts of the command center, where various specially modified vehicles for special operations were stationed. He selected a reinforced military motorcycle with robust performance, conducted a brief inspection, and then revved the engine, riding out of Beiji Xing, seamlessly merging into the vast, war-torn territory of Shenzhou. Under the guise of an old soldier, he would secretly survey various regions of Shenzhou. He aimed to observe the troops resisting invasion, the civilians struggling for survival amidst the flames of war, the cities and villages laid to waste, and the flickering lights of humanity and shadows of darkness that persisted among the ruins. His journey went unnoticed. Days later, Qin Shuo rode the camouflaged military motorcycle along a road riddled with shell craters and the remnants of abandoned vehicles. Although the flames of war had not yet fully spread to this area, an atmosphere of desolation and panic permeated the air. He deliberately avoided major thoroughfares and conflict zones, opting for these relatively obscure paths to more authentically observe the reality and grassroots defense conditions. As he navigated a sharp turn beside a small grove, his keen senses detected a faint life force and a subtle residual energy belonging to a super soldier. He halted the motorcycle, planting his feet firmly on the ground, and cast a sharp gaze towards the grass by the roadside. There, he beheld a figure clad in tattered black armor, covered in dried blood and dirt, curled up and motionless, appearing to be in a deep coma. Dismounting, Qin Shuo approached and parted the underbrush. Upon recognizing the face of the individual before him, a barely perceptible shift crossed his otherwise hardened features. Xiaolun, he recognized the young man who had, during his first arrival in this realm in a narrow alley of Grand Canyon City, displayed a mix of timidity and courage in confronting Lu Chuan. Later, while reviewing the files of the Super God Academy and the Xiong Lian at Beijixing, he had taken special note of this super soldier defined by the power of the galaxy. The records indicated that Gu Xiaolun came from a lineage of military service, a family of loyalty and valor. This aspect significantly enhanced his score in Qin Shuo's assessment of human loyalty. Crouching down, he placed 2 fingers against Gu Xiaolun's neck, allowing a subtle flow of psychic energy to penetrate his body for a swift examination. The results caused Qin Shuo to furrow his brow. Gu Xiaolun's physical condition was dire. Although a powerful stellar energy seemed to have temporarily stabilized his severe, penetrating wound, the energy circulation within him was extremely chaotic, with dark energy clashing against some external divine energy. More importantly, deep within his genetic sequence, Qin Shuo clearly discerned an alien gene coding forcibly embedded, fundamentally incompatible with human essence, which was the root of those black wings. The angel's interference chilled Qin Shuo's gaze. In his eyes, such pollution of pure human genes, while perhaps perceived as a blessing and evolution by the Super God Academy and the angels, represented a degradation of human lineage purity within the Emperor's purifying ideology. Without hesitation, he prioritized the eradication of this genetic pollution over the treatment of physical injuries. His fingertips gathered a highly concentrated yet exquisitely refined psychic energy, not for destruction, but as a precise surgical instrument, directly targeting Gu Xiaolun's genetic level. He accurately localized the gene sequence belonging to the angel's wings and completely excised it. The entire process was as swift as lightning, leaving no trace on Gu Xiaolun's exterior. Having completed this, Qin Shuo retrieved a standard basic medical potion from the storage compartment of the motorcycle and injected it into Gu Xiaolun's arm. The potion took effect rapidly, stabilizing his vital signs and replenishing his fundamental energy. Subsequently, Qin Shuo raised his hand, seemingly casually releasing a specific frequency of psychic energy as he delivered a gentle yet firm slap to Gu Xiaolun's face. Indeed, it was the psychic awakening strike, with a crisp sound echoing through the quiet roadside. This action was not merely a physical blow, but also carried a resonance that jolted the soul and forcibly awakened the consciousness. Xiaolun yultid avakya, his confusion evident as he opened his eyes, feeling a fiery pain on his face, his mind muddled, and his body feeling as though it were falling apart. His blurry vision focused on an ordinary-looking soldier in worn military attire, whose sharp and profound gaze met his. Who are you? Gu Xiaolun weakly inquired, his voice hoarse. Qin Shuo did not respond to his question, but commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. If you can move, get up and follow me. He gestured toward his unassuming motorcycle, instructing him to sit behind. Despite his confusion and a hint of wariness, Gu Xiaolun, weakened and with a foggy mind, sensed an instinctive trust emanating from the old soldier. He struggled to rise, unsteadily climbing onto the motorcycle's rear seat. Hold on tight, Qin Shuo succinctly advised before revving the motorcycle's engine, which emitted a low rumble as they continued down the dilapidated road. Meanwhile, far away in Phyllis, the angel Yin, having recently been revived through a secondary biological engine and reconnected to the angelic network, eagerly sought to ascertain Gu Xiaolun's condition. She recalled that she had last sent Gu Xiaolun back to Earth, out of concern, perhaps due to a unique bond formed after her recent oath. She endeavored to reactivate the genetic sequence of the black wings within Gu Xiaolun's body through the remote access of the knowledge repository. In her estimation, this would bolster Gu Xiaolun's survivability and agility. The command was successfully issued, and the energy signal indicated a connection to Qin Shuo's location. However, shortly after the command took effect, Yan's brow furrowed sharply, revealing an expression of profound confusion and disbelief. What was happening? She muttered softly to herself. Was the signal connection a failure? No, it was not a failure. The target genetic sequence simply did not exist. She distinctly sensed that the wings, encoded by angelic genetic technology, which she sought to activate, had vanished from Qin Shuo's body. They were neither blocked nor interfered with. They were utterly non-existent, as if they had never been implanted at all. How could this be possible? The angelic gene implantation technology is one of the most advanced in the known universe, and once successfully integrated, is nearly impossible to reverse or eliminate unless the target dies and the dark information dissipates completely. Yet Qin Shuo was undeniably alive. The only explanation was that some force, in a manner beyond her comprehension, had forcibly and precisely erased that genetic sequence. A chill instantly enveloped Yan. What had transpired with Qin Shuo on Earth? Who possessed the capability to accomplish such a feat? Was it the void technology of the Grim Reaper Carl, or Morgana? Or perhaps that enigmatic golden-armored giant, Qin Shuo, who left both her and Queen Kaisa feeling profoundly unsettled? Regardless of the possibility, it signified immense unknowns and dangers. She could no longer remain at Phyllis with peace of mind. Qin Shuo was not only the object of her oath to protect, but the bizarre circumstances unfolding around him could very well relate to the future of the angelic civilization, or even signal a cataclysmic change in the known universe. Ignoring her still fragile state after resurrection, she forcefully amplified her energy, began to locate Earth's coordinates, and prepared for a long interstellar voyage. Qin Shuo, hold on. No matter what you encounter, wait for my arrival. The urgency within her surged, propelling her at the swiftest speed towards that azure planet, eager to witness, firsthand, who or what force could so brazenly alter a being forged by angels and the Academy of Super Gods, a true power of the galaxy. Chapter 55. The brutal beating of Qin Shuo and Qin Shuo continued to ride the motorcycle. On the back seat, Qin Shuo seemed to awaken slightly from his stupor. The despair of his lost comrades and the image of Angel Yan's fall before him replaying like a nightmare in his mind. Clutching his head, his voice cracked with sorrow and deep self-reproach as he began to ramble. I'm such a failure. I couldn't even protect my comrades. Reina was taken. I couldn't stop it. The Jusha exploded, and I could only watch. And Yin, she was right before me. I am nothing but a loser. What good is the power of the galaxy if I can't even save my own? The harsh screech of brakes abruptly interrupted his lament. The motorcycle came to a sudden halt in the middle of the road, the powerful inertia nearly causing Qin Shuo to topple off. Qin Shuo planted one foot on the ground and silently killed the engine. He did not turn back. Qin Shuo, startled by the unexpected stop, instinctively looked up to see Qin Shuo deftly dismounting and standing before him. The once ordinary face now bore no expression, only a pair of icy eyes. What do you intend to do? Qin Shuo felt a sense of foreboding. Without a word, Qin Shuo responded with his fist. Bang! A precise and heavy punch struck Qin Shuo directly in the eye socket. Qin Shuo barely had time to react before darkness engulfed him. He was violently hurled from the back seat, crashing into the muddy ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh! He clutched his eye, the excruciating pain causing him to curl up. However, Qin Shuo showed no signs of stopping. He strode forward, effortlessly lifting Qin Shuo from the ground like a chick, his other fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind, ready to strike again. Bang! Bang! Thud! The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed hauntingly on the desolate highway. Qin Shuo's movements were devoid of any flair, exhibiting the most brutal and effective combat techniques of the Imperial Guard, each hit landing on the most painful spots without causing severe injury. Qin Shuo attempted to struggle, to summon his great sword, but under the weight of Qin Shuo's energy-suppressing blows, the chaotic dark energy within him could not coalesce, leaving him defenseless like a punching bag. In no time, his face swelled, his eye socket bruised, and his lips split, presenting a woeful sight. As he continued to strike, Qin Shuo's cold voice pierced through Qin Shuo's heart. Self-pity is the lament of the weak, begging fate for mercy. Repentance? If it were of any use, humanity would have long knelt before the aliens, pleading for mercy. Can your tears resurrect the dead or repel formidable foes? A final swing sent Qin Shuo crashing back to the ground, and only then did Qin Shuo cease his assault, looking down at the crumpled figure on the floor. Stand up. His voice bore no hint of breathlessness. The song of humanity is a song of courage, and human destiny is forged from iron and blood. If you wish to remain a warrior, then stifle those useless tears. Meanwhile, on the distant demon number 1, Edo, just returned from Phyllis, walked through the metallic corridor. His towering frame still bore the marks of his fierce battle with Angel Yen. Although he had fulfilled the Queen's command to assassinate Angel Yen, the woman's tenacity and Qin Shuo's final eruption instilled a sense of unease within him. Hey, Lord Edo back already? A demon clad in dark alloy armor approached. Edo grunted and offered no reply. The demon soldier, undeterred, lowered his voice. I need to tell you something serious. Be cautious lately. The Queen has instructed us to refrain from provoking that golden-armored monster from Shenzhou. Golden-armored giant? Edo furrowed his brow. It seemed much had transpired during his absence. Yes, the one called Qin Shuo. Damn it, it's incredibly strange. His tone carried a hint of fear. After our confrontation with the angel, that golden-armored giant suddenly appeared. And over 60% of our brethren were utterly annihilated. Annihilated? Edo was taken aback. Destroyed? What about the resurrection program? Resurrection my foot. The comrade's voice trembled. They are completely gone. Not even a scrap remains. According to the Queen, that Qin Shuo wields a power spear with something called an atomic annihilation field. Anything touched by it, whether matter or dark information, is entirely obliterated, conceptually erased. It cannot be resurrected. Completely obliterated? Edo's pupils constricted sharply. Absolutely. The demon soldier nodded, still shaken, which is why the Queen ordered us to avoid him for now. That thing is terrifying. Whoever encounters it dies, truly dies. Edo fell silent, a storm of turmoil raging within him. Meanwhile, in the core command room of Demon Number 1, Morgana paced restlessly. Before her, a holographic projection displayed data and real-time location information of Du Qiangwei. Damn it, that BTCH. She cursed, her exquisite face marred with conflict. What a splendid seedling. A perfect vessel for temporal and spatial genes. Just a little guidance, and she could become my finest warrior. She yearned to find Qiangwei and employ her beguiling tactics to draw this powerful girl into her fold. The mere thought of Qiangwei's stubborn yet fragile expression sent a thrill of anticipation through her. However, another golden figure, along with the documents from Carl regarding that atomic annihilation field power spear, swiftly doused her impulse to act. The atomic annihilation field wielded by Qin Shuo completely obliterated. Morgana's eyes filled with trepidation. The power exhibited by Qin Shuo and his spear was a form of existence that erased everything. She was very much afraid for her life. In pursuit of a potential asset, risking the possibility of total obliteration renders this transaction utterly unwise. She exhaled in frustration, dismissively shutting off the projection of Qiangwei, deciding to let the young girl remain in solitude for the time being. She resolved that Qiangwei must be acquired, but not at this moment. For now, it would be prudent to avoid the calamity that could lead to her permanent disconnection. As for Qiangwei, amidst the chaos on Earth, opportunities would inevitably arise in the future. Has Otto returned? She inquired of the operator beside her, shifting her focus to other matters. He has returned, Your Majesty. Have him come to see me. Morgana temporarily suppressed her concerns regarding Qin Shuo and Qiangwei. Near Huangshe City, the area had recently endured a minor conflict. The air still thick with the scent of gunpowder and char. A convoy of military vehicles slowly traversed the dilapidated road, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the lead jeep sat Du Qiangwei and Wei Laoqi, both bearing the weariness of prolonged battle. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the sky, resembling a meteor, yet imbued with an indescribable sanctity, descending directly towards an open space not far ahead of the convoy. Attention! Wei Laoqi immediately seized the walkie-talkie and barked, prompting the convoy to halt abruptly. Soldiers leapt from their vehicles, taking cover and aiming their weapons. Qiangwei also rose, furrowing her brow, dark energy coursing through her body, poised to activate a micro-wormhole for transport at any moment. As the dust gradually settled, a figure was revealed, half kneeling on the ground. Golden hair lay tousled and dusty. and the pair of once sacred white wings on her back now appeared dull and even somewhat damaged. Clutching her chest, her pallid complexion and labored breathing suggested extreme frailty. An angel? Xiang Wei's gaze sharpened, recognizing the newcomer as the angel Yin, whom she had encountered aboard the Juxia. Yin lifted her head, her vision somewhat blurred but still accurately locating Xiang Wei. She attempted a characteristic, teasing smile, but the pain from her injuries transformed it into a grimace. Xiang Wei, her voice faint and laced with evident fatigue, remarked, "Encountering you has not been entirely unfortunate." Wei Laoqi glanced between Xiang Wei and the clearly distressed angel. Gesturing with his hand, two soldiers promptly holstered their laser guns and jogged over, cautiously assisting Yin on either side. Wei Laoqi observed the scene, unable to suppress a click of his tongue, muttering to Xiang Wei, "I must say, Xiang Wei, your connections within the Xiongбing Lian are truly extensive. An angel in the sky and a devil on the ground. What a network you have." Xiang Wei disregarded his jest, striding swiftly to Yan's side, her voice steady as she asked, "How did this happen? What transpired?" With the soldier support, Yin steadied herself, her gaze sweeping over Xiang Wei's face, which was etched with concern and inquiry. Suddenly recalling something, a faint yet deliberate smile tugged at her lips. "A man is very much longing for you." She gazed into Xiang Wei's eyes, her tone infused with an angelic flair. Even in weakness, she sought to provoke. Xiang Wei was taken aback. Yixiolun. This name struck Xiang Wei like a stone cast into a calm lake, sending ripples through her heart. Her eyes flickered momentarily before regaining composure. She instructed Wei Laoqi, "Take her back to the temporary camp to rest. Her injuries are severe." The convoy returned to the temporary military camp in Huangshe City, comprised of relatively intact buildings and numerous tents, bustling with soldiers and anxious refugees. Yin was settled into a relatively clean and quiet room. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional sweep of a searchlight from a distant watchtower. Xiang Wei entered the room with a cup of warm water, placing it on the table beside Yin. "Can we speak now? What exactly happened?" Xiang Wei pulled up a chair, fixing her gaze on Yin, who was leaning against the headboard. "How could you sustain such severe injuries?" Yin accepted the cup, the warmth seeping through its surface into her palms. After a few moments of silence, she spoke slowly, her voice low and hoarse. "Morgana set a massive trap in collaboration with the Grim Reaper Carl." She raised her head, anguish and fury flashing in her eyes. "Queen Kaisa has been destroyed. That woman who made the sofa? Yes, obliterated." Yin reiterated, her tone heavy with confirmation. "And then Morgana targeted both me and Gu Shaolin during the attack on Phyllis." She briefly recounted the events of Phyllis, Otto's ambush, Gu Shaolin's outburst, and the ultimate outcome to Xiang Wei. Finally, she paused to add, "However, it is not entirely bad news. In the face of life and death, Gu Shaolin and I both transcended our limits and upgraded to divine bodies. It is as if we have liberated ourselves from the constraints of our physical forms." Divine body? Xiang Wei seized upon this term, her concern shifting to another matter. "What about Gu Shaolin? Where is he?" Yin observed the undeniable worry in Xiang Wei's eyes, feigning a sigh, adopting a tone that was half sincere and half teasing. He misses you very much." Xiang Wei's brow furrowed immediately, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible irritation and disappointment. "We are in the midst of battle, protecting the people, sacrificing and bleeding. And what is he doing? What is he up to?" Yin blinked, her expression suggesting a commitment to honesty. He is sleeping. Sleeping. Xiang Wei's voice suddenly escalated, as if she had heard the most absurd statement in existence. She sprang from her chair, a wave of indescribable humiliation crashing over her. Here she was, fighting alongside warriors, every second a struggle between life and death, safeguarding the displaced populace. And that individual, who professed to yearn for her, the one burdened with great expectations, was merely asleep? Tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks before she even realized it. She quickly turned her head defiantly, wiping them away with the back of her hand. But her voice quivered with emotion. "This will only serve to humiliate me," she nearly ground out through clenched teeth, each word laced with anguish. Yin observed her back, recognizing that her previous comments had been somewhat harsh. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer." Yin broke the silence, stating, "I have come to Earth with two clear objectives." Upon hearing this, Xiang Wei slowly turned back, her eyes still red, but her gaze regaining its former clarity and sharpness as she awaited Yan's elaboration. Firstly, I need to locate Reyna to replenish my energy. In the battle at Philes, my energy was nearly depleted. Although I have upgraded to a divine body, my core energy requires stellar energy to function. Reyna embodies the light of the sun. Only she can swiftly restore me to optimal condition. Xiangwei nodded, finding this rationale quite compelling. Since the Juxia incident, Reyna had been missing, and if she could be found, it would not only benefit Yin, but also serve as promising news for the battle situation on Earth. And the second? Xiangwei pressed. Yin's gaze deepened, revealing confusion and a hint of subtle wariness. Secondly, it concerns Gu Xiaoluan. Xiangwei's brow knit again, perplexed as to why the focus had returned to him. His wings, Yin articulated deliberately, have vanished. Vanished? Xiangwei was bewildered. What does that mean? Not hidden, not retracted, but utterly gone. Yin endeavored to elucidate the strangeness of the situation. I sensed through angelic authority that the code embedded in his genetic sequence, responsible for generating his wings, has been eradicated. Completely, without a trace. She fixed her piercing gaze on Xiangwei. This is simply impossible. The genetic technology of angels is known to be decipherable only by a handful of civilizations across the universe, let alone being deleted so precisely and thoroughly without harming him. It is as though someone, wielding the highest authority, directly altered his foundational genetic blueprint. Xiangwei, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, as it had completely exceeded her comprehension. Who could be responsible? Death God Ka or Morgana? Uncertain, Yin shook her head. For Ka was adept in the theory of the void, a purifying method that directly affected the genetic essence, which was not in line with his style. What concerned me more was the name that caused them both distress. Qin Shuo. Qin Shuo? Xiangwei recalled the vague intelligence transmitted from Beiji Xing. That enigmatic giant clad in golden armor. Could he possess such capabilities? Qin Shuo had claimed to have learned a few tricks from the emperor. I am unsure, Yin admitted, yet everything about him is shrouded in mystery. He can manifest in ways beyond our comprehension, wielding a raw and unadulterated destructive energy. If he has mastered some genetic technology beyond our understanding, it is not impossible. I must uncover the truth of this matter. This not only pertains to Gu Xiaoluan's future, but could also relate to the emergence of a new technology or power capable of overturning the known cosmic order. I understand. Xiangwei eventually nodded. We shall do our utmost to keep you informed about Reyna's news. As for Gu Xiaoluan and Qin Shuo, should you require assistance, within my capacity, I shall endeavor to help. Chapter 56. The veteran emerges. The motorcycle continued to carry the two along the highway. Gu Xiaoluan sat on the rear seat, grimacing as he touched his swollen cheek, feeling both frustrated and fearful, stealing glances at Qin Shuo's immovable figure ahead, daring not to utter a word. Soon, a heavy rumble echoed from the front, the sound of tracks grinding against the road. A tank, accompanied by two armored personnel carriers brimming with infantry, was conducting a routine patrol along the highway. Clearly, this was the defensive force radiating from the stronghold node of Shenzhou. Upon seeing Qin Shuo's motorcycle, the tank immediately slowed its pace, slightly adjusting its turret's direction. The tank commander leaned out from the hatch, binoculars in hand, watching cautiously. Qin Shuo drove the motorcycle alongside the tank, coming to a halt, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He did not even turn off the engine, merely lifting his gaze to the commander. Despite his current disguise as an ordinary veteran, the coldness and authority emanating from his eyes made the seasoned commander straighten his back instinctively, compelled to salute, an aura only those who had long occupied positions of power and held the reins of life and death could possess. Commander. The tank commander steadied himself and called respectfully. He could not discern the other's origins, but the imposing presence was unmistakable. Without further ado, Qin Shuo pointed his thumb towards the rear seat. This person, Gu Xiaoluan, belongs to the Xiong. He's in your hands now. The commander and the nearby infantry were taken aback, their gazes converging on the young man on the motorcycle's rear seat, bruised and battered, clad in tattered black armor. This is the legendary warrior of Xiong. How could he be reduced to such a state? And riding a motorcycle? Gu Xiaoluan felt his face flush crimson under their scrutiny, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Qin Shuo continued issuing orders, his tone one of undeniable command, leaving no room for negotiation. Take him to Luoyang stronghold. Deliver him to the highest commander there. He paused, adding, he still has value and needs honing. Yes, commander. The tank commander immediately accepted the order without question. Qin Shuo turned his head, uttering 2 words to the still-dazed Gu Xiaoluan. Get off. Gu Xiaoluan felt as if a great pardon had been granted, tumbling off the motorcycle, nearly losing his balance due to the strain on his injury, but was fortunately steadied by a nearby soldier. Qin Shuo did not cast Gu Xiaoluan a second glance. He gave a slight nod to the commander and then twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roared to life, carrying him away from the patrol unit, quickly becoming a black dot on the horizon, disappearing from sight. The commander and soldiers glanced in the direction of Qin Shuo's departure, then at the disheveled Gu Xiaoluan, all harboring a singular thought. Where on earth did this formidable individual come from, to so easily subdue a super soldier of Xiangbing Lian and casually hand him over to the patrol? That galactic power, Gu Xiaoluan, was it? The commander jumped down from the tank, approaching Gu Xiaoluan with an incredulous tone. Who was that just now? Gu Xiaoluan, clutching his still throbbing face, lamented. I don't even know his name. He just kept hitting me. My mind is still filled with that grand competition and the aftermath of the blows. He truly knew nothing of Qin Shuo's identity, only that he was a force he could never provoke. The commander's lips twitched slightly, patting Gu Xiaoluan on the shoulder, prompting another grimace from Gu Xiaoluan. Enough, don't dwell on it. Since it is an order, we will ensure your safe passage to Luoyang. That is one of the most crucial strongholds of our Shenzhou. Once there, you shall be safe. He signaled for the soldiers to assist Gu Xiaoluan onto the armored personnel carrier. The convoy adjusted its direction, heading towards Luoyang stronghold. Gu Xiaoluan leaned against the jostling vehicle. Watching the desolate scenery was by outside the window, the fiery pain on his face continuously reminding him of his recent ordeal. Meanwhile, not far from Huangshe City, the highway was far from tranquil. A group of refugees, dirt-streaked and desperate, was running for their lives, their throats nearly choking on dust. A man in the group pointed toward the faint outline of the city walls ahead, hoarsely encouraging. Hurry. Huangshe City is just ahead. Once we enter the city, we will be safe. Just as those words left his lips, before hope could fully bloom in their hearts, a chilling laughter and the sound of rushing air echoed from behind. 3 dark-skinned, hideous mutated demons flapped their leathery wings, leisurely pursuing them. The front is Huangshe City. Let us not play around anymore. We have business to attend to, one demon declared with a grin. The more bloodthirsty companion, however, scoffed. I follow Queen Morgana. The queen says to indulge freely. With that, he suddenly dove down, claws outstretched, seizing a man lagging behind in the refugee group. The man was paralyzed with fear, unable to scream, as the demon tossed him into the air like a sack of sand. Another demon swiftly conjured a crackling purple energy orb, aiming at the helpless figure suspended in midair, ready to obliterate him. Help! The refugees cried out in despair. In that critical moment, a ripple akin to water emanated in the air, and the thrown man vanished, reappearing on solid ground not far away, landing in a disheveled heap but alive nonetheless. Simultaneously, the lethal purple orb inexplicably flickered in midair, disappearing without a trace. Who? The demon that had thrown the orb was taken aback. Before he could react, another ripple appeared beside him, and the very purple orb he had just launched surged forth from within, crashing directly into him. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The demon was annihilated by his own energy, disintegrating into nothingness. The refugees stared in stunned silence, then erupted into cries of relief. It's Xiangbing Lian. It's the black armor. We are saved. Not far away, a figure clad in black armor, tall and imposing, Du Qiangwei, slowly lowered her hands, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the remaining 2 demons. Damn it! Seeking death. The bloodthirsty demon, seeing this, was furious and without a second thought, conjured another purple orb, but this time aimed not at Qiangwei, but directly at the clustered refugees. If this struck true, it would result in countless casualties. At this critical juncture, a figure appeared before the refugees. It was Angel Yen. With a mere gesture, she dissipated the purple orb instantly. The remaining 2 demons were initially startled, but upon recognizing Yen's condition, they became arrogant once more. Huh, a wounded angel. Brothers, I want to play at God-slaying too. The demon screeched, diving down again, claws aimed straight for Angel Yen, thinking to seize an easy kill. Yin's eyes flickered with disdain. She could hardly be bothered to move, casually slashing her flaming sword in a diagonal stroke. The blade gleamed. The descending demon's movement abruptly froze, and in an instant, its body split neatly along the midline, crashing to the ground in two halves. In the blink of an eye, only the leader of the three demons remained. Utterly terrified and stripped of his earlier arrogance, he turned to flee. Observing from the side, Wei Laoqi had long since aimed his pristine laser gun at the demon, cursing under his breath. "You filthy creature, you think you can escape?" His finger was poised on the trigger. In that very moment, a seemingly unremarkable military motorcycle burst forth like a wild stallion, its engine roaring ferociously as it surged over a steep incline, kicking up clouds of dust. On the motorcycle sat an ordinary-looking veteran, Qin Shuo, clad in tattered military garb, wielding a large weapon that exuded an aesthetic of raw violence with one hand. His movements devoid of any superfluity. He did not even take aim. At the instant the motorcycle intersected with the fleeing demon's path, he instinctively pulled the trigger. A thunderous explosion reverberated, a sound so deep it caused one's eardrums to ache. The upper half of the fleeing demon disintegrated in an instant, not pierced, not knocked down, but truly obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood and scattered chunks of flesh, leaving not even a semblance of a larger human form behind. The motorcycle continued unabated, rushing past the bloody haze toward the direction of Huangshe City, with the veteran never once glancing at the remnants of the demon. Wei Laoqi stood for then, laser gun still raised, his finger resting on the trigger, his mouth agape in disbelief. He glanced at the shapeless corpse of the demon on the ground, then at the receding motorcycle, finally managing to utter, "What in the world? Who is this guy?" That was absurdly fast. The refugees, having narrowly escaped death, surged toward Zhangcheng and Tianshi with jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Wei Laoqi was still grappling with the shock of that earth-shattering shot and the cold, indifferent gaze of the veteran as he dispatched the demon. He sensed that this was no ordinary soldier. As for the protagonist's height issue, it was merely a manifestation of psychic camouflage, which could be dispensed with, as the psychic energy had been bestowed upon him by Huang Laoan. After vanquishing the three demons, Qin Shuo rode the motorcycle into the city alongside Wei Laoqi and his convoy, his eyes discreetly surveying the surroundings. Upon assessment, he was left with but two words: abysmal. The defensive fortifications were haphazardly constructed. The soldiers maintained decent discipline, yet the refugee accommodations lacked any semblance of order, relying solely on sheer survival instinct to hold together. This place was even more deplorable than he had anticipated. The two women were settled in a hotel. Wei Laoqi, exhibiting warmth, parked the vehicle and approached with a smile. "Brother, you've had a hard journey. Come on." The mess hall just started serving hot noodles. He was still preoccupied with that astonishing shot outside the city, convinced that the veteran was a concealed master and sought to cultivate a good relationship. Qin Shuo did not decline and accompanied him. The so-called mess hall was merely a makeshift tent. The kitchen staff served Qin Shuo a large, steaming bowl of vegetable noodles. Wei Laoqi intended to exchange pleasantries, but was taken aback as he watched Qin Shuo pick up his chopsticks and, without lifting his gaze, devour the entire bowl in a few gulps, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Brother, is that enough? Want some more?" Wei Laoqi was momentarily dumbfounded. Qin Shuo pushed the empty bowl forward, succinctly replying more. The cook brought another bowl, and once again, Qin Shuo consumed it with the same ferocity. By the time the 10th empty bowl was stacked, not only Wei Laoqi, but everyone in the mess hall fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief at the veteran's appetite, which rivaled that of an entire platoon. Qin Shuo remained unfazed, wiping his mouth with a rough paper towel. Just as Wei Laoqi pondered whether this brother was the reincarnation of a glutton, a shrill air raid siren suddenly erupted, shattering the brief tranquility of the city-state. "Enemy attack! Everyone to the shelters!" shouted the soldiers, their voices rising sharply. The refugees, who had been eating and resting moments ago, began to scatter in panic. Qin Shuo and Wei Laoqi dashed outside, looking up at the sky. Above Huangshe City, a battleship emblazoned with the insignia of the Great Wolf Star hovered ominously. Its cold cannons aimed menacingly at the city below. Surrounding it were four smaller gunboats, circling menacingly. "Damn it, it's the main battleship of the Great Wolf Star. They haven't even had time to install shield generators and laser cannons here. we're in deep trouble. One shot from that thing could obliterate the entire city. The outdated anti-aircraft guns of the city defense forces had already begun firing, but the shells merely tickled the battleship's shields. Almost simultaneously, two figures rushed to Qin Shuo's position. It was Du Chong and Tian Shi, who had come running from the hotel upon hearing the alarm. Although Yan's expression remained grim, she remarked, "It's just a primitive civilization's gunboat, if I had enough energy." At that moment, Qin Shuo, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar resonance that captured the attention of Chong and Yan. "There's a way." He pointed at the battleship above, suggesting, "We go up and take it down from within." He directed his gaze at Chong. "Use your micro-wormhole to teleport us directly to the top of that ship." Then he turned to Tian Shi, "You fly to a conspicuous position and draw their fire, creating an opportunity for the teleport." This plan was utterly audacious. A jump attack. Such a notion was nearly unheard of in the wars on Earth. Moreover, to use an injured angel as bait? Yin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the armored veteran, her tone laced with inquiry. "Are you sure?" Qin Shuo's response was unequivocal. "Infiltrate, eliminate, seize control, or destroy. No need to understand the structure." Chong gazed into Qin Shuo's fathomless eyes, then at the looming threat above, and gritted her teeth. "I'll trust you this once. How do we proceed?" "Now," Qin Shuo stated succinctly, "it has just paused, its attention focused on the city's defenses. This is the optimal moment. Angel, ascend and create a diversion. Du Chong, prepare to calculate coordinates, targeting the area above the bridge or the outer deck of the engine compartment." Yin shot a glance at Qin Shuo, refraining from further discussion. With a powerful flap of her wings, though somewhat unsteady, she forced herself into the air, charging straight toward the Great Wolf Star fleet while brandishing her blazing sword, successfully diverting the attention of all enemy units. High-level Angel unit detected. A command echoed through the battleship's communication channel as the cannons began to pivot toward Yin. "Now," Chong closed her eyes, summoning her spatial genes to sense the coordinates of the massive target above. Qin Shuo stood beside her, offering no prompts. Yet an invisible pressure compelled her to focus. Qin Shuo deliberately revealed his own coordinates, and after a moment, she found them. "Grab onto me." Chong suddenly opened her eyes, seizing Qin Shuo's arm. In the next instant, the space around them twisted violently, and with a whoosh, they vanished. They reappeared on a relatively flat armored deck behind the main turret of the Great Wolf Star battleship. The piercing alarm sounded from within the ship, warning, warning. Unidentified spatial fluctuations detected. "Intruders in the hull. We made it," Chong exclaimed, still reeling from the disorientation of the long-distance teleport. However, Qin Shuo appeared virtually unaffected. He stood firmly on the deck, exuding an unsettling steadiness. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, determining to break through above. "Follow me," he commanded sharply, moving so swiftly that he left only a blur. After borrowing the flame sword from Yin, Chong hurried to keep pace. Qin Shuo, uninterested in finding a suitable entry point, seized the flame sword and carved a large breach, after which Yin reclaimed her weapon, leaving Chong to grumble about her stinginess. "Down!" Qin Shuo was the first to dive in, followed closely by Chang Wei. Not long after they entered, a squad of fully armed soldiers from the Julangsing, clad in exoskeletal armor, stormed onto the deck with energy rifles in hand, only to find the wreckage of the compartment above and the empty expanse of the deck. "Intruders have entered the corridor. Eliminate them," the squad commander bellowed into the communicator. Meanwhile, within the ship's corridor, the slaughter had already commenced. Qin Shuo led the way, consistently spotting enemies ahead of time. At the first corner, two soldiers from Julangsing, responding to the noise, peeked around, without resorting to explosives which would have made too much noise in the confined space. Qin Shuo swiftly extended his hands, accurately grasping the helmets of both soldiers and crashing them together with a forceful impact. The sound of cracking bones echoed. The soldiers fell to the ground without a sound, lifeless. It was clean, efficient, and ruthless. Chang Wei, following closely behind, felt her heart race at the sight. The veteran's skill in dispatching aliens was unsettlingly adept, as natural as eating or drinking. Let us proceed to the bridge of the power core. Inside the command room of the Julangsing battleship, the commander was fixated on the main screen, watching the agile figure maneuvering through the air. "Lock onto her. She's injured. Bring her down." The commander growled, his claws impatiently slamming onto the console. "Commander, she can walk in the air," exclaimed the adjutant, wide-eyed in disbelief. This was far beyond their comprehension. Just then, the public communication channel crackled to life with the lazy and mocking voice of Qin Shuo, crystal clear in the command room. "Hello, you marauders from Julangsing. How should I refer to you?" The contemptuous taunt ignited the commander's fury. His crimson eyes fixated on the enlarged image of Yin, noting the clearly unhealed wound on her abdomen, seeping with a hint of red blood. "She is injured. It's a bluff. Charge the main cannon. Let us see how many more times she can dodge," he roared, slamming a massive claw onto a red button. The ship's forward cannon locked onto the seemingly precarious target in the sky. Yin, suspended in midair, gazed at the poised cannon with a subtle expression of triumph rather than fear. She made no significant evasive movements, merely positioning the sword of flames before her. Fire! A brilliant energy sphere was launched. Yet, as the light faded, Qin Shuo Yin remained untouched, hovering in place. How is this possible? The Julangsing commander's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. She was clearly injured. How could she withstand the main cannon? Yin's icy voice returned through the communication, dripping with unrestrained mockery. "Oh? Who told you I was weakened? I'm just toying with you. Do you really think slaying gods is childish play? A perfect bait." Just as all members of the Julangsing in the command room, along with their most formidable weapon, were completely enthralled by Qin Shuo Yan's audacious defiance against the main cannon, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavy alloy door of the command room, shaking the entire bulkhead. Boom! Alarms blared instantly in the command room. Red lights flashed frantically. "Warning! The command room door is under physical attack. Warning!" The commander and adjutant whipped around, horrified to behold the theoretically impregnable alloy door being smashed open. "It's the intruders." They reached the command room. The adjutant screamed, panic evident in his voice. Boom! Crash! The heavy alloy door had been forcibly breached from the outside. The entire door twisted and deformed, propelled inward with tremendous kinetic energy, crushing two unsuspecting Julangsing guards into a bloody pulp. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures emerged from the breach. On the left was Du Qiangwei. On the right stood the veteran Qin Shuo, poised for a strike. All operators of Julangsing froze in their seats, staring in terror at these two seemingly divine beings. They could hardly fathom how these individuals had penetrated through layers of defenses to reach the command core and smashed through the highest-grade protective door of the battleship. The commander, seasoned in battle, reacted the quickest, grabbing for the weapon on the console while shouting, "Open fire! Kill them!" The nearest soldiers of Julangsing raised their energy rifles. But Qin Shuo moved faster than their thoughts. The instant the commander uttered the command to fire, Qin Shuo surged forward in a zigzag pattern, his speed leaving behind a faint afterimage. Bang! 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 Energy beams shot forth, but they all struck the air and walls behind him, having been displaced by Du Qiangwei's micro-wormhole. In the next moment, Qin Shuo had plunged into the midst of the soldiers. He did not use a gun. His hands were his weapons. His left hand, like an iron clamp, seized the wrist of one soldier holding a rifle, twisting with a sharp crack, breaking the bone as the weapon clattered down. His right fist, akin to a cannonball, slammed into the soldier's chest, which was encased in light armor. Thud! The soldier's chest visibly caved in as he was sent flying, crashing into the control console, instantly silenced. Qin Shuo dodged an incoming attack, elbowing backward with precision into the throat of an assailant, producing a chilling sound of fracture. He spun around, executing a fierce, sweeping kick that shattered the shin bone of another soldier. The soldier screamed in agony as Qin Shuo's military boot mercilessly crushed his neck, ending his cries. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, clean, efficient, horrifyingly brutal. There were no unnecessary flourishes. Every strike aimed for vital points, pursuing the swiftest path to kill. Qiangwei barely had to lift a finger. Qin Shuo had single-handedly neutralized the threats at the entrance. She watched as he glided through the enemy ranks, each move accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones and the finality of death, a chill creeping into her heart. The veteran's close combat lethality was terrifying. Qin Shuo shook off the non-existent blood from his gloves and lifted his head, his cold gaze piercing through the visor of his helmet, locking onto the Julangsing commander who was attempting to draw a weapon. The commander felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze, his movements faltering. Qin Shuo offered him no chance. With a sudden burst of power, he launched himself toward the command platform like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, an operator attempted to obstruct him, only to receive a swift strike to the helmet, leaving him slumped over. "Stop him!" the commander shouted in terror, finally drawing his large-caliber energy pistol. But it was too late. Qin Shuo's speed exceeded the limits of his reaction. In an instant, he covered the distance of several meters, racing up to the command platform. As the commander raised his gun, Qin Shuo's armored hand shot out like lightning, seizing his wrist. The overwhelming strength made the commander feel as though his bones would shatter. He groaned in pain, the energy pistol slipping from his grasp. Qin Shuo's other hand, fingers splayed like an iron chisel, plunged directly toward the commander's chest, where the core power source and life support system of the Zhulangsing exoskeleton armor resided. With a sickening sound, Qin Shuo's fist penetrated the armored chest. Shards of armor, wires, and organic matter splattered everywhere. The commander's movements froze instantly, his crimson eyes widening in horror as he opened his mouth, only to emit a hissing sound of escaping breath. Qin Shuo's face was devoid of emotion as he abruptly withdrew his arm. The commander's massive frame swayed slightly, leaving a shocking void in his chest. After twitching twice, he fell silent. The command room fell into complete stillness. The remaining operators of the giant wolf star-gazed at Qin Shuo, who stood like a deity upon the command platform, with their commander's lifeless body beneath his feet, utterly devoid of the will to resist. They raised their hands in surrender or crouched down, cradling their heads. From a moment the door was breached to the control of the command room and the commander was slain, the entire process took less than a minute. Qin Shuo stood before the command platform, not even glancing at the corpse at his feet, his gaze sweeping across the control interface. He extended his hand, swiftly manipulating several key buttons and screens. Despite the different systems, the fundamental logic of the battleship bore no essential difference before the Imperial Forbidden Army. Soon, the red light indicating attack lock on the main screen extinguished, the external turrets of the ship slowly retracted, and the roar of the engines diminished. In the public communications channel, Qin Shuo's cold voice, slightly distorted through the helmet, announced to the outside, "Firepower ship, now under control." The remaining 4 gunboats fled in disarray. These simple 6 words proclaimed the complete success of this audacious rescue operation. In the sky, the Angel Yin, who was hovering, heard this news, her lips curving into a slight arc as she gazed at the now quiet giant wolf star firepower ship. A flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, as if she had guessed something. This veteran was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wei Laoqi excitedly waved his fists, staring at the hovering giant ship, hardly able to believe his eyes. 2 individuals managed to seize a firepower ship. In the command room, Rose let out a sigh of relief, approaching Qin Shuo and unable to restrain her curiosity. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 58. Qin Shuo. "Please answer my question." The battle concluded, and the colossal giant wolf star firepower ship landed on the ground, its cannon drooping, silent. Qin Shuo rose, and Yin steadily descended within the city. Wei Laoqi, who had long been waiting below, rushed forward with an excited expression, looking at the 3, especially at the veteran clad in armor, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, bro, you were incredible. Did you really take that behemoth down? That's a firepower ship." Yin interjected, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Wei Laoqi paused momentarily before quickly realizing, Yes. There's a temporary command tent over here, and no one is inside." The 4 entered a relatively spacious military tent, furnished with a few simple tables, chairs, and maps. Once the tent flap was drawn shut, the noise from outside was effectively blocked. As soon as they settled, Yin crossed her arms and focused her gaze directly on Qin Shuo, getting straight to the point. "The act is over, isn't it? Donning this rudimentary gear, don't you feel stifled, Lord Qin Shuo? And you were the one who eliminated Gushao Luan's wing gene, weren't you?" Upon hearing this, both Rose and Wei Laoqi were taken aback, turning simultaneously to look at the veteran. Wei Laoqi exclaimed, "The chief consultant?" Rose's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Not taken aback by the revelation, Qin Shuo simply nodded, allowing an invisible guise to dissipate. In the next moment, a towering, commanding figure filled the space. Standing at 3 meters tall, he nearly touched the top of the tent. his resplendent golden power armor replacing the previous ordinary shell armor, shimmering with golden hues in the dim light of the tent. His mere presence made the entire tent feel significantly smaller. Wei Laoqi gasped, his legs trembling slightly, stammering, "It really is the golden-armored chief consultant." Having only heard legends of Beiji Xing, witnessing it firsthand now was an indescribable visual and emotional impact. Rose also held her breath, gazing up at this warrior who appeared as if he had stepped out of a myth, all her previous doubts finding clarity, the terrifying power, the chilling gaze, the ruthlessly efficient combat style. Then, Qin Shuo slowly raised his hand to his helmet. With a soft click, the helmet's latch released. He removed the helmet with both hands, revealing his true visage. It was a face difficult to describe with words. His skin was a weathered bronze, yet remarkably smooth, devoid of any pores or blemishes. The contours of his features resembled the most resilient stone, each line exuding a steely resolve and absolute rationality. His pupils were a pure gold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation typical of ordinary individuals, only endless coldness and scrutiny. This face embodied the most perfect proportions of humanity, coupled with an inhuman detachment. It was extraordinarily handsome, yet disconcerting to behold, for that gaze could pierce directly into the essence of one's soul. Wei Laoqi stood frozen, his mind blank. Rose felt a shiver of trepidation, instinctively avoiding that overly sharp gaze. A flicker of uncontainable astonishment flashed in Yan's eyes. She had encountered countless warriors from various civilizations, yet had never seen such a flawless amalgamation of perfection. Ignoring their astonishment, Qin Shuo casually tucked the helmet under his arm and fixed his gaze upon Yan, his voice deeper and richer than before, carrying a metallic resonance. "Yan, your previous protection of those refugees, along with your cooperation in battle, has demonstrated your worth. I temporarily retract my earlier designation of you as subhuman." This was a rare, direct acknowledgement from him. Yin snapped back to reality, her lips twitching slightly, unsure whether to smile or feel angered. This man even managed to deliver recognition from his lofty perch. However, Qin Shuo's next words left her astonished. "Now, answer me a question." His abyss-like eyes locked onto Yan's. "Why do your so-called super soldiers, and the gods you claim to be, rely so heavily on the dark dimension? Explain the reason to me." This question had been buried within him for a long time. Yin indeed did not anticipate he would pose such an inquiry. The dark dimension technology served as the cornerstone for many advanced civilizations in the known universe, particularly those at the god-making level. After a moment's contemplation, she organized her thoughts and responded. The dark dimension can be understood as a deeper dimensional space superimposed upon our reality. It is omnipresent, yet difficult to directly access. She attempted to explain in an easily comprehensible manner. The strength of super soldiers and divine bodies arises not solely from genetic enhancement and formidable physiques. More crucially, we can connect to and manipulate the dark dimension through our internal super gene systems. For instance, computation. She pointed to her head. Our supercomputing does not rely solely on biological brains. Much of it draws upon the dark dimension to perform nearly infinite complex calculations, supporting micro-wormhole resolution, energy manipulation, weapon definitions, and so forth. Furthermore, energy, she continued. Dark energy is the primary source driving everything, permeating the dark dimension. We extract and convert energy from the dark dimension through the gene engine for purposes such as attack, defense, flight, and sustaining life. For example, my thunder energy is sourced from the dark dimension. She gestured to her flame sword. My weapon data, combat experience packages, and even some memory backups are stored within the personal database of the dark dimension. The invocation of weapons, communication, and healing all depend on it. You could say the dark dimension serves as both an amplifier of our power and an extension of our existence. Without its support, the so-called super soldiers would be reduced to a mere fraction of their potential, possibly unable to maintain stability. She gazed at Qin Shuo. Our reliance on it stems from its status as the most stable and efficient method of power utilization known in the universe. The void studied by Death God Karl is to some extent an attempt to understand and master the dark dimension on a deeper level, perhaps even surpass it. Qin Shuo listened quietly, his expression remaining inscrutable. After Deng Yin finished speaking, he fell silent for a few moments before slowly articulating, to entrust one's own strength, thoughts, and even existence to an external dimension is intriguing yet exceedingly fragile. His commentary caused Yin's brow to furrow slightly. Fragile? This was the pinnacle of power systems in the known universe. However, Qin Shuo refrained from further criticism, instead shifting the conversation. Your response holds merit. Given your previous actions in protecting civilians and acting as bait, as a form of exchange, he raised his other empty hand, revealing a nondescript component on his arm guard that glimmered with golden light, and a uniquely designed syringe appeared in his grasp. This is the Wanling Yao, Qin Shuo stated as he extended the syringe towards Yin. It will swiftly heal your injuries. Yin gazed at the syringe, which bore a technological aesthetic unlike that of any known civilization, including the angels, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. Yet, the persistent sensation of weakness compelled her. She accepted the syringe without further inquiry, lifting her light armor to inject the liquid into the vicinity of her abdominal wound. To her astonishment, the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Damaged tissues regenerated swiftly, severed energy circuits were forcibly reconnected, and even her previously dimmed divine body regained its radiant brilliance. In mere seconds, the debilitating weakness that had plagued her vanished entirely, replaced by a long-forgotten vigor, even surpassing her state prior to her injuries. She instinctively moved her body, feeling energy flowing freely within her. In disbelief, Yin looked down at her abdomen, miraculously restored without a trace of scarring, then raised her gaze to Qin Shuo, her eyes brimming with astonishment. What kind of technology is this? The efficacy surpassed that of angelic technology in both potency and speed. She had anticipated merely a stabilization of her condition, but instead experienced a near-perfect instantaneous recovery. This completely upended her understanding of medical technology. Observing her reaction, Qin Shuo calmly donned his helmet, concealing his flawless visage once more behind a mask. The transaction is complete, he stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 59. The calculations of various parties in Huangshi City. After Qin Shuo revealed his true identity and healed the angel Yin with the miraculous Wanling Yao, the individuals within the tent were each lost in their thoughts, still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, some were engaged in their own calculations. At Sigashu Yuan, the Taoya Wang Shi Hao approached the Reaper Ka, Shi Hao's voice, tinged with the characteristic coldness and dissatisfaction of electronic modulation, echoed, Lord Ka, The inefficiency of Morgana and her demonic forces on Earth is severely disrupting my strategy for the complete occupation of the planet. I request permission to take necessary measures against Morgana and her demonic entities, and to be equipped with a more powerful void engine. Ka did not lift his head, continuing to fiddle with his instruments, his tone as gentle as ever, yet his words left no room for misunderstanding. Shi Hao, you are no match for Morgana. Shi Hao's electronic eye flickered with defiance, but he dared not challenge Ka. After a brief pause, Ka, seemingly disinterested in further explanation, commanded the air, Sina. The masked figure, resembling a ghost, materialized silently beside Shi Hao. Sinua would guide him to the next phase of the void engine modification. Ka waved his hand dismissively. Although Shi Hao did not receive direct permission to take action, the prospect of upgrading his equipment provided some consolation, and he followed Sinua out. He thought to himself, once I complete the modifications, I will eliminate those demons and angels without hesitation. Within the tent in Huangshi City, Angel Yin felt the surge of energy within her, her injuries completely healed, her state even surpassing her previous condition. She cast a complex glance at Qin Shuo, who had once again donned his helmet, reverting to the cold, golden giant. Through the anomalies in the knowledge repository, she had already surmised that the removal of Xiaoluan's wing genes was related to Qin Shuo, and now it was directly confirmed. However, she chose not to dwell on this matter. This man acted without needing to explain himself to her, and judging by the outcome, it seemed Xiaoluan had not suffered as a result. Rather, he might have benefited from the ordeal. Yin inhaled deeply. Now was not the time for such concerns. With Queen Kaisha's fall, the angelic legion was leaderless, and the known universe was destined for turmoil. She must assume responsibility immediately. She closed her eyes, delving deep within. Previously, she had merely been Queen Kaisha's left-wing guardian, possessing limited authority, but now she was the designated heir of Queen Kaisha, Connect to the knowledge repository of Qin Shuo, she silently intoned. A vast flow of information, as boundless as the starry sea, opened up to her. Countless angels' accumulated knowledge, technology, combat experience, and cosmic secrets surged into her consciousness. She succeeded. She was formally inaugurated as the new Angelic King. Without hesitation, she immediately accessed the angelic communication network that spanned the known universe. Her voice, imbued with the authority of the newly appointed Angelic King and a subtle weight of responsibility, resonated within the minds of all the online angelic warriors. I am Angel Yin. By the sacred decree of Queen Qin Shuo, in this time of crisis, I shall temporarily assume the role of Angelic Commander. This message struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all angels. Shock, sorrow, and a sense of newfound direction emerged amidst the confusion following their leader's loss. Yin wasted no time, issuing her first official command as Angelic King. Angels Lung and the warriors stationed in the North Star region, heed my orders. I command you to hold the North Star at all costs. It is the heart of Earth and a crucial line of defense for us angels in this war. No retreat without my command. Her orders were clear and resolute. The North Star was not only a stronghold for humanity. It now appeared that the enigmatic golden-armored giant Qin Shuo was stationed there as well, and it must not falter. Far beyond the North Star's periphery, Angel Lung, upon receiving Yin's command, especially sensing the royal authentication from the knowledge repository, smirked and, despite voicing some discontent, complied with the order. Got it. Sisters, did you hear? The new queen's orders. Hold the North Star? Let's show these Taoye our might. Lung shouted over the communication channel, brandishing her fiery sword as she charged towards a Taoye medium-sized vessel. On another warship at the edge of the solar system, Panjin stood with his arms crossed, gazing intently at the star map directing towards Earth, his brow furrowed. He had long received news of Lena's disappearance following the explosion aboard the Juxia, triggered by Morgana's control, and was aware of the emergence of a ridiculously powerful golden-armored giant on Earth, with Lena's whereabouts unknown and the Earth in chaos. Particularly concerning Qin Shuo, Panjin pondered, without a clear understanding of his background and intentions, it would be unwise to act impulsively. Meanwhile, the very Lena he worried about found herself in dire straits. Although she had survived the explosion due to her divine body, the aftereffects of being under Morgana's control, combined with energy turmoil, left her exceedingly weak. While traveling in an old farmer's tractor, she was discovered by Taoye soldiers. Once captured, she was restrained with energy-binding devices and transported aboard a Taoye transport ship for research purposes. Lena, dazed and confused, lacked even the strength to resist. Within Huang, Shi City, after Yin finalized the defenses of the North Star, she recognized the necessity of returning immediately to the Angel's main stronghold, Meilua Tianting, where her presence was essential to stabilize the situation. She turned to Qiang Wei and Qin Shuo. The situation on Earth is temporarily stabilized, but I must return to Meilua Tianting. Qiang Wei, take care. Qin Shuo, she paused. Thank you for the medicine. Qin Shuo merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Without further hesitation, Yin unfurled her wings, transforming into a streak of golden light that pierced the atmosphere, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. However, just as she flew a short distance from Earth, the space ahead quaked violently. Suddenly, an enormous demonic claw, exuding the terrifying power to rend stars asunder, reached out towards Yin. The tips of her claws danced around with an ominous energy that quickened the heart. The figure of Morgana gradually emerged amidst the ripples of space, her face adorned with a cold and mocking smile. Oh, is this not our newly appointed Angel Queen Yin? Are you in such haste to ascend to your throne? I have yet to present you with a congratulatory gift. To everyone's astonishment, she took it upon herself to intercept. Yin's countenance shifted as she sensed that this was no ordinary assault. With urgency, she wielded the flame sword, unleashing a blinding surge of thunderous power aimed at the colossal claw. Boom! The thunder roared, yet it merely scorched the surface of the claw, failing to impede its relentless advance. Do not waste your efforts, little Beachy. Morgana laughed heartily, manipulating the demonic claw not to crush Yin, but to thrust her forward violently. A tremendous force enveloped Yin, propelling her, along with the surrounding space, towards the nearby blazing, immense sun. Morgana intended to cast her directly into the sun, utilizing the terrifying heat and gravitational pull of the star to obliterate her completely, just as Yin's body was being pushed towards the sun. On the verge of being consumed by that endless furnace, her will erupted. She fervently connected with the Qin Shuo weapon repository she had recently inherited and was still unfamiliar with. Qin Shuo Queen's weapon repository permissions confirmed. Open for me. Buzz. An immense, pure, and powerful divine energy, transcending time and space, suddenly surged into her being. Simultaneously, she felt several formidable weapon modules instantly establish a connection with her, ready for her command at any moment. The force that had been driving her towards the sun suddenly faltered under the onslaught of this unexpected divine energy. Seizing the opportunity, Yin's wings erupted with an unprecedented radiance, stabilizing her form, while she summoned the energy from the weapon repository and retaliated with a swift strike of her sword, activating her silver wings. Whoosh! The silvery wings struck fiercely against the pursuing demonic claw. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal slicing through the air rang out. The incredibly hard demonic claw was cleaved open by this beam of holy light, a deep crack forming as the dark energy enveloping it was instantly dispelled and purified. What? Now, it was Morgana's turn to be astonished. She felt that her connection with the demonic claw was nearly severed by that strike. Qin Shuo's weapon repository permissions? Have you mastered it so soon? Realizing the futility of the situation, Morgana understood that Yin, empowered by Qin Shuo's weapon repository, was no longer an adversary she could easily subdue. Continuing this engagement could lead to her own downfall. Oomph. Consider yourself fortunate, little Beachy, Morgana spat disdainfully, manipulating the damaged demonic claw to swiftly retreat into the folds of space, vanishing from sight. Having repelled Morgana, Yin dare not linger, feeling too fatigued to pursue. She hastened towards the direction of Meilua Tianting. Chapter 60. Journey to Luoyang. Wei Laoqi was still reeling from the shock of encountering both the golden-armored giant and the angel queen, unable to fully regain his composure. While Rome watched Qin Shuo, awaiting his next command, Qin Shuo offered no superfluous remarks or pauses. He turned to Rome, his voice emanating through the helmet with an unmistakable tone of authority. The defenses here are no longer a significant concern. You shall accompany me. Our objective is Luoyang. He cast a glance at the still-dazed Wei Laoqi. You are responsible for reorganizing the defense of Huangshe City. Reinforce the outer fire points according to the vulnerabilities I previously observed. Streamline the refugee zones and military districts, and establish effective isolation and rapid response corridors. I will leave behind a foundational defense planning data. Wei Laoqi jolted upright, immediately straightening his posture. Yes. Chief Consultant. He now held the Chief Consultant in the highest regard, ready to comply with any order. Of course, defiance at this moment would leave him with nothing but ashes. Qin Shuo uttered no further words, turning to exit the tent. Rome glanced at Wei Laoqi, nodded, and swiftly followed suit. Upon leaving Huangshe City, Qin Shuo opted not to use a motorcycle. He directly contacted the Shenzhou Command Center, and moments later, a modified vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft quietly descended at a designated location outside the city. Qin Shuo and Rome boarded the aircraft, its engines rumbling deeply as it ascended rapidly towards the inland direction of Luoyang. Inside the cabin, Qin Shuo pulled up the latest global strategic situation map sent from the Bei Jixing Command Center. A colossal holographic image hovered in the cabin, densely packed with red dots that nearly encircled the globe, while several massive red arrows pointed directly at the heart of Shenzhou, particularly Luoyang and other critical stronghold nodes. Rome gazed at this suffocating strategic map, her brow furrowed. The enemy's forces were overwhelming. Merely observing their numbers sent shivers down her spine. Yet Qin Shuo's gaze calmly swept across those red dots, finally tapping on the Luoyang area to magnify the image. He accessed a series of data lists and troop designations. Passive defense will never win a war, Qin Shuo suddenly declared, his voice cutting through the engine noise with clarity. The Earth, particularly Shenzhou, requires a decisive counterattack to break the alien spine and expel them from the atmosphere and even the solar system. Rome's heart jolted. Counterattack? Our current strength. The strength has already been gathered. Qin Shuo interrupted, pulling up another highly classified list. The Sun Auxiliary Army's 1st to 5th Tactical Regiments have completed their final combat readiness checks and orbital parachuting adaptability training. The plasma artillery and laser cannon arrays have been fully deployed. All naval fleets have completed reorganization and stealth maneuvers. He paused, moreover. The Luoyang fortress itself serves as the greatest counterattack fulcrum. This series of unfamiliar troop designations and operational names both bewildered and alarmed Rome. Sun Auxiliary Army? Defense Artillery? Are these hidden forces of Xinzhou, or those brought by Qin Shuo? What is your plan? Rome involuntarily addressed him with a respectful tone, utilizing Luoyang as a pivot and the Sun Auxiliary Army as a hammer. Qin Shuo traced several key red points surrounding Luoyang with his finger. Attract the main force of the Taoye-Zhejiang alliance to Luoyang, employing the fortress defense system to exhaust, delay, and immobilize the enemy. Then, deploy strategic counterattack forces to launch a devastating strike simultaneously from outer space, low Earth orbit, and within the atmosphere. He spoke with tranquility, yet the content of his words heralded an unprecedented and monumental battle. This required exquisitely precise timing and coordination. Rome felt her throat dry. So, we are headed to Luoyang. Qin Shuo deactivated the holographic image, leaning back in his seat to finalize the pre-battle deployment and command system coordination. The transport aircraft pierced through the clouds, the scenery below retreating rapidly. A counteroffensive that would determine the fate of the Earth was about to unfold in Luoyang. Almost simultaneously, on the road to Luoyang, Qin Shuo was not the only one making the journey. Xiaoluan sat in an armored troop transport vehicle, bumping along the rugged road leading to Luoyang. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt somewhat oppressive. Xiaoluan's face bore remnants of fading bruises as he stared vacantly out the window, his mind flickering between the punch of that veteran and the image of Rome. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. The occupants nearly collided with the front. At that moment, the convoy had arrived at Tonghu Town. What happened? The vehicle commander inquired. Leaning forward. Ahead, two figures stood in the center of the road, blocking their passage. A man clad in black armor, sporting short hair. Xinya. Xiaoluan recognized the black armor through the window, exclaiming in delight as he flung open the vehicle door and leapt out. Xiaoluan. Ha ha, it's truly you. Zhao Xin, equally overjoyed, rushed forward and embraced Xiaoluan, heartily patting his back. Damn it, after the destruction of Jusha, I thought you. Iem Mifine. Xinya. You're safe too. Wonderful. Xiaoluan was overwhelmed with excitement. After the disbandment of the Xiongbing Lian, this was the first comrade he had encountered. As they parted, Xiaoluan finally noticed the girl beside Zhao Xin. This is... Zhao Xin wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulder, his face displaying a blend of pride, happiness, and a hint of bashfulness as he introduced Zhi Xin's current identity. Xiaoluan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he glanced at Zhao Xin and then at the tranquil, yet beautiful girl beside him. Qinye, your speed is astonishing. Moreover, isn't she supposed to be an angel? He recalled that Zhi Xin seemed to be an angel, although he had only seen her a handful of times. Zhi Xin, wrapped in Zhao Xin's embrace, felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. She nodded at Xiaoluan, her voice clear and melodious. Hello, Xiaoluan. I'm no longer an angel. As she spoke, she gently tugged at the somewhat oversized military uniform she wore. My angelic gene engine and divine connection have been shut down for various reasons. It was Zhao Xin who saved me and took me in. Zhao Xin Juka. Scratching his head, it's a long story. In any case, she is now my wife and part of our group. Xiaoluan's mind was in disarray. Where are you headed? We heard that Luoyang is currently one of the core strongholds, and the brothers from the Xiongbing Lian are gathering there. So we thought we'd go take a look, Zhao Xin replied. We just happened to run into your vehicle. Xiaoluan, are you also going to Luoyang? Yes. An old soldier urged me to go, saying they need me there. Xiaoluan recalled Qin Shuo, a twinge of pain flickering across his face. Perfect. Let's go together, Zhao Xin said, pulling Zhi Xin along as they boarded the armored vehicle. The convoy resumed its journey toward Luoyang, now livelier with the addition of two more people. On the road, Zhi Xin suddenly spoke up, addressing Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, I heard from Zhao Xin that you possess the power of the galaxy. Can you sense the genetic system within you now? Particularly the anti-void capability? Xiaoluan was taken aback by the question. Anti-void? What is that? All I could do is take a beating, and I lost my wings to a ruthless person. He felt a hint of frustration as he spoke. Your wings have been removed? Zhi Xin furrowed her brow, seemingly surprised, but not overly shocked, as if she were contemplating something. Could you elaborate? Who did it? How did it happen? Gu Xiaoluan recounted how an old soldier had discovered him, examined him, and then seemed to have done something, after which he awoke to find he could no longer summon his wings, omitting the part about taking a beating. After listening, Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "The essence of the galaxy's power lies in your anti-void capability." Anti-void? Gu Xiaoluan was perplexed. Simply put, void powers allow one to define rules and rewrite reality. Much like the Grim Reaper Carl. Anti-void, on the other hand, negates such definitions, rendering all flashy abilities ineffective before you, reverting them to the most basic physical laws. Your stillness ability is, in fact, a primal and instinctual manifestation of anti-void, Xian explained. Although no longer an angel, her knowledge and insights remained intact. Additionally, you have a super combat computation core based on the galaxy's power genes within you. It needs to be activated and programmed to unleash its true potential, such as defining simple weapons, constructing defensive barriers, and assisting computations. Right now, it's as if you possess a treasure trove but lack the key. Gu Xiaoluan's heart raced at her words. So how do I find this key? Xian glanced at him and then at Zhao Exan, saying, "I can teach you the basic algorithms of anti-void, as well as how to guide your own power to attempt activation and preliminary programming of your Xiong Xian. However, this process requires your utmost focus and some real-world materials to help you establish the initial interface and output ports. Perhaps we could try using something you can comprehend," she suggested, her gaze sweeping over the abandoned factories and metallic debris outside the vehicle. "Metal, with your abilities, combined with fundamental programming concepts, you could first create an external plugin to assist with energy projection and form definition. Since you no longer have biological wings, perhaps you could construct a pair of mechanical wings as the first vessel and amplifier for your new power." "Create my own?" Gu Xiaoluan felt a surge of excitement. "Teach me." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Thus, during the bumpy journey to Luoyang, Xian, once a high-ranking guardian angel and now Zhao Xian's partner, began imparting knowledge that transcended earthly and even angelic technological standards, covering anti-void algorithms and the fundamentals of Xiong Xian programming. Gu Xiaoluan absorbed the information eagerly. Days later, when they finally arrived at the colossal Luoyang fortress, shrouded by layers of energy shields and laser turrets, they were all left in awe. Imperial technology was indeed breathtaking. Chapter 61. Plasma heavy artillery at the Luoyang fortress. Qin Shuo and Chang Wei's transport plane landed at the designated airport. As the cabin door opened, Qin Shuo's towering golden figure, standing at 3 meters 2, appeared on the staircase. Instinctively, all soldiers who caught sight of him straightened their posture, recognizing the legendary Imperial Guards. Qin Shuo scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, and Xian, who had also been brought to the airport. Upon seeing Qin Shuo, Gu Xiaoluan instinctively shrank back, feeling the old wounds on his face throb anew. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, curiously sized up the golden giant. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Qin Shuo spoke directly, his voice resonating through the loudspeakers. "Gu Xiaoluan, return to your unit. The rest of you, follow me to the command center." The order was succinct. The group swiftly entered the Planetary Defense Command Center branch, located deep beneath Luoyang. The scale here was smaller than that of Beiji Xing, but equally infused with a sense of technological prowess and somber intensity. A massive holographic tactical map hovered at the center, clearly displaying the enemy and friendly forces within a radius of 1,000 kilometers centered around Luoyang. On the map, red dots represented the forces of the Taotai and Zhuangxing factions, densely clustered, especially in outer space and near-Earth orbit. Several large red arrows ominously pointed toward Luoyang from various directions. Qin Shuo stood firm, his gaze locked on the map. A combat officer immediately reported, "Chief Advisor, according to the latest reconnaissance and energy monitoring, the Taotai and Zhuang joint forces are continuously increasing their strength around Luoyang. Their main forces consist of aerial and space units, including at least 3 flagship-level warships, over 20 cruiser-class vessels, and thousands of various types of gunboats. The ground troops are relatively few, primarily composed of small maneuverable units and heavy armored units, relying on their aerial superiority to launch assaults." After a moment of silence, Qin Shuo raised his hand and began swiftly marking the holographic map. The enemy's advantage lies in air supremacy and orbital firepower. Their combat mode is rigid, relying on naval bombardment and aerial suppression. Our disadvantage is the lack of equivalent space forces, but we do have. His finger pressed heavily on the 3D model of the Luoyang fortress, the fortified ground points, and our unanticipated counteroffensive capabilities. He called up another classified interface, revealing 5 grotesque and unprecedented Legion insignias, along with a series of complex data and deployment coordinates. The Sun Auxiliary Army S 1st to 5th Tactical Battalions are on standby as per the preset plan, with ground infiltration and reserve troop configurations completed. At the same time, the land-based anti-air laser artillery arrays and land-based plasma heavy artillery arrays from various core strongholds in Shenzhou have completed their final adjustments and are now in concealed deployment status. Qin Shuo magnified the map, showcasing several regions surrounding Luoyang, where colossal energies were gathering deep underground. These heavy artillery pieces are capable of annihilating their orbital fleet. They are our harpoons to pierce the enemy's large units. He turned to Chong Wei, Gu Xiaoluan, and the others, stating, "Your mission is to act as high-end assault forces, coordinating with the front line and the Sun Auxiliary Army's actions, clearing key nodes, protecting the heavy artillery positions, and seizing opportunities to decapitate the enemy's command system." Chief Advisor. A staff member couldn't help but inquire, "The enemy still holds an absolute numerical advantage if we take the initiative to counterattack. Waiting will only allow the enemy to gather more forces at their leisure, completely surrounding us." Qin Shuo interrupted, his tone unwavering. "War has never been a simple accumulation of numbers. It is about timing, intelligence, technological disparities, and determination." He turned to face everyone in the command center, his golden figure reminiscent of a mountain. "The objective of this battle is to use Luoyang as bait to attract and fix the enemy's main forces. Then, all strategic counterattack forces were mobilized to shatter the enemy's offensive spearhead, dismantle their command core, and compel them to retreat from the Earth's atmosphere and near-Earth orbit. Each combat unit, in accordance with the final revised plan, entered a state of maximum readiness. All systems underwent final checks. I expect to see all units report their positions within 12 hours. With the orders issued, the entire Luoyang fortress, along with the interconnected Shenzhou defense network, began to operate at peak efficiency. Soldiers rushed to their posts. Engineers conducted final inspections on heavy artillery, and logistical vehicles moved tirelessly. A suffocating tension, heralding an impending great battle, permeated the air. Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xin, and Ji Xin were assigned to a separate tactical preparation room. Gu Xiaoluan eagerly showcased his recent achievements to Ji Xin. Under his awkward yet intensely focused operation and Ji Xin's guidance of basic algorithms, he had managed to mold a pair of rugged metallic wing frames, marred by welding scars and exposed energy conduits, using some high-strength alloy materials he had found. Although they were unsightly and could only perform the simplest functions of unfolding, retracting, and providing minimal lift, they were indeed his own creation. "Hey, Xin, look, it's starting to take shape. Isn't it?" Gu Xiaoluan said with a mix of pride and bashfulness. Xin observed closely, nodding. "The energy conduction pathways are fundamentally unobstructed, and the structural integrity is barely sufficient. As a preliminary external computational aid and energy form anchor point, it qualifies. Next, you need to learn more refined energy microcontrol to truly bring them to life." Zhao Xin clapped from the side. "Not bad, Xiaoluan, although they look a bit ugly. At least you made them yourself. That's better than nothing." Just as the three were discussing, Qin Shuo's figure appeared at the door of the preparation room. He seemed to be passing by, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on the rough metallic wings behind Gu Xiaoluan. Gu Xiaoluan instantly felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively wanting to retract the wings. Qin Shuo observed for a few seconds and then spoke in his emotionless tone, using metal and rudimentary energy control to mimic the functions of biological organs. Although crude, the concept is correct. Relying on external, uncontrollable gifts is far inferior to mastering the weapons one can create. He glanced at Ji Xin. "Did you teach him?" Under Qin Shuo's gaze, Ji Xin felt an invisible pressure, but nodded calmly. "Yes. I taught him some basics of anti-void algorithms and how to guide his own powers to construct output ports." Qin Shuo's gaze lingered on Ji Xin for a moment, but did not pursue the matter further. "Continue," he simply commanded before turning to leave. Meanwhile, at the side of the Death Song Academy, the king of Taotai, Shihai, had just completed the transformation of the Void Engine. His mechanical body now bore additional patterns and components. He felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he could perceive the fabric of time and space and define the rules. God Carl, feel as though I can analyze everything, define everything. Shurhai's voice brimmed with excitement. Carl, however, merely offered a calm reminder. The strength of the Void engine lies in understanding and application, not brute force. Do not be deceived by power. Shurhai was not inclined to heed these words. He was eager to experiment with his newfound power and accomplish the monumental task of conquering Earth. He immediately connected with the frontline command center to inquire about the battle situation. King, the Shenzhou counterattack is fierce, especially in the direction of Luoyang. Our preliminary probing attacks have incurred significant losses. Furthermore, our reconnaissance vessels have detected unusual energy reactions in Luoyang and its surrounding areas, suggesting the gathering of large-scale, unknown defensive facilities or troops. The frontline commander reported. Unusual activity? Unknown gatherings? Shurhai's electronic eyes flickered with a crimson glow. Try to play tricks? All is futile in the face of absolute power. He recalled Carl's warning about Morgana being formidable, but the humans of Earth? And that so-called golden-armored giant? In the presence of the Void engine, they were mere refuse. Shurhai's voice resonated through the communication network, spreading across the entire Taotai giant wolf coalition attacking Earth. All forces advancing towards Luoyang. Cancel the scheduled rest plans. Concentrate our superior forces and launch an all-out assault ahead of schedule. Strike first and crush them. I want to see Luoyang turn to scorched earth within 24 hours. Let that golden-armored giant kneel before me. He was unaware that the more arrogant one was in the front, the more tragic the consequences would be. Shurhai's orders, imbued with arrogance and urgency, were swiftly disseminated. The massive alien fleet, already gathered on the outskirts of Luoyang, began to adjust their formations, engines fully ignited, slowly advancing towards the Luoyang fortress. Countless cannon muzzles started charging, emitting dangerous glows. In the underground command center of Luoyang, the blaring alarm suddenly rang out, detecting large-scale enemy fleet unusual maneuvers. Energy readings are soaring, judged to be the enemy's main force launching a preemptive all-out attack. Estimated first contact in 45 minutes. On the holographic map, the red dots representing enemy forces surged towards Luoyang's blue defense line like boiling blood. Qin Shuo stood before the map, watching the approaching crimson tide, his golden mask reflecting the pulsating data streams. He raised his hand and pressed the communicator. His voice, unnervingly calm, transmitted through the command network to all standby units, as well as the auxiliary solar forces and the deeply buried plasma artillery positions. The enemy has moved. All units, according to plan, final phase, activate. Let us welcome our guests. Chapter 62. Imperial Technology. Shocking the heart, the sky above Luoyang was utterly filled with steel and death. The warships of Taodai and the giant wolves stacked from high altitudes down to near Earth. The sunlight was completely obscured, with only the eerie blue or dark red exhaust flames from the ship engines and the countless glowing cannon muzzles illuminating the towering Luoyang fortress below. Open fire. On the city walls, thousands of automated laser turrets emitted a high-frequency hum. Blinding, straight crimson or azure laser beams shot towards the sky at nearly the speed of light. They precisely avoided friendly shields, weaving into a nearly flawless net of light. ZZZT. Boom. The first to plunge into low altitude for dive bombing, the Taodai gunboats and assault ships became the initial sacrifices. Their shields could withstand the sustained high-energy laser, focusing for only a few seconds before overloading and collapsing, after which the hulls were effortlessly melted through by lasers, exploding into brilliant yet ephemeral fireballs, trailing black smoke as they fell. This was only the beginning. Concealed within the city walls, underground bunkers, and even disguised as civilian homes or mountains, various automated turrets unleashed a storm of metal and torrents of energy, from rapid-fire electromagnetic railguns to explosive launchers. The trajectories of shells and beams nearly merged, transforming the low-altitude zone above Luoyang into an absolute no-go zone for life. The ground assault units of the Taotai coalition had barely managed to deploy formations before being engulfed by the barrage. Their individual shields flickered a few times before extinguishing, and their exoskeleton armor crumbled like paper against heavy armor-piercing rounds. while the giant Wolfstar's armor was shredded by high-explosive shells. The charge turned into a death sentence, and the retreat route was equally blocked by firepower. Inside the command center, the holographic map displayed red dots representing enemy low-altitude and ground units being extinguished at an astonishing rate. The staff, while tense, also exhibited glimmers of excitement in their eyes. Report: enemy low-altitude assault forces have suffered losses exceeding 40%. Ground troops are nearly annihilated. Our shield energy consumption is below expectations, and the defensive firepower network is operating normally. Qin Shuo stood before the massive tactical map, seemingly oblivious to the fierce exchanges on the front lines. His gaze remained fixed on the higher section of the map, where the main fleet of the Taotai coalition, dozens of colossal cross-shaped flagships, and hundreds of cruisers, hovered in near-Earth orbit, resembling giants surveying an ant swarm, momentarily not unleashing their full firepower, seemingly assessing and waiting. They were probing, and they were gathering. The voice of Qin Shuo resonated coldly, asserting that our firepower was confined to low altitude and the ground, while their main fleet positioned itself at the periphery of our defensive fire range, believing itself to be secure. He turned to the officer responsible for the heavy artillery units. What is the charging status of the land-based anti-air plasma heavy artillery array? 27 heavy plasma cannons have completed their final charging, and the target locking program is fully loaded. We are ready to fire at any moment. And the super heavy laser cannon array? Qin Shuo inquired again. The Luoyang I super heavy strategic laser platform has fully deployed its main mirror array. With the underground fusion reactor output reaching 95% and the focusing system calibrated, it is capable of sustained high-energy cutting on targets from low Earth orbit to synchronous orbit. Qin Shuo nodded. The moment had arrived. The Taotai coalition was evidently stunned and angered by the ferocious and efficient ground fire. Their main fleet began to adjust its posture. More gun barrels extending from the hull, clearly preparing to employ the classic tactic of orbital bombardment in an attempt to crush Luoyang's defenses. Now, Qin Shuo took a step forward, his voice cutting through the encrypted command channel, reaching every heavy artillery position and the command nodes of the Sun Auxiliary Army. All units. Attention! The target of the land-based artillery cluster is the enemy's main warships, especially the flagship and cruisers. Execute a saturation attack to disrupt their orbital bombardment preparations. Super heavy lasers, Luoyang I, target the most densely assembled area of the enemy fleet for area denial. First and second tactical groups of the Sun Auxiliary Army prepare torpedo boats. Execute jump assist orders during the enemy fleet's disarray. Third, fourth, and fifth tactical groups stand by to respond to potential enemy counterattacks or reinforcements. The command was succinct yet imbued with earth-shattering power. Orders confirmed. Fire. The first to strike was the land-based heavy plasma cannons, buried deep underground. Around Luoyang, several seemingly ordinary mountains suddenly shook violently, rocks cascading down to reveal the colossal, metallic, gleaming cannon bases below. The barrels elevated with astonishing speed, adjusting their angles, as blinding blue-white plasma surged and crackled, electrifying the air. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Not one, but 27 nearly simultaneous explosions. 27 torrents of destruction, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter and composed of extremely unstable, ultra-high-density plasma, surged upwards with an almost imperceptible speed, tearing into the sky. Their velocity was so great that the Taotai fleet in low Earth orbit could scarcely react. A Taotai cruiser, adjusting its gun barrel, had its massive energy shield barely activated when it was struck head-on by a plasma torrent. Imagine a high-pressure water gun striking an eggshell. That seemingly sturdy energy shield could not withstand even a second of contact with a plasma flood. Immediately, the extreme heat and energy of the plasma acted directly on the hull's armor. The alloy armor, reputed to withstand meteorite impacts, was instantaneously melted and vaporized. Terrifying energy surged into the ship's interior, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The cruiser, stretching hundreds of meters, split in two from the midsection. The explosion's glow and leaking energy silently erupted in the vacuum, illuminating the terrified hulls of surrounding warships. This was merely the beginning. The 27 plasma torrents wreaked havoc among the main fleet of the Taotai coalition. They disregarded conventional energy shields, unleashing a brutal devastation with absolute energy intensity and physical force. A heavy fire vessel of the giant Wolf Star attempted to maneuver away, but was struck by another plasma stream, obliterating its engine compartment. The entire rear half of the ship vanished, while the front half, spinning uncontrollably, collided with a nearby ally. The flagship, serving as the command node, was subjected to concentrated fire. At least 3 to 4 heavy cannons simultaneously locked onto one flagship, despite the flagship's stronger shields and larger size. Under the sustained bombardment of multiple plasma torrents, the shield flickered wildly, quickly overloading, and the whole surface began to show massive melting pits and cracks, with internal explosions lighting up through windows and breaches. Within the flagship command room, where the Taotai Qin Shuo resided, piercing alarm sounds merged with the thunderous collapse of structures. The holographic tactical map displayed the green dots representing their fleet extinguishing at an avalanche-like pace, turning red. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? How could Earth possess such orbital strike capability? Shuo's electronic voice was filled with incredulous rage. He had just upgraded the Void engine, envisioning a path of destruction, only to be met with a harsh reality. Commander, the shield is about to overload. The hull structure is severely damaged. The voice of his lieutenant trembled with fear. Silence. Shuo roared, but as he witnessed yet another cruiser transform into a fireball amidst the plasma flow, a chill crept into his heart. However, the true horror had only just begun. At the heart of the Luoyang fortress, an area that was once a plaza opened like a gigantic lotus flower, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath. A colossal and complex mechanical structure, emitting a low roar reminiscent of an ancient beast, slowly ascended from the ground. This was the Luoyang Super Heavy Strategic Laser Platform. Its main body was a massive parabolic main mirror composed of countless hexagonal lenses, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, surrounded by several rings of secondary mirrors and giant capacitor towers for focusing and energy guidance. The entire platform radiated a cold, technological aura and waves of destructive energy. The main mirror began to adjust its angle slightly, aiming at the most densely packed area of the Taotai fleet in the sky. There was no deafening roar. In the next instant, a colossal beam of light, indescribable in its brilliance and terror, erupted from the center of the main mirror, shooting straight into the heavens. It was not a tangible torrent like that of a plasma cannon, but a pure, distilled energy. Its diameter might not have been as broad as the plasma torrents, yet its energy density and persistence were terrifyingly magnified. This colossal laser beam pierced through the atmosphere, striking a Taotai cruiser in orbit with pinpoint accuracy. The warship shield did not even activate because the energy nature of the laser beam was extraordinarily unique, effectively bypassing conventional energy shields. The laser beam continued to bombard the hull. There was no explosion, only melting and cutting. Under the sustained focus of ultra-high energy density, the heavy armor of that battlecruiser began to glow red, softening, and then was directly melted and sliced through from the point of impact. The laser beam moved slowly yet steadily, carving a deep gash into the massive warship. The interior compartments, pipes, equipment, and even soldiers who had no time to escape were instantly vaporized in the extreme heat. This sight was even more chilling than the previous explosions. It showcased an absolute calm and technical domination. The laser beam did not linger on one ship. After completely severing that battlecruiser in two, it began to slightly adjust its angle, sweeping towards another densely packed group of ships. Yes, a sweeping motion. This devastating beam of light slowly swept across the Taotai coalition's tightly arranged fleet. Where it passed, ship armor dissolved, hulls were neatly severed, triggering a series of internal explosions. In the vacuum, explosions were silent. Yet the continuous eruption of fiery orbs was more impactful than any sound. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Get out of its range. A Taotai captain screamed in despair over the communication channel. But the sweep of the laser was far swifter than the maneuvering speed of most warships, not to mention the fleet's overwhelming density, preventing them from dispersing in time. The king of Taotia, Shuo, witnessed firsthand as a fleet composed of a dozen warships on his flank was ruthlessly cleaved apart by a terrifying beam of light, as if it were tilling the ground. As the beam swept across, the fleet vanished, leaving only a sky filled with scattered metallic debris and expanding fireball clouds. His flagship was grazed by a torrent of plasma, its shield collapsing, and a horrific gaping hole melted into its port side, flames surging within. Your Majesty, we must retreat immediately. The flagship cannot withstand this. His aide cried, clutching his bleeding forehead. Qin Shuo gazed at the tactical map, where the green dots representing his fleet had nearly diminished by a third. Moreover, they continued to dwindle at an alarming rate. Over 2,000 warships of various types had been annihilated in mere minutes under the relentless bombardment of ground-based heavy artillery. A profound sense of humiliation and terror engulfed him. The Void Engine, in the face of such unreasonable and absurdly powerful orbital bombardment, he had not even the opportunity to deploy it. The enemy simply disregarded any rules, opting instead for sheer annihilation. My God, Carl! In despair, Qin Shuo connected to the clandestine communications of the Death Song Academy, his voice trembling, unbeknownst to him. We have suffered significant losses against Earth's firepower. On the other end, the Reaper, Carl, fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly observing the one-sided slaughter through the great clock. His tone remained calm, yet it seemed to carry a hint of unexpectedness. Qin Shuo, I see it. Carl spoke slowly. Earth, particularly the Shinjo, under the control of that golden giant, wields firepower far exceeding our estimations, not belonging to the conventional technological tree of this universe. He paused, issuing orders. Continuing this resistance is futile and will only lead to further losses. I command you, along with all Taoye and Zhulong star fleets involved in the attack on Earth, to immediately withdraw from Earth's atmosphere and near-Earth orbit, returning to the Pluto de Chong Bridge base to await further instructions. The plan to occupy Earth is temporarily suspended. We need to reassess. Yes, understood. Qin Shuo felt a tremendous sense of relief. He dared not hesitate and promptly issued the retreat orders to his entire army. All units, cease the attack. Maximum warp speed. Evacuate Earth's orbit. Repeat, immediate withdrawal. The Taoye and Zhulong fleets, already disoriented and demoralized, received the command and could no longer maintain formation as they desperately changed course. Engaging maximum thrust, their battered hulls racing towards the vastness of space. The flagship, narrowly avoiding the gaze of the Luo Yang, was the first to flee. Within the Demon Ship No. 1, concealed in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, Morgana reclined with her legs crossed, observing the fireworks display above Earth through remote observation equipment. A glass of red wine rested in her hand, long forgotten. Otto stood behind her, equally transfixed. The sight of the Taoye coalition's frantic escape evoked a sense of unease even within the experienced demon. Morgana, I've finally regained my voice. She placed the wine glass down and smacked her lips. These Taoye sons of bitches are utterly useless, aren't they? In just a few minutes, they've been reduced to this pitiful state? Otto replied solemnly, Your Majesty, it is not that the Taoye are too weak, but rather that Luo Yang's firepower is exceptionally formidable. The power of those plasma artillery and laser weapons far exceeds Earth's technological level, even surpassing what the Taoye and Zhulong should possess. It is significantly more ferocious than the laser fire we observed at the North Star Fortress. Morgana furrowed her brow. Are you referring to that golden corn, Qin Shuo? Has he brought out his entire arsenal? It is highly probable, Otto nodded. Moreover, based on energy readings, the energy sources and activation principles of these weapons are remarkably straightforward, purely designed for destruction. Chapter 63. The Northern Vow and NATO, mere heresies, all obliterated. The North Star. The war was victorious, and the Taoye coalition fled in disgrace. The sounds of celebration faintly echoed from several streets away, where the Xiong Binglian and some defenders held a victory party in a makeshift square. Laughter, clinking of glasses, and Lu Chuang boastfully exclaiming, that crocodile Sauton, looking fierce, shattered by my axe, turned and ran. Mixed with Qilin's admonishment to quiet down, and Zhao Xin's exuberance as he presented his treasures. The lively atmosphere barely seeped into a certain office deep underground. The room was spacious yet exceptionally austere. Apart from a heavy metallic desk at its center and a similarly stark chair, there were almost no furnishings. Qin Shuo sat in the chair, a physical report spread before him, its cover devoid of any markings, containing top-secret content inscribed in encrypted text. His gaze scanned the lines. The report meticulously documented the casualties, deployments, and final dispositions of the original-day Nuo Star Systems refugees during the Battle of Luoyang and the preceding defensive engagements. The figures were clear, and the logic was coherent. In summary, millions of Day Nuo refugees, excluding scientists, technical personnel, and engineering students, have been treated as cannon fodder and potential risks, all eliminated in one sweeping action. Qin Shuo read with calmness. Those not of my kin harbor different intentions. Yet he extended his hand, taking the report along with several attached personnel lists and disposal records, placing them upon the atomic annihilation field of the power sphere. The process was swift and efficient. He required this report to exist in neither physical nor electronic records. Having completed this, he touched the control area on the desk. The large wall screen switched to the latest global intelligence summary. His gaze flitted over the reports detailing the retreat paths of the Taoye remnants and the chaos within the Zhuang fleet, which were now of little consequence. His attention lingered on several areas highlighted in red, subjected to repeated analysis. The West Asia region, the controlled area of the Northern Vow organization. Satellites and infiltration intelligence indicated that, with the support of the demon, this organization had openly declared allegiance to Queen Morgana and within its controlled territory. Large-scale worship rituals of Morgana had begun to emerge. Some primitive demonic beings were being consciously cultivated and released to intimidate and assimilate the populace. Their core ideology propagated absolute freedom as depravity, denying all order and morality while glorifying the survival of the fittest. Europa, the remnants of NATO, under the clandestine seduction and technical assistance from the demon, it was gradually sliding into the abyss. This, too, was heretical, a target that must be purified. In Qin Shuo's eyes, there was no essential difference between the Northern Vow and NATO. Both were merely heretics colluding with Morgana. He summoned the global strategic map, pointing at the regions of West Asia and Europa. Two glaring dark red areas, symbolizing severe pollution, emerged on the map. He established a secure channel directly to the North Star Command headquarters. I am Qin Shuo. The senior officer on duty from the Chief Advisor's channel responded immediately. 2 matters. Inform the Solar Auxiliary Army's 3rd Tactical Group to conclude their rest and complete the operational plan for West Asia within 72 hours. For the core control area of the Northern Vow organization, execute the purification mission. Maximize the elimination of heretics and even aberrations. Standard purification weapons are permitted for use against the misled populace. For Europa and North America, all NATO forces colluding with Morgana shall be purified, following the same directive. Qin Shuo paused before uttering a phrase that resonated with chilling severity. Consider them as already fallen territories. All subsequent actions shall no longer adhere to any rules of engagement. We possess the right to employ any necessary means to prevent the spread of contamination. Yes, Chief Advisor. Immediate execution. To put plainly, it meant to eliminate all heretics colluding with Morgana. Depraved heretics. He spat the words with pure, unmasked disdain. Meanwhile, aboard Demon Ship No. 1, Morgana received the latest intelligence summary from Earth, particularly regarding the Northern Vow organization's fervent displays of allegiance and the covert dealings of the remnants of NATO in Europa. Well done, Otto. This lad certainly knows how to sway the hearts of men. Morgana swirled her glass of red wine, gazing at the images of the Morgana statues projected before her, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Look at this. This is the awareness that intelligent life should possess. Break the shackles, unleash the true self. Yet, Addo, standing behind her, furrowed his brow slightly. Your Majesty, the actions of the Beishur are too conspicuous, almost openly wielding our banner. Moreover, the interactions from the Europa side are easily detectable. I fear this may provoke that Qin Shuo prematurely. Provocation? Morgana scoffed, her smile devoid of warmth. That golden-armored man has long regarded us as a thorn in his side. Is there any difference between angering him or not? He has just defeated the Tao Tai, riding high on his momentum, but he must also extend his reach. She took a sip of her wine. I want him to see that even if he can drive away the Tao Tai, the hearts of earthlings are not unified, as long as there remains despair, desire, and skepticism towards the so-called order and sacrifice. My Morgana's doctrine will find its market. He can blockade the warships, but he cannot seal the fissures of the human heart. Addo continued, Your Majesty, we have yet to fully analyze Qin Shuo's strength and methods. His approach to heresy may prove exceedingly extreme. Those from Beishur may become his first targets. Targets? Morgana set down her wine glass and walked to the porthole, gazing into the dark, starry sky. Let him come. The lunatics of Bayshore are excellent expendables and testing grounds. They will serve perfectly to see what other tricks Qin Shuo has beyond that fearsome spear and those cannons. It will also reveal his true nature when dealing with internal human foes. She turned, a hint of cruel interest on her face. Tell me, how would that self-righteous crusader against the alien menace, when confronted with fellow Earthlings who merely differ in faith, react when he raises the butcher's knife against those who idolize him as their savior? A-tu comprendre de Morgana's intention? This was a scheme, a strategy to use Bayshore and certain Western European forces as bait and a litmus test, both to exhaust Qin Shuo's energy and to probe his limits and capabilities. Qin Shuo would likely dismiss this as irrelevant. For him, purging heretics, especially those colluding with Morgana, would be a matter of course. Such actions are hardly remarkable within the Empire. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Addo bowed his head. Unparallel my foot. It is all forced by that Qin Shuo. Morgana cursed softly, rubbing her temples. Enough. Let Attai continue to keep watch. When necessary, provide Bayshore with a little assistance. Don't let them perish too disgracefully. As for Europa, they should remain hidden while negotiations continue. We can afford to be more lenient with our terms. I want to see just how much the so-called civilizational bottom line of Earth is truly worth. She waved her hand, and Addo bowed and departed. Chapter 64. Yin meanwhile. Yin, on her way back to the Melocian Celestial Court, encountered Moi and Jay. Yin, now in her capacity as the new Angel Queen, appointed Jay as the left guardian and Moi as the right guardian, after which the trio returned to the Melocian Celestial Court. Upon their arrival, they found He-She seated on the throne. He-She promptly dismissed all the angels, leading to a dispute between the two women. He-She took Yin to a secluded location where she underwent trials. After overcoming numerous challenges, Yin unlocked the secondary biological engine and inherited the sacred knowledge repository. Her physique upgraded to that of a sacred atomic body, thus inheriting the throne. At the Dead Song Academy, Pan Zhun negotiated with Carl regarding Rena's capture by the Tao Tai. The two engaged in endless back and forth before finally reaching an agreement. Pan Zhun would utilize stellar drive technology to detonate the black hole of the Peacock Galaxy, aiding Carl in acquiring 5 void particles, in return for the Tao Tai Legion releasing Rena. In a certain garden of the Melocian Celestial Court, the atmosphere differed greatly from the futuristic, data-laden edifices outside. Here, genuine soil, flowers, and trees flourished, with sunlight filtering through a simulated atmosphere, casting a warm glow. Yin sat there, no longer clad in her battle-worn armor, but adorned in a platinum gown befitting an angel queen. Her crown lay beside her on a crystal table. Yet, her expression bore no trace of joy at her ascension. Instead, her brow was slightly furrowed, her fingers unconsciously tracing the smooth surface of the table. He-She sat beside her, leisurely savoring a cup of tea brewed from an unknown plant. As a seasoned royal angel and one of the founders of angelic civilization's technology, her lineage and insight far surpassed Yan's. The tea is quite good, a newly cultivated variety, He-She began, her gaze fixed on the leaves in her cup, rather than on Yin. It surpasses the antiquated taste from when Kaisha was around. Yin forced a smile, refraining from engaging in this topic, aware that He-She was not there merely to discuss tea. After a moment of silence, Yin could no longer contain herself. She raised her head to meet He-She's gaze, her eyes filled with genuine confusion. Celestial King, stop right there. You are the queen now. He-She did not lift her eyelids, merely instructing, call me He-She or teacher. After all, Kaisha entrusted you to me for re-education. He-She, teacher. Yin adjusted her address. There has been a question weighing on my mind that I cannot fathom. Speak. Yin recounted the question that Qin Shuo had posed to her in the tent at Huangshi City, replicating his calm tone and his concluding remark, to entrust one's power, thought, even existence to an external dimension. Intriguing, yet exceedingly fragile. Having finished, Yin looked at He-She. I simply cannot understand. The technology of the Dark Dimension is the cornerstone of our angel civilization and all advanced divine civilizations known in the universe. It empowers us, allowing us to transcend the limitations of the physical body, achieving near-immortal life and formidable computational capabilities. Without the Dark Dimension, there would be no modern super soldiers or divine body technology. What is wrong with that? How dare Qin Shuo look at us, as if we are fools for depending on it? Does he not utilize the dark dimension? Does he intend to generate power through love? Yan's tone held a hint of defiance and bewilderment. The power Qin Shuo exhibited was extraordinarily formidable. Yet his question seemed to challenge the very foundation of all advanced civilizations known to the universe. She did not respond immediately. She leaned back slightly, her fingers gently tapping the table, her gaze drifting towards the distant garden. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke leisurely. That golden-armored man, Qin Shuo, asked a very good question. Yin was taken aback, expecting He to refute or at least elucidate the superiority of the dark dimension. Why do you think we rely on the dark dimension? He countered. Because it is stable, efficient, omnipresent, capable of providing nearly limitless energy and computational support. Facilitating remote information exchange and weapon definitions, Yin recited the textbook answers. Indeed, it has a multitude of advantages. She nodded, but then shifted her tone. But have you ever considered when we became utterly dependent on it? Yin pondered for a moment. From the time the second-generation super soldier technology matured, especially after the divine body and gene engine systems were perfected, even earlier, Ishii stated, from the moment we decided to upload consciousness, memories, and even these most essential elements into the personal databases of the dark dimension, and in our pursuit of convenience, we encoded the permissions for energy manipulation, weapon definitions, and even healing and rebooting protocols into dark dimension agreements for the gene engine to execute automatically. She looked at Yin, her eyes deepening with meaning. Think about it, Yin. What would happen to an ordinary second-generation super soldier if they suddenly lost their connection to the dark dimension? Yin tried to recall. Energy supplies would be interrupted significantly. Supercomputational capabilities would decline, communications might be severed, weapon deployment would be challenging, but basic actions and combat abilities should still remain. And what of a third-generation divine body? If forcibly stripped of its dark dimension support? Ishii pressed further. Yan's expression shifted slightly. Since inheriting the sacred knowledge repository, she had become an angel queen with a sacred body, her atomic positioning and energy circulation heavily reliant on the orchestration of the dark dimension. If the connection to the dark dimension is completely severed, her atoms may spiral into chaos due to the loss of unified command, leading to a collapse of energy cycles. Not to mention, maintaining form could become problematic. Did you see that? Ishii's voice was calm. We have transitioned from utilizing the dark dimension to becoming dependent upon it. It has transformed from a mere tool into an inseparable part of our bodies and powers. Even our very essence. Our strength is predicated on the stable operation of this external system known as the dark dimension. She paused, articulating a sharper truth. Moreover, this external system was not created by us angels or the Super God Academy. We merely discovered it, studied it, and learned how to access and utilize it. What is it in its essence? Who determines its operational rules? Will it someday crash unexpectedly or be formatted by a higher authority? We do not know. Yin felt a chill down her spine. These questions had never been deeply contemplated by her. All along, the dark dimension had seemed as natural as air and water, a source of formidable power. That Qin Shuo, she continued, posed this question for two reasons. First, he hails from a civilization entirely distinct from the known, which hardly requires elaboration. Second, he has identified the fatal weakness inherent in our reliance on the dark dimension. Weakness? What other weaknesses could there be apart from a severed connection? Yin inquired hastily. Homogenization. She uttered the three words. Have you considered that when all advanced civilizations in the known universe develop based on the same dark dimension technology, what might transpire? Yin vaguely grasped the implication. Everyone's source of power, operational model, and even their modes of thought would begin to converge? Precisely. She nodded. Tactics would become uniform. Defenses would be tailored to counter established dark dimension attack patterns, and development would hit a ceiling. Because everyone is innovating on the same platform. Should an anomaly arise that does not adhere to this platform's rules, such as a power system entirely based on a different physical rule or form of energy, many of our existing defenses and understandings could instantly become obsolete. She looked at Yin. Do you believe Qin Shuo's powers resemble any known applications of dark energy? His spear that can utterly annihilate matter, his potion that can heal you instantly, and the equipment and tactics of his soldiers. How do they align with the known derivatives of dark dimension technology? Yin fell silent. Indeed, they did not resemble anything familiar. Everything about Qin Shuo exuded a strange, brutish power, direct to the point of being primal, yet terrifyingly precise and efficient. Kaisha had once privately discussed with me. She remarked that beneath the calm of the known universe may lie dangers we cannot comprehend. The ultimate fear may not be mere rhetoric. We have relied on the dark dimension for too long, akin to fish accustomed to water, forgetting how to survive in an environment devoid of it, even neglecting to ponder whether other avenues of existence might exist apart from water. Therefore, Qin Shuo's inquiries are not intended as mockery. She summarized. He might simply be perplexed. The garden fell silent, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. So what should I do? Yin looked towards He smiled. Fulfill your role as queen and stabilize the angelic civilization. Do not easily make an enemy of Qin Shuo, but do not naively believe you can fully trust or emulate him either. As for the dark dimension, she rose. It remains our most powerful tool. Yet we may need to begin contemplating how to reduce our complete dependence on it. At the very least, on a conceptual level, we should open a window. She turned back to Yin. This is not a task for a day or two. It may require thousands of years, or even longer. Furthermore, you have accepted Qin Shuo's panacea. You carry the essence of the Empire's people within you. I cannot fully trust you yet. You must prove yourself over time. Chapter 65. The Fall of the North Oath. As Yin and He continued their conversation, in the heart of the North Oath Group S-Layer and Xia, a hall transformed from a factory, Mo Fei could no longer be considered entirely human. He sat upon a throne, his figure swollen several times over, his skin a dark purple, covered with a rough, horn-like layer. Two curved short horns sprouted from his forehead, and a pair of ragged, fleshy wings drooped from his back. He was among the earliest to receive Morgana's gift and successfully merge with demonic genes, now the de facto leader of the North Oath's forces in this region. Before him stood several similarly grotesque demonic officers, retaining some human features, all his trusted subordinates, having undergone varying degrees of demonic transformation. News from the Queen has just arrived. Mo Fei waved his communicator. From the Divine Land, there seems to be a third tactical group from the Sun Auxiliary Army planning significant actions. The Queen has instructed us to remain vigilant. One demonic officer scoffed. Vigilant? What for? The Divine Land is 100,000 miles away, separated by countless powers. They just finished battling the Tao Dai. Their bones haven-tea even healed, and they have time to concern themselves with us? Another demonic officer grumbled. The Sun Auxiliary Army? Never heard of it. It's probably just another trick from those people in the Divine Land. A change of skin and name. With our 100,000 brothers, fully equipped with tanks and artillery, and the powers bestowed by the Queen. If they dare to come, it's the perfect opportunity to test my new claws. Exactly. A demonic officer added, this is not flat terrain. The mountains, ruins, and complex underground networks here are challenging for their heavy equipment to navigate. If they come, they'll all be sitting ducks. Listening to his subordinates chattering away, Mo Fei felt much of his previous apprehension dissipate. Indeed, no matter how powerful the Divine Land, their main forces are to the east. For many years, the North Oath has entrenched itself in Xia, familiar with the terrain, fortified, and bolstered by demonic power. With 100,000 armed troops and several thousand transformed, bloodthirsty low-tier demonic soldiers, what do we have to fear from the Sun Auxiliary Army? He crushed the communicator. The Queen is merely offering a friendly reminder. But we cannot frighten ourselves. Strengthen perimeter vigilance and keep the lads alert. If anyone dares to recklessly approach, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Let the deserts of Xia be littered with more heaps of scrap metal and bones. The hall erupted with a cacophony of arrogant laughter. They could not fathom what was about to confront them. Approximately 200 kilometers from the North Oath lair, a temporary forward base had quietly been established. At the command center of the 3rd Tactical Group of the Sun Auxiliary Army, the commander, a tall middle-aged man, stood before a massive tactical holographic display clearly depicting the North Oath lair and its surrounding terrain, troop distribution, and fortifications. Surrounding the display were various commanding and technical officers, all silent, awaiting orders. The orders from the superior have been issued. Annihilate the North Oath Group in Xia. Completely eradicate its command corps, armed forces, and sources of demonic corruption. Indiscriminate fire coverage is permitted. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone. The enemy comprises approximately 100,000 troops. primarily light infantry and outdated armored vehicles, mixed with some low-tier demonic units. Their equipment lags at least several generations behind ours. They rely on complex terrain and ruins for defense, but their fortifications are rudimentary and lack unified and effective air defense and heavy armor countermeasures. Our equipment and task assignments have been confirmed. The commander began to call out names. 1st Heavy Assault Battalion, Iron Torrent Company, equipped with 40 Sun-style Leomanris super heavy tanks. Assigned as the vanguard for frontal assaults, tasked with demolishing all heavy fortifications and armored units. 2nd Assault Battalion, City Breaker Company, equipped with 50 Stormhammer super heavy tanks and Mikado heavy tanks, responsible for targeted breakthroughs against fortified positions and underground shelters. 3rd Artillery Battalion, Heavenly Punishment Company, equipped with 30 Medusa self-propelled siege artillery, tasked with precise long-range destruction of enemy command nodes, energy centers, and large gathering areas. 4th Artillery Battalion, Thunderstorm Company, armed with 15 Bombardier self-propelled artillery and 15 Petrified Lizard self-propelled artillery, providing sustained area fire coverage and suppression against personnel and lightly armored units. The 5th Aviation Squadron, the Blade Team, consisting of 40 Lei Dian heavy fighters, is tasked with seizing local air superiority and executing precise strikes on enemy aerial units and critical ground targets. 70 Shan Dian assault aircraft are designated for close air support and battlefield interdiction. The remaining infantry battalions will advance alongside armored units to eliminate remaining foes, secure key areas, and carry out purification procedures. The command center is established at this location. All units are to conduct communication checks and final equipment self-inspections. 1 hour later, as per the plan, a full-scale offensive will commence. 1 hour later, the dawn of the Gobi Desert breaks, the sky just beginning to lighten. At a certain outpost on the periphery of Beishur, several sentinels wrapped in tattered military coats, clutching old rifles, are dozing off, while a nearby campfire crackles. In the distance, a few low-tier demon patrols idly scratch at the sandy ground with their claws. Suddenly, a rumbling begins to resonate from the earth, growing ever closer. It is not an earthquake. It is the simultaneous activation of countless massive engines, advancing. The sentinels awaken, fearfully gazing toward the source of the sound. On the horizon, a towering cloud of dust rises. Amidst the swirling sand, colossal iron silhouettes slowly emerge, suffocating in their enormity. First to catch the eye are the numerous Tai-Yang-style Liman Lu Si super heavy tanks, followed by the oddly shaped foam Baochuei tanks and Ma Kat Duo super heavy tanks, along with artillery pieces equipped with multi-barrel turrets or massive cannons in the rear. The sky is filled with the sharp sound of tearing air. Dozens of Lei Dian heavy fighters streak across at low altitude, their underwing missiles and laser cannons flashing with a dangerous glow. More agile Shan Dian assault aircraft circle above the armored formation. In front of and to the flanks of these iron behemoths, infantry surge forth, clad in full coverage. Streamlined Tai-Yang-style void armor. They move in swift, orderly steps, their Khalif laser rifles emitting a faint glow at the muzzles. Their movements are synchronized, silent, and efficient. Enemy attack. Tanks. So many tanks. And aircraft. The sentinels scream into their radios, their voices contorted with fear. But it's too late. Fire. In the next moment, a searing light rends the morning tranquility. The barrel of the Medusa siege cannon belches forth a massive fireball, its shells piercing the sky with a deafening shriek, accurately striking several of Beishur's most critical air defense and artillery positions on the outskirts. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions resonate continuously. Beishur's hastily erected anti-aircraft guns, old howitzers, along with the soldiers and demons manning them, are shredded and vaporized in the terrifying blasts. The shockwaves overturn nearby fortifications, flames soaring skyward. Almost simultaneously, the bombardment from the Bombardier and Petrified Lizard units also commences. Shells rain down, plowing through Beishur's defensive positions. Sand and debris mix with severed limbs, soaring into the sky. Advance. Free hunt. The commander's orders are succinct. Dozens of Liman Lu Si main guns roar simultaneously. Massive shells traverse several kilometers in an instant. Hundreds of Beishur's modified old main battle tanks, barely revealing their gun barrels from cover, are directly struck by countless shells. exploding upon impact. There is no stalemate, no ricochet. The tank's turrets are instantly deformed and torn apart, and with them, the crew members are flung dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground and erupting into fireballs. At another position, several soldiers struggle to aim their anti-tank rocket launchers. Yet, the auxiliary weapons of the Li-Man Lu-Si, including heavy explosive machine guns and laser point defense systems mounted on the hull, have already opened fire. Explosives obliterate the demons along with their cover, while lasers accurately intercept incoming rockets. The Feng Bao Chue has charged directly at a fortified line constructed by Beishur from old factory buildings. Facing thick concrete walls and steel doors, shells explode, scattering debris and steel everywhere. The seemingly solid fortifications are easily pierced by the shells from the Feng Bao Chue and Ma-Ka duo super heavy tanks, with a cannon aimed at the newly created breach. Several shells are fired, instantly overwhelming the defenders with explosions and shrapnel. In the sky, the Lei Jian fighters precisely target several suspected command posts and ammunition depots of Beishur with missiles. The Shandian assault aircraft sweep the ground, eliminating any gathering troops and vehicles. A few of Beishur's old, even makeshift armed helicopters barely take off before being effortlessly shot down by the lightning, transforming into flaming wreckage in the air. The infantry of the Taiyang Auxiliary Army follows closely behind the armored units. Their void armor provides excellent protection and mobility, with the beams from their laser rifles being both precise and lethal, exhibiting almost no recoil. Beishur's ordinary soldiers, regardless of whether they wear standard military uniforms or rudimentary armor, are uniformly penetrated by the lasers, burning horrifying holes through their bodies. Even the low-tier demons charging forward, despite their speed and strength, find their claws unable to breach the void armor-esque defenses, and they are rapidly reduced to Swiss cheese under the concentrated laser fire. The battle is a one-sided massacre. Beishur's defenses dissolve quickly, their counterattacks feeble and ineffective. Tank shells strike the sloped armor of the Li-Man Lu-Si, glancing off harmlessly. Most rockets and anti-tank missiles are intercepted by the point defense systems. The demons' charges, under the cover of tightly formed infantry lines and armored fire support, devolve into acts of suicide. The rout swiftly transforms into a collapse. In the core hall, observing the desperate real-time footage relayed from various locations, Mo Fei's demonized visage contorts. He attempts to organize a counterattack, ordering his subordinates to detonate preset explosives and employ the last of the demon frenzy tactics, but the responses dwindle. The communication channels are filled with screams, the sounds of explosions, and cries that we can't hold, and they are not human. Finally, the blade of the Taiyang Auxiliary Army pushes through to the outskirts of the factory's core area with unstoppable momentum. A Feng Bao Chue blasts through the outer wall of the main factory building, and amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the silhouette of the steel behemoth becomes faintly visible. Laser beams and explosives shoot into the breach, sweeping away any remaining resistance, while Mo Fei and other demon officers are swiftly annihilated by concentrated fire. One unfortunate officer of Beishur, still alive and hiding in a partially collapsed broadcasting room, witnesses the apocalyptic scene outside and hears the increasingly close sounds of slaughter. In despair, he seizes the microphone, his voice trembling and laced with tears, pleading to the attackers outside. "Cease fire. Please, cease fire. We surrender. We are all Earthlings. We are fellow countrymen. We just took the wrong path. Don't kill us." His voice echoes through the remnants of the loudspeakers amidst the smoke-filled factory area. The term fellow countrymen sounds particularly jarring and absurd. The response he receives is neither negotiation nor ceasefire. It is a high-explosive shell fired from one of the Li-Man Lu-Si main guns. The shell accurately strikes the small building housing the broadcasting room. Boom! The building is utterly reduced to ruins in the explosion. The broadcast abruptly ceases. The last vestiges of moral coercion, along with its instigator, are physically purified. Chapter 66. Qin Shuo receives his pay at the training ground today, without the need for armor. The decayed flesh of Beishur has been thoroughly scraped clean by the Taiyang Auxiliary Army like a flamethrower, and the news is spread across the battered earth. For those still alive and somewhat rational, 2 words waft through the air: do not provoke. In Europa, remnants of forces that had previously displayed NATO insignia while clandestinely colluding with Mo Ga Na are now scurrying about like ants on a hot stove. One day is one day. 100,000 people. Not even a sound was made before they disappeared. A wrinkled, uniformed general pounds the table, spitting as he speaks. Those tanks, those damn tanks. They're not even from our era. And the soldiers, they fire without even blinking. Let us surrender. In the corner, a relatively younger staff officer speaks hoarsely. As long as we still have guns in our hands, we can negotiate some conditions. Didn't the Shinjo side issue an ultimatum? Severing ties with the demons, surrendering our possessions, and submitting to scrutiny. What utter nonsense. A commander, his visage marred by grotesque flesh and a ghastly scar across his neck, bellowed in outrage. Surrender our belongings? Submit to inspection? Is that not akin to cleansing oneself only to present oneself upon the butcher's block of Qin Shuo? We have yet to receive the promised technological samples from Queen Morgana. With that technology, might we not transform into mere barbecue material in the span of a day? Akin Tabaishi? The advisor snorted bitterly, awakening to the grim reality. Beishir too had demon soldiers. And what was the result? Under the beams of those laser guns, they fell as easily as fragile paper. Qin Shuo cares not for your identity. In his eyes, anyone tainted by their influence is deemed heretical, a pollutant. Even begging for mercy would be futile for Beishir, who were once of earth. The cacophony of argument nearly threatened to topple the very roof above them. At that moment, a secure communication from Qin Shuo infiltrated their most confidential channel. Not a public edict, but a clandestine point-to-point request for contact. The sender's signature was straightforward. Qin Shuo. An immediate silence enveloped the conference room, all eyes fixated on the blinking cursor. Should we accept? Someone trembled to ask. Accept? The aged general gritted his teeth, eager to hear what he had to say. The communication connected, devoid of holographic imagery. Only a processed voice, smooth and devoid of emotion, emanated from Qin Shuo. I am Qin Shuo. Your time is limited. His voice continued, devoid of pleasantries or threats, merely stating facts. The fate of Beishir is known to you. My patience is finite. We can discuss terms. The elder general interjected, striving to seize the initiative. We are willing to sever all public ties with the demons. We can restrain our forces. We can serve as a vanguard for Shinjo in the West, united against the extraterrestrial threat. Silence lingered on the other end for 2 seconds before Qin Shuo's voice resumed. That is acceptable. So straightforward. The individuals in the conference room were left astounded, scarcely believing their ears. However, there are several prerequisites. Qin Shuo maintained his tone. First, all forces must lay down their arms within 48 hours and assemble at the designated location. Second, all officers and core personnel must also gather for inspection. Third, you must surrender all demon-related technological products, data, and lists of personnel involved in your research or acquisition. Fourth, within the control zone, you must publicly declare a complete severance from demonic ideology and the forces of Morgana, cooperating with our personnel for a thorough ideological cleansing. How can we trust you? The advisor cautiously inquired. How will our safety be ensured after concentration? My objective is to eradicate corruption and safeguard the continuity of human civilization. Collaborators may earn the right to survive and secure a position within the new order. Resistors will face annihilation. This is your final opportunity. The communication abruptly ended. Silence reigned in the conference room for what felt like an eternity. He did not mention directly exterminating the grotesque commander. Perhaps he truly seeks to eliminate the demonic influence? If we comply and submit to scrutiny, perhaps we might still secure a minor position? The elder general scoffed, yet his gaze wavered significantly. Resistance? Look at the ruins of Beishir. Surrender? There may be a glimmer of hope, at least for survival. Though Qin Shuo is ruthless, he seems to keep his word. He expelled the Tao Tai, and when he declared extermination, it was executed. Perhaps, for those who cooperate, he truly will show leniency? The instinct for self-preservation began to flourish madly in the face of absolute death threats. Let us vote. The elder general wearily rubbed his brow, agreeing to accept Qin Shuo's terms, commanding the troops to surrender and assemble, raising his hand. One hand, 2 hands slowly lifted. Save for a few die-hard individuals who sat pale-faced, the majority raised their hands. The desire to survive overshadowed the fear of the unknown. Orders were given. Among the frontline soldiers and the uninformed populace, a wave of chaos and panic ensued. Yet the higher-ups had made their decision. and commanders at all levels began to forcibly suppress dissent, explaining that it was to avoid unnecessary sacrifice and ensure long-term peace in the region, assuring the safety of Shenzhou. 48 hours passed in this manner. In a desolate expanse somewhere in Europa, there lay a vast and barren plain. This place once served as a grand military training ground and parade ground for a colossal ancient empire, the remnants of stone platforms still visible, capable of accommodating millions. The wind swept across the open grounds, stirring up dust and carrying a sense of desolation. Today, this ancient training ground had been silently secured. There was no visible military encirclement, yet soldiers and equipment of the sun-assisted army had already taken position behind the distant hills and abandoned buildings, camouflaged seamlessly. Further afield, transport units responsible for logistics and reception stood quietly at the ready. Groups of officers and soldiers, under orders, marched on foot or rode unarmed vehicles, converging from various directions into this expansive training ground. They were informed that preliminary registration and reorganization would take place here, after which proper arrangements would be made. Officers were instructed to gather in the central area near the ancient command platform, clad in relatively neat uniforms, whispering among themselves. Unease etched across their faces as they observed the swelling crowd and the distant figures clad in unfamiliar armor, those soldiers of Shenzhou. Civilians were also herded in from nearby towns, a sea of dark figures, cries, shouts, and the wails of children melding together. Most were residents deeply influenced by demonic ideology or those harboring hostility towards Shenzhou due to the remnants of NATO. Now forcibly assembled, fear spread among the throng. As more and more people gathered, the training ground gradually filled. Soldiers, officers, and civilians mingled, numbering in the millions. Near the command platform, the officers began to sense something amiss. It was too quiet. The Shenzhou soldiers merely stood in silence, maintaining order without any movement towards registration or formation. Moreover, their positioning was incorrect. A seasoned officer's face suddenly turned pale as he surveyed the heights and distances. This was a firepower lockdown formation. They had set heavy machine guns and artillery positions on the high ground. Panic began to spread. Yet before they could react, higher up, above the clouds, several silent Thunderbolt-heavy bombers had already positioned themselves in the sky. At the apex of the ancient command platform, a tall figure emerged, Qin Shuo. His gaze calmly scanned the throng below. His voice, amplified through powerful speakers, resonated clearly across every corner of the training ground, drowning out all noise. In accordance with the Human Purity Defense Act and the Heretic Purification Regulations, wartime authorization. His voice was unwavering, each word striking like icicles against stone. It has been confirmed that the gathered target group below bears the following unforgivable offenses: actively or passively accepting and disseminating demonic ideologies, polluting the human spiritual homeland, engaging in substantial collusion with known enemies of humanity, the demon Lord Morgana and her forces, involving technological exchanges and benefit transfers. Their armed personnel have opposed the unified human defense line, and their ideology has deviated from the fundamental consensus necessary for the survival of human civilization. Upon my final confirmation, Qin Shuo's voice turned frigid, laden with the finality of doom. The aforementioned targets have forfeited the basic qualifications of humanity, classified as heavily polluted individuals and potential breeding grounds for aberrations. The verdict is as follows. He paused for a second. All personnel are to execute immediate physical eradication. The last four words echoed like a death knell. No. Despair erupted among the officers. Some attempted to draw their weapons, only to discover their arms had been confiscated. Others sought to flee, yet it was all too late. Fire. Qin Shuo's command was instantaneously relayed through encrypted channels. In the next moment, hell descended. Deployed on the high ground surrounding the training ground, the petrified lizard self-propelled artillery and bombardier self-propelled artillery roared to life first. Thousands of high-explosive shells, incendiary rounds, and airburst grenades rained down upon the tightly packed throng. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds of explosions resonated as the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Flames soared towards the heavens, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. In the aftermath of the artillery strikes, dismembered limbs mingled with dirt and debris, hurled into the sky. The shockwaves sent clusters of people soaring, shattering their forms. Incendiary rounds ignited clothing and flesh, their anguished screams momentarily drowning out the roar of the cannons, only to be swiftly engulfed by further detonations. Simultaneously, the Medusa's siege artillery, stationed at a greater distance with an extended range, commenced its barrage. Their targets were the areas in the center of the parade ground where officers congregated most densely, as well as any groups attempting to mass and break through. Each shell that fell created death pits several dozen meters in diameter, reducing everything within, be it human or soil, to mere powder under the extreme heat and force. In the sky, lightning-fast fighter jets dove down, their cannons unleashing torrents of fire that carved bloody paths through the throng. Air-to-ground missiles struck precisely within the densest clusters of humanity, each fireball that erupted signifying the abrupt end of countless lives. At the edge of the parade ground, the camouflage was lifted. The infantry of the Sun Auxiliary Army emerged, their Caliph laser rifles forming an impenetrable web of death rays. Any who dared to escape the hail of artillery fire towards the periphery would be met with a barrage of focused lasers, incinerating or carbonizing them in an instant. This was not mere combat, nor even a massacre. The parade ground had transformed into a vast, open human meat grinder. Under the relentless barrage, aerial strikes, and ground sweeps, a tri-layered firepower net rendered this place an absolute zone of death. 1 million souls were crammed together, with nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. They cried out, they fled. They trampled one another, yet all was in vain. Qin Shuo remained atop the ancient command platform, his cloak billowing in the explosive winds. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the infernal scene below, his gaze unwavering. The air was filled with the deafening explosions and distant, nearly inaudible, death throes. The purging lasted a full 3 hours. When the final cannon shot fell silent and the last laser flickered out, the aircraft circled overhead, leaving behind an eerie stillness across the parade ground. No, it was not a complete silence. Sporadic flames still flickered, metal cooled with a crackle, and some faint groans persisted. But these were swiftly silenced by the precise follow-up shots from the infantry of the Sun Auxiliary Army, ensuring total annihilation. The once densely packed mass of 1 million people had been irrevocably transformed. Engineering vehicles from the Sun Auxiliary Army began to enter and conduct post-event processing. Flamethrowers incinerated the remaining organic matter, while bulldozers pushed the unburnable debris into massive pits for burial. Qin Shuo turned, preparing to depart the command platform. His aide reported in a hushed tone through encrypted communication, "My lord, the cleansing operation has been completed. The estimated target elimination rate is over 99.8%. A small number of scattered targets on the extreme periphery are still being pursued. Other areas that did not participate in the surrender or were less contaminated have been assigned order reconstruction task forces as planned." Understood. Chapter 67. What is the Emperor watching? Continue the work. The extensive cleansing at the Europa Parade Ground did not escape Morgana's notice. In the observation chamber of Demon 1, Morgana stood at the grand viewport, hands clasped behind her back, rather than lounging on the sofa with a drink or pacing in agitation, as was her custom. The annihilation of 100,000 armed forces in the North Oath within a day could be attributed to disparities in equipment and tactics, a military disaster. However, the systematic eradication of millions in Western Europe, lured into surrender and then handled like industrial waste, was an entirely different matter. This was no longer warfare, it was sterilization. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Morgana had witnessed civil strife and ethnic genocide. She was an expert in chaos and depravity, having seen her share of bloody brutality. Yet, Qin Shuo's method sent a chill down her spine. It was not the scale of the slaughter. 1 million was not a significant figure in her lengthy existence, but the manner in which it was executed. It was unervingly calm and strikingly efficient. From the baiting of surrender to concentration, from overwhelming firepower to post-cleansing, each step was intricately linked, precise as a well-programmed machine. There was no rage, no fervor, not even a desire for conquest, only a pure, frigid logic of eradication. What made it even more unsettling was that he justified it with the grandiose notions of purification and the elimination of heresy. This was far more chilling than killing for mere plunder or conquest. I used to think Karl was the pinnacle of hypocrisy, but now, in comparison to Qin Shuo, he seems like a daydreaming schoolboy clutching a book. Morgana turned. This fellow's definition of enemies is entirely different from ours. In his eyes, anyone who does not meet his standards of human purity whether alien or earthling, armed or civilian, are all subjects for purification, and he acts without hesitation, leaving no room for mercy. Your Majesty, Otto interjected. While his methods are extreme, they undeniably create a formidable deterrent in the short term. The remnants of Earth's forces that dare to engage with us openly or covertly will likely dwindle significantly. Deterrent? Morgana scoffed. Indeed, who isn't afraid? Fearful of the cannons of the glutton, terrified of the judgment of angels. But what if one day, due to some ideological misalignment or contact with forbidden knowledge, one is deceived by their own people into a grave trap, only to be slaughtered like pigs? This man's boundaries, or rather, his utter lack of a concept of boundaries, was alarming. He possessed only goals and the optimal means to achieve them. For the sake of his human purity, he could commit any atrocity. Enough of this. I need a moment to rest. On a patch of grass on Earth, Reyna awoke to find herself lying on the ground, with what appeared to be a village nearby. After entering the village, she encountered bandits who abducted her and transported her to a desolate location. As the bandits approached, spewing vile words, they reached out to grab her. Reyna retrieved a syringe, pushing one of the bandits away and reactivating her gene engine, incinerating several of them. Get lost. The bandits did not even have time to scream before they were instantaneously vaporized in the intense heat and radiant light, leaving no trace. Instead of seeking out Morgana, as in the original plot, she returned directly to the Xiong Lian. At the North Star, the base of the Xiong Lian, Gu Xiaoluan was sweating profusely as he grappled with the metallic wings behind him. The wings were far more refined than the previous skeletal version, streamlined with clear energy circuits. Yet controlling them still felt somewhat sluggish, especially during complex maneuvers. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoluan and his companions simultaneously looked up to the sky. A familiar streak of light descended at astonishing speed, landing in the clearing before them. As the light receded, Reyna's figure emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued. Sister Reyna, Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed, both surprised and elated. Captain, Zhao Xian jumped up. Rosa immediately stood and walked over briskly. I'm back. Reyna's voice was hoarse yet resolute. What happened? I was captured by the glutton and have just been released. How is everyone after the catastrophe of the Titanic? What is the state of the Earth? The joy of reunion was soon overshadowed by harsh reality. Gu Xiaoluan and the others spoke in haste, summarizing the disbandment of the Xiong Lian following the Titanic explosion. Their individual experiences, Qin Shuo's emergence, the rise of Shenzhou, the invasion of the glutton, the victory in Luoyang, the downfall of the North Oath, and the recent news from Western Europe as concisely as possible. After listening, Reyna said nothing. Instead, she sought solitude atop a mountain, preparing to consult the director of space. She had too many questions and felt immense suffering in her current existence. Yet, it seemed there was no response. However, Lena remained oblivious to the events unfolding around her. In a peculiar realm that defies conventional dimensions of time and space, there existed neither directions nor a past or future. Only an incessant flow of light and data symbolizing the fundamental laws of the universe and infinite information. Originally, this place was meant to embody an absolute tranquility and order, where the ancient consciousness of Principal Jilin, having merged with the cosmos, would quietly observe all variables of the known universe, orchestrating his grand plans. Yet at this moment, the serenity had been irrevocably shattered. The golden light did not flow naturally. Rather, it was disrupted by a pure, radiant force of human will, a divine energy that stirred and mingled. The data stream became chaotic, violently torn and reassembled. The sovereign, the emperor, grasped a nebulous figure composed of pure information and light by the neck with his imperial claw, capable of crushing stars, firmly pressing it against the solidified rules. This indistinct form represented the manifestation of Principal Jilin's cosmic consciousness. It struggled, its surrounding data stream flickering wildly, attempting to reorganize and redefine rules in rebellion. But under the overwhelming suppression of the Emperor's formidable spiritual energy and the crushing essence of existence, every attempt was as futile as snow melting under the sun. In the Emperor's other hand lay the imperial sword, ablaze with golden spiritual flames, its tip poised to strike, seemingly ready to obliterate this cosmic consciousness entirely. What are you staring at? The Emperor's voice thundered across this realm of rules, laced with unmasked fury and undeniable authority. I command you to calculate the trajectory of humanity's future in this universe, to analyze the essence of so-called void and ultimate fear, as well as the threat model posed by that triangular civilization. This is not a time for idle contemplation or secret attempts to contact those insignificant beings below. The consciousness of Jilin trembled violently, transmitting immense pressure. Your forcible intrusion into this realm of rules disrupts the cosmic balance. Your very existence distorts the variables. I am unable to function effectively. Ineffective. The Emperor's spiritual pressure suddenly intensified, tightening his grip on Jilin's neck, the surrounding data stream emitting a lament of unbearable weight. It is your methods that are weak, antiquated. You are terrified by the shadows of the so-called void, mired in the superficial rules of this universe. What I require is a solution that transcends this cosmic framework, a way to crush all monstrous possibilities with human will. I do not wish to hear your lamentations about balance and variables. He abruptly lifted Jilin's consciousness and slammed it back down, unleashing a torrent of chaotic data. Continue your work. Utilize your pathetic computational abilities, combined with the spiritual model and collective subconscious data I have provided. Calculate how to eliminate the detritus that threatens the pure continuation of humanity, be it demons, death gods, triangular beings, or those self-proclaimed deities and civilizations, without significantly disturbing the subspace. At the least cost and the fastest time. The Emperor's golden eyes bore into Jilin. Do not let me catch you distracted or attempting any subterfuge. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to format your so-called cosmic consciousness and personally amend the fundamental rules of this universe. Though it may be troublesome, I possess ample time. Jilin's consciousness could only passively endure in the face of the Emperor's absolute power and will. He glanced at the imperial sword in the Emperor's hand. The flames upon it sent shivers through his very essence. Your sword, Jilin managed to convey. Well, my sword. The Emperor glanced down at his burning weapon, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Do you want me to test its edge on you, to see if your cosmic consciousness will crash under the flames of spiritual energy? Get to work. With that, another wave of overwhelming spiritual power surged into Jilin's consciousness, compelling him to continue the nearly impossible supercalculation under the Emperor's interference. Meanwhile, Morgana, after reviewing the document from Carl, furiously berated Qin Shuo for his unrestrained actions, wondering why no one was intervening. While the principle of space had already been conscripted into forced labor by the Emperor. Chapter 68. The Unification of Sacred Tyla, while the Emperor engaged in amicable exchanges with the principle of space. The incident at the Europa training ground began to spread under Qin Shuo's directive. The news was impossible to contain. Qin Shuo had no intention of concealing it, and even some combat records and post-cleanup fragments were deliberately released. The impact was immediate. Across the globe, those entities still clinging to various titles, occupying territories, or secretly colluding with demons fell silent. Previously, when Luoyang confronted the Taoye, it was an alien battle that entertained onlookers, even leading some to speculate on the good fortune of Shenzhou. The destruction of Beishur served as a first alarm. Yet some still felt distance from the Emperor or believed they were well hidden. This time, the cleansing targeted their own. Those who had surrendered, those concentrated together. Millions vanished without a trace. The justification was not territorial disputes or resource theft, but rather ideological contamination, heresy. The blade that had hung over them now turned toward every impure compatriot. Moreover, its descent was merciless, rejecting any negotiation. Such terror penetrated deeper than the dread of an unknown annihilation during the Taoye invasion. One could not discern where the line of purity was drawn. One could not predict whether past utterances, actions, or even fleeting thoughts could one day serve as grounds for purification. In the ensuing months, Earth witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. No longer was there rampant warfare, but rather a series of submissions, allegiances, and self-examinations. One after another, remnants of former powers, whether residual factions, local warlords, or large refuge organizations, sent envoys or even their leaders personally to the North Star. They brought not declarations of war, but surrender documents and household registries, detailing all personnel, resources, and technologies within their domains, eager to disclose even whether pagan totems lay buried in their ancestral graves. The slogans were surprisingly uniform. to completely sever ties with demonic and corrupt ideologies, to voluntarily accept the restructuring and ideological scrutiny of Shenzhou, and to contribute to the pure revival of human civilization. In Shenzhou, Qin Shuo remained unseen. The reception was managed by a remarkably efficient bureaucratic and military hybrid system. They welcomed all but enforced strict scrutiny. Every individual was registered and classified. All armaments were disarmed, and equipment either confiscated or repurposed. In every region, order reconstruction task forces and ideological purification supervisory teams were deployed. Were there any dissenters? Any who sought to play both sides? Those found with substantial evidence of collusion with demons rarely survived beyond the next day. The patrols and enforcement teams of the Sun Auxiliary Army now appeared not only within the borders of Shenzhou, but also at critical global junctions. Their numbers were few, yet their presence signified absolute control and unyielding enforcement. No one dared challenge their authority. Beishur and Western Europe had been rendered silent. Thus, several months passed. When the last organized private armed group on an island in the southern hemisphere vanished after refusing to surrender their collectibles. Following a night raid by a small team from the Sun Auxiliary Army, Earth, at least on the surface, had no remaining challengers to Qin Shuo. All populations, resources, industrial remnants, and research facilities were cataloged, integrated into the system known as the Human Revival Committee, which was under Qin Shuo's absolute control. Laws were unified, education standardized, and even daily vernacular was being forcefully promoted in a more concise and efficient version. Then, on an unremarkable morning, all functioning communication channels, screens, broadcasts, and even some antiquated street loudspeakers were forcefully interrupted simultaneously. There was no preamble, no music, only a golden figure standing at a height of 3 meters and 2 centimeters. Appeared in the center of the screen, no longer intending to disguise himself with psychic abilities. Qin Shuo donned his complete golden power armor once again, standing atop the high platform of the central square, reconstructed at Beijing. Behind him flew the newly designed imperial double-headed eagle flag. His voice, amplified through loudspeakers, resonated across every corner of the globe, calm, cold, and indisputable. Attention, all members of humanity. Since the onset of the alien invasion and the crisis of civilizational collapse, we have endured bloodshed and purification, and the internal integration has been preliminarily completed. The concept of the fragmented, weakened, and easily corruptible earthly governance of the old era has lost its necessity and value. Henceforth, this planet, our home, shall abandon its former name. Its new name shall be Terra. Terra shall be the sole legitimate, pure, and supreme political entity and spiritual symbol of human civilization within this star system. All humans residing here shall be citizens of Terra. All wills must converge on the continuation and development of Terra. All powers must serve the defense and revival of Terra. With the will of the human emperor and the authorization of the Imperial Guard, Qin Shuo's voice suddenly intensified, resonating with a metallic clarity. I, Qin Shuo, in my capacity as the commander of the Imperial Guard, hereby declare, Terra officially falls under the domain and protection of the human empire. The old era thus concludes. A new era commences from this day forth. All glory belongs to Terra. All loyalty belongs to the emperor. End of announcement. The transmission was abruptly severed. The world fell into a profound silence. Terra, Empire, Emperor, Imperial Guard? Countless individuals were left bewildered, grappling with these unfamiliar terms. Those of an older generation perceived the notion of an empire and emperor as if they had leaped from the pages of some poorly conceived retro drama. Yet, no one dared to laugh or question. Qin Shuo stood there, announcing the dawn of a new era in the most direct manner possible, accompanied by a silent, formidable army and the purifying sword he wielded, which could fall at any moment. At the barracks of the elite soldiers, everyone exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and confusion. Terra, Empire? Gu Xiaoluan instinctively touched the mechanical wings on his back. On the Demon One, Morgana was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "What the hell? Terra." He truly dared to name it. Empire? Emperor? Imperial Guard? Does this fellow truly possess an entire civilization system we are entirely unaware of? He is not merely an individual. He represents an empire. Otto was equally astonished. My queen, if that is indeed the case, then his behavioral patterns, his technology, and his soldiers all make sense. He is reclaiming and reintegrating the lost territories for the Empire behind him. Morgana felt a headache coming on. The situation was far more complex than she had imagined. Meanwhile, at Beiji Xing, after the announcement concluded, Qin Shuo turned to descend from the high platform and instructed the approaching senior officer. The name change is complete. Next, in accordance with the Imperial Foundational Template, begin implementing standardized management globally, foundational loyalty education, and preliminary conscription screening. Prioritize the restoration of critical industries, particularly those related to the logistical production lines compatible with the Imperial Guard's equipment. He added, casting his gaze towards the starry sky, the name of Terra has been established. It is time for our neighbors to know who the true masters of this starry expanse are. Initiate Phase 1 of the Stellar Cleanup Plan. Objective: all non-human civilization remnants or newly established outposts and monitoring stations, as well as remaining vessels within the solar system. Evacuation is mandated. Failure to comply will be deemed hostile and subject to elimination. Yes, my lord, the officer responded solemnly. Chapter 69. Uninvited guests. Not long after the name change of Terra, an uninvited entity approached from outside the solar system. It was a small vessel, wobbling as it emerged from the Sharon Bridge near Pluto, heading straight for the inner solar system. The ship bore no insignia of any known civilization. Guarding the outer perimeter of the solar system was the severely weakened Tautai Legion, which immediately detected this unexpected visitor. Several Tautai gunboats surrounded the vessel and issued a standard communication inquiry. Unknown vessel. Please report your civilization affiliation and purpose for entering the solar system. This area is regulated. Inside the small craft, a man clad in ostentatious retro armor, sporting golden short hair and possessing a gaze both frivolous and somewhat sinister, was embracing two male angels. He was none other than the ancient malevolent god, Tiangong Vank Huaye. Upon hearing the inquiry from Tautai, Huaye lazily raised his eyelids, sneering as he whispered into the ear of one of the male angels. We are the kings of the universe. Beside him, Ruo Ning furrowed her brow. Once a left-wing guardian of the divine Kaisa, she had sought refuge with Huaye after Kaisa's demise. Ignoring Huaye's antics, she directly opened external communication, her tone laced with the arrogance of one accustomed to authority. This is Tiangong Wang, Huaye. We are passing through this area in search of someone. Clear the way. Tiangong Wang, Huaye. The commander of the Tautai patrol team paused for a few seconds, then frantically searched the database. The fragments of information pieced together from the fallen era when the ancient angel king was overthrown by the divine Kaisa sent a chill down the commander's spine. This individual was not to be trifled with. Despite being an antiquity, he was formidable, especially now that Kaisa was gone. Observing the energy readings emanating from the small vessel and Ruo Ning's undeniable tone, the Tautai commander wisely refrained from further inquiries and certainly did not mention the regulated area. Let them pass. The commander ordered immediately, allowing several gunboats to create a pathway as they watched the small vessel leisurely glide into the inner solar system. Inside the craft, Huayi chuckled with satisfaction, playfully patting the angel's face. See, just mentioning my name does the trick. Ruo Ning, however, was not as relaxed. She scrutinized the star map, her brow knitted tightly. My king, wouldn't it be better for us to find Carl